Chapter 331. 15 patrolling star carriers arrived above the town, and the armored vehicles passing frequently on the streets also attracted people's attention. It turned out that the garrison regiment was reinforcing its troops. The garrison regiment stationed near the town had begun to enter the Block 375 courtyard in an orderly manner. The Starship Hull in the sky was emitting energy halos from time to time, and a sense of urgency that war was coming enveloped the town. At the same time, the Demand Hotel also welcomed a distinguished guest who needed Mu Hua to accompany him with a smile. A gorgeous sports car drove over, accompanied by the sound of side-slip brakes. The car door opened, and a gorgeous woman wearing high heels stepped out of her slender thighs. "Hi, Debbie, long time no see. This necklace really suits you." In front of the hotel, Mu Hua was followed by Tina. As Demand and Tabitha watched curiously, Mu Hua greeted Debbie with a smile on his face. Succubus? Tina frowned, and she noticed the tail behind Debbie. Succubi are a group of demons widely known in the human world. Some of them have obtained legal identities in the human world. Even if they perform transformation, the tails deliberately left behind them always show people their true identities. The boss's smile is quite mean, which is something Tina has never seen before, but even if it is an ordinary woman, Tina will not interfere with Mu Hua's preferences, but a succubus. Tina is unhappy. Humph! Debbie looked around and noticed that many people were looking at this side. She pulled the corners of her mouth, but did not speak in the end, but snorted at Mu Hua. At this time, looking at Mu Hua, who was still smiling, not only Tina was unhappy, but even Tibesha and Vivian, who were watching on the side, looked down on Mu Hua's taste. Not that great. Vivian muttered, straightened her chest, and tugged at her robe, which caused Tabitha to roll her eyes at her. Okay, Debbie is beautiful, but succubi, you know the impression women have of him. Where's Nick? As she approached Mu Hua, Debbie did not show her seductiveness as usual, but asked Mu Hua with a cold face. Second floor, 306, there are living puppets guarding the door. Don't worry, I help you keep an eye on it, you can't run away. Mu Hua smiled. Humph. Snorting again, Debbie swung her whip-like tail, her feet made a clattering sound, and passed by Mu Hua and entered the hotel. Mu Hua breathed a sigh of relief, with a natural and relaxed smile on his face. Boss, are you pursuing this succubus? Tina asked, looking at Debbie's back. At this time, Demand and Tibesha came up. What are you thinking about? She is Nick's girlfriend. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. As Mu Hua explained, Tina suddenly realized, but Mu Hua found that Tibesha's expressions became even weirder. Sure enough, do you like this one? Mu Hua's eyebrows jumped. Damn, what this one? That one? These bastards can talk. But why are they looking at Demand for no reason? Her name is Debbie, Nick's girlfriend. I didn't have any intentions on her. I just poured a bottle of goblin essence into her mouth. You guys should be careful and don't provoke her. She seems to be very good at fighting. Mu Hua explained unhappily. Everyone took a breath of cold air goblin essence. Pour it into her mouth? What a hatred, what a grudge. Obviously, everyone has understood the origin of Mu Hua's attitude, but including Demand, everyone silently distanced themselves from Mu Hua, and their expressions were all defensive. This guy is too poisonous. Nick, as the noble representative of Hyman City, had to attend the Star Patrol conference in the courtyard of Bear Pig Town. He had been away from home for so long, and was finally found by Debbie. Debbie can stimulate the Thunder Tyrant body, which humans cannot practice without achieving life transition. Even if demons do not have such restrictions, it is a symbol of a superior warrior. She should be considered a rare fighting faction among succubi, and a very high-end one. However, no one stipulates that fighting must have a cold goddess style, right? She has a wild personality, but she has a cold attitude in front of Mu Hua. It seems that the bottle of goblin essence really has a far-reaching impact. After receiving the news that Debbie was coming, Mu Hua hurried over to meet her first, so as to avoid running into her unexpectedly. If they started fighting, it would be embarrassing. If they broke things in the hotel, they would not be able to get her to pay for it. Although Debbie's attitude was not good, it seemed that the earlier things had been turned over. Mu Hua was relieved. As for Nick, he would definitely not die. At most, he would serve Debbie a few more times. After not seeing Debbie for such a long time, maybe that guy would be happy. After sending everyone away, Mu Hua had a raven on his shoulder and summoned a gray wolf at his feet. He opened his windbreaker and called it a dog walk. He left Tina and other people sent by Webster to hand over the youth potion and magic stone to the other party. Monday and Tuesday were left in the Abyss Island to clean up wild undead. The Grey Wolf, beside Muhua, came from his newly acquired Evil Wolf summoning. Regarding this summoning skill, generally speaking, there are extra Balian secret stones that can be tried to improve it. The level of this summoning skill is very low, but for Muhua, because it can improve the level of the summoning skill and obtain the matching summon beast, the initial state of the summoning skill does not necessarily determine its future strength. The skill is called the Wolf Summoning, but the summon beast is a Grey Wolf. This thing is not even a magic beast, but a common Grey Wolf in the human world. Because the skill name and the summon beast are not the same, Muhua has certain expectations for this summoning skill. He has not invested in the 100 refining secret stone in this skill for the time being, but Muhua also found that as his own attributes improve, the strength of the summon beast seems to have increased. After all, 10 points of attributes can be regarded as the natural growth limit of the Grey Wolf, and his earlier Raven and Skeleton Undead are basically seriously underage attributes. The Grey Wolf can't fight, can't resist, and doesn't have the talent ability like the Blind Raven. Although there are expectations, this summoning skill comes too late. It was just like a top-level player killing a monster and getting a piece of top-quality novice equipment. Muhua couldn't throw the 100 refining secret stone on it for the time being, which made this Grey Wolf become Muhua's real pet dog. The Demand Hotel already had many guests, and some adventurers who came and would naturally say hello to Muhua when they met him. These adventurers basically didn't know Muhua's strength, but Demand often chatted with some young guests. Whether it was bragging about the Benson family or talking about Muhua, a professor at the Magic Academy, many guests knew that there was such a boss in the hotel. The main feature of the Demand Hotel was a low price, no fine wine or food, and no entertainment programs. In addition to the adventurers who camped in the area designated by the garrison, there are actually many adventurers living in hotels and inns in the development zone outside the town. In fact, there are no high-end adventurers in the Demand Hotel for the time being. Observing the changes in the town along the way, Muhua occasionally paid attention to some remote and dark corners. Occasionally, he greeted the townspeople, and led the wolf beast that looked like a North American Grey Wolf to walk on the path leading to the mountains and forests on the edge of the town. Not only that, he also visited the development zone, walked on the streets, confirmed the location of the monster warning, and also explored the presence of the Eye of the Observer. What is Muhua doing? What else can he do? Feel the terrain. It is said that the illegitimate children of the Benson family will come to the town one after another, and Demand has specially arranged for living puppets to clean the empty suites on the 3rd floor every day. Muhua, who had originally forgotten the illegitimate children, suddenly remembered that it seemed that he had another mission. He promised Samantha to deal with those illegitimate children. Now Muhua has no pressure at all to kill a few illegitimate children, but in order to avoid accidents and to minimize the impact on his future life, Muhua still walked around the town in person. Not only did he observe the changes in the town during this period, but he also did not forget to understand the situation of the development zone. This guy was completely surveying the terrain so that the illegitimate children could bid farewell to the world in a suitable place. The development zone already has the outline of a city, and all kinds of basic facilities are available. Even the police cars on the street are more advanced than those driven by Bellica and others. After a round, Muhua was determined in his heart. The illegitimate children are stable, and there is nothing wrong with them. Chapter 332. If necromancers are taboo and fearful, then necromancers are more disgusting, especially those necromancers who walk outside. They are often more extreme and dangerous than necromancers. Because necromancers often carry a lot of strange things, bones of the dead that imprison ghosts, unknown pieces of meat with rotten smells, daggers coated with poison, bottles and jars that spread curses, various cold things for sacrifice, and so on. Because they do not have the ability to cast spells directly, they choose necromancers. They cannot cast undead magic, so they can only use potions or rituals to release some attacks similar to undead magic. Those ritual items are often very evil in the eyes of ordinary people. In the hands of necromancers, soul dust is already a clean and high-end thing. More often, they are equipped with powder extracted from various internal organs. In addition, they try to obtain psychic physique and become necromancers. They will absorb the breath of death in a way that is almost like taking drugs. Therefore, necromancers always apply heavy perfume and powder on their bodies to cover up the odor that they exude all the time. Many people dislike necromancers, and many necromancers do cause trouble to others. Under the influence of these impressions, necromancers usually avoid places where people gather, especially some public places, where necromancers are usually not seen. Courtyard Code. Canes, an out-of-bounds entrance is located in the courtyard of Bear Pig Town. After a period of blockade, with the entry of the garrison, the Adventurers Guild issued a notice that the Canes courtyard is open to adventurers, but they are temporarily not allowed to leave the fortress city built in the courtyard, and need to be controlled by the garrison. In the courtyard of Canes, with the cross-border teleportation array as the center, a human city of 20 kilometers long and more than 10 miles wide has sprung up from the ground at some point. Canes Fortress City, the garrison regiment has a regular garrison of 18,000 people. When adventurers near Bear Pig Town entered the newly established Adventurer City through the courtyard entrance one after another uninvited guest arrived at the door of Demand Hotel. A necromancer who requested to stay in the hotel. Sir, the Dandelion Hotel has simple facilities, and is not convenient for necromancers. Your request to stay in makes us very embarrassed, so you'd better leave. In front of the hotel, Demand used the name of the Dandelion Hotel to persuade the necromancer in front of him. Brand new robes, withered yellow hair, thin cheeks, the man in front of him with a sinister look, exudes a very strong Falgar fragrance. He has a palm-sized cloth bag hanging around his waist, and a staff with a monster skull inlaid on the top in his hand. Few people in the human world would show such a badly shaped staff. The man in front of him had dry skin, and from his face and temperament, he was obviously middle-aged. He seemed to be deliberately promoting his identity as a necromancer. Appearing in a public hotel with such an image was not a sign of no fear, but a provocation. Don't talk about equality. It's like you have to eat in a restaurant with a pile of rotten meat, have to go to the hospital to rest with uranium, and have to enter the campus with a bomb. That's a disease, a serious disease. People don't like necromancers, but if he conceals his profession a little bit, and really wants to stay, Demand will turn a blind eye. But the appearance of this guy in front of him can't be said to be ignorant of the world. Judging from the equipment he was wearing, this necromancer didn't look like he was poor, but the fragrance on his body was not the kind of perfume that necromancers often used. The perfume developed by the necromancer was very popular with the public. Using that perfume would not only not expose the identity of the necromancer, but the fragrance could also neutralize the various odors on the necromancer's body. And the fragrance on his body was like a eunuch who used inferior powder, with a strong fragrance mixed with fishy smell. Not only Demand but Vivian, who just came back from Trish's cottage, also stopped beside Demand, turned around and looked at the man, with a flash of disgust in her eyes. Necromancers usually don't deliberately belittle necromancers, but you should at least respect others. It's not good to come out and discuss people like this. This behavior itself is a kind of frivolity, arrogance, immorality, and provocation. There is no reason to use any positive words on such a person. The courtyard is open, and many adventurers who checked out of the hotel also appeared. They are going to enter the courtyard. Although they cannot conduct demon hunting activities for the time being, if they participate in the construction of the fortress city and some military deployments at this stage, these adventurers can earn points. And those points can allow them to exchange for housing and real estate in the newly established fortress city, which is also the biggest reason why nearby adventurers are actively pouring into the courtyard. Adventurers coming and going at the door will look at Demand for a few times, but most of these adventurers are in a hurry. Occasionally, some young people want to stop, but they are usually pulled away by their companions. Necromancers are annoying. If they are too heavy-handed, they can easily be beaten to death. If they are too light-handed, their poisonous curses can easily cause people to suffer a great loss. Adventurers with low strength are afraid of necromancers, and adventurers with strong combat power find them troublesome, especially in the human world. Without the judgment of the goddess of justice, it is really troublesome to kill them if something dirty happens. I'm a citizen of the Empire. Are you sure you want to stop me? You don't accept necromancers? Are you insulting necromancers? Facing Demand's obstruction, the man pulled an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. Sir, it is inconvenient to receive you. The hotel is planning an area suitable for receiving special people. Unfortunately, it has not been completed yet. Demand explained patiently. The so-called planning is basically nonsense. At the same time, several living puppets gathered behind Demand, and Tabesha, who had just experienced various projects in Trisha Witch House with Barbara, also came to the door of the hotel. Don't say those useless things. You have no right to refuse my stay. And many adventurers have checked out. I won't affect anyone. Or are you just targeting me, the necromancer? Seeing some people gathered around Demand, the necromancer not only did not retreat, but slammed his staff on the ground and became more excited. What's going on? Without knowing the details, Tabesha asked Demand. This person has been circling in front of the hotel for a long time. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he wanted to check in, but he looked like this. Demand simply explained the situation to Tibesha. The necromancer's outfit was too abrupt. It would be fine if it was normal, but Odysseus's team was coming to the hotel soon. You said that you had poison on you, but you had to hang the poison outside. As a necromancer, you had a string of cloth bags hanging around your waist, making yourself look like a beggar gang elder. If you walk around like this, who wouldn't worry about some virus or mold spreading from you? In Demand's eyes, Odysseus is a big customer. Demand is mainly worried that he will give Odysseus a bad impression, and wants to send him away, but now it seems that the other party is suspected of deliberately causing trouble. Go away, don't waste time talking to him, there are people with him in the car over there, right? The peeping there is very malicious. Demand whispered his concerns to Tabitha, and Vivian pointed to a motorhome in the parking lot in the distance. Motorhomes, with a length of no more than 10 meters, can enter and exit the courtyard, and can also camp anywhere. Adventurers usually prefer to equip this kind of vehicle. As Vivian pointed, the side door of the motorhome opened, and a group of men and women got out of the car. Mr. Agel, that's why I suggested that I arrange the accommodation. It would be an offense to let Mr. Odysseus live with the necromancer. God knows what kind of contraband these poisonous insects carry. 3 men and 1 woman got off the car. When a blond young man was talking to another arrogant middle-aged man, the back door of the RV opened and dozens of strong men walked out one after another. This number of people obviously exceeded the capacity of the RV, indicating that the RV was a high-end product with space folding technology. When she saw the blond young man, Tibesha was briefly stunned and frowned. At this time, the woman in the group took the young man's arm with her hand, raised her other hand, and greeted Tibesha from a distance. Besha, long time no see. Ivy. Tibesha muttered softly, with a little impatience in her eyes. Chapter 333. My name is Vivian, and I was born in a kingdom in the Laurenzi hemisphere that is not well known. Because it is close to the eternal capital of the 7th kingship, although it is an independent kingdom, the country has always been cared for by the kingship capital, so the residents of the kingdom are more accepting of undead magic and undead creatures. My hometown is located in a prosperous city in the north of the kingdom. My father, as the Archon of the city, has the responsibility of guarding the entrance to the courtyard near the city. Perhaps because of the inheritance of undead magic in my family, I have awakened my psychic talent since I was born. Although I was born in a family of undead wizards, my parents were very gentle in educating me when I was young. Until I was 6 years old, I met a lich, and the lich showed me many undead creatures under his control. He wanted to teach me magic knowledge, and my parents were originally opposed to it. After all, no matter how much they accept undead creatures, no one likes their 6-year-old daughter to mix with an unknown lich. When the lich showed my parents a fierce corpse made of hellish demons, and formed the spear of gangplank in his hand, he became my teacher. He would tell me about the knowledge of necromancy in detail. Because there was always a lich around me, I didn't have any friends willing to play with me at that time. I didn't have friends of the same age, so I also liked the constructed undead. They were like dolls, and would play with me with the teacher's permission. Everything was normal, even with a lich teacher. In this area not far from the City of Immortality, everything was still normal. If it can continue like this, maybe one day, I will become a qualified necromancer, and I will go to the land of immortality, kneel under the throne of bones, and swear my loyalty. But the disaster came, the demon tide rushed out of the courtyard entrance, and countless monsters broke into our city. Blood accompanied by thunder, roars echoed resistance. People prayed for help, but the kingdom's reinforcements did not arrive. The crowned shadows under the 7th did not respond, and the patrol fleet did not pay much attention to this area blessed by the king. Death spread in the city. I finally realized the ruthlessness of the undead. I kept praying to the teacher to save my family, and prayed for him to save the humans who were abused by monsters. I know he is very powerful, he can fool the corpses of the hell demons, he has tamed countless enhanced ghosts, and he can release forbidden spells independently. But the prayer was not answered. He just protected me from the harm of the monsters. He just urged me to create my own constructed undead. He ignored the monsters and the killing, ignored the death that kept happening in front of me, and in the eyes of the monsters, I seemed to have become the prey of the lich. The monster treated him as one of its own kind, and ignored the human girl who had become his plaything. Amidst countless cries and pools of blood, I completed the first undead construction in my life with my trembling hands. I gained a strange ability called the Corpse Demon Space, and also discovered that my soul had an extraordinary recovery ability. But what was the meaning of all this? My home was destroyed, my parents died tragically, and when the reinforcements arrived late, they eliminated the monsters, and cleaned up the human corpses mixed with the monster corpses all over the city. Well done. In the ruined city, stepping on the muddy blood plasma. This was the teacher's evaluation of me. He was evaluating my undead construction, a skeleton without any meaning. The dead are ruthless, twisted, and deformed. But after realizing this, I suddenly realized, why should he be my teacher? How could a ruthless lich take the initiative to teach magic to a human girl? Put away the sadness, regardless of the disappointment in him. This lich has problems. He is not the kind of lich who uses reason to control his human thinking. I chose to escape from him. Escape? Escape constantly. On the way of escape, I met many people, I met bad people, and I also met companions. But the lich can always find my traces, and always appear in front of me again and again. And those companions, whether they are companions I think of, or people who talk to themselves and regard me as a companion, whenever they face the lich, they all choose to give up me. I don't hate the lich. He has never really hurt me. He has not even personally hurt people related to me. So I can only choose to escape again and again, away from the lich. I escaped again and was caught again and again. He seemed to like this game very much. As long as he could confirm my growth every time we met again, he would not punish me. He was like a fruit farmer waiting for the fruit to mature, and I didn't know the standard of maturity in his eyes. I had a premonition, the premonition that he was about to eat my body. As time went by, the premonition became more and more real. I tried to escape from him again and again, leaving the Western Hemisphere, wandering around the countries, until I entered the Magic Empire. I seemed to have finally gotten rid of the entanglement of the lich. I hid in a courtyard of the dead, and when I was facing a crisis again, I met a man named Muhua. A man with a bad character, but he saved me. I was unlucky. In an area that should be dominated by low and medium level monsters, I met a high level monster that can dominate here. This man seems to be more unlucky than me. In an area that should be dominated by low and medium level monsters, he was actually visited by a dragon that is suspected to be a demon general. However, this man actually killed the dragon. Although he used some strange means, and was very dangerous and embarrassed, he really killed a dragon. He asked me to follow him, and I didn't refuse, not because he killed the dragon, but because he didn't give up on me in front of the dragon. I hate the feeling of being abandoned. Without the entanglement of the lich, it should be pretty good to follow this man. He learned the breath of death. He controls the headless knight. This man named Muhua has great potential. If I am with him, maybe one day I don't have to run away when I meet the lich again. Maybe we can kill it back? Well, let the so-called teacher go to hell. I didn't hate the lich before because I shouldn't hate it, and it's useless to hate it. But after so many years of entanglement and mental torture, if I can kill the other party, I will definitely not show mercy. I am not a little girl in a fairy tale. I am a necromancer who tortures my soul as a means of growth. I followed Muhua, but that bastard actually kicked me to his cousin. A little girl who wants to form an adventure team. Tibesha, a girl who thinks she is smart but always spends money recklessly. A girl with a cheerful personality, considerate of friends, and who wants to show the dignity of the leader from time to time. I became friends with her. What the hell, this girl keeps saying that she wants to be a war priest, but she doesn't go to pray to the gods properly, but she comprehends the breath of death. What does this mean? I found that being around Muhua seems to increase the probability of comprehending the breath of death. Not only Tibesha, his hellhound and banshee have comprehended the breath of death. Well, I have another reason to hang out with them. At this time, Tibesha seemed to be in trouble, because a woman who looked like a fairy seemed to be teasing her with flirty words. Hey Bessa, you've been talking about forming an adventure group. How are you doing? Hee, these living puppets are not your team members, are they? Oh, there's also a fat guy who manages the hotel. Wow, a demon, are you a follower of Tibessa? Hello, you can call me Ivy, welcome to become a member of Benson. The woman named Ivy bypassed the necromancer, who was confronting the man, and came to Tibessa. She stepped forward and tried to hold Barbara's hand, but Barbara stepped back to avoid her. Across from the few people, watching the few people with Ivy approaching, the necromancer actually stepped back a few steps, and suddenly threw a disc in front of him. The palm-sized disc fell to the ground, and a magic circle unfolded with the disc as the center. Then, a pale bone claw stretched out from the magic circle, like a ghost trying to crawl out of the cave. Constructed undead, you guy, are you crazy? The man shouted in shock. In the gap between the constructions, the disc is a space prop for storing the constructed undead. Chapter 334. Ah! A cat-like cry. Seeing a skeleton crawling out from the gap between the constructs, Ivy screamed, with a look of fear on her face, dodging to the side of the blond young man. Who is this goblin? Vivian asked Tabitha with a twitch of her eyes, making a gesture that clearly meant something. She should be my sister. Tabitha frowned and looked at the blonde young man. Her eyes swept back and forth between the necromancer and the blonde young man. Those with the same father and half-mother? Vivian asked. She heard Demand say that the Benson family had several illegitimate children, and Barbara beside her also pricked up her ears. Yeah. Tabitha nodded, not paying attention to the necromancer who released the constructed undead, but her eyes were fixed on the blonde young man. Mr. Caesar, what do you mean by this? Tabitha asked the young man. Ha ha, Betha, I prefer you to call me Gray. Ivy said she was asked to stay at the Dandelion Hotel. I just accompanied her to see the accommodation. The blonde young man smiled, as if he wanted to show his closeness to Tabitha, but his face was also full of arrogance. What's wrong with this guy? He has nothing to do with me. Do you need me to help you deal with him? Glancing at the necromancer, the young man named Gray asked Tabitha. Gray, Betha doesn't need your help. The little princess of the Benson family, look, she even has a demon attendant, which is a treatment that even you don't have. Ivy on the side teased and interjected. And under Ivy's intentional or unintentional pulling, Gray and his group stepped aside, leaving Tabitha and his group to face the necromancer directly. In a short moment, dozens of constructed undead appeared in front of the necromancer, 5 bone fangs that were 2 times larger than tigers, and the rest were knife-wielding skeletons equipped with light armor. The body structure of the beast-like constructed undead of the bone fangs is more dangerous, and equipping the skeletons that imitate the skeleton undead with appropriate equipment is also a very effective way to strengthen them. However, with the investment of equipping the skeletons, the necromancers are usually more willing to create more constructed undead. It is more troublesome for necromancers to create constructed undead. They cherish the constructed undead in their hands more than the necromancers, and they also like to equip the constructed undead. At this time, the necromancer was leaning on the staff, with a somewhat neurotic smile on his mouth. Ha, Dandelion Hotel, such a big sign, ladies, you'd better get out of the way. Today this fat man must give me an explanation. The necromancer persuaded Tabesha and the other girls, as if the spearhead was pointed directly at Demand. The scene in front of him was a little weird, especially after Ivy and her group appeared. At this time, Demand had a dark face. Compared with the necromancer in front of him, Demand cared more about the young man named Gray because he was the heir of a big family. The Caesar family is much stronger than the Benson family. They are an old family in the Magic Empire. They mainly run banks, and also do brokerage business between settlers and adventurers. Their most well-known business is to help adventurers buy valuable land and real estate in the human world. The family has a deep foundation and aristocratic background. It is said that it also has an unclear relationship with a certain underworld family in the Magic Empire. Under the operation of Samantha, the Benson family has acquired a lot of land in various places in the form of hotels after years of operation. Some of the land occupied by the Dandelion Hotel is located in remote areas, and there is no tendency for local development, so it has no value. Some have also increased in value with the development of the local area, just like the land in Bear Pig Town is a relatively successful case. Although these plots of land are scattered, the Caesar family has repeatedly expressed its willingness to acquire the Dandelion Hotel in recent years. If you say that the Caesar family is awesome, Demand can't afford to offend, but the grave that Ivy attached to it can't represent Caesar. After all, the Caesar family has deep roots, and this Gray is only the 17th son of the current patriarch. Yes, that's right, the 17th son, there's nothing strange about that. In fact, there are more than 4 people in the Benson family in this generation, but the others have not obtained the status of heirs, and it is possible that they themselves don't know who their father is. Giving birth to children in a litter, this kind of thing will only surprise ordinary people. Just like Muhua's previous life, those few third masters who opened Lanzhou ramen restaurants, even if they were monogamous, would often give birth to 6 or 7 or 8 children, and they didn't see anything wrong. As for those rich, powerful and idle old men, I don't know how many women they have slept with in their lives. Unless they are infertile, it would be a miracle if they have few children. Compared with the Caesar family, the Benson family is not so impressive. After all, they have dozens of children ranked, and this Gray is the 17th young master. Although these young ladies and young masters are usually extravagant, they have never given up the opportunity to show off in front of the head of the family, such as purchasing Dandelion, which can be regarded as a good performance. At this time, Demand had a dark face, because he was worried that this necromancer was sent by Gray to cause trouble. After all, this necromancer was a little crazy, and the posture he pulled out was enough for Demand to kill him in self-defense. Dead man? Looking for death? Demand guessed in his heart, isn't it a bit too much to play like this? But considering the mischief of these young masters and young ladies, it is not impossible. Killing this guy will not cause a burst of corpse poison, right? Miss, where is the boss? Demand asked Tibesha softly. I don't know. Tibesha and the other two girls looked at each other and shook their heads. They were used to Mu Hua's lack of organization and discipline. Who knows where he has gone? Call the police? Or kill him? Barbara frowned and looked at the bone beasts in front of her. Hee, this necromancer is really ignorant of life and death. But dear, Betha actually got a demon follower. Mrs. Samantha is really amazing. When Tibesha hesitated, Ivy pointed at the necromancer with contempt and said to Gray beside her. If you look closely at this time, both Ivy and Gray have jealousy in their eyes. The qualification to obtain a demon follower does not depend on family background, but on the recommendation of demons walking outside. Although it is not known whether there are demons in the Caesar family, it is obvious that Gray and Ivy do not have this qualification. Besha, this is Mr. Agel. He is here to help Mr. Otis understand the booking situation. Do you need me to help you get rid of this idiot? As soon as Ivy finished speaking, Gray let the middle-aged man next to him go, pointed at the necromancer, and asked Tibesha from a distance. At this time, there were more than a dozen strong men in black suits standing behind Gray. They did not look like adventurers, and they all wore a conspicuous thick wristband on their wrists. The wristband was not an adventurer's bracelet, but a magic prop containing space technology. If it was right, it would allow these strong men to quickly complete the armor dressing. The personal attributes of Gray and Ivy in front of them should not be high, but even if it was a low-quality armor exoskeleton, it was not something that ordinary adventurers could confront head-on. The combat power of these people should not be underestimated. After just a glance at the men in black, Tibesha turned her attention to the middle-aged man next to Gray. Although he ranked a little behind, Gray was at least the heir of the Caesar family, so it was not uncommon for him to be accompanied by bodyguards when he went out. The man named Agel was a problem. Tibesha didn't know the specific relationship between Mu Hua and Odysseus, and the Agel in front of her had already put his disdain on his face, showing his impatience without any concealment. Are you the boss here? Mr. Odysseus needs a place where everyone can rest in peace. Look at what you have here. Agel complained and accused. While speaking, he suddenly saw some powder in the hands of the necromancer, and subconsciously covered his nose with his hand. I don't think you have the ability to receive a strategy team here, Gray. Let's go and take a look at your hotel. With disdain in his eyes, Agel said, turning around and preparing to leave. Gaga ga. The friction of bones gathered into a sound like a strange cry, and the necromancer controlled the constructed undead to slowly approach the direction of demand. The bone fangs took tiger steps, and the skeleton raised the sword sideways. Demand was about to call Agel, but he saw the necromancer on the opposite side using a staff oozing blood to outline a magic circle on the ground. The necromancer's lips trembled quickly, as if he was chanting some spells, and the strange tone was difficult to distinguish. The next moment, 3 groups of blue-green ghost fires rose from the magic circle, floating beside the necromancer, as if they could attack at any time. Looking for death. The constructed undead would be fine, but seeing the necromancer casting a spell, Barbara's pupils were cold and fierce, and she grabbed a narrow and long machete in her hand, as if she wanted to attack the necromancer directly. Let me do it. Vivian stretched out her hand to stop Barbara. Without any movement from Vivian, the space around the necromancer suddenly rippled. Crack, crack, heavy sword suddenly swung out from the void, cut off the neck bones of the constructed undead. Puff, 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 4 sickle-like bone blades pierced the necromancer's thighs and shoulders. Ah! Screamed in pain, and the sudden change in the field surprised everyone. At this time, the necromancer's limbs were pierced and his body was hooked off the ground by the bone blades. The situation in front of him was like the sneak attack that Mu Hua had hidden the body of the summoned beast, and used the undead to summon. Although Vivian's constructed undead did not appear, the bone arm and bone blade that stretched out from the void made people feel chilled. Corpse demon space, an inherent magic of Vivian, she had always thought it was her unique magic until she saw Mu Hua use the summoned beast to play a similar effect. Of course, the effects are similar, but there are differences between the two. Vivian's corpse space is indeed special. As for Mu Hua, it is purely because the summoning skills are pushed too high, and some delicate techniques appear. Black Blood Princess Winerite. A cry came from the young man, who had been following Agel, and had not spoken. Ah? Who are you talking about? The young man stared at Vivian with his eyes fixed, and Vivian spoke in surprise. Chapter 335. A strange young man. After Vivian attacked the necromancer, A strange young man called out a name that sounded very impressive to Vivian, which made Vivian look confused. "My name is Vivian, you got the wrong person." Because the young man's expression was too incredible, Vivian replied. The young man still looked Vivian up and down very impolitely, and after a moment, a misunderstanding of the corner of his mouth showed a smile. The eyes of everyone present were once again focused on the necromancer, who was hooked by the bone blade. The bone blade was very wide. Fortunately, it did not penetrate too much into the necromancer's body, otherwise he would have become pieces of meat. If you have a certain understanding of the constructed undead, you should be able to see that it is the leg of the centipede death sickle, and this attack method is very strange. Speaking of which, whether Muhua let the summoned beast only show a fist from the summoning space to chisel people, or directly extended a knife to stab people, in fact, those are very strange things. Most people would never associate that with the summoning of the undead when they see that. They would think it was a different form of undead binding. After all, other people don't have summoned beasts like Muhua, and no one would be idle to push the level of summoning skills, let alone Muhua's style of reaching level 50 or 60. So letting the summoned beast hide in the summoning space, and stretch out a part of its body to beat people is a very unusual thing in itself. And Vivian's corpse demon space that allows the constructed undead to do the same thing is indeed a special enough inherent magic. However, Muhua always took his fancy operations for granted, which made Vivian doubt that her inherent magic was actually mediocre. Swish, swish, several bone knives came out of the void again, cutting the tendons of the necromancer's hands and feet. It's better to be careful with this kind of guy. "Boss, now, should we call the police?" The necromancer screamed again, and Vivian asked Tibesha. With her long black hair, Vivian looked elegant and quiet. When everyone was shocked by the cruelty of this beautiful girl, Tibesha was a little surprised by Vivian's address to her. Is this to save face for herself in front of outsiders? But isn't the leader good? This boss doesn't sound good. Tibesha muttered in her heart, and just when she was about to speak, a window on the second floor of the hotel was suddenly pushed open, and an angry shout came from the window. "Damn it! What are you doing? Demand, what's going on?" Muhua was standing at the window with his bare chest. When Demand and the others looked back in surprise, they saw a beautiful woman with a messy petticoat approaching Muhua from the window, holding Muhua's shoulder with one hand, curiously watching the situation outside. Paggy, the founder of the Robin Enchantment brand, said earlier that she was looking for Muhua. Tina received her and also greeted Tibesha and the others. At this time, "Pa!" Vivian spat lightly and stopped looking at the couple at the window. Tibesha gave Muhua a middle finger in return, and Paggy beside Muhua did not shy away, and even waved to Tibesha to say hello. Well, after receiving Webster's notice, Paggy first gathered a batch of magic stones, and sent them to Muhua, and by the way, she received 2 tubes of youth potion from Muhua. After getting the youth potion, Paggy used one portion first, because the youth potion has a more obvious effect on skin care. After taking one portion of the potion, she looked noticeably younger. The psychological excitement made Page more eager for physical release, and then Muhua was dragged to the guest room on the second floor, and then, there were probably some shameless things. The youth potion made Page passionate, and more crazy than usual. In order to fight Muhua to the death, she even took a pseudo-dragon potion. Although it was a weakened version of the dragon power potion, it also gave Page the capital to fight Muhua. When everything returned to calm, the 2 people who were enjoying the warmth were disturbed by the screams outside the window, and Muhua angrily questioned. Muhua was disturbed, and the screams of the necromancer also attracted the attention of other people in the hotel. "Hi, Mr. Muhua, is your place always so lively?" On the balcony next door, Alex greeted Muhua in a thick coat. As a member of the strategy team reserved by Odysseus, Alex came to the town early. She was tricked by the Basanimo demon outside the town, and it was Muhua who rescued her. But later, she had no chance to contact Muhua, and she only met him occasionally in the hotel lobby and said hello. No, it should be an accident. It seems that trouble has come. After shouting, Muhua also saw the situation downstairs. Vivian's attack was quite heavy, but the damage constructed undead on the ground made Muhua directly classify the other party as a troublemaker. "Hey, Mu." The window on the other side of the next door was pushed open, and Nick winked and greeted Muhua. Looking sideways, Muhua was surprised that all his neighbors were acquaintances. Looking at Muhua, who lived in the same room with Page, Nick showed a teasing expression, and Debbie beside him nodded to Page. Nick and Debbie both knew Paget, but Paget was a career-oriented woman, and they had never been able to talk to her in the past. Although Paget played like crazy when she was with Muhua in private, she was still quite dignified when outsiders were present. Because of Muhua, Paget kindly greeted Nick, and the few of them looked downstairs again. Do you know those people? Nick frowned and asked Muhua after seeing the people downstairs clearly. No. Vivian, you're too heavy-handed. Stop the bleeding first, don't let him die at the gate. Muhua shook his head and shouted downstairs. Boss, he was the first to provoke an attack. He released the constructed undead and used offensive spells. Demand replied. Oh, then don't stop the bleeding. Call the police first and hand him over to the security team. Muhua changed his words and looked at Nick. Do you know those people? Do you know TND Bank? What? What bank? Nick's question surprised Muhua. He dared to use such a name. He looked so awesome. It's a private bank with a good reputation in the north of the empire. It has always been run by the Caesar family. It has a lot of business dealings with adventurers. That blonde guy, he is from the Caesar family. Paji also put on a coat, tidied up her messy hair, and restored her dignified appearance. She pointed at the blonde young man downstairs and said to Muhua. Muhua didn't know much about the family power in the Magic Empire, but he felt that the name of TND Bank was full of flaws. That's the 17th son of the Caesar family. His private life is quite messy, and he plays crazy. The woman next to him is Ivy Benson. Have you never seen her? Nick added. Illegitimate child? Muhua's eyes lit up. Yeah. It's not easy to be Gray's female companion. In recent years, Caesar has had some ideas about Benson. Ivy is very close to the Caesar family. It is said that she has friendships with several heirs of the Caesar family. Mrs. Samantha has been a little indulgent to her. Nick hinted. Oh. Well, that's the Benson family's business. I don't pay much attention to the Benson family's business. Muhua was slightly stunned, and then said calmly, which made Padge beside him look at his expression. Oh, you can tell the difference clearly, so it's good. But why would they come to your place to make trouble? Nick smiled and puzzled. Although no one confirmed whether the necromancer had any relationship with Ivy and the others, none of them believed that the simultaneous appearance of the parties was a coincidence. If it really came to that, Muhua was probably the simplest among them. They would not dwell on anything. Since Ivy and Gray appeared at the scene of the dispute, Nick directly linked them to the necromancer. Chapter 336. Muhua couldn't understand why Ivy would go to the hotel to cause trouble. Could it be that she wanted Gray to support her in front of Tabitha? The man below is called Agel, and he is one of the logistics leaders of Mr. Otta's team. Among the few people, Alex suddenly pointed at the middle-aged man next to Gray and said, Ivy wanted to register as a strategist, but was rejected by the association. Speaking of Otis, Paget said, Size opened a hotel in the new city, and Gray is the person in charge. It seems that they have set their sights on Mr. Otis. After Paget, Nick shook his head and said, The few people talked one after another, and it seemed that they had dug up the background of the group of people below in a short period of time. Alex and Paget were fine, but Nick also knew a lot about the situation of the Caesar family, which aroused Muhua's curiosity. You know all this? Oh, I don't have much to do, so I always have to find some entertainment. Nick said with a smile, in a joking tone, but it also made Padge look at him a few more times. Nick is also somewhat famous in Haman. Padge's original impression of him is that he is a playboy who loves to make trouble. Now it seems that the rumors about him are not comprehensive. Gray and his group downstairs seem to be talking to Tabitha. The distance is far, and there are a lot of noises. Muhua can't hear clearly, and he focuses more on Ivy. After waiting for so long, he finally saw a living illegitimate child. Muhua couldn't help but look at the other party carefully. Ivy is a pretty woman. She looks very hot, with long wavy hair, red lips and pink cheeks, and a confident look. When facing Tabitha, although there is always a smile on her face, there is always a bit of hard-to-disguise meanness in her eyes. Because it is winter, the temperature is relatively low. Regardless of whether the body is cold-resistant or not, women will always wear seasonal clothes. Ivy is wearing a fur coat, or rather, she is wearing a fur coat. Under the coat is a thin and sexy low-cut skirt, and her slender legs are covered with stockings. Because the fabric of the skirt is relatively soft, Ivy's chest does not seem to be restrained, but it is quite eye-catching. How to say it? For women's breasts, in normal times, regardless of the size and proportion, people will call it breasts, or if it is more exposed, it will be called rough-on. But Ivy's slightly drooping, slightly shaking, as if it is vacuum, coupled with a soft and thin low-cut coat, will make men subconsciously think of the word nicey. Fashion people will probably judge it as sexy, but when it is alone in a dark room with the opposite sex, it is inevitable to match it with the word slutty. Well, it is not derogatory, but it is the kind of slutty that most men like. Retracting his gaze, Muhua shook his head. She was a pretty woman, but unfortunately, she might also become a pretty corpse. Hey Odysseus, when are you coming over? I saw a man named Agel here. He is hanging out with the young master of the Caesar family, and seems to be causing trouble here. After learning the identities of the people downstairs, Muhua called Odysseus directly. Odysseus wanted to integrate the trivial matters related to the team, and said that he would come over in a day or two. He would deal with Agel, while Alex on the balcony next door pricked up his ears, and secretly remembered Muhua's casual attitude when talking to Odysseus. After hanging up the phone, Muhua lay on the windowsill, and looked downstairs, chatting with Nick and others. Agel downstairs soon received a call from Odysseus. What's going on over there? Odysseus' tone was a little bad on the phone, and Agel couldn't help but take a few steps away from the people around him. Sir, there's a necromancer in this Dandelion Hotel, and they have a conflict with the necromancer. Now the necromancer was beaten half to death at the door of the hotel. I'm worried that there will be trouble in the hotel later. Do you think we should change a hotel? I can arrange it before the team arrives. Agel said to Odysseus. Do you know that the owner of the hotel is the inspector assigned to us by the association? No, it's the inspector general. Odysseus asked in a deep voice. The one called Demand? Agel's expression froze, and he turned to peek at Demand, then glanced at Tibesha, and then suddenly remembered something and looked up at Muhua upstairs. Fuck. Don't you even know who the owner of the hotel is? There are also aid materials given to us by the Strategy Association. If you offend the Inspector General, I will make you sell your ass. Don't mention the necromancer. Even if the hotel is built in a burial ground, you should book a room for me first. Do you understand? Fuck. Odysseus cursed angrily, and the voice on the phone attracted the attention of several people around Agel. Yes, sorry sir, I know. Agel sweated on his forehead. Odysseus didn't mention his friendship with Muhua, but an inspector general was enough to make Agel sweat in the cold wind. This position could interfere with the operation of the strategy team in all aspects. It is no exaggeration to say that if he offended Muhua, it would basically be equivalent to offending the entire strategy team. Yes, that's right. When the inspector general is looking for trouble, the first person the team members hate is definitely not the inspector general, but him, the one who caused the trouble. There is no way. When many people encounter trouble, they don't want to solve the troublemaker. They are more accustomed to confronting the person who is related to the trouble, and is easier to bully. Or, when Agel got involved with the association's inspector general, he was wrong. In fact, it is better not to contact some people if you can, even if he is directly related to the circle you are in. What is the use of your own boss? Letting the boss talk nonsense with them is the most efficient way to interact. If there is a real problem, it is the boss who will take it. Otherwise, what is the use of the boss? Well, here we are talking about the boss, not the master. Agel secretly asked for bad luck. I don't know Muhua, it's not that he doesn't worry. Odysseus is a well-known brave mentor, and a close friend of Webster. In the past, the inspectors sent by the association were directly connected by Odysseus, and they were introduced to everyone after the team launched the strategy. People in Odysseus's team basically don't pay attention to this link. Who would have thought that this time he would hit the muzzle of the gun, and hit the muzzle of the inspector general? Hurry up and deal with the hotel's affairs. Also, recruit some locals to join the logistics team. After scolding Agel, Odysseus calmed down and arranged work for Agel. Is the Cane's courtyard open to adventurers? By the way, go to the courtyard to post a recruitment notice for the temporary auxiliary team. You can ask Muhua about his attitude in this regard. If he has anyone to arrange, you can review it. Odysseus gave instructions, and Agel responded one by one. Before hanging up the call, Odysseus asked about Lin Feng's situation. Agel looked at the young man next to him. After confirming that everything was fine, Odysseus hung up the call. Agel breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Agel? Seeing the end of the call, Gray spoke to Agel, who looked very strange. Mr. Caesar, Mr. Odysseus ordered me to deal with the relationship with the Inspector General, so I go first. Agel replied with a hint of meaning, then glanced at the necromancer who had been thrown to the ground, and turned to walk towards where Tabitha and her group were. Inspector General? Gray frowned. Mr. Caesar could be regarded as Agel's respectful title for him, respectful, but also distant, which was obviously different from when he called him Gray earlier. The Caesar family is indeed very powerful, But compared to Agel's work and life, involving Odysseus and the strategy team, no matter how powerful Caesar is, it has nothing to do with Agel. The last reminder is also to keep some friendship with Gray. Well, the boss here. With his back to Gray, Agel saw Muhua walking out of the hotel gate. When he saw Alex appearing behind Muhua, Agel's pace quickened a bit. Muhua went downstairs. Alex should have come to meet Agel. But Padge and Nick were not interested in joining in the fun. Demand explained the situation to Muhua. At this time, Agel stepped forward quickly and stopped 4 or 5 steps away from Muhua. Mr. Muhua? Agel asked tentatively, glancing at Alex. Seeing Alex nod, he smiled without waiting for Muhua to speak. Sir, it's an honor to meet you. The things here have nothing to do with us. Mr. Otis has contacted me just now about the room. Agel said respectfully to Muhua, but was interrupted by Muhua. Okay, you can discuss the details with Demand. I will deal with the things here first. If there are any problems, we will talk later. Muhua waved his hand, and Agel nodded. Demand led the way, and Agel said goodbye to Muhua and followed. However, the young man who had been following Agel did not catch up. He looked at Tibesha with burning eyes until Agel called him. Do you know that boy? He looks good. The young man looked at Tibesha with a strange look, and it was hard to say whether it was obsession or pity. Muhua asked Tibesha in surprise. Tibesha was also very puzzled. She didn't know the young man. She was stared at just now, and wanted to beat him up. At this time, Agel, who was walking behind a man, approached Alex. Alec, how long have you been here? Are you familiar with Mr. Muhua? Agel asked Alex with expectation. Without thinking too much, Alex knew what Agel wanted to ask. She was unhappy, but she didn't want to offend Agel. Although Agel couldn't do anything to her, it wasn't difficult to cause her some trouble in the team. Agel, he just came out of Miss Paget's room. Don't talk nonsense. Alex said in a half-joking tone. Chapter 337. The necromancer is like a blood suppression for the necromancer, and the key is the breath of death. When Muhua approached the necromancer, who was making trouble in front of the hotel, the condensed and lingering breath of death on him almost suffocated the necromancer. No, not almost suffocated, but he was holding his breath and dared not breathe. Even if he received the treatment of the healing spell, he was bleeding heavily at this time. If his internal organs took in such a strong breath of death, it would inevitably cause irreversible damage to his body. Trample, tramp, tramp, tramp. The steady footsteps seemed like the coming of the god of death, and the madness in his eyes was replaced by fear. The necromancer's pale face due to blood loss gradually turned red. In his eyes, Muhua was like a monster with gray smoke all over his body. Hello, my name is Muhua, professor of the potions department of the Spring Branch. I like necromancers. Welcome to the Demand Hotel. Muhua stretched out his hand to the necromancer, as if he wanted to pull him up from the ground. No, don't come over, don't come over. The necromancer sat on the ground and backed away, constantly widening the distance between him and Muhua. Seeing that Muhua wanted to take another step, the necromancer didn't care about anything else and screamed like a frightened deer. Surprise flashed across the faces of everyone present. They guessed what Muhua had done to the necromancer, but only Vivian, a necromancer, could see the gray smoke rising from Muhua's body like the necromancer. Vivian's eyes were shining, and the death aura did not spread, but only condensed around Muhua. Vivian was impressed that Muhua's control over the breath of death had reached this level. She didn't care about the life or death of the necromancer. She cared more about the lingering deathly aura on Muhua. When the dead air reaches this level, it can be regarded as an invisible and intangible means of attack. This dead air itself is a deadly poison. No, if it is integrated with some magic properties, it is a deadly poison. This is also one of the reasons why Trish's corpse engraving is magical, but lacks a market. Muhua's death breath has reached its peak. When he obtained the rank of the Pale Lord, the one-way conversion of death air and magic power became a two-way conversion. He can convert his own magic power into death air, and he himself can become a source of death air. When the death breath is activated, the death air gathered from the outside world will cause large-scale pollution to the surrounding area, although Muhua still cannot control this phenomenon. But recently, in order to obtain magic power to condense his own purgatory weapons, after a long period of practice of launching death breath on the Abyss Island, Muhua gradually became able to control his own death breath, and can make the effect of condensing the death breath emitted by himself. Although in some people's eyes, the breath of death is like a bad gray fog and dust, in fact, most people can only see the impact of the breath of death, and they cannot see the breath of death. Even people who have awakened the psychic constitution cannot do this. Only by having enough contact with the undead can they observe the existence of the breath of death through vision. If there is no offensive transformation, the breath of death is like ordinary air to people who have awakened the psychic constitution. At most, it will make people who are not used to it feel that the air is turbid and unbearable. But for people without psychic constitution, the breath of death is undoubtedly a life-consuming existence. Although necromancers also play with the undead, and use the breath of death to cast spells, it is a pity that they are called necromancers because they have not obtained the psychic constitution. Clairvoyance can be achieved through magic potions, but if they don't want to become liches, they still have to be careful when facing death. Mu Hua's hand scared the necromancer to death. In fact, many of the necromancer's arrogant qualities come from their belief that they have the ability to kill people in a large area, or they are like a biological bomb, which will explode if they are provoked, and no one will be able to recover. But if they face Mu Hua, who is not threatened by them, and has the ability to defuse the bomb unilaterally, their pride will become a complete joke. This is also the fundamental reason why necromancers usually can't raise their heads in front of the necromancer. The necromancer in front of him didn't dare to show any arrogance in front of Mu Hua. He knew very well that the bottles and jars on his body could be used as condiments by Mu Hua. If Mu Hua touched him, he would be infected with such a strong aura of death. Except for self-castration and becoming a lich, he would have no other way to survive. This was more painful for him than death. The necromancer retreated again and again. When the police car of the security team arrived, he actually took the initiative to get into the police car, which made Bellica look at Mu Hua and ask him inexplicably. After briefly explaining the situation to Bellica asked Mu Hua to go to the police station to make a statement. Mu Hua thought it was troublesome, and asked Bellica to just let the necromancer go. As a result, Bellica was inevitably dissatisfied. Reluctantly, he agreed to let Demand report to the police station later. When Bellica saw Gray in the distance, Mu Hua felt a very obvious murderous intent from her. Well, although he was not a veteran, Mu Hua had really committed many murders, and his perception of murderous intent was still quite sharp. It was not just hostility, at this moment, but Leica clearly had murderous intent. Why? Do you know him? I heard he's the eldest son, and he's not easy to mess with. Mu Hua asked Bellica, and her murderous intent seemed to have alarmed Gray's bodyguards. Eldest son? Is he worthy? Then what about the 13 in front of him? I don't know him. Bellica retracted her gaze from Gray, and said with contempt. 13? Isn't he the 17th son? Bellica obviously knew Gray, and the 17th son really couldn't be considered the eldest son. Seeing that Bellica had no intention of contacting Gray, Mu Hua asked curiously. It's better to have more dead if a few died. He might think so too. Remember to ask someone to take a statement. Bellica said, and turned away. TSK, this is probably the advantage of having many children, not afraid of death. Watching the police car leave, it seems that Bellica doesn't hate Gray, but Caesar's family? Mu Hua guessed in his heart. After dealing with the necromancer, Mu Hua walked towards Gray and Ivy. Both of them looked at Mu Hua with a scrutinizing look, and Ivy's look was more explicit, with undisguised contempt and disgust written all over her face. What to do with a girl who is looking for a beating? You can't beat her here, and you have to poke her in the waist. Should you show some kindness here first? How about a gentle and generous big brother? Mu Hua pondered in his heart. Since you are here, don't stand outside. The room has been cleaned up for you. Go home. Ignoring Gray, who was looking at him with interest, Mu Hua said to Ivy in an almost gentle tone. Ivy was stunned, and the expression on her face froze. What's going on? Gray was puzzled. Did this kid know Ivy? Tabesha and the others were stunned. Did Mu Hua take the wrong medicine? Most of the people were puzzled, and Ivy's expression was frozen the longest, as if she had something to say but was held back, which made her expression a little strange. Mu Hua was born in Lanton, and his kinship with Samantha was superficial, without real blood relationship. Samantha recognized him as a relative and brought him to Loren. He was a citizen of Loren, a collateral of Benson, a potion master, a professor of the academy, and so on. Now all his identities were bought with money. Samantha was generous to him, and gave him a hotel to settle down as soon as he arrived. This man was a bit idle. He didn't do many adventurer tasks, and he didn't teach in the academy for a few days. I don't know how much money Samantha spent on the academy, but the academy actually arranged him in the Dusk Courtyard. Facing the Blood Clan werewolves in the Dusk Courtyard, maybe it was wise for him not to go to class. He likes to hang out with some townspeople on weekdays. I heard that there are some summoned beasts, and I'm afraid Samantha's contribution is indispensable. Ivy had investigated Mu Hua's situation. In her opinion, Mu Hua was Samantha's man. Samantha's dislike for her half-siblings was almost written on her face. She was obviously older than Tabitha, and the people around Samantha always called Tabitha the eldest lady. But what does this Mu Hua mean? Fuck, are you playing tricks on me? When I was coaxing a man, you were still playing with mud. After being stunned, Ivy was annoyed, but Mu Hua looked at her strangely, with dissatisfaction, pampering, and even a little pity. That look made Ivy feel a little sour in her heart. Following Mu Hua's gaze, Ivy saw the marks on her wrists. She should not care about the marks, but Ivy couldn't help shrinking her wrists subconsciously. How did you get hurt? Oh, forget it. Mu Hua frowned and asked Ivy, and shook his head, and turned to look at Gray. Chapter 338. Mr. Gray, I once heard that rules exist to prevent people from fighting wantonly. In front of the hotel, under the observation of Tabesha and others, Mu Hua said to Gray. A casual suit with exquisite fabrics and proper color matching can show his taste and status in both business occasions and social gatherings. Cufflinks, collar clips, bracelets, rings, and some exquisite accessories that look quite expensive. Young and unruly, Gray has a very upright posture, and he has the temperament of a noble young master. Faced with Mu Hua's questioning words, Gray was slightly stunned, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, Mu Hua, right? Don't be so polite, just call me Gray. Gray said with a smile, looking at Mu Hua with interest. Want to kill? Haha, there's something wrong with that. When a miracle happens, a sufficient number of sheep may be able to kill a lion. But rules exist to prevent lions from killing sheep wantonly. Gray said to Mu Hua. Even the species are different? The rules between people have distorted the concept of people. Is this the doctrine you believe in? Mu Hua frowned. It's just a relatively easy to understand metaphor. Haha, I won't say something I shouldn't say. Gray laughed playfully. Mu Hua, right. It seems that my previous understanding of you is a bit biased. You are an adventurer, just like you and the necromancer just now. The minimum standard for the rules to be established is also lions and hyenas. Isn't it? Gray walked a few steps closer to Mu Hua, and pulled Ivy's arm while talking. Ivy's arm was lifted by Gray, and the cuffs slipped down, revealing the marks of being strangled by the rope on her wrist. We haven't met before, but you don't seem to like me. Is it because of the necromancer just now? Or because of this? Gray pulled Ivy's wrist to his mouth and kissed it gently. That necromancer was a mistake. If it's this, you don't need to worry, she likes this, you know? This is just our little entertainment, Gray said, holding Ivy's waist. Twitching his mouth, seeing Ivy and Gray acting like a couple, Mu Hua was speechless. Mu Hua, what are you going to do? It's not your turn to take care of my business. If you think that necromancer is related to us, you should interrogate him instead of causing trouble for Gray. Ivy tried her best to protect Gray, and she also said to Mu Hua coldly at this time. He was disgusted in his heart, but Mu Hua still had a helpless expression on his face. In fact, Mu Hua is also good at pretending. In fact, few people who crawl at the bottom of society can't act. Some perform well, some perform badly, some get someone to cooperate with them while they are acting, and some simply refuse to act because they find that they can't get any benefits. No matter whether it is screwing screws or mixing in society, what is the most important thing when you are out there? People who are straightforward and tough usually die quickly. People who are scheming and cunning are bound to be stabbed in the back. Simple and low-class people will inevitably be excluded and bullied. The ones left in the end are those who can pretend and act. Mu Hua wanted to stab Ivy, but he couldn't just take out a knife when he met her, right? First choose a way to get along with her, and then let Tuesday throw a death on her. In order to reduce his suspicion, Mu Hua chose the conciliatory route, but the result was that he left himself with a lot of disgust. He understands many principles, but he doesn't necessarily follow them. When he really does it, he gets bored in a minute. Oh, forget it. Let's go see the room prepared for you first. If you need anything, you can find me. Mu Hua sighed helplessly, and turned to look at Gray. Mr. Gray, no matter what, her last name is Benson. Mu Hua hesitated, with a little stubbornness and a little warning in his tone. It's a pity that you are not Benson. Gray's smile faded, and he glanced at Tabitha, with an ambiguous expression on his face. Mu Hua, you look like a smart person, and the relationship between Benson and your family may be more complicated than you think. If you have time, I think we can talk, Gray said to Mu Hua. While talking, Gray had already walked towards the hotel with Ivy, leaving Mu Hua with a back view. And Ivy glanced at Mu Hua, opened her mouth, and finally did not speak, and turned to hold Gray's arm, and chuckled and muttered something. A group of strong men escorted Gray and the other men into the hotel. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. What else could be the connection between the Benson family and him besides Samantha? He had the thoughts of an adult since he was a child. He was not a child who didn't know anything since he was born. He had lived at the bottom of society for most of his life in his previous life. As long as he didn't talk about those professional knowledge, there was nothing he couldn't understand. After Samantha married into the Benson family, she definitely had a lot of negative impact on the Mu family, but that had nothing to do with him. The older generation had all died before he was born. Family affection would not come out of nothing, and they were very taboo about self-indulgence. The cheap parents didn't give him the opportunity to cultivate feelings. If blood must be said to create family affection out of nothing, then at least wealth, fame, glory, even if it was just a vague pride, could be created out of nothing. At least the descendants should be able to find one of them, right? People always like to imagine the psychological activities of orphans as pitiful, which is somewhat taken for granted. Before real orphans start to feel sorry for themselves, they are definitely thinking about how to survive alone without anyone to take care of them. Just like a fledgling leaving the nest, it is a habit engraved in the biological instinct. They will only become more independent and more self-centered. They will only feel sorry for themselves when it is beneficial for them. In fact, if we really want to judge good and bad by kindness, innocence, honesty, etc., there are really few good things among orphans. Even the fact that orphans still have a hard life and development when they grow up is not because they did not have their parents to take care of them when they were young, but because they did not have their elders to take care of them when they grew up. So, no matter how much the Benson family is related to the Mu family, it is estimated that Mu Hua will not think much about it. Leaving the nest early and being independent, if you have to talk about blood ties, I don't know whether it is a humane or anti-humane argument. At this point, the only people he was involved with were Samantha and Tabitha. Mu Hua heard some hints of provocation and seduction in Gray's tone, but unfortunately, just like Mu Hua expressed his feelings to Ivy in the wrong way, our 17th young master obviously expressed his feelings to Mu Hua in the wrong way. Everyone dispersed, and Tabitha walked to Mu Hua. "Let's go!" Tabitha gestured to Barbara to leave, and said to Mu Hua. Mu Hua was puzzled, and couldn't help but follow Tabitha's footsteps. Going around the hotel, and coming to the edge of the training ground, from a distance, in a corner of the training ground, a group of young men and women were sharpening swords with Hingjin grinding wheels. The so-called Hingjin is the ore that can be refined into demon gold coins. The name is quite high-sounding, but it is essentially different from demon gold coins. It is not a very precious thing, so there is no need to say more here. Sharpening knives, repairing weapons with grinding wheels made of Hingjin particles. This is also a compulsory course for logistics personnel. Shooting practice is to enable logistics personnel to have a certain self-protection ability in emergencies. Physical training is to cope with the weight of miscellaneous items. Setting up tent camps, dismantling monster corpses, loading and repairing cars, grinding arrows, maintaining weapons and equipment, etc. These are the main tasks of logistics personnel. Standing side by side with Mu Hua, watching the men and women in training from a distance, Taibesha spoke softly. "Cousin, do you hate Ivy? Why do you ask that? Can't it be because of you that I want to take care of her? After all, she is your sister. Who keeps calling her a bastard all the time? It's just a title. I admit that it's a bad habit. Hee, as long as you like it. However, cousin, leaving a sinister impression on people around you is somewhat not worth it." Taibesha rolled her eyes, with a tone of advice. "Is it that obvious?" Mu Hua wondered. He hadn't said a word to Ivy, and it was okay to say that he was familiar or hypocritical, but how could Taibesha directly connect it to the extent that she hated Ivy? Not obvious, just my feeling. Of course, the premise is that you can keep pretending. Seeing that Mu Hua was no longer playing dumb, Taibesha said with relief. "We should focus on ourselves. They chose a different path from us. Everything they have revolves around family power struggles. Samantha doesn't like us to get involved in those trivial matters. And you have a magical abyss island, so we don't need to target them. It's not an emotional non-competition." Mu Hua can clearly feel her disdain for Ivy and others from Taibesha's tone. Mu Hua frowned slightly. Samantha didn't let Taibesha get involved in family affairs, and Mu Hua even felt that Samantha didn't support Taibesha's adventures much. Is this a kind of naivety? Or a kind of protection for Tabitha? Mu Hua didn't quite understand it for a moment, but when he nodded to deal with Tabitha, he didn't intend to target those illegitimate children in his heart. He just promised Samantha to kill them. Especially after seeing Ivy dragging the young master of the Caesar family to cause trouble for the hotel, inviting a wolf into the house? Destroying the family business? Digging into the corner of your own family? Although he has not experienced the so-called family influence, Muhua thought, this is not how the family fights for power, right? Watched too many soap operas. After seeing Ivy, Muhua understood more and more why Samantha wanted to kill them. Chapter 339. Ivy's arrival brought a new guest to the third floor of the hotel. Muhua discovered that the conflict between the descendants of the Benson family seemed to be more acute than he had imagined. Tabitha always treated Ivy with a calm attitude, so calm that she almost ignored her. Ivy always had an unconcealed contempt for Tabitha, but she was also on guard against Tabitha, as if Tabitha would grab her and slap her at any time. Even if the two would greet each other when they met, they would stagger far away from each other, and Ivy would never take the initiative to communicate with Tabitha. Tabitha always hung out with Vivian, Icarus, and Eve. These four girls were more like sisters. Clark was like a stereotyped younger brother who was always teased by them. Tabitha would also show concern for those in the logistics team. Ivy was more with Gray. They would spend time with Agel, who was sent by Odysseus to scout ahead. After confirming that Muhua was the Inspector General of the Raiders Association, Ivy and Gray's expressions were obviously more gloomy when they met Muhua. And Muhua did not try to get close to Ivy for the time being, as the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Muhua has been looking for opportunities to attack Ivy, the kind that goes in with a white knife and comes out with a red knife. Unfortunately, she and Gray are too close, and Muhua can't find an opportunity for a while. He wants to use a gel to separate the two, but he is worried about complications. In addition, there are many adventurers wandering around in the town recently, so Muhua temporarily puts his mind aside. The hotel affairs are arranged by demand. As a hands-off manager, Muhua was originally planning to go to the Abyss Island to smelt the magic stone sent by Padge, and by the way, it's time to ask Tuesday to go out. But Muhua was very surprised that the small-town arms dealer Old Mori suddenly came to the hotel. What's more, the old guy actually invited Muhua to have a drink in the hotel. Did this guy break up with Old Baron? He even supports Demand's liquor business. Hey man, is it possible that Lady Eudora is in love with Old Baron? Coming to the table near the bar, Muhua sat next to Old Mori, and took a glass of gin with olive juice. Haha, Eudora's eyes are all about me, Mu. I have something serious to talk to you about. When Old Mori said this with a smile, Muhua unexpectedly found that he was actually wearing formal clothes, and his usual ruffian look seemed to have lessened a lot. What's wrong? You look like this, and give me a bad feeling. What happened? Old Mori's strangeness made Muhua put away his joking attitude. He can be regarded as the first person Muhua made friends with after coming to Loren, and it was thanks to his introduction that Muhua was able to integrate into the town so quickly. Although the two of them usually joked and made noises, and sometimes made some irresponsible jokes, Muhua also regarded him as a friend. No, don't worry, I'm fine. I came here just to ask you, how do you feel about Hobart? Old Mori waved his hand and asked. Hubert? Your son-in-law? I don't care what he does. Man, just tell me what's going on, Muhua said inexplicably. Old Mori turned his head and looked around. The lobby on the first floor was very spacious. In addition, many guests had gone to the courtyard recently, so there were not many people around the two of them. Old Mori didn't look nervous. This action was like gossiping about someone in a bar. It was just a habit. Mu, Pete has been getting more and more outrageous recently, Old Mori said. Well, I know. Didn't you say you wanted to remove him? No problem, I support it. Muhua said casually. The right of citizens to vote and be elected is essentially like taking off your pants to fart, but knowing how to use a feather as a token of authority is not the same as actively ignoring and giving up. Since the establishment of the Cairn City project, Mayor Pete has been a little arrogant. Recently, he has not informed the townspeople of many things related to the town. He has not learned much of the skills of a politician, but his style is getting stronger and stronger. Muhua does not mind tripping him up. Yes, we want to remove him, but you also know that we will be Cairn City in the future. If we really push him down, what if Bridges sends us a mayor and district chief? Those people are all coming for Cairn City, and will definitely not be on the same side with us, Old Mori said. Bear Pig Town originally belonged to Hangman City, and Hangman City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Earl of Bridges. Now Bear Pig Town has been assigned to Cairn City, separated from Hangman, but still under the jurisdiction of Bridges. You mean? Old Mori's statement was not groundless. Originally, Bear Pig Town was located in a remote area and had nothing. Naturally, it would not attract the attention of the big men, and no politician was willing to go here. Now that the city construction has invested heavily, no matter whether it is speculation or planning, no matter whether it is dispatched or running on their own, I think there should be many people who come here to raise flags. Local officials, you are an outsider who comes to the local area to serve as an official. You say you will be dedicated to the welfare of the local area? I don't believe it. Of course, after the town became the city of Canes, the term local will gradually become blurred and changed. Probably only the original inhabitants of the town are more persistent in the original meaning of local. If they are not persistent, it doesn't matter. At most, they will not complain when they are ridden by outsiders in their hometown in the future. They will give up their own land, close their own business, and screws for others. But obviously, the stubborn people in Bear Pig Town are not aware of this for the time being. Muhwa also instantly understood that Old Mori intended to overthrow Pete, and then push one of his own people to the stage to take the position. Yes, that's right. What do you think about letting Hubbard be the mayor? Old Mori asked Muhwa. I think. Even if I think it's okay, it's not something that can be done by just squatting here and drinking a few sips, right? Muhwa said with a smile. No wonder Old Mori personally went to the battle. It seems that he wants to fight his own son-in-law. I have informed some people in the town about this matter. Ivan, Gina, Dorn and Selma all support it. Now it's up to you. Old Mori stared at Muhwa, and there was a bit of momentum in his old eyes to persuade people to join Lianshan. Ivan and Gina are both big households in the town. They control large tracts of land. Although one is a lumberjack and the other is a farmer and livestock breeder, they have a lot of say in the town. Including those bosses who run factories and enterprises. No matter how glamorous they are on the surface and how high their profits are, when it comes to the affairs of the town, it is not that they are unwilling to get involved with the town's bumpkins, but they know very well that they have no right to interfere in front of Ivan and Gina. Dorn is a doctor family in the town. In the early years when no one cared about the townspeople had a headache or fever, and they all relied on the Dorn family to take care of it. From treating eyes to treating constipation, from treating people to treating livestock, Dorn can do it. Well, no matter in any world, from ancient times to the present, there are only two abilities that can last forever. One is killing people, and the other is saving people. So Dorn is also quite important in the town. As for Selma, who sells magic materials, she is considered a veteran in the town. She is also the only resident in the town who knows some magic knowledge, and teaches it to the children in the town in the early years. In addition, Baron, who has been in charge of the town's entertainment venues for many years, and has been in the same boat with Old Mori since childhood, has gained the support of this group of people, so Old Mori has almost gained the support of all the townspeople. But gaining the support of the townspeople does not mean that his son-in-law can become the mayor. After all, they are just a group of unruly people. This is Bear Pig Town under the rule of the Magic Empire. For the Empire, public opinion is very important, but you can't do whatever you want. I don't need Muhwa to remind me of this. Old Mori can't not understand this. What do you want me to do? Muhwa asked Old Mori. I heard that you have a lot of skeleton followers. Old Mori asked. Who told you that? Muhwa was stunned. Everyone in the town knew that he was a necromancer, but he didn't summon a large number of skeletons in front of the villagers, and the townspeople couldn't tell whether the skeletons he made were his followers. I asked Trisha. Old Mori whispered. TSK, you actually persuaded her? Muhwa's eyelids twitched. This old guy is so awesome that he dared to tease the wandering witch. Well, as long as she is still in the town, no other witch will be allowed to open a shop in the town in the future. Old Mori said. Very good, if Hubbard doesn't go up, I will try my best to persuade Trisha to spare your life. Muhwa twitched his mouth. Don't talk about this. How many skeleton warriors do you have? Can you make up 100? Old Mori said. Who are you looking down on? You have the nerve to use the word make up when there are less than 500? What do you want them for? Muhwa curled his lips. He really has a lot of skeleton warriors. Hiss, are they all your followers? Old Mori took a breath of cold air. Well, that's not the case. If you can get me a few hundred demon skin scrolls, I sign them all. Muhwa shook his head. Demon skin scrolls are very cheap. The skin of a small demon can be used to make them. It's not that Muhwa can't afford demon skin scrolls, but it's just too much trouble. For the subordinate products created by skeleton warriors to brush skeleton mages, Muhwa finds it troublesome. He just asks them not to kill each other, and doesn't sign slavery contracts with them one by one. Then how many followers do you have? I dare not use them if they are not followers. Old Mori rolled his eyes. It's not that he can't afford demon skin scrolls, but he doesn't believe that Muhua can turn all those skeleton warriors into followers. You use them? You? Forget it, there are probably only 200 or 300 followers. What are you going to do? Muhua was stunned and waved his hand to ask. 200 or 300? Well, how about 200? You provide 200 skeleton warriors, and I will equip them with weapons and ammunition. I think, let Hobart form a guard to maintain the law and order of our town. And isn't the Star Patrol conference about to open? Let Hobart take them to show off. He is just a mayor, and he should be able to earn some money with such armed forces, right? Old Mori analyzed. Muhua was stunned. Maintain law and order? Hobart is not the mayor now. Are you a fake guard? I have discussed it with Sheriff Lorini, no problem. Old Mori said. Old man, why didn't I know you were so awesome before? But, what's the use of your first level exorcism bullets at the Star Patrol conference? Muhua really admired Old Mori, and it was not in vain to find Hobart as a father-in-law. Level 5 exorcism bullets. Kuna is willing to cooperate with us. She can provide level 5 exorcism bullets. Old Mori said proudly. Muhua was silent. My goodness! Even Kuna has joined the gang. Even if Pete doesn't step down, he will probably have no place in this town in the future. Chapter 340. You helped Trisha resist the foreign witches, but what about Kuna and Lorraine? Why do they help? Seeing that Old Mori quietly connected a circle that was very influential in the town, Muhua had to admire the old guy's initiative. If the previous few people had formed a group, Rita, Mark, Sam and others, who often opened shops in the town would probably have joined. It is understandable that these townspeople boycotted Pete, but Kuna and Lorraine would probably not accompany them if there is no benefit. Do you know the police station in the new city? Old Mori asked Muhua. Yes. Muhua nodded. The new city is the original development zone. After the project was approved by the city of Cairns, it became an urban area. The area was originally planned according to the city, and the public security there could not be maintained by the small guard team in the town. Lorraine originally wanted to move to the new city, but the city hall appointed a new chief, and that chief doesn't seem to like Lorraine very much. The police force and equipment in the new city were not assigned to Lorraine, and maybe they want to replace Lorraine as the chief of police. At this point, there was no need for Old Mori to continue explaining. The two looked at each other and shook their heads. In the past, Lorraine always had a businesslike attitude when dealing with things in the town, and her face was black and iron. Now a new city, a new police station, the boss doesn't want to play with us? Very good, then we should make more contributions to the future of the town. I didn't expect that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would be very flexible when encountering things involving his job position. As for Kuna, Vito is probably gone, you know that too, right? Old Mori said again. Yeah. Muhua nodded. The residents of the town are not rigid. Although they may not know the details of some things, it does not mean that they will not guess or spread. Quina has been in the town for a few years. This girl is a good person. She wants to run a security company, which is much better than Vito. It seems that it has been registered. It is called Destiny Granules. We are close to the entrance of the courtyard. There will be many adventurers walking around in the future. If there are foreign forces causing trouble in the town, Destiny Granules will also help. Old Mori said to Muhua. Under normal circumstances, the security of the town is naturally the responsibility of the security team, including some undecent forces coming to the town to cause trouble, which are also solved by the security team. But undecent forces do not do good things, and decent forces may also do bad things. There is no need to make this matter too clear. In short, people with a little social common sense should understand. The foreign forces that Old Mori mentioned coming to the town to cause trouble obviously refer to those forces that are more decent, more official, and even supported by the police. Muhua has always known that people in Loren don't like to put their lives and safety completely in the hands of others. According to Old Mori, they can be regarded as people in the town. Don't talk about gray industries. The so-called black will never disappear. If you don't seem to see black around you, it must not be that black disappears. Maybe they are wearing other coats, or some official institutions are already the darkest existence. Even if Kuna may take over Vito's business, according to Old Mori, the people in the town basically acquiesce that she has set up a flag here. Maybe sometimes chaos is also a protective color. Some things that seem difficult to understand are necessary. Quina has some weapons procurement channels, and can purchase some arms at a low price. I plan to cooperate with her to expand the business, and I don't have to worry about those weapons malls destroying my job all day long. What do you think? living under someone else's roof won't last long. Gina has agreed to transfer the 300-acre mountain near the west courtyard entrance to you. Will you come? Old Mori looked at Mu Hua with burning eyes. Expand the business? You are really hardworking. Mu Hua muttered in thought. Which Trisha probably doesn't think much, and it is likely that she will just follow the crowd when she gets involved in the town's affairs. Sheriff Lorini wants to keep her position, wants to establish a local foundation, and also tries to occupy a place in the future Kane City security system. Farmer Ivan and lumberyard owner Gina also need some protection beyond the official security to protect their own property. A single security team is still very scary. Kuda wants to establish a foothold in the town. Hobart plans to run for mayor, and Old Mori is also ready to expand the business scope of his gun shop with the help of Kuna. Compared with the town today, the population of Kane City will inevitably increase in the future. Facing an uncertain future, the residents of the town are also preparing for a rainy day. Speaking of which, all the things everyone does are centered on the future of the town, but they are not children. This kind of struggle that has a bit of a mantis arm to stop a chariot cannot make those who work hard become volunteers without any benefits. Conspiracy without talking about actual benefits is basically nonsense, and it is just hooliganism to say so after the matter is accomplished. The people of the Magic Empire are very conscious in this regard, and the 300 acres of mountain land proposed by Old Mori is the compensation for Mu Hua's efforts. At the same time, these 300 acres of mountain land will also label Mu Hua as Bear Pig Town, and he will truly become a native of Bear Pig Town. No matter how the city of Canes develops in the future, no matter how the town is organized, he will always be a Bear Pig Town person. Facing such a huge monster as the official empire, the minds of the townspeople are undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but this is a kind of resistance, a gathering of strength, a life attitude and survival concept. Since the young and old men in the town have gathered their strength, Mu Hua naturally has no reason not to participate. Moreover, in the final analysis, what these people are looking for is actually self-protection and a sense of security. Okay, I will sign a contract with the Skeleton Warrior as soon as possible. If necessary, I can occasionally let the Dragon 2 soldiers come out to strengthen the momentum. But what do the Night Hunters say? Mu Hua nodded and asked Old Mori. At this time, Clark and Eve followed Tabitha and the other girls downstairs, and saw Mu Hua sitting with Old Mori. The people who wanted to come over left at Mu Hua's wave. He talked to Old Mori about the town's affairs. I'm afraid that in Old Mori's perception, Tabitha and the others were also outsiders. Didn't he hear him say that Mu Hua was living under someone else's roof? The townspeople have their own standards for their own people in their hearts. Even if they need help, not everyone will put up the stamp of Bear Pig Town. Otherwise, don't bother, just bow to the officials of Kane City, and be an obedient and well-behaved citizen. Seeing that Tabitha and the others didn't come over, Old Mori nodded to Mu Hua and continued to speak. If possible, send 300 skeleton warriors to Hobart. We need to build momentum for him first. No one in the town will gossip, but if the Night Hunters want to force their way in, you will need to step in to resist. Well, these skeleton warriors are just your aid to Hobart. If they don't obey orders and illegally injure people, Hobart will not be responsible. Old Mori said to Mu Hua. Old man, stop selling guns and become a politician. Mu Hua raised his middle finger to Old Mori. This old bastard was still on guard against him. If the Night Hunters really want to cause trouble, I can step in, but if someone in the town accuses the skeleton warriors, don't worry, if you dare to talk nonsense, don't live in the town. Without waiting for Mu Hua to finish, Old Mori slapped the table and said, as long as there is no close contact, the death aura emitted by the skeleton warriors themselves will not have much impact on the outside world. This is also the reason why Old Mori only dared to ask Mu Hua for skeleton warriors. When dealing with the vampire Jason earlier, someone in the town saw Mu Hua summoning the Headless Knight, but the street was purified afterwards. It is the duty of the Night Hunters to guard against undead creatures. It is good that the townspeople agree. If someone in the town reports that the skeleton warriors are dangerous, the Night Hunters have the power to order Mu Hua to take them back or simply destroy them. And this is not a courtyard. Skeleton warriors are wandering around the streets, which will inevitably reduce the prestige of the Night Hunters in the town. I guess Mu Hua will have to argue with them. Let's put it this way. I will try my best to get 300 skeleton warriors ready tomorrow. Where should I send them? To the weapon store or your daughter's house? As long as Old Mori and his gang can deal with the townspeople, Mu Hua will not worry about the Night Hunters. To the weapon store. Give them tactical uniforms, and they should look better. Old Mori replied. Okay, but you have to tell Gina that the mountainous area to the west is a buffer zone for the magic tide, and I won't accept his favor. Mu Hua said, tapping his fingers on the table. 300 acres of mountainous area, 2 small hills. It can't be said that it is a barren mountain, but since the garrison was stationed, Gina has used it as a forest land. Mainly because it is close to the entrance of the courtyard, the magic cannons in the military facilities on the east side of the garrison are all aimed at that area, because if a magic tide occurs in the courtyard, the monsters rush out of the courtyard, and if they want to reach the town, they will inevitably pass through that area. Although the mountains and rivers there are beautiful at this time, if there is a magic tide rushing out of the courtyard, it will also be covered and attacked by the garrison, and it will surely become a scorched earth. Gina gave Mu Hua a large piece of land, but that piece of land is just like a sign with a minefield. Although the number of times the magic tide rushes out of the courtyard is not many in this area is undoubtedly a chicken rib in Gina's mind, and Mu Hua will not accept his favor for it. And this piece of land probably also shows that the whole thing was not led by old Mori alone, but was operated under the tacit promotion of many townspeople due to the relationship of common interests. Chapter 341. After more than 10 days in the human world, the 3 girls of Taibesha have become accustomed to the life in and out of the Abyss Island. Because they usually enter at night, including Mu Hua, everyone who enters the Abyss Island usually sleeps first, and then starts life on the island. Unlike the dimensional world with courtyard specifications, the Abyss Island, which is more incomplete, does not have a world core and cannot evolve the stars day and night. The alarm clock rang in the daytime, and Taibesha stretched out on the comfortable bed and welcomed a new day in this mysterious space. After dressing up and pushing open the door, there was a deliberately tidy open space outside the house, like a square. 5 or 6 skeleton warriors grunted and carried a log across the square. A corner of the square was piled with a lot of these logs. These logs are trees around the camp. In order to plant new fruit trees, Mu Hua asked his skeletons to cut down trees. The wood was transported back to build a wall around the camp. This wall is a better carrier of magic than the mage's position, and it also adds some life to the camp, making it look more like a human gathering place. The camp is very spacious. Some skeleton warriors, holding hoes and shovels, are turning the soil in some flower beds in the camp. It is said that they are going to plant some magic plants with slightly higher value. A ditch was dug outside the camp wall. A stream formed by water flowers flows out of the camp, flows into the ditch outside, and finally leads to the distance of the wilderness. The woods near the camp have been completely destroyed. The steel-like magic fir, various high-yield fruit trees, vaguely conscious carnivorous vines, and even some demon mistletoe known for their insidiousness are about to become the new woods and shrubs in this area. On some of the cleared land in the wild, there are still many skeleton warriors plowing the fields. Some fields are planted with edible crops, and some fields are cultivated with lush vegetation. From a distance, apart from the weirdness of the skeletons, this place has a sense of pastoral in the world. My cousin wants to plant grass on a large scale on the Abyss Island, want to graze monsters, and want to create a food chain. However, looking at the wide road that only extends less than a kilometer to the south of the camp, Taibesha shook her head silently. That is a road cleared by earth magic, and only this section has been cleared. I don't know where my impatient cousin has gone. As for Mu Hua's various plans, I can only hope that these skeletons will work hard. Going out to wash, a few saplings that have just sprouted near the house attracted Taibesha's attention. Golden apples are a very precious fruit tree. It is said that the fruit it bears can temporarily increase understanding. Moreover, it is the prototype of the golden apple tree in human mythology, but it does not necessarily produce the kind of holy fruit, but there is a small probability that the fruit it produces will mutate. The mutated fruit is a very valuable alchemical material, and it is rumored that it is also an indispensable catalyst in the transition potion. Of course, the reason why the mutated golden apple has become a holy object is because there is no method and probability of human intervention in this mutation, just like a miracle fruit. Under normal circumstances, the golden apple tree still produces magic fruit that temporarily increases enlightenment. However, this fruit tastes good, is very helpful for cultivation, and is a material for refining intuitive potions. Their price is still far higher than ordinary magic fruits. Mu Hua treasured these fruit trees very much. He even set up a magic gathering circle for each sapling. In comparison, the divine tree planted casually near the house was much more pitiful. So, early in the morning, Vivian set her eyes on the divine tree again, and also attracted the vigilance of a black-armored skeleton general. "Woman, there are no fallen leaves here. The master said that you can pick them in moderation when it grows to the thickness of a bowl. Now, you can't interfere with its growth. The black armored skeleton general must be like a ghost in the dark night. However, this black armored skeleton general was named Gardener by Mu Hua. It was engraved with the corpse mark and managed the vegetation and fruit trees planted near the camp. Compared with Tibesha, who liked to observe the golden apple tree, and Barbara, who was more interested in magic herbs, Vivian always wanted to pluck the leaves of the divine tree sapling, which made the gardener full of defense against her. No, why are you so fierce? Vivian had a headband on her head, and it was obvious that she had just gotten up and hadn't finished washing yet. The leaves of the spirit tree are very large, and picking its leaves is almost like cutting a knife on the tree, which is very detrimental to its growth. But the leaves of the spirit tree have special uses. After necessary refining, these leaves can greatly reduce the mental power consumed by the ghost spirit to control the constructed undead. It can even allow ordinary ghosts to control bone dragons, which is very attractive to necromancers and witches. Although it is not as durable as when used on the constructed undead, in terms of mecha spirit conduction, the leaves of the spirit tree can also be made into a consumable that reduces energy consumption and has an effect similar to lubricating oil. Even in the outside world, where the spirit tree is planted, people usually guard against the necromancers and mecha warriors wandering around it like these. Watching Vivian leave, the black armored skeleton general also specially pulled a skeleton warrior to squat beside the spirit tree to act as a statue, and then instructed the skeleton warriors to work in various parts of the camp. The black armored skeleton general was born with an IQ close to that of humans, but the skeleton warriors' brains were still relatively rigid. In addition to chopping people, they could only do some monotonous work, and slightly more tedious work still required the gardener's command and instruction. Passing by Tibesha and Vivian, the gardener directly ignored the two women. Seeing Barbara carrying food, the gardener walked straight ahead, and Barbara needed to go around it to avoid collision. After all, it was still an undead creature. As a dependent of Mu Hua, the gardener would greet Tina when he saw her, because in his heart, Tina was his colleague or superior. The gardener would consider Tibesha, who could perform the breath of death, as one of his kind to a certain extent. As for the others, they were probably creatures that the master asked it to protect and did not allow it to harm. We'd tear that guy down sooner or later. Barbara looked at the gardener's back and said dissatisfiedly after getting together with Tibesha and Vivian. Undead creatures, this is already good enough. I'm going to hunt wild undead in the west later. Are you going? Vivian asked, taking a sandwich from the plate held by Barbara. Let's eat first and then go. Leave a signpost. I plan to meditate first, and come find you when I'm done. When Tibesha said this, there was a bang-bang explosion in the north of the camp. It should be the skeleton mage left in the camp by Mu Hua practicing spellcasting. I have to practice critical transformation first, and I have to dismantle the body of the monster species that Mu Hua brought. I suggest you don't look at that thing, otherwise you will definitely not want to eat it. As if she had already gotten used to the noise made by the skeleton mages, Barbara said, and Tibesha also pulled Vivian into the house to eat the breakfast prepared by Barbara. The three women gradually got used to life on the island. Mu Hua would occasionally send some larger monsters to them as food reserves. Monsters are some demons that became deformed monsters due to blood conflicts during evolution. Because the edge of the abyss is far away from the camp, without deliberate exploration, Tibesha and others are not sure where Mu Hua got these monster corpses from. Barbara will take care of Tibesha's daily life, so that Tibesha can devote more time and energy to what she wants to do. Although the demons have outstanding combat power, after becoming followers, they generally prefer to work as servants and housekeepers rather than mercenaries fighting on the battlefield. They do not need to prove themselves in combat ability. Just like Tina, she has already begun to understand the things of the Demand Hotel. Even if Mu Hua has no sense of belonging to the hotel, even if Mu Hua indulges Demand in various ways, she does not allow herself to be unclear about the details of Mu Hua's property. Compared with the relatively stable life of Tibesha and the other two now, Mu Hua, who spends most of his time at the edge of the abyss, practicing, smelting, and the bloody killings brought by fishing, his daily life is relatively hot. Chapter 342. Roar roared from the mouth of the goblin general, who fell from the sky. For such a being, it should be thrown into the arena, and Mu Hua dared to fight it with confidence. However, at this time, the skeleton warrior who caught the goblin general did not move towards the arena, nor did he calculate the landing point of the goblin general, but just threw it to the island with force. Then, a figure taller than the goblin general attacked the crazy goblin general. The huge sickle, with a handle nearly 10 meters long, the black sickle blade bypassed the iron rod in the hand of the goblin general, and hooked its neck viciously. Puff! The head and neck were separated. That was Tuesday's sole special weapon. The big demon who was taller than the Goblin General completed the beheading of the Goblin General in one encounter. The clean and swift killing was partly due to the fact that the Goblin General was mentally confused and without armor, but it also reflected the strength of Tuesday. It was hard to say whether it had experienced something in the abyss or was plundered in some form before falling. Most of the abyss monsters had no weapons and equipment. Occasionally, some sticks, knives and axes were very crude, more like they were roughly ground from natural materials. The head and neck were separated by the soul-specific weapon, and the soul was also cut off. This degree of fatal injury could not be recovered even with super speed regeneration, not to mention the Goblin General, who had no self-healing talent. The head that rolled to the ground still opened its dim and fierce eyes. As the crude iron rod fell to the ground, the Goblin General's crazy eyes flashed with a brief blankness, because it saw a headless corpse collapsed, and the corpse made it very familiar. The gushing blood fell to the ground. Jo'er held the head in one hand, and dragged the body of the Goblin General in the other. Several skeletons stepped forward to carry the iron rod of the Goblin General, and walked towards Muhua, who was farther away. "Can't you be gentler? Even if you bleed him, you should drag him to the blood pool?" Muhua frowned and said, looking at the Goblin General with blood plasma still flowing in Jo'er's hand. "Well, the blood pool is the arena that Muhua dug out. The earth element has a strong stability, and some earth magic is the biggest highlight of permanently changing the terrain. Especially after Muhua perfected the position construction, he crystallized the soil and rock inside the arena, trying to turn such a large arena into a blood pool for refining corpse demons. Although he didn't care much about the corpse demons for the time being, Muhua was more concerned than Wei Wei. The main reason is that his strength has increased. The role of the arena has gradually disappeared. Muhua has completely regarded this blood pool as a long-term project that is better than nothing. As for why he wants to make such a large blood pool, well, who told him to see a corpse demon made of Leviathan on the island of exile? At this time, a section of dam wall has appeared on the edge of the abyss, about 10 meters high, with a wall width of more than 5 meters. The inner slope extends downward, forming a rectangular wall like a dam at the edge of the abyss. This was created when Muhua was practicing earth magic. Skeleton warriors fish on the wall, and the monsters thrown on them have little effect on them. Fighting with monsters by the wall can also prevent them from being thrown into the abyss to a certain extent. Muhua intends to gradually extend this dam wall, continuously strengthen it, and even simply create a higher and thicker cliff structure, and also try to let the skeleton warriors fish safely in more places. However, the Abyss Island is too big now. Even if such a wall is built near a few specific fishing spots, it is still a huge and long-term project. Originally, Muhua wanted to let some of the low-level monsters caught run around the island, but unfortunately they are too aggressive and will attack any living creatures they see. Even if they are released, they cannot reproduce. Two-headed hellhound just as Tuesday threw the body of the Goblin General in front of Muhua, Monday's shout came from the wall. Muhua's eyes lit up. The two-headed hellhound that he had never dared to provoke was thrown into the air before Monday's shout fell. And Tuesday spread his dark demon wings, rushed into the sky with a strong wind, and his palms became claws. The demon claws flashing with lightning went straight to the waist and abdomen of the two-headed hellhound. Ah! A dragon-like roar, accompanied by blood falling like raindrops. The skin on the side of the two-headed hellhound that looked like lava gravel was torn off by Tuesday. Although they are both called hellhounds, the heads of two-headed hellhounds are somewhat similar to those of evil dragons, and their thick necks can twist almost 360 degrees. The seemingly bulky body is as flexible as a cat. Tuesday wanted to insert his hand into its body to pull out its internal organs when it was not standing, but it only tore off a piece of its flesh and skin under its twisting. The two-headed hellhound had no point of support in the air, so Tuesday used his flying ability to go around its back. The size of the hellhound is already like a huge brown bear, but the two-headed hellhound is 4 or 5 times the size of Joe. Even in front of the big devil, the two-headed hellhound is like a huge beast. Tuesday was about to ride on the back of the two-headed hellhound, but saw that the two-headed hellhound's head suddenly twisted, and its mouth opened wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that could make people with intensive phobia scream, and suddenly bit Tuesday's arm. Roar! The angry roar did not come from the two-headed hellhound, but from Tuesday, who was avoiding the two-headed hellhound's bite. Tuesday evolved into a great demon, and also inherited the great demon's irritable temper. He was twice thrown off by a two-headed hellhound, which made Tuesday angry. The demon wings behind Tuesday suddenly swung, and the originally open demon wings seemed to have turned into 2 waving cloaks, and the edges of the cloaks, like sawtooth chains, cut through the back of the two-headed hellhound. Ah! The two-headed hellhound howled and wailed, and Tuesday's demon wings suddenly tore a bloody wound on its back. Compared with the sickle, Tuesday is now better at using his body as a weapon. All this happened so fast that the two-headed hellhound had not even landed yet. Just as the two-headed hellhound was adjusting its body shape with pain and preparing to land and flee, Tuesday swooped down and grabbed the exposed wound on the back of the two-headed hellhound with a magic circle. Standpoint explosion dives, casts spells, stays in the air, and floats. The devil's wings spread out again, accompanied by a grim smile from the big devil's mouth. The two-headed hellhound's body stiffened and hit the ground with a bang, and then the body seemed to surge and expand like air. The two-headed hellhound stood up on all fours in a weird posture, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the corners of its mouth, eye sockets, and nasal cavity like a high-pressure water valve. With a low muffled sound, the wounds on the back and waist of the two-headed hellhound that showed signs of healing exploded, and blood, internal organs, and even a spine exploded. This two-headed hellhound has a stronger physique than Tuesday, but magic is not very reasonable once it is established. The explosion of the position that intervened in the body made the two-headed hellhound a mess. "Fuck, I told you to be gentle." Mu-Hua scolded and ran quickly to the two-headed hellhound. Seeing that the two-headed hellhound was not dead yet, its body was already covered with rotten meat. Mu-Hua wanted to smelt these monsters. Spraying some blood would not affect the smelting, but the internal organs and bones were blown everywhere, which had a greater adverse effect on the smelting effect than the annihilation of the soul. But the two-headed hellhound had a strong vitality. Even in this ghostly state, it still bared its claws and teeth at Mu-Hua. This guy can't be smelted unless he dies. However, Mu-Hua used the magician's hand to pry open the big mouth of the two-headed hellhound, and shot a bone spear into the mouth of the distracted two-headed hellhound one by one. Fire Element Tears *1, Flame Coat Skill Stone *1, Soul Dust *80, Two-Headed Hellhound Tendon *6, Hellhound Bloodline Crystal *1, 100 Refinement Secret Stone *2, Physical Crystal *5, Philosopher's Stone *2. Smelting the dead two-headed hellhound, Mu-Hua shook his head secretly about the smelting output. Although the destruction on Tuesday had some impact on the smelting of the two-headed hellhound, the two-headed hellhound was indeed a demon with a very poor cost-effectiveness in smelting. The reason why it was smelted without even pulling out its mouthful of sharp teeth was because Mu-Hua heard that occasionally there would be individuals among the two-headed hellhounds who had comprehended the fire of Gehenna. Hellfire, named after hell, is a materialized flame. If you don't master this flame, the fire elemental spirit will be burned to death if it touches it. Mu-Hua didn't dare to provoke Cerberus. If he wanted hellfire, he could only try his luck on the two-headed hellhound for the time being. The flame coat was originally a magic that provided a counterattack effect to oneself, but it needed to be used with the affinity of the fire element, otherwise the result of putting it on would basically be self-immolation. And each monster would only produce one elemental tear at most when smelting, no matter what level of elemental affinity it had. Even if it was an elemental spirit, it would still produce one elemental tear. The two-headed hellhound was a high-level monster when it was born, but the blood crystal it produced was a hellhound, and these products were no different from the hellhound. Skill stones, elemental tears, blood crystals, these things returned to their original simplicity when they arrived at the burning source furnace. And the two-headed hellhound didn't have any outstanding talents for the time being. Compared with the difficulty of killing them, the production of physical crystals that were more than the hellhound was almost negligible. It was also thanks to the combat power of Tuesday, otherwise Mu-Hua would really want to throw away the fishing rod when he saw such a guy. The hand of the magician caught the corpse of the goblin general and smelted it, and took out the tendons of the goblin general and the two-headed hellhound and gave them to Tina. These flesh and blood will help the natural growth of Mu-Hua's family. Monday, Tina, who awakened the blood of the flame demon, Ikaros, including Tuesday, their attributes have not yet reached the limit of natural growth. Eating the flesh and blood of these high-level monsters and moderate exercise can promote the growth of attributes. The natural growth limit is an absolute pain for humans, which is also the fundamental reason why the demons of the same race often kill and devour each other. As for Mu-Hua himself, he can use attribute crystals to improve his own attributes. There are too many subordinates who need to be toned. After weighing the pros and cons, he will leave the higher quality monster flesh and blood to Tina and others. Moreover, unlike the taste of the demons, although Tina's cooking skills are already good, the taste of these monster flesh and blood is really not good for humans. Chapter 343. Under the reminder of the alarm clock, Mu Hua and others spent every day of continuous growth on the Abyss Island. The abundant magic power on the island made Taibesha and others feel as if they were in a magic tower full of magic stones. The combination of efficient meditation and death breathing with magic recovery effect allowed everyone to experience the luxury of magic practice that ended with physical exhaustion, and also forced everyone to reasonably allocate time for fighting skills and magic practice. Putting aside the natural growth limit, the overly abundant magic environment greatly improved everyone's practice efficiency, and the Abyss Island also brought everyone a lot of effective practice time. Practice growth will lead to dopamine secretion, and continuous dopamine secretion will make people fall into a state of laziness as if protecting themselves. After a period of time, even the diligent Taibesha learned to be lazy. Anyway, as long as they leave the Abyss Island, including Mu Hua, none of these people will consider the problem of practice again. The magic stones said by Paji supplemented Mu Hua's 100 refining secret stones. The large number of low and medium level skill stones melted out dazzled Mu Hua, and the careful calculation of the skill stones was long gone. Not to mention Tina and her group, who had to endure brainstorming for more than half of the day on the Abyss Island. Even the skeleton mage Mu Hua cast a set of low-level magic for them, including a curse series. During this period, Mu Hua also left behind a lot of magic that required higher attributes, which also exposed the biggest problem on Mu Hua's side. Except for Tuesday, the attributes of others were too low. Although there were many spellcasters, none of them had high-intensity magic that could suppress the formation. Of course, this was just Mu Hua's casual complaint, a complaint that was so annoying that it made people angry. He had not even been in Loren for a year, and this growth was already shocking enough. After mastering the magic he learned, the skeleton mages under his command meditated almost all day in the nests on the edge of the camp. The so-called skeleton mages were originally a group of deformed skeleton warriors, whose intelligence was easier to improve. If this continued, who knew what these skeleton mages would become after a few years in the outside world? The Abyss Island also had emotional energy, although it was much worse than the outside world in this aspect, but the undead were undead creatures. As long as no one messed with them, the last thing they lacked was time. Mu Hua, the skeleton warriors who were originally just a joke, did not intend to invest the Philosopher's Stone in them. If they could evolve, they would evolve, and if they could not evolve, they would bury them in the ground and meditate. Whatever they grow up to be, they are what they are. After all, these guys are still a bit shameful. Unless Trisha engraves the corpse mark on them one by one, the existence of high-level undead is a disaster to living beings. That is to say, the environment of the Abyss Island is special, otherwise Mu Hua would not even produce more black-armored skeleton generals. Under normal circumstances, with these guys around, there is no way to grow anything. It's a waste of time. Time is meaningless in front of these undead creatures. The reason why undead creatures are not strong so far is that when they grow to a certain extent, and have a certain impact on the outside world, there will inevitably be Lao Wang next door, who will run to destroy them. Even in hell, even if there is a strong necromancer sitting in charge, the demons near the burial ground will never allow the burial ground to expand wantonly. Pale? You dare to shout pale at my door, you are courting death. The replenishment of magic stones also allowed Mu Hua to brush up on the fishing rods, because Webster would send more magic stones later. Mu Hua distributed all the more than 500 fishing rods in his hand, and began to try fishing in other places around the island, where he had not cast a rod. Red-Eyed Demon, Horned Demon Commander, Mezaru Demon, Fenrir Monster, Hydra, Bish Demon, Latouch, Badaba Demon, Bariko Demon. During this period, Mu Hua also discovered that there are many kinds of demons in the Abyss, and there are also various kinds of indescribable monsters, but there are very few monsters. Even if there are, they are some powerful and cunning tribes. If it weren't for the probability of betraying the contract, I'm afraid they would become food for demons in the Abyss, including ghosts. Many souls fell into the Abyss. Mu Hua fished out skeletons and undead, but he hasn't fished out a ghost so far. After trying a new fishing spot, Mu Hua saw some unusual monsters, and threw away a lot of fishing rods. Mu Hua and his party have indeed grown, but their growth is far from the level of despising the monsters of the Abyss. Trying to explore new fishing spots will cause a lot of damage to the fishing rods. The fishing rods are often thrown away, which is annoying. People have to be assigned to keep an eye on the skeleton warriors fishing to avoid catching something incredible. After a period of confusion, Mu Hua gave up this kind of wide-ranging fishing and concentrated the fishing rods on several known fishing spots. In the undead area, look for terror riders. In the goblin area, look for giant monsters. In the hellhound area and the siren area, look for elemental tears, and the purgatory armor of the Gehenna worm is also very practical. Compared with the other 3 areas where some unplanned monsters appear from time to time, the Gehenna worm area is very quiet. There are no worms, not even big demons. The skeleton warriors in that area can be said to have collectively entered the fossil hang-up state. Fishing entered the rhythm of routine again. After a period of confirmation, Mu Hua found that if all the fishing rods were concentrated in the goblin area, he could almost achieve self-sufficiency in the Abyss Island. With the arrival of the 100 refining secret stone, Mu Hua finally smashed the mage's hand to the maximum level. The mage's hand lived up to expectations, and merged with the Pale Lord in the talent, and replaced the display of the Pale Lord. As if its specifications were higher than the Pale Lord, the touch of jealousy appeared in Mu Hua's talent. Unlike the Pale Lord, which has received mixed reviews, the touch of jealousy, or the mage's hand after extreme enhancement, has undergone a qualitative change. Except for the fact that the shape of that thing is a little difficult to locate, it is a very powerful ability in terms of practicality. After completing the touch of jealousy, Mu Hua's focus naturally returned to the super speed regeneration. After all, Mu Hua's enhancement of his own skills has not been aimless, but in fact, it is all aimed at the summoning of the undead. There is no way who made the undead summoning so powerful at the beginning. Before its own attributes could not handle high-level magic, even now, the summoning of the Terror Knight can fight and resist, which can still be regarded as the trump card in Mu Hua's hand. The level of the undead summoning needs the Soul Tide, and the super speed regeneration is likely to be the predecessor of the Soul Tide. If you want to break through the super speed regeneration, you need the touch of jealousy. The 300 plus 100 refining secret stones can deal with the touch of jealousy. Mu Hua then attacked the super speed regeneration, but after 160-100 refining secret stones were smashed, Mu Hua dared not smash the LV99 super speed regeneration. The warning of the sixth sense continued uninterruptedly. The enlightenment in his mind told Mu Hua that he needed a more stable soul. Without the bite of jealousy, continuing to improve the super speed regeneration would cost him his life. Well, a stable soul? It's quite close to a stable spirit. Whether it is or not, let's smash it first. Those big guys with higher life levels can easily affect the emotions and spirits of others. Anyway, Mu Hua has long wanted to smash the stable spirit. Another 120-100 refinement secret stones were smashed, and the stable spirit was smashed to LV60. Very good, the 100 refinement secret stones are gone, and Mu Hua wants to curse. I want Tina to go into the woods to relieve her depression, but Tina, who just recovered from the brainstorming, vomited like she was pregnant. TSK, a demon Seeing that Tina was disappointed, Tuesday turned into death, and shamelessly hooked up with Mu Hua. This is good? Mu Hua wanted to take Ikaros away to test her recent growth effect, but after a while of procrastination by Tuesday, the living corpse, Mu Hua completely lost interest. Speaking of which, Mu Hua also feels very entangled about Tuesday. Of course, this dilemma has little to do with going into the woods and having sex. He is mainly struggling whether to let Tuesday be a big demon outside, or go into his soul to tickle him. Tuesday, who has evolved into a big demon, is now the strongest combat force in Mu Hua's group, but she has also been Mu Hua's top plug-in for improving his spiritual attributes. Now Tuesday kills a lot of people every day on the edge of the abyss, and as a result, Mu Hua's spiritual attribute growth has also stagnated. Catch a ghost and tickle it? Forget it, those guys are not careful, they are used to eating lobsters, and then chewing shrimp skins. It's deadly. Look at Monday playing happily on the embankment, it seems necessary to quickly get a Cerberus. But the Philosopher's Stone required for Monday to evolve into a two-headed hellhound is several thousand, and 3 heads? TSK, it is obviously not something that can be done in a short time. While thinking, Mu Hua took out a compulsory contract orb. Well, this was produced when he smelted the magic core he got from Becerro. Although the probability of its occurrence is extremely low, this should be the only special product of the magic core other than the skill stone. When he saw the compulsory contract orb in Mu Hua's hand, Tuesday, who was lying behind Mu Hua, couldn't help but condense his eyes. Seeing Mu Hua throw out the compulsory contract orb, Tuesday let go of Mu Hua, turned into a big demon, and guarded Mu Hua. Perhaps because of the improvement of Mu Hua's own attributes, a sturdy demon gradually appeared in the magic circle formed by the compulsory contract orb. Nearly 5 meters tall, although he had a general's belly, he was sturdy, and his head and face looked like a dragon or a jackal. Bam Demon, a demon who is good at casting spells, and this demon also brought his own staff. At this time, he was bending over and holding the staff, staring at Mu Hua with a painful and surprised face. Mu Hua took a few steps back. He was not sure whether the demon would release any magic that would affect him. At this time, Tuesday, who was beside Mu Hua, stepped forward and stood in front of Mu Hua very responsibly. "No spells allowed," Mu Hua said to the Bam demon. But just when Mu Hua was about to order the other party to stay calm and not seek death, an accident occurred. But Tuesday's body fell inexplicably, and she let out a strange cry, and pressed her arms forward, as if trying to support her body before falling. Puff! The razor-like bone spurs on the big demon's elbow scratched the thick neck of the Bam demon. The Bam demon, who was already suffering, felt a flash in front of his eyes, and before he could react, his head had already separated from his body. Puff! There was another sound of bone spurs piercing the flesh. Tuesday turned around and stood firm, but unfortunately the bone spurs on her other arm pierced the heart of the Bam demon. "Ah! Master, I didn't mean it." The headless body of Bam demon was hanging on his elbow. Tuesday had a panic on his face, and shook his elbow, as if he wanted to throw the body of Bam demon off the bone spur. Puff! The big demon's foot stepped hard on the head of Bam demon that fell to the ground. "Master, it seems to be dead?" Tuesday said to Mu Hua weakly in a delicate tone that he had never used in the big demon form. He looked at the body of Bam demon, which was still convulsing, and then looked at the crushed head on the ground. Although he was better at casting spells, Bam demon was still a demon after all. With such a strong body, how much strength would it take to crush its head with one foot? Staring fiercely at Tuesday, who was timid, Mu Hua swore that he was sure that this female demon was pretending. Her fall and her posture were probably planned since she started to guard by her side. Fuck. After being depressed for a long time, Mu Hua cursed fiercely. A compulsory contract orb was gone just like that. Tuesday actually did something dirty. This bastard just didn't want him to accept followers. No. This guy didn't want him to accept followers who might eat the Philosopher's Stone. Even Monday, who was watching from the sidelines, jumped for joy. You guys, listen to me. Remember this. From now on, you are not allowed to do anything that will harm my interests. Staring at the timid Tuesday and the snake-tailed Monday with a gloomy look, Mu Hua said to the two guys with a voice squeezed out of his teeth. That strong Bam demon died just like that. What a sin. Chapter 344. Breath of the Crack, a magic that reduces one's presence. If one does not actively communicate, it is easy for people around to ignore the existence of the recipient. Odysseus finally arrived in the town. Because of the effect of Breath of the Crack, this team led by the famous Brave Minter did not attract any crazy fans. And with the background of the Hive mothership that landed in the town almost at the same time as Odysseus's team was somewhat less conspicuous. There were hundreds of teams and hundreds of people. Even if there was no crowding and screaming, Odysseus arrived like a star surrounded by the moon. When he saw the people in front of the hotel, Odysseus opened his arms, as if to hug Mu Hua. "Haha, hi, Mu, are you here to greet me?" Odysseus was very enthusiastic, but Mu Hua absent-mindedly let Odysseus hug him, and then he retracted his gaze to the sky. "Odysseus, don't tell me that you brought that." Pointing at the war fortress in the sky, Mu Hua asked Odysseus without even paying attention to the people around him. "Haha, how is it possible? It's obviously the Hive mothership of the Adventurers Guild. Because of it, our airships didn't come. We just happened to encounter it," Odysseus said with a smile. The overall diamond-shaped war fortress is more than 2,000 meters long and wide. It looks like a beehive that breeds a group of bees. That's not a starship, that's not a starship. It's simply an aerial fortress, a war fortress, a giant nest that seems to be brewing unknown horrors. This Hive mothership is not as high as the patrol mothership above the town. The war fortress with the logo of fire and sword is suspended about 100 meters above the town. The shadow covered the town, and even changed the town's air pressure when it hovered. The Adventurers Guild, originally an organization like the Exchange in Mu Hua's cognition, now sent a war fortress to descend over the town with a domineering momentum. Swish, 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 a sound of valves opening came from the sky, as if a swarm of bees left their nests, and countless tiny figures flew out of the sky fortress. Some people drove shuttles, some rode flying beasts, some flew in the air, some drove flying carpets together, some sat on spears, staffs, and even brooms. Swords, staffs, armor, powerful firearms, tiny weapons can no longer suppress the momentum of those who control them, and the sky seems to be a curtain of fire and blood. Countless adventurers poured out of the hive, followed by various armored vehicles, and flying dragons roared and neighed in the air. The swarm of bees did not pay attention to the people looking up at them below, but crossed the sky and headed straight for the cross-border teleportation array at the entrance of the courtyard. Should we do this? Mu Hua hadn't finished saying exaggerated when the sky reappeared with strange images. In the sky, the 20 patrol motherships in the sky above the town seemed to disintegrate, spreading out countless black spots. No, it wasn't disintegration, but a large number of small assault ships separated from the patrol motherships. If the adventurers who just came out of the Honeycomb mothership gave people a somewhat casual impression, then the assault ships that landed from the sky were like rigorous steel soldiers. The length was no more than 10 meters, and the overall shape was like a shuttle. Assault ships, transport ships, and miniature warships of different models and functions covered the sky like a curtain. Although it was a miniature warship, this kind of warship could enter and exit the courtyard entrance. In addition to the personnel, it was also equipped with some high-powered lethal magic weapons. As the fleet lowered its altitude, the sun was blocked, and the entire town was completely shrouded in shadows. The magic halo on the ship drew a blue starry sky. Everything happened very suddenly. The peaceful life in the town seemed to be suddenly interrupted. The daily scene suddenly switched to a starry battlefield. Dogs and birds held their breath, and the whole town fell into silence. There were still figures coming in and out of the Beehive Fortress. Some even rushed to the sky and approached the warships. There seemed to be singing and laughing between their pointers. The warships lined up and allowed the flow of people below them to enter the courtyard until the figures and chariots were all gone. The lined-up warships approached the entrance of the courtyard guarded by the garrison in an orderly manner and disappeared in people's sight in an orderly manner. The war fortress was hovering at low altitude, and the patrol mothership was still in the sky. Except for the beehive-like war fortress, everything in the town seemed to have returned to normal. This is too exaggerated, right? Didn't the garrison have nearly 20,000 people stationed there? Is this going to fight directly? After a moment of recovery, Mu Hua muttered in surprise. For 1,000 assault ships, nearly 20,000 patrol guards, 20,000 adventurers who accept war missions, the Brigade Alliance will probably send 2 or 3 brigades, and there is still a reinforcement from various countries that has not arrived yet. There is confirmed news that there will be a magic tide at this patrol meeting, so more people came. Odysseus said to Mu Hua. Confirmed news? Mu Hua frowned. The previous movement attracted most of the people in the hotel. At this time, everyone focused on looking at Odysseus and his party. Prophecy. Several saints of the church have predicted the magic tide. Odysseus said. Are you kidding me? Mu Hua was surprised. Prophecy. What kind of prophecy is so valuable? Not to mention manpower, the energy consumption of starting these fortress warships alone may be astronomical. Mu Hua has improved a lot during this period, but now, it's like he was just about to dominate the novice village, and suddenly you drag me to the battlefield in the outer domain? Brother, I just want to live a good life. If I do this, people will die. Hee, let's talk about it later, Mu. You can't let so many of us stand outside. How about arranging rooms for my guys first? Odysseus smiled and glanced around. Seeing Odysseus winking, Mu Hua realized that there were also many people gathered here. Daman and Alger greeted Odysseus's entourage to enter the hotel. Although some guests were curious about Odysseus, most of them dispersed after those cold-faced people in Odysseus's team, who looked like warriors, pushed them into the hotel. The crowd dispersed, revealing Mu Hua and his group. When Mu Hua saw Trisha among them, he couldn't help but think of the brooms flying in the sky just now. I always thought that brooms were standard equipment for witches. Why haven't I seen you sitting on one before? Mu Hua turned his head to Trisha and asked. At this time, Odysseus was shouting at his team members, constantly explaining something. Who told you that witches all use brooms? Flying brooms are a relatively cheap flying vehicle with almost no defensive capabilities. Most witches like flying shuttles, but I like armed flying shuttles. Trisha shook her head. Oh, it's really unconventional. I forgot that I made some suspended stones in the courtyard earlier. Can you make flying brooms? Help me make a few? Mu Hua said with a smile that he thought flying brooms were very interesting. It was just different from the high-end ones in his previous life. Compared with his previous life, flying brooms in this world were probably equivalent to bicycles, right? Well, a slightly unsafe bicycle. Trisha rolled her eyes at Mu Hua. What did flying brooms have to do with witch traditions? She didn't know much about magic props, so she really didn't know where Mu Hua heard the rumor from. Mechanical armor, heavy armed motorcycles, powerful shotguns. This is the tradition of witches, right? Witches carrying magic wands are all Luthers. Mu Hua was chatting with Trisha. Most of the people from Odysseus's side had already entered the hotel. Some of them did not stay in the hotel under Odysseus' arrangement, but went to the Cain's courtyard first. When Odysseus came to Muhua again, there were only a few people left behind him, but the people around him at this time were all handsome men and beautiful women, and Alex was among them. I think these should be the members of the strategy team led by Odysseus. Hi, Muhua. A mini dragon beast flew out of nowhere and jumped onto Muhua's shoulder, speaking human language, and rubbed Muhua's cheek with its dragon-like head. Dark red skin, dragon wings and dragon claws. This is obviously a mini dragon. Muhua recognized its voice, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. Tamara? You can become smaller. Is this a deformation or a transformation? Muhua reached out and touched Tamara, the fire dragon the size of a house cat. Muhua, can you swallow and spit out fire elements? Tamara sniffed her nose, tilted her head, and looked at Muhua with some doubts. Muhua's eyelids trembled. Fire dragon lungs. He didn't kill the dragon, but killed a Bam demon. Melting the guy allowed Muhua to obtain a skill stone that can absorb fire elements as oxygen. But Muhua just couldn't be happy about this improvement in survival ability. He didn't want to talk about it. If he talked about it, he would want to beat Tuesday with a whip. At this time, the interaction between Muhua and Tamara also attracted everyone's attention, especially the men and women around Odysseus. They knew the arrogance of the mini dragon in front of them, even though Odysseus usually treated it like a daughter. Seeing it so well behaved in front of Muhua, many people flashed surprise in their eyes, and their expressions when facing Muhua became more serious. Well, Tamara is not a pet. This guy is a real dragon. Even if he sprays a wisp of fire as a joke, he can send them to the hospital in minutes. Even if they are not sure about the relationship between Muhua and Odysseus, looking at Tamara's appearance, everyone does not want to attract Tamara to help Muhua for an inexplicable reason. In fact, dragons do not protect their shortcomings, but they always like to use the excuse of protecting their shortcomings to make trouble. Chapter 345. Hey Tamara, you should go manage those monsters now, instead of pestering Muhua. Tamara is close to Muhua, and Odysseus immediately said dissatisfied when he saw Tamara. It's probably because I always stay smaller before evolution. After evolution, I quickly mastered this change. It belongs to the branch of shape-shifting, but my physical strength will be greatly reduced when I become like this. What, are you interested? Tamara glanced at Odysseus and snorted a breath of hot air from her nose, but ignored Odysseus, and turned her head to Muhua's face, and said to Muhua, Tamara, be careful, you will hurt Mu. Seeing the mist coming out of Tamara's nose, Odysseus reminded worriedly. I can control the fire very well. Muhua is not that weak. He has defensive magic. Tamara replied to Odysseus, and then said to Muhua, Muhua, I don't like your magic. Muhua chuckled. He cast a bone shield on himself, which ordinary people could not feel. Don't be fooled by the rough appearance of the evil dragon. Their perception is very delicate. In close contact, Tamara sensitively discovered the breath of death contained in the bone shield. The life level of the evil dragon is already very high. They are born with psychic constitution. But it's like encountering something that is not threatening but unacceptable in appearance, such as toads, snakes, or corpses. Even if you know that they may not harm you, you will find it difficult to accept. Even if you have a psychic constitution, most creatures still don't like the breath of death. Muhua didn't disperse the bone shield, but he didn't stop Tamara from scratching off the bone shield on his body with his claws. After a few layers, he saw that the bone shield had not been eliminated. When Tamara was surprised, Muhua smiled at Tamara. This is my favorite magic. I have a follower who is a bit big and not very convenient to appear in front of people. You can teach her the art of transformation when you have time. Okay, your undead bone shield is indeed a magic worth being proud of. But your follower? The art of transformation is also a very complex system in the upper magic. Are you sure your follower can learn it? Tamara scratched off a few layers of bone shields on Muhua's body, giving up the fight with the bone shield and looking up. Of course, it also has the inheritance of the art of transformation, but it should not be activated yet. Muhua replied. The so-called follower is naturally referring to Tuesday. The qualities of the great demon in all aspects are very balanced. It seems that he has no special talents, but he also has no clear weaknesses. The great demon's inheritance knowledge is very rich. Tuesday does have the inheritance of the art of transformation, but it is not that Muhua said it was not activated, but Muhua gave Tuesday too many skill stones. This resulted in Tuesday having too many magics that he had mastered but needed to understand, and those knowledge that could be learned through inheritance were naturally suppressed. Without obtaining the shape-shifting skill stone, Tuesday still needs to learn step by step if he wants to master the shape-shifting. Is there a legacy of shape-shifting? Tamara muttered in a low voice, then turned around and said, "Okay, when can I learn it? Now? There are no space elements, dark elements, light elements, etc. in this world. In addition to elemental magic and undead magic, many magics are actually simply interference in reality through magic power. Just like the mage's hand, flash, dimension slash, shadow magic, etc., the difficulty of learning this kind of magic is generally higher than that of elemental magic. And shape-shifting is a more complex existence among this kind of magic. Tamara estimated that the level of the monster that could inherit this kind of spell would not be too bad, so it didn't think much about it, but agreed. Not now, Tamara, you need to arrange the monsters in the team now. Odysseus roared when Tamara ignored him. In addition to humans, Odysseus' team also had some monsters willing to temporarily serve as human servants. Those monsters followed the team to the Cain's courtyard. Those monsters would not attack humans, but no matter they were wild, fighting each other or playing pranks, in order to prevent them from causing trouble, Tamara usually managed them. Perhaps only when facing a dragon that eats monsters without spitting out bones, those monsters of different races can gather together peacefully. Although Tamara was a little willful, she didn't talk back again when facing the angry Odysseus. As if expressing dissatisfaction, Tamara raised her head and sprayed a flame diagonally above Odysseus's head. Seeing Odysseus's eyelids twitching, Tamara said goodbye to Muhua, flapped her wings and flew to the head of a middle-aged man, and was taken away by the middle-aged man with a painful face. "Hey Odysseus, I found that I started to like evil dragons. Do you know where there are evil dragons? Or flying dragons are also fine." Tamara left, looking at the somewhat depressed Odysseus. Muhua smiled. "No man, believe me, this is definitely not a good hobby. Those evil dragons are very dangerous. As for flying dragons, there is a flying dragon valley in the Warcraft courtyard of the Principality of Omer, but it is definitely not a good idea to steal dragon eggs there." With a bitter smile, and shaking his head, Odysseus let the few people behind him go, and introduced them to Muhua. "Come, let me introduce you. This is our strategy team. You should be familiar with Alex. He is Caesar, a candidate for the hero. This is May, who can work hard to become a sage. Andre, our fierce horse, a proud great swordsman." A group of men and women, judging from their faces, the oldest was only middle-aged. Odysseus only introduced 6 people to Muhua, who should be the main force of the strategy team. Odysseus did not introduce the remaining dozen people, who should be substitutes. Muhua glanced at them, and did not ask in detail. Everyone introduced by Odysseus nodded to Muhua, kind, but mostly with a hint of arrogance and alienation. When Odysseus introduced Muhua as the supervisor sent by the Strategy Association, the expressions of the people who had been keeping a certain distance from Muhua suddenly became more friendly, and they greeted him with words, and the sense of alienation mostly dissipated. As an adult, there is really no need to flatter everyone you meet, even if they are friends of the boss. But if it has a direct impact on your work and life, especially for those who are in the world of fame and fortune, it is naturally necessary to be friendly. A group of very professional young people, quite good at observing words and expressions, and from the control of expressions and emotions alone, it can be seen that they are very sociable. Muhua couldn't erase the subjective impression that the strategy team was equal to the actors. Perhaps because people in this world need to fight monsters, Loren doesn't like fair-skinned and handsome young men. The men in the Odysseus strategy team generally have square faces, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and strong limbs. Although they are all clean and decent, there are also people with thick beards. Compared to these male strategy players with different temperaments, the female strategy players look more uniform. No matter whether the skin is white or not, it is certain to be delicate and healthy, with exquisite facial features, slender legs, and slender waists. Even if the face shape sets off a cold temperament, it can still make people feel a little protective. Looking at the crowd, Muhua nodded to them in a rather reserved manner. "We are the Inspector General, and we are not the ones you can distance yourself from or get close to as you please. Once you have power, you have never eaten pork, but you have never seen pigs run." Facing this group of attackers that he has decided to defeat, Muhua has no intention of actively communicating with them. During the introduction and greeting, Nick also brought Irene, who had checked into the hotel early, to greet Odysseus, and Muhua also noticed Debbie near Nick. She seemed to have no problem with Irene, who was holding Nick's arm like a female companion. Noticing Muhua's gaze, Debbie just rolled her eyes at Muhua in dissatisfaction, which was much better than the angry glare she gave him earlier. Muhua touched his nose and stopped looking at Debbie. As for Odysseus, when facing Nick, he was easygoing but also more businesslike. Nick introduced Irene to Odysseus, and Odysseus nodded and exchanged a few words with Irene, which made Irene look happy. At this time, Muhua saw Ivy and Gray standing out from the crowd. The two just nodded politely to Odysseus, and did not interrupt the communication between Odysseus and Nick, but walked directly towards the group of raiders. "Hi, Cher son." I saw Gray greet the man standing in the first place among the raiders. "Gray? Well, let's talk later." Seeing Gray coming forward, the man frowned, turned to look at Odysseus, who had finished talking with Irene, and got together with Muhua again, and waved his hand impatiently, signaling Gray to step back. The man's attitude made Gray's face look obviously unhappy. Ivy seemed to want to greet the raider named Shersun, but when she opened her mouth, the other party's eyes did not meet her. Muhua glanced at a few people from the corner of his eyes. It was amazing that Shersun was impatient and disgusted, but Ivy and Gray did not talk back. When Odysseus introduced him just now, Shersun seemed to call him Caesar, the hero candidate. Although they didn't meet much, from Muhua's observation, this Gray's style was quite wild. Now he is so quiet, maybe the Shersun is also from Caesar's family. To be honest, the scene of thousands of troops going out just now was still lingering in Muhua's mind. If Ivy hadn't appeared, Muhua would have no intention of paying attention to the various behaviors of these people in front of him. Chapter 346. The greetings in front of the hotel did not last long. Muhua was also affected by the big battle between the patrol fleet and the Honeycomb mothership, and was somewhat absent-minded. He wanted to have a good chat with Odysseus about this so-called patrol meeting. Regardless of whether it was tragic or passionate, he did not think he had the fate of being the protagonist. If there was any danger here, he was ready to take his family and run away first. As an ordinary town resident, I think so, he had not received any warning notices before. A few days ago, I was still thinking about the important matter of overthrowing the mayor with Old Mori. Today, I saw thousands of warships and combat professionals posing as if they were going to fight a world war. If you can't get some accurate and safe information, the patrol fleet, the adventurers union, and the strategy team all go to hell. I hide and practice for 30 to 50 years, brush him tens of thousands of attribute crystals, and then come back to start a big battle with you. After seeing the scene of thousands of troops going out to fight, Muhua now seems to have a more serious fear of insufficient firepower. By the way, this is just for a negotiation, right? Muhua, tell the old man, I also want to join his strategy team. You see, Nick speaks for that Irene. Muhua was thinking about it, but Vivian came to his side. This girl, how to say it, from Muhua's understanding of her, Vivian is relatively quiet, but she is definitely not a very polite girl. Old man? Look at Odysseus, then look down at Vivian beside him. Tut, this girl doesn't know since when she determined that strategy can make a lot of money. Now seeing Odysseus, the brave mentor, she doesn't care about her face. Haha, Mu, is this lady your friend? If you are interested, you can go with the team. Although Vivian was talking next to Muhua, her voice was loud enough for Odysseus, who was approaching to hear her. Odysseus took the initiative to speak without Muhua saying anything. Okay, you can arrange it, but she is a necromancer, is that okay? Vivian's little thoughts made Muhua blush a little, but Odysseus spoke up, and it would be even more cheap to dwell on this issue, so Muhua couldn't refuse. You know, Irene got together with Nick just to get into Odysseus's strategy team. After all, she is a professional. Just now, Nick introduced Irene to Odysseus, and Odysseus asked about Irene's expertise in various aspects. Odysseus didn't ask anything about Vivian, and agreed without hesitation. There were many people around. Refusing Odysseus at this time was not polite, but basically slapping him in the face. Necromancer? No problem, and we have complete magic equipment, so we don't have to use the fighting style we are good at when filming the strategy. Odysseus waved his hand and said. Just like Muhua said, the strategy player is a bit like an actor, and the strategy team's planning of the courtyard strategy is not just about chopping and chopping. If that Chelson is a candidate for the hero, Odysseus will design a storyline from his birth, growth, love, inspiration, struggle, etc. The introduction of the terrain, monsters, resources, etc. in the courtyard will be inserted into the plot of the hero's growth. This is the operation mode of the strategy team. This series of processes will be filmed into a strategy video, and after these videos accumulate to a certain stage, they will also be edited and adapted into a film. And this world also has correct thinking. For example, the necromancer is usually not very conspicuous in the strategy team, either cannon fodder, or unimportant role, or guest villain. In short, Among all kinds of combat professionals, the necromancer will not be promoted positively, and belongs to the incorrect thinking type. Seriously speaking, this is not to exclude the necromancer. After all, the necromancer has a relatively harsh threshold, and most necromancers will go through the training of necromancers. There is no need to say more about the situation of necromancers. The most important thing is that necromancers do not require magic adaptability. If the strategy team portrays the necromancer too positively, what if those young people who have no talent but are full of blood go to dig graves and steal corpses? The human world lacks employees who go to work, get married, have children, and tighten screws, which is a small matter. It is troublesome to have necromancers who are extremely prone to mental problems everywhere in the world. So, in the strategy videos of the strategy group, usually no necromancer can survive for more than a few episodes. Even if there is, it is usually a villain who stimulates the growth of the heroes and is slapped in the face by the heroes from time to time. Odysseus doesn't mind that Vivian is a necromancer. After all, the strategy group has a support team to support the real battle. She can be a sharpshooter with a sniper. If she has a bag of magic scrolls, it depends on which type of great wizard she wants to be. If it really doesn't work, she can be equipped with a set of holy light equipment and let her pretend to be a saint. Odysseus said that these are not a problem for him. He has been a strategy person all his life. Originally, this group was also prepared to do Webster a favor before he died. As a result, Muhua helped Tamara evolve and saved his life. He was also a blessing in disguise, and his own strength was improved across classes. Now, as long as Muhua doesn't interfere with the strategy planning and doesn't destroy his reputation, Muhua will do whatever he wants to him. Okay, as long as you are okay, let's go, don't stand outside. Muhua didn't bother to be polite with Odysseus. He estimated that Vivian wouldn't be able to do it for long. After all, this girl is a pure practical person. When she really starts to fight, she will be more ruthless than Muhua. The other strategy team is all acting. I think she will get bored after playing for a while. She is Tibesha, the leader of the Dandelion Adventure Group. They plan to join your auxiliary team to gain some practical experience. Muhua introduced Tibesha by the way, while leading Odysseus into the hotel. It's us. Tibesha was dissatisfied with Muhua's introduction. She refuted Muhua and said hello to Odysseus politely. Yes, it's us. Odysseus also noticed Muhua's statement of them you, and seemed to agree with Tibesha, correcting Muhua. Heh. Muhua smiled and shook his head, and did not refute, but turned around and saw Lin Feng leaning against the wall at the entrance of the hotel, and couldn't help but turn his head to ask Odysseus. Odysseus, what does that guy do? Lin Feng, a man that neither Muhua nor Tibesha knew, had been with Agel earlier, and should be a member of Odysseus's team. The reason why Muhua had an impression of him was that he had been trying to get close to Tibesha these days. If he wanted to pursue Tibesha, Muhua wouldn't care. But this guy acted like a romantic all day long, and kept his voice down when talking to Tabitha. It is said that from time to time, he would give someone a look that made Tabitha want to punch someone. Tibesha was a little allergic to him, and Muhua found it interesting, so he remembered his name. He? What's wrong with him? Following Muhua's gaze, and seeing Lin Feng, Odysseus's expression froze. It seems that he is pursuing Tibesha. Every time he is in contact with him for less than 10 minutes, Tibesha wants to beat him up. What's the expression on your face? He is not your son, is he? Muhua noticed that Odysseus had a strange expression while talking, and asked in surprise. No. But he wants to pursue Tibesha? Odysseus denied, and then asked with some surprise. Well Muhua was about to ask about Lin Feng's situation, and a small assault ship that fell from the sky stopped in the air outside the hotel, which also caused Muhua and Odysseus to stop and look back. The ship's hatch opened, and 2 mecha warriors flew out of the hatch and approached Muhua and others. The exquisite and rigorous exoskeleton machine suit, with a fully covered closed structure, the main body is like a knight's armor. No weapon accessories can be seen on the external structure, but mist-like spirit particles can be seen around the armor, and there are also patterns with a faint magic halo on the surface of the armor. This kind of armor is more advanced than the armor equipped with obvious weapon accessories, because they belong to the top magic exoskeleton, commonly classified as the Mechanical Demon God series. Stop! Back off! Who are you? Facing the 2 approaching people, Tina stood in front of Muhua, and the silver-haired snake-eyed demon shouted at the 2 armored warriors. Although the armor looks beautiful, letting them approach is almost the same as letting 2 people with loaded machine guns get close. When Tina shouted, Barbara also stood beside Tina, and Odysseus' body was full of blood and red light, and a sense of oppression emanated from him. Don't underestimate this old guy. Since Tamara evolved, Odysseus is essentially a humanoid dragon. Chapter 347. Magic Mecha Armor is a very practical and powerful equipment. It can allow weak humans to compete with powerful demons. The powerful mecha armor can also enable individual soldiers to have ship-level confrontation capabilities. They are cutting-edge products of magic technology. The only problem is that whether it is an exoskeleton machine or a magic mecha, these magic items will conflict with traditional magic. In other words, although they both use magic power as energy, the magic power consumed by magic items needs to be specially converted. After equipping magic mecha armor, low-intensity magic cannot be released due to the interference of the mecha armor, and high-intensity magic will destroy the internal structure of the mecha armor, turning the mecha armor into a pile of scrap metal. This also leads to a clear boundary between mecha warriors and traditional combat professionals, but without demanding talents and long-term training, this kind of magic war preparation that can be said to be super god in a sense has also become the pride of many residents. As far as the Magic Empire is concerned, the highest level organization in the national security system is the Empire Miracle, and its members are all composed of mecha warriors. Darrow Group, Star Patrol Joint Guard, Mechanical Poetry Team, the 5th Brigade Combat Commander Sonal greets you. 2 mecha warriors who suddenly arrived hovered in the air, and when they slowly descended, the mechanical wings spread out behind them. When the helmets of the 2 people shrank and converged, the 2 women with their faces exposed saluted and greeted Mu Hua. Darryl? The Darryl of Darryl Aviation? Mu Hua frowned slightly. The visitors were 2 women with delicate looks, but Mu Hua felt something inhuman from them. These should be 2 magical life forms. Without the inscriptions, it is difficult for ordinary people to accurately identify magical life forms. Because of the creation of all things, Mu Hua has a special sense of magical life forms. We have received a personnel notice from the headquarters. On behalf of President Aurora, we sincerely invite you to join the Darryl Group. If you join Darryl, the group will build an exclusive magic workshop for you. You will receive high salary and benefits, and an environment to fully display your talents. This is the personal contact information of the head of the group's strategic support department. You can contact him to communicate the details. When Mu Hua looked at the 2 people, because of the precautions of Tina and others, Sonia floated to a distance of about 5 meters from Mu Hua, took out a gold-plated business card, and said to Mu Hua. The Darryl Group wanted to recruit Mu Hua, and everyone present, including Odysseus, was very surprised. Even for Odysseus, the Darryl Group is a behemoth. Its industries include starships, mechas, exoskeletons, magic puppets, and even combat magic life that is rarely sold to the outside world, as well as other high-end magic products. The Darryl Group has business dealings with the 3 main stars of the Federation, and can be said to be a truly internationally renowned company. And Odysseus knows more than others. The so-called Strategic Support Department sounds like a logistics department, but it is the research and development department of Darryl Group's high-end products. Odysseus only knows that Mu Hua is good at alchemy, but he doesn't know that he has mastered the magic technology that Darryl can take the initiative to invite. Sonia stated his purpose, and everyone let down their guard a little. Sonia spoke respectfully to Mu Hua, but her behavior made Mu Hua frown even tighter. Although Sonia extended her hand to hand out a business card, she remained in a floating state. If Mu Hua wanted to take the business card, she had to look up and raise her hand. Her behavior was not polite. Sonia kept smiling, as if waiting for Mu Hua to come forward to take the business card she handed out. Mu Hua did not move, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Are all big companies so awesome? Mu Hua turned his face and teased Odysseus. It's hard to say about other big companies, but Darryl should be quite awesome. Odysseus smiled bitterly. He was not afraid of teasing Darryl, but he felt that there was no need. Darryl's influence is no less than that of the Emperor of the Empire. It is even possible that it has already established a neutral country in some courtyards. Just treat her as an imperial delegation. If you don't like her, let her leave. But Darryl's strategic support department, maybe you can think more about it. There is no need to make a fuss with them, because of some trivial matters. Odysseus said to Mu Hua. Odysseus' temper is not good, but a person with a bad temper can achieve higher achievements only if he can judge the situation. In other words, a person with a bad temper, who has not achieved much may be a relatively straightforward person. But a person with a bad temper in a high position cannot be very straightforward. At least Odysseus feels that there is no need to care about Sanel's behavior. If it were him, he would let it go and show his generosity. Well, the premise is that she comes from Darryl. Maybe it's because of my soul creation, but Smur and Millie are a bit too high. Facing Odysseus's persuasion, Mu Hua was uncharacteristically curious. The original curiosity in his eyes disappeared, and was gradually replaced by indifference and contempt. Just like the arrogance that comes from instinct, Mu Hua seems to have an instinctive arrogance in front of the magic life. He does not discriminate against magic life, but the magic life showing off in front of him will make him feel a dissatisfaction far beyond that when facing ordinary humans, and this dissatisfaction has nothing to do with strength. Mu Hua's words surprised Odysseus, while Sonal's pupils on the opposite side suddenly shrank. Smur and Millie are the potential level of magic life. Her brand is covered by the armor. Ordinary people can't even recognize the magic life, let alone tell their models at a glance. Just when Sonal and her companions were in doubt, Ikaros had already walked towards Sonal and Mu Hua's signal. You? Terra? Staring at Ikaros, who came forward, Sonal's eyes flickered. Puff the wings spread out, and Ikaros opened the pink angel wings behind her. The green pupils turned bright red, and the collar symbolizing the psychic ring also appeared on her neck. Strategic Universal Angel, Queen of the Sky. Ikaros spread his wings and floated off the ground. His wings flapped, reaching the same height as Sonal, and he reached out to grab the business card in Sonal's hand. His red eyes glanced coldly at Sonal, and he ignored Sonal's strange expression. Ikaros flew back to Mu Hua, retracted his wings, and turned back into a cute girl. Ikaros' change made many people around him gasp. This student girl who looked so weak was actually a fighting angel? Mu Hua took the business card Ikaros brought back, but he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Ikaros introduced himself as a strategic universal angel. What if she had just said something like universal angel for entertainment? Wouldn't that be a bit of a social failure? Creator? Looking between Mu Hua and Ikaros, Sonia finally looked at Mu Hua and muttered softly. There are many specifications of magical life. The low-level Paris, the middle-level Millie, the high-level Smur and Terra, who is metaphorically regarded as the top magical life by the outside world. They essentially have no constraints between superiors and subordinates, but low-level magical life usually respects higher-level magical life. Of course, if there is a conflict, low-level magical life will not necessarily be soft-hearted when it stabs high-level magical life. However, if there is no conflict, just like Sonia and her companions at this time, even if they may have a combat power far beyond Ikaros, they will still express respect to Ikaros after being slapped in the face by Ikaros. Just like the protection of more potential members in a tribe that cannot reproduce normally. Sorry, Mr. Mu Hua. We didn't mean to insult you before. Finally, Sonia stopped floating and landed on the ground, holding his chest with one hand and bowing to Mu Hua. It's just that restarting the flight system wastes more energy, so, sorry, we are rude. Sonia said to Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua was silent. The emotional magic armor was like a large appliance. Sonia spent a long time installing it, but the essence was to save energy. At this time, the two people who had come to Lin Feng, who had been watching from a distance, were whispering to him. It's not an artificial angel. The collar seems to be a real psychic ring. I feel the angel base from her. This Mu Hua may not be the creator, but he doesn't seem to be able to get in touch with the angel pool, right? One of the three asked Lin Feng. But what if he really created it? Another person asked before Lin Feng spoke. Then we shouldn't touch him. At least you and I shouldn't touch him. The two looked at each other. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but hesitated and didn't say anything. He looked at where Mu Hua was, but frowned again and again. Chapter 348. As for the recruitment of Daryl Group, Mu Hua drove away 2 mecha warriors from Daryl, leaving a statement that he would consider it. He was very satisfied with his current life, and had never thought about finding a company to work as a white-collar worker or researcher. For many people who study magic technology, the magic workshop is a very fatal temptation for them. The various cutting-edge equipment in it can help them complete many experimental research, but these are meaningless to Mu Hua. In essence, Mu Hua has no concept of magic technology at all. He is overwhelmed by learning advanced mathematics, and is not a material for playing with technology at all. Regarding magic, Mu Hua is quite different. Maybe he can't even repair household appliances, but he can create magic life. In other words, Mu Hua can only create magic life, and it is not certain how much the word magic in the name of magic life is directly related to magic. The combination of the creation of all elements and the transformation of the skeleton and soul with high training level allowed Mu Hua to create a magical life with his bare hands, without the help of technological equipment. But Mu Hua could not handle the brain area involved. Mu Hua could create a magical life at the level of Terra, let alone the demon brain area. He could not even make a primary magical brain area, let alone the magic puppet that he originally thought he could create. Because he could not use magic means to strengthen the puppet he created might be a non-mainstream undead that could not breathe. It was precisely because of this that Mu Hua did not need a magic workshop at all. The private magic workshop promised by Daryl was completely a wrong expression of feelings for Mu Hua. To put it more vividly, even if you give him a supercomputer, he will only use it to play games. After sending away the two mecha warriors, Mu Hua took Odysseus to the third floor of the hotel. The third floor suite is very spacious. In addition to the living room, there is also a separate hall between the rooms for people to rest and drink tea. Even if Taibesha and her group are there, it does not affect Mu Hua and Odysseus being alone in the separate hall. Since Odysseus is here, the first thing Mu Hua does is to hand over the batch of support materials sent by the Raiders Association to him. To be honest, this batch of magic scrolls is still quite tempting to Mu Hua. However, he is not sure how Odysseus will use this batch of magic scrolls. Mu Hua is worried that it will have a fatal impact on his strategy team, so he dare not use it casually. Besides, these magic scrolls lack high-intensity single-target damage magic. Mu Hua fights monsters for corpses. A thunder dragon, a Quincy arrow, a Thor's hammer, etc., will blast the monsters to the point of leaving only a few bones. What's the point of that? Except for one absolute isolation, which I use for theft prevention, the others are all here. Please check them. Putting several boxes of magic scrolls in front of Odysseus, Mu Hua said to Odysseus, "Mu, you are too honest. These scrolls are originally under your supervision. You can take some and use them. Just tell me the remaining types and quantities. Don't mention our relationship. Even if Weber sends another inspector, I won't argue with him." Odysseus didn't check it. Looking at the list of scrolls that were obviously from the association, and had not been modified at all, he said to Mu Hua, "Ha, is this considered a bribe?" Mu Hua laughed. "Who do you think I am? I don't need bribes. You can treat it as a gift." Odysseus raised his chin. "My view on doing things is to exchange gifts. Tea or wine?" Seeing Tina coming from the corner, Mu Hua asked Odysseus. "Tea. Mu, you saved my life." Odysseus answered casually, looked at Tina with a little curiosity, and then said to Mu Hua seriously, "Now Tina's daily clothes have changed into female professional suits with short skirts and stockings. They are very sexy, and have no special meaning. She simply doesn't want to wear the maid outfit designed by Mu Hua. She has to settle for the second best and pretend to be a little secretary to match Mu Hua's preferences." Odysseus has no demon family. When he was young, he also wanted to find a demon to build a relationship with. Unfortunately, he signed a sharing contract with Tamara. Demons want to integrate into human society, but they are not slave traders who sell their people. No demon will turn over his card. "Hey, don't think about Tina. I charge you for saving you." Mu Hua jokingly interrupted Odysseus's glance at Tina's back. Odysseus coughed awkwardly and gave Mu Hua a middle finger. "Demon, by the way, can Tina recommend me for the next Demon Night banquet?" Odysseus changed the subject without talking about the consultation fee mentioned by Mu Hua. The so-called consultation fee was too cheap. In fact, Mu Hua now knew that there was something wrong with his original quotation. After all, a youth potion can be pushed to 6 or 7 million demon gold coins. Odysseus and Webster's lives should not be cheaper than the youth potion. Well, it can't be that much cheaper. However, it can be said that there are some mistakes. In addition to the interest factor, Mu Hua did gain the friendship of Odysseus and Webster. Although Odysseus didn't say much at this time, he recognized Mu Hua more and more in his heart. "You can't find a recommendation? But you're a little over the age limit," Mu Hua said with a smile. "Ha, Tamara has evolved. I may have lived longer than you now. Age is not important anymore." "Uh-huh." Odysseus laughed and showed off, and handed the list of magic scrolls in his hand to Mu Hua. "Why don't you pick some convenient ones?" Odysseus asked. "Not for now. I know the low-intensity ones, and the high-intensity ones are expensive. I ask you for them when I need them in the future." Mu Hua shook his head. Magic scrolls are also relatively buggy magic props, but in addition to the corresponding magic adaptability, they also need to be provided with magic. There are also many very high-level magic in this batch of magic scrolls, and there are even a few of the Hymn of Life, the Ring of Truth, and the Permafrost. However, even if Mu Hua uses the purgatory weapons he has accumulated recently, he still needs to step on the demon gold coins to release those scrolls. They are definitely expensive things that can rival magic weapons. And if someone comes to disperse the scroll and smears it on his face when releasing it, he would have no place to cry. What a big mouth. Then you should try to follow the group in the future and be my gunner. You don't have to spend money, Odysseus said with a smile. Are you sure? Can you arrange someone? Mu Hua became interested. Sure, tell me how to arrange it in advance. Odysseus nodded, and Tina also brought tea to the two of them. The gunner Odysseus mentioned is the person who releases the magic scroll. Of course, it refers to the release when following the strategy group to attack monsters. All consumption is borne by the strategy team, and its most intuitive benefit is the level experience after killing monsters. Experience brings level, and level brings free attributes, which is the legendary very pure Krypton Gold upgrade flow. Public Krypton Gold, whoever Krypton Gold is Krypton Gold, Mu Hua has no resistance to this. Okay, I won't be polite with you on this. However, what's going on with this Star Patrol conference? The videos of previous Star Patrol conferences found on the internet are all edited very well, and there are also the prophecies you said earlier. Mu Hua asked, accepting the bargain given by Odysseus. Sometimes, negotiations with monsters will trigger wars. In order to avoid the adverse effects of tragic scenes, the images of Star Patrol conferences are not allowed to be directly posted on the Magic Network. Odysseus explained. What about this time? Well, you said Lin Feng is pursuing your cousin? Do you know the Samsara Hall? Facing Mu Hua's inquiry, Odysseus asked Mu Hua while thinking. Samsara Hall? What does it do? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten for giving it such a cool name? What does it have to do with Lin Feng? Mu Hua was stunned. Samsara Hall is probably similar to a religious organization. It believes in Amra, the god of fate. It mainly gathers people like me who have signed a shared contract with monsters. What everyone wants more is someone to look after them when they fall into reincarnation, Odysseus said. Mu Hua was speechless. He didn't know anything about Amra, but this was a very pragmatic sect. Signing a sharing contract meant facing 9 reincarnations. A bunch of unlucky people who didn't know whether they would become slugs in the next life huddled together for warmth. Then, are you also from this sect? Mu Hua asked after a moment of silence. Yes, you also know my previous situation. But I have never died, so I am a relatively marginalized believer, Odysseus said. Well, it seems that the class positioning of this sect is also different. The more times you reincarnate, the higher your status. That Lin Feng is from the Samsara Hall. I suspect that he is a reborn person. Odysseus lowered his voice. Ahem. Huh? Rebirth? Not reincarnation? Mu Hua choked on the tea and questioned whether Odysseus used the wrong adjective. Yes, reborn. I feel like he might be the son of God that the Samsara Palace found. You said he was pursuing Tibesha? Maybe he had a deep connection with Tibesha before he was reborn. You know that, right? People like them all have a destiny they want to correct, Odysseus said. No. What do I know? I know shit. Mu Hua screamed in his heart. Is he really reborn? Is this world starting to become unruly again? Chapter 349. Since coming to Loren, Mu Hua realized that his understanding of this world was still very one-sided. For example, he did not understand the Star Patrol conference, and was not sure about the specifics of faith and gods. Although he knew that magic silver and mithril were forging materials, and that demon gold coins were an energy source, his understanding of their consumption was very biased. Demons used to be like urban legends to him. Witches were objects he would occasionally fantasize about, and blood clans and werewolves were ghosts in his previous life. He knew about the king and the shadow of the crown, but he only knew some vague concepts, and he didn't even know the existence of ghosts and gods. At the same time, there are actually quite a few time travelers in this world. Strictly speaking, those demons who came to the human world should be considered time travelers. And there are humans in hell, but it is hard to say whether they are humans in this world. And when humans enter hell, they are like wild animals breaking into the city. There are no wildlife protection regulations in hell. Whether they are caught or enslaved, killed or eaten, the situation they have to face will not be very good. It is said that the first king has always wanted to lead humans into hell. Just like the devil through the courtyard in the human world, he also seems to want to drag the battlefield to hell. As for how to go, Mu Hua does not know. Anyway, if you use space magic to cross normally, facing the dimensional turbulence of higher planes, humans will only be mixed into a pile of rotten meat. In addition to the time traveler, there are also reincarnators in this world, such as Odysseus, who is definitely a reincarnator reserve. Mu Hua can barely understand and accept these, But after learning from Odysseus that the reborn is also a concept that can barely be regarded as a rare existence, Mu Hua's brain has a tendency to freeze a little. Rebirth or something like that seems to be much more unreasonable than time travel and reincarnation, right? The reborn usually die an unnatural death, and then return to a certain time point in their past life to achieve resurrection. Of course, they can't provide any actual evidence to prove rebirth. After all, they only have those memories of the future that talk to themselves. Seeing that Mu Hua had no idea about the reborn, Odysseus told Mu Hua about it. Since they can foresee the future, if the future events they said really happened, wouldn't it be the best proof? Mu Hua questioned. But the future is not set. From the moment they are reborn, the future has already changed, Odysseus said with a smile. So, some people think that the so-called reborn are favored by the gods, and the gods give them an undesirable future in the form of dreams. They can indeed predict some things that have not happened, but the major churches classify this prediction as prophecy. Because the reborn are often reborn after experiencing a bad death, the church believes that the gods sent them to humans in order to reverse that bad future. So the church will define these reborn who can predict the future as saints and saints, Odysseus said, and Mu Hua realized that his original understanding of those saints and saints was also a bit problematic. It's the same, that's also very powerful. Predicting the future, if it is accompanied by enough power support, I'm afraid the world will revolve around them. Mu Hua muttered absent-mindedly. It's hard to say whether he is a time traveler or a reincarnated being. It seems that he is much weaker than others. At least, he can't peek into the future. Haha, it's not as great as you think. Odysseus laughed. Why? Didn't they say that the future will change? Or is it difficult to reverse? Mu Hua frowned. That's not the case. It's just that the world is so big. How many things can those who died in vain in the future experience? How many people have they come into contact with? They usually only know some people and things related to themselves, and at most some major events that can be foreseen without them. Odysseus shook his head, and Mu Hua thought about it, and suddenly realized something. Indeed, people have limited energy. With birth, growth, reproduction, and aging, how many things can they experience in their lifetime, and how many things can they remember? Maybe they will end their lives in mediocrity around work and family, maybe they will experience a business war between several companies, or maybe they will make friends and hunt monsters. Even if they are busy in the political arena, how many people and things can they experience in their lifetime? Not to mention what impact they have on the world. After all, even for those politicians, who have been remembered by people for a long time, how many years can their policies affect the outside world? 5 years? 10 years? Any longer is basically nonsense. It is either beneficial to praise them, or someone needs them to take the blame, or even simply respect and praise them. The probability is actually not high. The previous wave must be beaten to death on the beach, leaving a mark, and it will only be left if it is beneficial to the next wave. And more importantly, how can the so-called major events that affect the world pattern happen suddenly? Do you really think that all the consultants and think tanks are just for show? Not to mention man-made events, even natural disasters, I am afraid there are people who foresee them, even if they are not reborn. Thinking about it this way, it seems that those so-called saints and saints are not so exaggerated. They can barely be regarded as a little wealth makes peace, but great wealth makes death easy. What's more, there are countless courtyards in this world. It may be enough to master the dynamics in a courtyard. It is probably enough to exhaust someone's life. Perhaps those reborn people can be regarded as the protagonists in a certain movie? It is wonderful. But if you look closely, there are only a few supporting roles, and a few passers-by who can be directly affected by them. And it's not that the future is difficult to change, on the contrary, it's that the prophecy is too easy to change. Odysseus shook his head. The future predicted by those reborn people is very easy to deviate, the butterfly effect. Even if we don't mention the future changed by them, in their predictions about their own life trajectories, there are often some people and events that should not exist. They call those people and events fate singularity. It is precisely because of the existence of these fate singularities that many people do not agree that they have experienced rebirth, but regard them as a group of people who have gained the ability to predict. Maybe it belongs to a kind of inherent magic with a certain universality? Odysseus said again. Well, not counting the butterfly wings, there are also people who mess up the plot. What are the reborn people most afraid of? Not the boss, not the mastermind, definitely the intruder. If those fate singularities really exist, it is no wonder that others would question their rebirth. After Odysseus's explanation, Mu Hua only felt that the status of these reborn people was lowered again and again, and the image of a group of salted fish scratching their heads filled Mu Hua's déjà vu. Sure enough, in addition to being born into a good family, life still depends on the golden finger. You mean that Lin Feng might be a reborn person, and you can't confirm it? The big boss in his mind has become a special group of people who can provide special intelligence sources. Mu Hua's awe is completely gone. Look, the Son of God, the Holy Daughter, these reborn people are all mascots in the hands of powerful forces. I can't help it. I am relatively marginalized in the Samsara Palace. I can't get any information about the Son of God. The church only asked me to take care of him. You may not know that the Samsara Palace usually only takes care of people who are dying. Odysseus spread his hands. Then the Samsara Palace is very powerful? Mu Hua thought. Odysseus has the ability and identity. At least he is well known in Loren. Even he is marginalized. Mu Hua can't estimate the strength of the Samsara Palace for a while. Powerful? Do you know what reincarnation is most afraid of? The most feared is continuous death before the soul is mature, which will make us lose our memories, and one day we may really think we are a slug. I tell you, there are cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, cows, and horses in the reincarnation hall. Fuck, I have even seen a few goldfish kept in fish tanks. It was because of seeing those that I was so nervous when Tamara had problems earlier. Odysseus laughed strangely, and Mu Hua was speechless for a while. Well, he forgot that the reincarnation of people who sign the shared contract is random, and the origin of human beings makes it impossible for humans to reincarnate into monsters, and it is not certain whether they will be human in the next life. The Samsara Hall should be richer. After all, the believers are people who have to live for several lifetimes with memories. They have a way to find reincarnated people, and they are united internally. Most believers are more worried about their own reincarnation. If someone signed a contract with the devil, the church will gather believers and find a way to get rid of the devil. But they should have really contacted a god. The god of fate Amra may be real, and there should be some strong people in the Samsara Hall, Odysseus explained. Odysseus was worried that he would die earlier, so he was more obedient in the Samsara Hall. The class division of believers in the Samsara Hall was a bit weird, and believers who had not been reincarnated were not valued. Now Odysseus probably got rid of the threat of reincarnation temporarily, and when he commented on the various things in the Samsara Hall, he was not very pious. Obviously, Odysseus is also a guy who will only look for the coffin lid when he is about to die. Chapter 350. The mainstream belief of Loren Star is the fairy goddess of justice and blessing, which is often referred to as the fairy goddess by adventurers. Because the fairy goddess is worshipped by the Adventurers Guild, and the Adventurers Guild does not follow the path of religion, Loren is not considered a base for various sects and gods. But in fact, many areas of Loren also have preaching places similar to churches. And the reason why those churches that do not believe in the fairy goddess are not rejected by the Adventurers Guild is largely because those sects can convey some prophetic information. It is hard to say what the specific situation is on the Holy Empire side, but the adventurers on Loren's side seem to be more pragmatic. The gods are too far away from them. A sect without a prophet is not a good sect. If you want to gain a foothold here, the Son of God and the Saint Daughter of God are indispensable. Monsters advocate the use of force, and the nature of demons is difficult to predict, so it is not surprising that there are fights during the Star Patrol conference. However, most courtyard masters do not actually have the intention to exterminate humans. On the contrary, they want more humans to enter their courtyards, so the fights during the Star Patrol conference are more of a demonstration. You should know all this, right? At the tea table in the side hall, Odysseus turned the topic to the Star Patrol conference. Yes. Mu Hua nodded, waiting for Odysseus's narration. Sometimes, the monsters will also set off a demonic tide after agreeing to hold a Star Patrol conference with humans. This usually happens in courtyards that are attractive enough to humans. Monsters, especially demons, are very cunning. While taking advantage of human needs, they are also testing our bottom line. As long as we estimate that we will not fight to the death with them, in their view, no matter what the result is, if the monsters are allowed to wreak havoc on the human world, even if they are driven by a common hatred of the enemy, more humans will enter their courtyards. Therefore, if the high-end combat power of the monsters does not directly go down, if humans cannot resist the demon tide, they don't mind letting the demon tide flow into the human world. Odysseus said seriously. Are you saying that this is the case in the Kane's courtyard? Is there going to be a demon tide here? Mu Hua tapped the table with his fingers from time to time. Well, the Adventurers Guild has issued a warning, and the Samsara Palace has also informed me that they are sure that a demonic tide will occur, so I suspect that Lin Feng is a prophet. But don't worry too much. I cherish my life very much. I heard that as long as we don't attack the magician positions built by the demons behind the battlefield, there will be no commander-level demon generals this time. Besides, Lin Feng has come by himself, so he shouldn't be in too much danger. He is quite pretentious in front of me. If you tell him too much, I want to beat him up. You can test his bottom line. Or let Taibesha try. Odysseus was serious, but not too nervous. He should have seen a lot of such situations. Mu Hua didn't have much practical concept of the human-demon war at the level of a demonic tide, but he believed that Odysseus cherished his life. Judging from Odysseus's attitude at this time, he should be sure that even if there were any problems, the team he led would be able to get out of it unscathed. After a detailed discussion with Odysseus, Odysseus also told Mu Hua the benefits of participating in this Star Patrol meeting. In addition to tax exemptions and development rights within the courtyard, in this predicted war, adventurers will gain corresponding contribution points based on their performance on the battlefield. These contribution points can be exchanged for real estate in the main city of the courtyard, and even land and shops in the commercial district. For such a courtyard with great potential, these rewards are quite attractive. The reason why Odysseus actively participated was that in addition to him, other strategy teams would also participate in this Star Patrol meeting. At the same time, the priority of the strategy team in the Kane's courtyard would be determined according to the performance of many strategy teams in the war. In other words, when the team that gets the priority strategy right plans its own strategy route and strategy direction in the future, if there is a conflict with the strategy plan of other teams, the team without priority must give way. Sure enough, dragging people to the battlefield without giving benefits is a hooligan. After Odysseus's detailed explanation, a Star Patrol meeting that may lead to war, from forces to individuals, no matter whether it is for humanity or for the Empire, no one comes to work for nothing except for justice. Including all human cities developed in the Kane's courtyard in the future, all participants in this war will have the privilege of lowering taxes in all aspects of activities in the Kane's courtyard in the future. Afterwards, Mu Hua discussed with Otis about letting the Dandelion Adventure Group temporarily join the auxiliary team. With Otis, an old bird, it was better than a group of people rushing around blindly. Regarding the adventure group, Taibesha also got together with Mu Hua. She intended to use this Star Patrol meeting to upgrade the adventure group to a demon hunting group without taking an exam. When Mu Hua came to Loren, he only knew that the adventurers here could enter and exit the courtyard freely. He only had a general understanding of the differences between the adventure group, the demon hunting group, and the brigade in terms of combat strength. But the actual situation is that you can register as an adventurer or adventure group of the Adventurers Guild at will, but to become a demon hunter or a demon hunting group, in addition to accumulating enough task points, you must also complete the assessment tasks organized by the Adventurers Guild. This kind of assessment is not based solely on personal attributes or combat power. Because monsters do not have fixed behavior patterns, even low-level goblins may kill people above their level under the influence of weapons, environment, number, traps, and other factors. Therefore, if you want to advance to a level above the demon hunter, you need to go through enough actual combat tasks. Otherwise, the life profession will actually be a better destination for people who have attributes but lack survival ability. At the same time, demon hunters can obtain more information from the Adventurers Guild and can enter some courtyards and areas that are rich in resources and more dangerous. Team qualifications are more difficult to obtain than individual qualifications. Normal promotion to a demon hunting team is very time-consuming and labor-intensive for the Dandelion Adventure Group. However, the human-demon battlefield with the participation of the Adventurers Guild is a shortcut to promotion. Of course, the premise is that Odysseus will take care of it, and let the Dandelion Adventure Group put on its own banner. With Mu Hua, Odysseus will have no objection to Taibesha's request, and Taibesha just wants to get the qualifications first. The main combat members of the Dandelion Adventure Group are few and far between, and the division of combat roles is not clear. Taibesha did not have the wild idea of leading her own logistics team, which had only been trained for a few days, to do the demon hunting mission. For the time being, he did not discuss Lin Feng's problem in front of Taibesha. After Odysseus agreed to cooperate with Taibesha as much as possible, he took out 2 necklaces with cross pendants and handed them to Mu Hua. A specialty of the Holy Empire, a substitute amulet, which can exempt 3 attacks with a strength of less than 500 from death and injury, but be careful of being whipped by others. If you don't need it, just give it away. Odysseus threw the 2 necklaces to Mu Hua. Mu Hua caught the necklace. It was a top-grade amulet made with the power of faith. It was probably a low-end version of the Cross of Rebirth. For attack strength, the Exorcist bullet is a better reference. 500 attack strength is roughly equivalent to the attack power of a level 6 exorcist bullet. In the past, this thing was like a divine object to Mu Hua. But now, not counting the magic and resistance such as Bone Shield, Magic Shield, and low-level impact immunity, his body can withstand level 5 or 6 exorcist bullets. The attack that can suppress super speed regeneration and kill him is definitely much stronger than 500. So now this magical substitute amulet seems to be of no use to Mu Hua. Mu Hua did not avoid Odysseus and handed the 2 necklaces to Tibesha, asking her to handle them, which once again refreshed Tibesha's perception of his intimacy with Odysseus. Mu Hua actually doesn't think much about who is trustworthy. In his perception, there is no one who is trustworthy. But he finally got another life and got the golden finger, so he didn't want to live like a cuckold. This also led to his way of thinking when dealing with people around him, whether there is reason to trust them or not, and no matter how many times, he might just be willing to do so. If there is a mistake, he will not cry and scream, as if the whole world is sorry for him. Where did you buy this thing? Do you have more? Mu Hua threw the substitute amulet to Tibesha and asked Odysseus. It's a gift from the Holy Empire. They are very careful about this kind of thing, so I can't buy it. Odysseus shook his head. The judgment of attack strength limits the value of the substitute amulet, and Odysseus doesn't care much about it. Mu Hua thought to himself, as expected, the church is more in conflict with death, and this kind of thing can avoid the death gathering on Tuesday to a certain extent. Chapter 351. Although he was somewhat curious about Odysseus's strategy team, Mu Hua was most concerned about Ivy now. After all, he had been thinking about stabbing Ivy's waist for a long time. In the lobby on the first floor of the Demand Hotel, there was a burst of noise from the fitness area. In the lobby, people gathered in groups of 3 or 2, either whispering or looking at the ring in the fitness area and joking. Some people were arguing about something while fiddling with the magic net image at the long table in front of the bar. Some people walked out of the clothing store with obvious disgust on their faces. Some people were wandering around the lobby, and their cautious attitude was like a hyena patrolling the territory. After a wave of checkouts, with the arrival of Odysseus's team, the hotel became lively again. Mu Hua brought Tuesday to the first floor of the hotel. After turning into death, Tuesday's presence was much lower than when he abused Yandu. If she was accompanied by the breath of the crack that reduced her existence, she would even be ignored like a ghost. It was as if she was a female companion following Mu Hua. There were many handsome men and beautiful women in the hotel at this time. Except for Paget, who was sitting with Nick and looked at Tuesday twice, no one paid much attention to her. After observing the situation in the hall, Mu Hua was a little disappointed because he didn't see Ivy. When Tuesday leaned on Mu Hua's soul, he couldn't use his ability. Mu Hua asked Tuesday to follow him just to let her add a death doom to Ivy. If there are obvious signs when the Withering Curse is cast, then Tuesday can spread death silently. She is a real disaster, a disaster that spreads chaos and death. Compared to the Withering Curse, which will gradually be noticed by the recipient after the spell is cast, death is more mysterious and unpredictable. If you have no idea about the existence of Tuesday, even if the disaster comes, you will usually think it is just an accident. Since the evolution, Tuesday has not come to the human world, nor has she collected death in the outside world. However, fishing on the edge of the abyss has not stopped, and she has also collected some deaths of abyss monsters. For Ivy and her illegitimate children, Mu Hua originally had to consider assassination, but now Tuesday has become his first choice. Regardless of whether the doom of death is fulfilled, Mu Hua is ready to let Tuesday give them one first. Today's Mu Hua can be said to be in existence, with completely unequal actual combat power and harm level. Good things may not be accomplished, but if you go crazy, you may really be able to start the so-called apocalypse. Without affecting the smooth flow, there are several rest areas scattered in the hall. There are some tables and chairs for 4 people to sit in the rest area, and there are coffee machines and some desserts next to them. Without seeing Ivy, Mu Hua walked to the table of Agel, who seemed to be looking through the documents, but saw a pile of forms in front of Agel, and he was editing some people's personal information on his personal terminal. Seeing Mu Hua, Agel put down the work in his hands and greeted Mu Hua enthusiastically. Although Agel dealt with some trivial matters, he had followed Odysseus for many years, like the butler of Odysseus's team. In addition to logistics, Odysseus would also let him handle some personnel matters of the team. Briefly described the situation of the Dandelion Adventure Group to Agel, and mentioned that Gravisi and others are interested in joining the auxiliary team. Without Mu Hua's detailed explanation, Agel wrote down Gravisi's name and said that he would arrange a suitable position for Gravisi, and asked Mu Hua to inform Gravisi to contact him directly. Gravisi and his friends wanted to live a stable life, but they could not give up the high income from demon hunting adventures for the time being. They had planned to find a strategy team to join earlier. During this period, Gravisi had been helping Taibesha train logistics personnel. Muhua recommended them to Agel, which was also considered as finding some care for them in the auxiliary team. When there was less gossip, several armed escort vehicles appeared outside the hotel. It was said that they were some arms and equipment sent to the Odysseus team. It seemed that the sponsorship of the strategy team was not solely dependent on the strategy association. Someone called Agel to check the placement. Agel hurried away, and Muhua also turned to the table where Paj and Nick were sitting. "Hi, Debbie, the cherry cake here is good, would you like one? I treat you." Walking to the table, Muhua pulled out the remaining chair and greeted Debbie at the same table first. Muhua sat down, and Tuesday stood beside Muhua with her head down. Her slightly closed eyes made her look like she was smiling, and also eliminated some of the gloomy feeling of low pressure on her. "Mu, are you familiar with Debbie?" Paj, who wanted to ask about Tuesday's identity, raised her eyebrows and looked at Muhua. After Tuesday evolved, she was no longer the image of a black dress covering her face. When she was between a spirit and a body, she could transform into various styles of clothes. Paj was not sure about the relationship between Tuesday and Muhua, and Muhua's behavior of ignoring her and trying to please Debbie made her quite unhappy. "He poured a tube of stinky potion into my mouth." Before Muhua spoke, Debbie glared at Muhua with resentment, and Paj's originally unhappy expression suddenly turned into surprise. "Goblin essence? How much hatred? How much resentment? Isn't it too harsh?" Paj's expression gradually became strange. She didn't care about Debbie at first, but now she looked at Debbie with a bit of sympathy. "Okay, I apologize, really. It's all Nick's fault. Isn't it mainly because you are worried that Nick can't stand it?" Muhua said with a smile. "Enough. You are all bastards. There won't be a next time. Okay?" Debbie's eyelids twitched, and she seemed to recall some bad memories, and said angrily, "Can't stand it? What can't be stood up? Goblin essence is not toxic. This is simply bullying. If it weren't for the fact that what she and Nick did at the time of the incident was a little difficult to publicize. When Muhua and Nick fled together, Debbie wanted to sue Muhua for racial discrimination. Of course, Tuesday, cherry cake, 2 servings. Debbie expressed for the first time that she didn't care about it anymore. Muhua nodded and said to Tuesday. At this time, Nick, who was sitting next to him, lowered his eyebrows and looked at the coffee beside him, wisely playing the role of a small transparent person. "I don't like human sweets." Although she no longer cared about Muhua, Debbie still refused Muhua's cake. Compared with desserts, she preferred meat. Of course, there was a share for Patty in the 2 cakes. Patty smiled in her heart. How many years has it been since someone invited her to eat cake? She didn't refuse like Debbie did. Patty was curious about what happened between Debbie and Muhua, but it was obviously not easy to ask at this time. "Tuesday?" Seeing Tuesday go to help her get the cake, Patty asked tentatively. "Yeah." Muhua nodded casually. Patty said no more, and a flash of doubt flashed behind her lowered eyes. When she met Tuesday before, she thought she was a banshee. Now, Tuesday's image has changed drastically. It's clear that she has evolved. What does a banshee evolve into? An elemental evil spirit? A wailing banshee? Paji guessed that Tuesday might be a wailing banshee with the ability to destroy souls. When the ghost grows to this level, it can be said to be a real evil monster. Muhua didn't explain too much about Tuesday. Banshee's wailing is a very terrifying ability. Its instant death judgment mechanism that ignores defense is actually a mental attack on the soul. It can't be considered magic in the true sense, but a racial skill of the wailing banshee. It's a bit like the inherent magic with obvious personal marks. If you just learn it, it's more of an imitation with similar effects. And Tuesday is not a wailing banshee. She won't be able to wail like a banshee that sends all creatures to the end for the time being. Muhua is not sure if he can melt the skill stone of the banshee's wailing, but he really wants to decorate Tuesday into a wailing banshee. Although the wailing banshee is also quite frightening, it is better than the death gathering and withering curse, which are so eye-catching. Muhua also wants to find some magic stones and magic cores of the wailing banshee to try to smelt them. If Tuesday can master the banshee's wailing, when she is not showing herself in the form of a great demon, it will be a very good cover for her own special skills. After a while, Tuesday brought a dessert and placed it in front of Paget. The plate collided with the table and made a loud noise. It is not known whether Tuesday is not good at this kind of waiter's work or he did it on purpose. Debbie and Nick looked at Tuesday with a little surprise. But Paget, who knew Tuesday's identity, didn't care much, and even smiled and nodded at Tuesday kindly. In Paget's mind, Tuesday, who looked like an ordinary woman, was actually a monster, and Paget didn't want to provoke her. Although the guessing process was a bit problematic, the result of monster was not bad. Muhua asked what the three were talking about, and Paige and Nick introduced the identities and abilities of some members of the Odysseus team in the hall to Muhua. While talking, Muhua saw Lin Feng, who seemed to be trying to get close to Barbara. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two seemed to be good, Muhua did not go up to disturb them for the time being. Then he thought of Medusa, who was suspected to be the master of the courtyard in Yongye territory, and could not help but turn his attention to Debbie. Chapter 352. Debbie, I heard that you are from Yongye territory? Do you know this? Muhua took out an exquisite courtyard key while chatting with several people. When asking Debbie, Muhua concealed the matter of the ancient scam and briefly described to Debbie how he met Medusa, who gave him the key. I left Yongye territory a long time ago and don't know much about the Lord. But it does have the Lord's mark on it, and no one in Yongye territory dares to imitate it. It represents that you are the Lord's guest, and the demons in Yongye territory need to maintain a certain degree of respect for you, but... After looking at the key and listening to Muhua's narration, Debbie confirmed the source of the key, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Muhua, have you shown any value in front of the Lord? Debbie asked Muhua. Shouldn't it be? Does the Terror Rider summoning beast count? Muhua shook his head. The most eye-catching thing he showed at that time should be the Terror Rider summoning beast, right? But the other party flicked his fingers and petrified them all. That's not right. You should know that the Lord is a Medusa, right? Medusa is considered a cold and taciturn existence among all the demon tribes. They are very realistic, and injustice and stinginess are almost synonymous with Medusa. Debbie shrank her neck while speaking, subconsciously looked around, and lowered her voice. The Lord usually only gives the private seal to people who are valuable enough to her. As far as I know, there are not many humans who can obtain her private seal so far. Among them, except for the top leaders of the Adventurers Guild and the Brigade Alliance, they are at least at the level of the heads of the kingdom. Debbie looked at Muhua with an inquiring look, but Muhua was completely confused at this moment. If it was earlier, he would think that the ancient scam was of great value, or that he helped her get out of a big crisis. But now he already knows what the ancient scam is. Not only is it of no value, that thing, let alone Medusa, is at most a slightly heartwarming prank on any demon. Because I am the Lord of Paleness? Muhua asked tentatively. Debbie was slightly stunned, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes, but she shook her head silently after a moment. No, you know, the Lord is a real demon lord in hell. Perhaps you don't know what the demon lord represents. Their territory in hell is more vast than the magic empire. The demon lord controls everything of all life in the territory. They can kill their demon generals at any time because of a bad mood, and there are many original sin apostles among their demon generals. They even hunt original sin demons for food. Debbie explained. The demon lords are already the upper class in hell, and above them are the demon kings. Of course, the demon kings in hell are not the same as the guys called demon kings by humans in the courtyard. Some demon kings in the courtyard may just be demon generals under a demon lord. When Muhua's death breath did not undergo a qualitative change, he could be regarded as a pale apostle. When Muhua obtained the status of the pale lord, he could also be called a jealous apostle, that is, the so-called original sin apostle. And the original sin demons mentioned by Debbie, on the human side, can probably correspond to ghosts and gods. Apart from being younger, there was no reason for Muhua, the Pale Lord, to attract the attention of Medusa. From what Debbie said, the apostle of original sin seemed to be barely a high-level consumable for the demon lord, which made Muhua confused again. Demons are not humans. They will not show goodwill for no reason. Want to recruit him? Impossible. Most humans with enough strength will not be so tactful, let alone demons. Do you know that she wants to become a god? Does she believe in the goddess of justice? While thinking, Muhua thought that Medusa seemed to have some ideas about gods. Could it be that she believed in some doctrines of the goddess of justice? Become a god? You said belief? No, demons don't have faith. Debbie shook her head again, and this topic seemed to attract the curiosity of Nick and Paige. Humans, orcs, monsters, and even undead may have the power of faith, but demons don't have the idea of faith. Debbie sneered disdainfully. Demons may respect some powerful people and may worship and submit to the master, but even if they accept slavery, they will never believe in a certain existence. If the gods you humans talk about appear in front of demons, we may think more about how to pull them down from the altar and replace them on the throne, or want to taste what their internal organs taste like, and it is impossible to believe in them. Debbie explained. Well, feelings involve the power of faith, and demons are a kind of existence that only eats and does not spit out. In short, demons are out-and-out atheists. They may run to become gods themselves, and may find ways to obtain the power of faith, but don't expect demons to have the power of faith. At this time, Muhua also vaguely understood that Debbie was obviously born in Yongye territory, but it felt that when she talked about the Lord of Yongye territory, she was always talking about an irrelevant Medusa. I'm afraid it's not easy to make demons feel awe for a certain existence, let alone belief. Just as Muhua was sighing that his strange knowledge had increased, Debbie showed a look of realization. When you say that, I suddenly remembered that you did something that the Lord found interesting. Demons will also play cards unconventionally when they find something interesting. Originally, Debbie just casually said a guess, and she didn't even take it seriously. But as soon as the voice fell, Muhua's face was obviously stunned. Debbie was stunned, and then her face became excited. What is it? What is it? Did you really do something that Medusa finds interesting? Debbie's face flushed, and she asked excitedly in a very gossipy tone. What interesting thing? I didn't do anything. Muhua immediately refuted Debbie's gossip. Interesting? It's not interesting at all. Muhua's mind flashed the call of the ancients again. Bah, no, it's an ancient scam. Fuck. No way. In the end, it's still that thing. It's just different from what Muhua understood as the benefits. He ignored that demons go against the way humans think. Medusa gave him the courtyard key just because of bad taste. It's probably no way. Giving him a courtyard key is not to make it easier for him to go to Yongye territory, so that she could observe the impact of the ancient scam on us for a long time, right? Impossible. There must be something wrong. What is it? Which country's head of state did you kill? Or is there a demon who wants to give birth to a child for you? What demon? Succubus? Siren? Is it the horned demon commander? It can't be a little demon, right? No way. Is there a demon that wants to give birth to a monster for you? Debbie became more and more excited, while Nick and Paige were a little dazed. Get lost. Is there anything else in your head besides white liquid? Muhua shouted angrily. Damn, he is no longer the same person as before. He knows a lot now. It's okay for a demon to give birth to a child, but what does it mean to give birth to a monster? No, judging from your expression, there must be something. Facing Muhua's scolding, Debbie was not frightened. Bullshit, it's useless to ask you, and you are from Yongyling. Muhua denied it. While speaking, he saw Barbara, who was sitting with Lin Feng, leave. Muhua stood up, and didn't want to pay attention to Debbie anymore. He was ready to go and talk to Lin Feng. Hey, don't go. I'm telling you, since the Lord has put the mark on the courtyard key, he wants you to go to Yongye territory again. If you encounter danger, you can go there to hide. Jokes aside, Debbie kindly reminded him. She was worried that Muhua had caused trouble for some important person in Yongye territory, and reminded Muhua to go to Yongye territory for refuge when someone came to his door. I didn't do anything, so I don't need to take refuge. You should pay more attention to Nick. He is a representative sent by Hyman City. This Star Patrol meeting is not safe. Muhua waved his hand and turned his back to her, looking gloomy at this time. He was not in any danger, but his mother was in danger. Staring at Lin Feng not far away, Muhua quickened his pace. Look at Lin Feng, who is pestering Tabitha and flirting with Barbara. If that guy is really a reborn person, can we get the results of our future, the ancient scam, and the illicit love from him? Muhua was worried and pondered. Chapter 353. Are you a reborn person? The son of the reincarnation palace? In the lobby on the first floor of the Daman Hotel, Muhua sat down next to Lin Feng and stared at Lin Feng's eyes. At this time, the slightly gloomy aura on Muhua's body caused two handsome men nearby to frown and watch. In silence, Muhua's straightforward opening remarks seemed to make Lin Feng a little uncomfortable. After twitching his mouth several times, Lin Feng did not say anything in the end, but stared at Muhua with his eyes, staring at each other for nearly a minute, and finally Lin Feng nodded in silence. The cynical smile on his face disappeared, and the childishness when talking to Barbara was gone. At this time, Lin Feng seemed like a soldier who had experienced a harsh war. His immature and not calm eyes flashed with impulse and ruthlessness that were difficult to conceal. Do you know Taibesha? The future Taibesha? Muhua asked. If this Lin Feng had experienced rebirth, then he should not be too old before rebirth, and he did not have the vicissitudes of life that he had experienced. Persistence, impulsiveness, regret for loss, and courage after finding hope, he gave Mu Hua the feeling that he was not a wise man, but more like a young man intoxicated with redemption. Of course, the premise is that these appearances are not pretended by him. Facing the inquiry about Taibesha, this time Lin Feng quickly gave Mu Hua a reply, but still nodded silently while looking at each other. Do you know me? My future self? Mu Hua asked again, with a little expectation in his heart, his eyes a little dazed, and he couldn't help but guess in his mind whether the other party had a good relationship with him. In the future, will he be awesome? Reborn or prophet? This is really a very interesting existence. There is no you in my future life. I should not know you. This time Lin Feng finally spoke, but the answer he said was beyond Mu Hua's expectations. Singularity. Fate singularity. At least for people like us, your existence is a singularity that distorts fate. If possible, I really don't want to care about you. Lin Feng said seriously. Mu Hua. Well, I originally wanted to ask myself about my wonderful life in the ancient scan to see if I can make some avoidance measures in advance. Now it's good, the reborn people don't play with us. Are you sure? The future hasn't happened yet. Aren't you reborn to reverse the results of some things? Don't worry, even if you don't deal with me in the future, I won't beat you. Mu Hua clenched his fist under the table and asked unwillingly. Hee, why not a prophecy? You seem to believe in rebirth very much. The seriousness on Lin Feng's face gradually faded. Because rebirth is more exciting, you really don't know me? Believe me, I don't want to have any bad influence on you. Mu Hua answered simply. Come on, my life has been messed up by you. Lin Feng picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip, then rolled his eyes at Mu Hua, and his face was no longer serious. Hey, I didn't do anything to you. Mu Hua was dissatisfied. You don't need to do anything. In the future I predicted, there is no you at all. Your appearance has messed up everything. You made me a half-baked prophet. Lin Feng pouted and glared at Mu Hua angrily. Prophet? Don't you dare face your own rebirth? TSK, you are useless. Mu Hua waved his hand in disdain. Earlier, he had heard about the fate singularity from Odysseus. The specific mechanism was not clear, but it was not uncommon for the reborn to have a fate singularity in their original life. This is also the fundamental reason why the mainstream view calls them prophets. Mu Hua didn't expect that he would become someone who shouldn't exist in Lin Feng's eyes. Compared with curiosity, he was more disappointed. He missed a charlatan who could help him avoid pitfalls. No, he missed a bunch of charlatans. Rebirth? What the hell am I reborn? Let me tell you, I have wanted to talk to you for a long time. Lin Feng seemed to be annoyed by Mu Hua's attitude, and his face was full of anger. In the future I know, Tabitha should still be around her logistics team. There is no Odysseus team here, Barbara has no sister, no Clark, no Eve, no Icarus, damn, and that Vivian, I almost thought she was some big shot. As if he had been suppressed for a long time, Lin Feng was a little anxious. Speak slowly, speak properly, or I will beat you. Mu Hua raised his fist, and comforted Lin Feng not to get excited. By the way, Mu Hua actually understands Lin Feng a little. These people Lin Feng mentioned seem to be related to him. If he finds that the things in his memory are all different after rebirth, I am afraid his mood will not be much better than his. Humph, I used to be Tabitha's friend. No, I am not in the future, that's not right, Damn, I thought I came back for Tabitha, but now, everything is very strange to me. Under the comfort of Mu Hua's fist, Lin Feng calmed down a little, but he was a little confused again after a few words. Oh, it seems that the prophet is not that great. Mu Hua shook his head. After contacting Lin Feng, Mu Hua did not find the unfathomable feeling he imagined, especially since this guy's future did not include him. Mu Hua was disappointed and changed his rebirth into a prophecy. The prophet is the safety valve of the human world. Do you know how many disasters the prophet has avoided for people? Lin Feng also has his own pride, and refuted Mu Hua's contempt on the spot. Maybe, but you won't do things that nip the danger in the bud, right? Mu Hua frowned and questioned Lin Feng's pride. There are more than one prophet in this world, and there are probably many destiny singularities. The butterfly wings flap, you flap, I flap, to avoid disasters? It's good if you don't fan out disasters. When a reborn person from a small circle is placed in the big world, especially when there is more than one reborn person, then no matter whether there is a destiny singularity or not, the prophecy of rebirth is probably similar to fortune-telling by a half-immortal. These reborn people, to some extent, can also be regarded as each other's destiny singularity, right? The prophet avoids disasters? Although it is a bit confusing, in order to restrain the urge to beat Lin Feng, Mu Hua tried to imagine. For example, if they predict that a natural disaster, a demon tide, or a rebellion or riot will occur in a certain area, they could also deploy in advance to reduce or even exempt casualties. But the prophet seems to be closely related to religion, and Mu Hua can't help but think of the religious stalks of punishing and erasing the villain before he grows up. Prophets seem to have a certain degree of credibility in this world. If they speak carelessly and say that someone they dislike will become a world-destroying demon king in the future, then there will be some discord in this world, right? Eliminate the danger in its infancy? Oh, this situation you are talking about may also happen on the star of the divine court. So the Holy Empire will follow behind some saints, and saints all day long to clean up their messes. After all, there are not only singularities like you, but also various butterfly effects. If you change the predicted future at will, the so-called prophecy will be messed up. That's why the prophets have a strong religious imprint. In fact, the symbolic significance of most prophets is far greater than the actual effect they can produce. Like me, after seeing you, I dare not speak nonsense. And Loren attaches less importance to prophets. Even if a prophet issues a disaster warning, conclusive evidence is needed to apply for emergency approval. The approval includes the joint guarantee of the highest administrative chief of the region, the Brigade Alliance, and at least 5 crowned shadows. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at Mu Hua hesitantly. In fact, I know a similar thing. Do you know the troll witch Penelope? Lin Feng changed the topic suddenly, and Mu Hua was a little surprised. He had never heard of this name, and he had only seen witches, not witches. It is said that it is the upper class that witches can reach through life transition. Mu Hua thought for a while, and shook his head to indicate that he didn't have much concept of witches. It's better not to know. If you don't know, don't check. If you meet Penelope, you must avoid her. In my memory before my rebirth, she will cause turmoil in a northern principality, and many prophets have already issued warnings. Because there are some problems with Penelope's movements now, the approval of the emergency situation has not been passed, but some people have secretly united and are preparing to launch an ambush on Penelope at the right time. And for a singularity of fate like you, it is easy for some actions to cause a series of chain changes in the predicted future. So before Penelope's incident, you'd better stay away from her, otherwise things will become more unpredictable and difficult to control, which will be troublesome. Lin Feng said in a serious manner. Chapter 354. Mu Hua was very upset. He thought Lin Feng was a fool. What witch Penelope? You made it sound so real. It was a disaster and a crisis. Then you told us to avoid her, and not to check her information. Are you trying to stir up trouble? If you don't tell me, we don't even know who she is, okay? And since you've said that, who would honestly not check her situation? It's none of my business. Facing Lin Feng's warning, Mu Hua replied viciously. Ha, the prophecies of the reborn may not be accurate, but your fate singularity is very popular with the evil party. Penelope has become a hall witch and may participate in this Star Patrol meeting. I kindly reminded you because you have a good relationship with Tabitha. You'd better not have any intersection with Penelope, otherwise too many people will find out that you are a singularity, and you will have more trouble. Lin Feng seemed to be happy to see Mu Hua struggling. Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua realized that he originally thought that the reborn were awesome, but after a roundabout way, he turned out to be the awesome one. That's right, if he is really the so-called destiny singularity, then he is simply a prophecy tamperer. To use an exaggerated description, this kind of existence can lead the world line to a different direction in a minute. Just like Lin Feng said, the evil party should like him, because as long as they have more intersections with him, then those prophets, who predict their future behavior patterns will be at a loss. And the prophets probably won't like him. Mu Hua thought that if there is no need, it is better not to go to the Holy Empire in this life. Sure enough, at this time, Mu Hua also understood why people in this world called Lin Feng and others prophets instead of reborn. This world doesn't even have the ability to correct errors, and reborn people are so weak. Okay, I admit that you are right. After reacting, Mu Hua felt that Lin Feng's persuasion was really kind. Forget it, don't mention witches. In your situation, do you have any other abilities besides prophecy? Lin Feng looked easy to talk to, Mu Hua asked tentatively. The power of faith. I can absorb and use the power of faith. What do you think about letting me join the Dandelion Adventure group? Lin Feng said casually, and asked Mu Hua again. The power of faith and absorption, this should also be considered a golden finger, right? Does anyone believe in you? Mu Hua was surprised. Not yet. Lin Feng spread his hands. Mu Hua. Even if there are no believers, there are some scattered powers of faith in the outside world, although they are less. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Even those fanatics can only borrow the power of faith from the gods. I have this rare. Facing Mu Hua's slightly disgusted eyes, Lin Feng emphasized. In Lin Feng's anxious explanation, Mu Hua was sure that Lin Feng's ability to absorb the power of faith could barely be regarded as a golden finger. Because even in the Holy Empire's church, the prerequisite for becoming a cardinal is to accept the transformation of the gods and gain similar abilities. And the power of faith is directional, not whoever produces it will own it. Most people who take the path of faith, even if they can use divine arts, usually borrow the power of faith from the gods. In other words, they believe in a certain god, generate the power of faith, and then the power of faith they generate is absorbed and stored by the god. If they're devout enough, they can borrow it if they want to use it. Fuck, this is simply. In addition to people with specific beliefs, there are some people in the human race who will unconsciously believe in certain things, because those who are believed in have no ability to receive faith, and the power of faith generated by those people has become the power of faith scattered without an owner. In Lin Feng's case, he can absorb these ownerless powers of faith through a meditation-like practice method. If it were placed in the previous life, this ability would look pretty awesome, but in this world, how to say, this golden finger seems to be just SOSO, it seems to be the same as Ikaros, and the angels seem to have this ability. You want to join the group? Do you want to pursue Taibesha? Does the Hall of Samsara agree? By the way, can you cast divine arts? Mu Hua asked. Through Lin Feng's narration, Mu Hua has a better understanding of faith. The power of faith is simpler and more brutal than magic. It is like a panacea. Collect enough, and take it out directly to interfere with reality through imagination. Creating something out of nothing, this is an energy that can create miracles. No wonder there is a signature ability like resurrection. Of course, all the premise is that the power of faith is enough. I can now cast 5 divine arts, with the strength equivalent to low-level magic. When Lin Feng said this, Mu Hua saw a guilty conscience in his expression. Every day? Mu Hua asked tentatively. No, if I don't consider improving my ability to accommodate the power of faith, I estimate that I can store up the power of faith again in half a month. When Lin Feng said this, his eyes wandered. Half a month? 5 low-level magics? Are you kidding me? Mu Hua's eyes twitched. Is this guy acting cute? It's not magic, it's divine art. You have to know that my potential is much greater than that of a priest. Lin Feng corrected embarrassedly. What's the difference between low-level divine art and magic? Divine art has the saying of fantasy materialization. In fact, in Mu Hua's cognition, people who practice divine art are a bit neurotic. They want to think of the fake as real. This sentence is easy to say, but to understand fantasy as reality, the way of thinking can't be too normal. And fantasy materialization does sound scary, but you can't make an aircraft carrier with a palm-sized iron sheet. To create miracles, you naturally need enough faith. This thing is a kind of magic that changes in quantity and quality, and low-level divine art, TSK, it seems that the effects that known low-level divine arts can produce can be achieved by magic. Even if divine arts are not affected by the environment and dispel low-level divine arts? Are fists more useful? At this time, with the in-depth communication with Lin Feng, the high-end image of the reborn in Mu Hua's mind is constantly cracking and collapsing. Sure enough, their best destination should be to become a mascot in the church, right? Well I was reborn not long ago, I can also learn magic, and my shooting skills are not bad. Don't worry about the Samsara Hall. In fact, I didn't experience much before my rebirth. I was not old when I died, and I didn't know a few influential events. The Samsara Hall doesn't care much about the development of religion. They have loose constraints on members, and don't pay much attention to me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but since he talked to Lin Feng, this guy rarely mentioned the title of prophet, and preferred to talk about rebirth. Is this to please Mu Hua? You learn magic? You learn magic, and can cast divine spells? Do you think you are an angel? Oh, forget it. If you want to join the group, go to discuss it with Taibesha. What's going on between you and Taibesha? Mu Hua lost interest in Lin Feng. Magic and divine spells are also a bit conflicting. One is evolution, and the other is fantasy. If you understand and run the evolution process, how can you have a fantasy that distorts reality? However, Mu Hua didn't understand things about faith, so he simply stopped struggling and turned his attention to Lin Feng's obsession with Taibesha. It's good to have something to do with her, but it's not convenient to tell her about her future for the time being. Mu Hua, I need your help. Believe me, I have no ill will towards Taibesha. When mentioning Tibesha, Lin Feng became serious again. Your situation is special. You should know that I can't believe everything you say, right? Mu Hua frowned. He didn't like Lin Feng's unclear way of speaking. Even if you appear, the Benson family still has serious problems. If it continues like this, the Benson family will be in danger of destruction, and Tibesha will also be affected. I used to be Tibesha's teammate. Before I was reborn, I saw her miserable life. I need to do something, but I don't know if it will lead to worse results. Lin Feng looked tangled, and occasionally a resolute look flashed in his eyes. Mu Hua frowned. Lin Feng wanted to say something but stopped. His tone was full of temptation for him. Mu Hua didn't like this kind of temptation. According to his previous experience, this feeling often appeared in people who wanted to use him. In the past, when encountering such a situation, Mu Hua usually withdrew in time, but when it came to Tibesha and Samantha, Mu Hua was a little hesitant. Just as Mu Hua was hesitating whether to continue asking Lin Feng about what would happen to the Benson family, a female voice came from behind Mu Hua, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Mu Hua, I heard that you are the Inspector General of the Raiders Association. Did you do something with my Raider application? Ivy and Gray rudely interrupted Mu Hua and Lin Feng's time alone. Chapter 355. Ivy, we have never met before. I didn't know you wanted to be a conqueror, let alone the application you mentioned. On the first floor of the hotel, Ivy's sudden arrival made Mu Hua's eyes light up. Tall, charming, expensive jewelry and clothes, this is a woman who is good at using body language. The external arrogance makes Ivy easily arouse men's desire to conquer. While Mu Hua was looking at Ivy, Tuesday, who was guarding Mu Hua, raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. In this short smile, a trace of undetectable breath descended, and the suspicion of death enveloped Ivy. Without too much conspiracy, Mu Hua directly hinted that Tuesday had brought the doom of death to Ivy. He was not afraid that Ivy would get into trouble in the hotel, because Ivy was always inseparable from Gray. And just with a rough understanding, Mu Hua already knew that Ivy was used to playing some more exciting games with the young master of the Caesar family. As long as he didn't have any actual contact with her, even if something happened to Ivy, Mu Hua could get rid of his relationship. Okay, since it has nothing to do with you, can you help me? It seems that you have a good relationship with Miss Paget. Ivy sat down next to Mu Hua without realizing what happened to her, looked at the direction of Paget and Nick, and said to Mu Hua. It was still a round table for 4 people to sit around. As Ivy sat down carelessly, there was obviously another chair, but Gray on the side looked at Lin Feng, waved his hand with a smile, and signaled Lin Feng to move aside. He wanted to sit next to Irene, which was also the position facing Mu Hua. And Lin Feng also surprised Mu Hua. At this time, he did not show any displeasure. He stood up and gave up his seat, but did not leave. Instead, he sat on the empty chair on the other side of Mu Hua. Although he gave up his seat, Lin Feng ignored Gray's frown and the 2 suited men beside Gray. He sat next to Mu Hua with a look of ignorance on his face. Help you? Why should I help you? Mu Hua looked at Patty and sneered after glancing at Gray and Lin Feng. You? Mu Hua's attitude was very cold, which was very different from how Mu Hua behaved in front of her earlier. Ivy was speechless for a moment, and her slanted eyes made her look a little mean. It seemed that she was not good at expression management. Haha, others say that women are fickle, and I think you are also fickle. Mu Hua, I thought you would always be a considerate big brother, but it seems that you don't like Ivy that much. Gray laughed at the side, and the originally quiet table was inevitably watched by the people around because of his laughter. Someone told me earlier not to leave a sinister impression on people, and I think it's quite right. I should have no reason to like her, right? Ignoring Ivy, Mu Hua looked at Gray, who was sitting opposite him. Oh, you don't have a reason to like her, but you should know more about all. Gray sneered. All? You? Or her? Are you sure? Mu Hua was surprised. This was really not his intentional act. Gray's confident and cold expression really made him a little confused. It's hard to say what kind of ability it is. Now Mu Hua has a keen perception far beyond ordinary people. Even without the identification technique, he can roughly sense the physical condition of Gray and Ivy. The 2 definitely don't have a single attribute that exceeds 200. This also needs to take into account the improvement brought by the level to the 2. It is not difficult to see from the walking posture of the 2 that they are not good at fighting. If it's family background, Ivy's status in the Benson family should not be as high as that of Tabitha and the Caesar family. Does Gray look down on him, or does he look down on Webster and Odysseus After all, he is also the Inspector General of the Strategy Association, and Gray should not be able to threaten him casually. After all, this is the human world. Whether from the perspective of following the rules or not, Gray seems to have gone too far in using the word respect to him in his territory. Mu Hua, who do you think you are? Ivy's voice was slightly sharp. She felt that Mu Hua valued Gray. Between her and Gray, Mu Hua's contempt for her made her inexplicably annoyed. Me? Many people say that I am a necromancer. You just sit next to a necromancer and talk about respect. Is it really okay? Mu Hua sneered. Although he didn't know much about the powerful circle of Loren, he knew that the people on Loren's side were not as well behaved as those on Lanton's side. Moreover, this is really his territory. This territory does not refer to any sphere of influence. It simply means that the hotel and the surrounding area are Mu Hua's private land. Loren went to someone else's house to show off his power. If he gets beaten, he will have no place to complain. Ka, Mu Hua's voice just fell, and in the sound of mechanical grinding, the arms of the two big men behind Gray were instantly covered by the armored cage hands. The metallic armor was part of the magic mecha armor, and the two big men stood silently behind Gray after showing their armor. The energy lines on their arms seemed to be silently refuting Mu Hua's statement of being a necromancer. Necromancer? Haha, why are you always so complacent about learning a few tricks? Mu Hua, it's too early for us to become mages. We should know how to maximize the value of the resources at hand. Gray chuckled, and the two bodyguards, who suddenly unfolded their mechanical suits, also attracted the attention of more people in the hall. Magic trick? Maximum value? Mu Hua suddenly realized that Gray in front of him regarded him as a young rookie wizard. Relax, man, I have no ill will towards you. Maybe we can still be friends. If some people are not worthy of your trust, you should find new friends, right? Without paying any attention to the surrounding gazes, Gray pretended to be mysterious and said to Mu Hua in a low voice. Humph, Mu Hua, others don't know. Do you think I will also regard you as a declining family branch? Samantha's care for you may not be due to family affection, but also for atonement. You are just a ticket for her to return to heaven. No reason to like me. You don't know anything. Ivy on the side also said to Mu Hua in a mocking tone at this time. Mu Hua was in a trance. He originally thought that Gray's friends referred to Webster and Odysseus. After a circle of emotions, he returned to the Benson family and Samantha. The Benson family had nothing to do with him. He got the golden finger when he first came to Loren, which led to him not wanting to covet anything from the Benson family. He had never been interested in the Benson family. As for Samantha? Samantha was his boss at first, and Tabitha was his second boss. Since they met, he has gradually shown a lot of things in front of Tabitha. Samantha did not plot against him, and did not say anything. Every time she contacted him, she either reminded him to pay attention to safety or provided him with some benefits. She even helped him find demon followers. What is a dependent? To put it bluntly, it is a slave. Even if Alan has some support for the demon, a slave is a slave. If there is still any dislike, it is somewhat inhuman. Especially after a period of contact with Tibesha, there will always be feelings. Even if Samantha wants him to help kill a few illegitimate children, even if she considers Tibesha's feelings, as long as Samantha doesn't want him to take the blame, he doesn't mind helping. Mu Hua didn't feel any malice from Tibesha and Samantha. And Samantha's atonement? No need to think too much. Even if it is really as Ivy said, it must be related to Mu Hua's chief father. At this time, Mu Hua was thinking calmly, but Lin Feng's expression was uncertain, and Ivy had a smug smile on her lips. In other words, compared with suspicion, Mu Hua's heart was more curious about gossip. Samantha looked mentally normal. As long as she was not sick, she was considerate and caring, and sent her own daughter to him. Even if there was something dirty between her and the Mu family, it couldn't be too bad. His family in this life really didn't give him the opportunity to develop feelings. He couldn't be so inexplicably affectionate and full of hatred and vengeance, right? She didn't need to be taken care of when she was born, and she had to struggle to grow up. She cared about her elders when she encountered problems, but she picked up a knife and quarreled about family and country when she heard some gossip. Damn, is she sick? Mu Hua was going to find an opportunity to ask Samantha in person about some of her doubts. And Ivy and Gray, who picked up this topic. Mu Hua was not a passionate young man without common sense of struggle. In such a public place, and in front of Lin Feng, an irrelevant outsider, these two people obviously didn't have any good intentions towards him. Chapter 356. Ivy and Gray looked down on Mu Hua. Although I don't know what information they have collected about Mu Hua, No matter what their intention is to contact Mu Hua is very clear that the behavior pattern of this couple reveals that they look down on him everywhere. Because these means are too low-end, they want to win over, provoke, try to deter, and use the malice of others to spread the word, which seems to be taking advantage of the situation to force Mu Hua to stand on the side. Any of these points can be calculated separately, but it is very careless to put them together. It's just like a change in a boring life, like facing a small fish that they can control at will. Ivy, it stands to reason that I shouldn't interfere too much with your behavior in the hotel, but this is the lobby of the hotel. Do you think it's really appropriate to let people unfold the machine here? Instead of taking up Ivy's original topic, Mu Hua pointed the finger at the bodyguard behind Gray. From the exchange just now, Mu Hua found that compared with magic combat skills, Ivy and Gray seem to advocate magic weapons more. To be honest, when there is not enough talent and time to accumulate, magic weapons are indeed easier to form combat power, and this concept is not easy to say right or wrong. Mechanical equipment? You are still somewhat self-aware, but weren't you the first to mention the necromancer? They are dedicated guards. What's wrong with taking some precautions when they feel threatened? Mu Hua, the current situation is caused by you. You disturbed the guests present, and you should apologize for it. Ivy's eyes flashed brightly. She didn't like Mu Hua's attitude of changing the subject. When she looked around, she didn't care about the reactions of other people in the hall. Whenever she made eye contact with the other party, Ivy would nod to the other party apologetically, as if she was the owner of the hotel. The living environment gave her the corresponding tolerance. Even when confronting Mu Hua, she would not choose the way of scolding like a shrew. Mu Hua also looked around with her movements. Because of her cold face, anyone who met Mu Hua's eyes would turn their heads away and selectively ignore the situation here, as if nothing happened, and no longer look at this side. Most of the guests in the hotel now are members of the Odysseus team. Through word of mouth, they all know that Mu Hua is the inspector assigned to them by the Raiders Association. Even if these people are not smart, they know the things they should pay attention to in the workplace. When they don't know the specific situation here, they don't want to provoke Mu Hua for no reason. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to show Mu Hua's influence, which also made Gray and Ivy frown. It seems that no one needs my apology. Mu Hua grinned. Isn't that good? It seems that my people don't care about the necromancer. Gray narrowed his eyes. Really? I think they should care more. Mu Hua said calmly, without any movement. Two disgusting breaths brushed Gray's hair and fell on the two big men behind him. 5 senses deprivation. He is a high-level necromancer. Among the two, a seemingly older guard couldn't help but step back a few steps, crossed his arms in front of him, and kept a defensive posture. When shouting, he didn't dare to move rashly. The light at the wrist was pouring, and the mecha in the folded space quickly armed the guard into a mecha warrior more than 3 meters tall in a handsome way. Intermediate level, I haven't learned the soul of bones yet. Mu Hua smiled and looked at the other guard, who was obviously panicked. For the magic of curse, the effects of low-level curses are relatively intuitive, just like some common diseases that are easy to understand. High-level curses mostly involve energy and infection, which can directly weaken the magic power or physical fitness of the recipient, and are also easy to create large-scale chaos and disasters. Intermediate curses are more related to the impact on the senses. The more distinctive ones are curses about deprivation of the 5 senses, such as blindness and hearing loss. But those intermediate curses are often aimed at a sense. In people's conventional cognition, only high-level necromancers will integrate these intermediate curses. And this 5-sense deprivation that blocks the enemy's multiple senses is often regarded as a curse that only high-level necromancers can master. Mu Hua already mastered free casting, and silently cast 2 curses that had been brewing for a long time. The guards on the opposite side subconsciously recognized him as a high-level necromancer. At this time, the older guard was covered with mechanical equipment, and the energy washing exuded overflowing magic energy, which was a function similar to purification magic. He tried to clear the curse from himself, but the 5 senses stripping was originally a combination of 5 curses, and even the purification magic would take at least 5 times to completely remove it. Although Mu Hua had never used the 100 Refinement Secret Stone to smash the curse, he had used the Skill Stone to improve the level of these curse magics, which also resulted in a need to consume more magic power and time to use energy cleansing to clear Mu Hua's curse. Although the older guard was calm, he was suspicious in his heart. When the 5 senses stripping was performed at his fingertips, the older guard knew that his young master had hit a wall. This level of necromancer was simply a nightmare for mecha warriors. To fight against their curses and magic, a lot of energy is consumed, and their bone shields make magic weapons that tend to attack points crazy. Fortunately, the young man in front of him did not master the Soul of Bones, otherwise if the energy field was entangled by the strange magic, it would not take a moment for his energy to run out, and his armor would really become a mechanized exoskeleton. The old guard was still in shock, but the next moment, the sound of the energy cannon charging almost made his soul fly away. The old guard had rich combat experience, but the young guard could no longer hear the 5 senses he had just shouted. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all disappeared at once. The young guard was panicked for a while, and raised his arm by muscle reflex. At the same time, because of the disappearance of touch, he did not even notice that the micro-magic cannon on the arm armor had been activated. Gray reacted quickly. When he found something strange, he immediately jumped to the side and lay on the ground. Bang! Because it was right opposite to Muhua, the egg-thick beam blasted towards Muhua, causing him to lean back on the chair, but the bombardment was blocked by the bone shield. Muhua shivered and sat up again. Run! Lin Feng exclaimed. Everything happened too suddenly. At this time, Lin Feng held his head and lay on the ground, shouting at Muhua, who was still sitting opposite the out-of-control guard. The sudden attack immediately caused a burst of exclamations in the hall, but it was true that the members of the Odysseus team seemed to have quite a lot of experience in dealing with such emergencies. Some people held shields, some cast defensive magic, and the exclamations of the crowd sounded chaotic, but they all hid behind the garrison in an orderly manner. Among them, 2 people even attacked the young guard with swords, and their momentum was much faster than the living puppets in the hall. Bang! The sound of the micro-magic cannon firing was not too loud, like a heavier fist wind, and the firing speed and concealment were quite good. This attack was quite powerful, but it could only destroy 2 or 3 layers of Muhua's bone shield at most. Muhua looked at the guard on the opposite side, who still didn't realize what he had done. Tuesday had just sent Ivy the Doom of Death. The guy on the opposite side didn't hit Ivy with the first shot, but hit him instead, which made Muhua quite unacceptable. Muhua was staring at the other side blankly, as if he was scared silly. Sure enough, under Muhua's gaze, the young guard, who moved his steps in panic, and the second shot directly hit Ivy on Muhua's left. Ah! Ivy screamed and exclaimed. Looking at Ivy with a bloody hole on her chest, Muhua's eyes flashed with joy. This is right. It is obviously her who brought the Doom of Death. However, the next moment, Muhua frowned again, because the blood hole on Ivy's body disappeared like a phantom. Substitute amulet? Ivy also has that thing. Asshole. Stop it! Seeing Ivy's eyes go straight after being hit by a cannon, Gray shouted angrily, but unfortunately, the other party has not recovered his hearing yet. Boom! Another blow hit Ivy again, and Muhua's eyes lit up. The death doom on Ivy seemed to be very powerful. Ah! This blow woke up the dazed Ivy, and her piercing and full-bodied scream disappointed Muhua again. Although it could open a hole in Ivy, the attack strength of the energy cannon on the arm armor seems not enough to ignore the substitute amulet. The substitute amulet on Ivy still has the number of resurrections, but at this time, a living puppet has knocked Ivy down. Seeing that Ivy was not killed by the blow, Muhua couldn't help but curse his bad luck in his heart. A defensive magic fell in front of Muhua. Muhua looked back and saw Padge urgently yelling at him to dodge. Well, the older sister is more considerate. Looking at the young guard, who caused the chaos, he saw the brave candidate Chelson mentioned by Odysseus, who was attacking from the side with an angry face, waving a sharp sword in his hand and slashing at the young guard's neck. Don't, hold on a little longer, and Ivy should be dead in 2 more hits. Staring at Chelson holding a sword, Muhua expected the young guard to be super. Chapter 357. The lobby on the first floor of the Demand Hotel was in a mess. In the silent lobby, people's eyes were focused on Chelson. At this time, Chelson, who was originally handsome, held a bloody long sword in his hand. Chelson, with an angry face, ignored the body with its head and neck separated in front of him. A drop of blood slid from the sword, and Chelson stared at Gray with hatred. Gray Caesar, what do you want to do? Under the gaze of everyone, Chelson scolded Gray, who was squatting on the ground. Because of Muhua's 5 senses deprivation, one of Gray's guards fired several shots in the hotel in a panic. The sudden attack caused chaos in the lobby, and in the chaos, Chelson killed the guard in a way that was almost a sneak attack. Speaking of which, the guard's death was a bit unjust. Not to mention that he lost his sense of touch, he might not even know that he had launched an attack. Moreover, the magic machine armor is really cool. Even if it is a standard armor, even if it is not equipped with complete military weapon accessories, the armor with flowing light is like a small mecha, which can fully protect the wearer. Stern, heavy, but also with sharp lines and corners that give people agile senses. In terms of shape and aura, Mu Hua has to admit that it is not good enough for warriors and mages. Just look at the other middle-aged guard, who is like a steel statue, still maintaining a defensive posture, and the energy defense stance around his body is turned on. If the young guard can turn on his state, he will not be easily beheaded by Sher Sun. Sher Sun, you dared to kill my people. After a brief panic, facing Chersun's scolding, Gray also had a gloomy face, and stood up and shouted angrily. At this time, the middle-aged guard near Gray seemed to have recovered his vision, because a pair of flexible pupils were reflected in the eye lens of his full-cover helmet. Although it is not known whether he has recovered other senses, he probably did not understand the situation at the scene at this time, and he was still frozen in the field without any movement. Idiot! Stop washing, take him down. Walking in front of the middle-aged guard, Gray kicked the nearly 3-meter-tall steel warrior hard. The two suddenly quarreled, and Mu Hua also stood up at this time. Mu Hua was a little puzzled. Not only did he directly kill Gray's guard, but why did this Chelson seem to be more angry than him? Taking a step forward, Mu Hua, who wanted to move forward, was stopped by Agel, who came to his side. I saw Agel shook his head at Mu Hua, and said to Mu Hua, in a very low voice, "Don't go, let them deal with the affairs of the Caesar family themselves." Mu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and paused, but heard Chelson's angry scolding again. "How dare you? I'm asking you, what do you want to do? Mr. Odysseus accepted the family's sponsorship. Do you want to destroy our cooperation? Waste. Don't think you can be any different just because you got a job from your father. Waste is waste. He was the first to cast the curse, 5 senses deprivation. Fuck, you killed my guard." Gray retorted and cursed, pointing his finger at Mu Hua. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Mu Hua again, but saw Mu Hua spread his hands towards Chelson, who was also looking at him, pretending to be innocent, and those who didn't understand the situation couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. 5 senses deprivation? Just such a young man? Why don't you just say that he cast a soul-stealing spell? Obviously most people regarded Gray's words as nonsense. Gray's eyes were red, and he was panting like a bull. He looked at Mu Hua, then at the body still bleeding on the ground, and kicked the middle-aged guard's calf covered with mecha again, and finally glared at Sher Sun. At this time, Agel whispered to Mu Hua again. "Mr. Mu Hua, what happened? The Caesar family gave us a lot of investment in the attack on the Canaan's courtyard this time, so Mr. Otis designated Sher Sun as a candidate for the hero. Some people in the Caesar family have some opinions about Sher Sun becoming a candidate for the hero, which also involves the quota of some resources and minerals occupied by the attack team during the attack process. The Caesar family has never restricted the competition between their descendants, and the competition methods of this family." Although he said he was asking Mu Hua, Agel told him about the many relationships between Sher Sun, Gray, and the Caesar family, and the attack team in a short time. Mu Hua looked at Agel with some surprise, then nodded to Agel, indicating that he understood his reminder. "Chelson, thank you for saving Ivy." Mu Hua stepped forward to interrupt the confrontation between the two brothers of the Caesar family. He ignored Gray and thanked Chelson. As Mu Hua thanked, everyone noticed Ivy, who was pushed down by the living puppet. Ivy, who was lying on the ground with her body supported, didn't know where she hit. At this time, blood was oozing from her forehead, and there were 2 big holes on the left chest and abdomen of her dress. A necklace-like substitute amulet hung in front of her neck. Her eyes were blank and full of embarrassment. "Mr. Mu Hua, I apologize to you on behalf of Caesar. Please forgive Gray's offense. We will definitely try our best to make up for the damage caused to Miss Ivy." Chelson replied politely to Mu Hua, with speculation in his eyes. "Shit, shut up, Sher Sun, you don't represent anything." Gray, who was left aside, cursed and walked quickly towards Mu Hua. While talking, he seemed to want to grab Mu Hua's collar, but then he thought of something. Under Mu Hua's cold gaze, his palm froze in midair. Mu Hua can deprive the 5 senses silently. It is not a magic prop or a magic scroll. This proves that Mu Hua should be a dangerous necromancer. At this time, Gray was sure that Mu Hua did not use some tricks to scare the troubled necromancer earlier. After the impulse, Mu Hua's gaze seemed to extinguish Gray's anger. It was definitely not a wise choice to pull a dangerous necromancer with bare hands. Although Gray looked down on young mages, it was only because most young mages were not very strong, and Mu Hua was like this. At this time, he had to face it with caution. Mu Hua! Ivy finally came to her senses after hearing a scream that was a mixture of grief and fear. Gray took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Muhua. Mr. Gray. With Ivy's scream, the guard who had been washing himself with energy finally moved. The magic power mobilized by the wearer when casting a spell can damage the internal components of the armor, but it does not mean that the armor cannot withstand magic. On the contrary, the materials used to make armor usually have a certain elemental resistance, and armor warriors can also accept the blessing of external strengthening magic and defense magic. Although he was equipped with armor, the external purification magic could still remove the curse on him, but unfortunately no one cast purification on him. After a long period of energy washing, it was unknown whether he had deprived his 5 senses. It seemed that he wanted to protect Gray, but he had just taken 2 steps. I don't know if his sense of touch was affected or something. His body tilted, and he fell towards Ivy inexplicably. Pa! The elbow hit his face, and everyone's eyelids twitched. Even Muhua couldn't help but twitched his eyes, and a sense of déjà vu came over him. The 3-meter-tall humanoid mecha fell over, as if it wanted to stretch out its hands to support the ground, but its bent elbow hit Ivy's face squarely. The elbow of the mecha had a sharp spike, which pecked hard on Ivy's temple. You? How dare you? Muhua shouted angrily. Everyone seemed to see Ivy's head dented, and her eyes popped out in an instant. Amid a breath of cold air, the humanoid mecha jumped several meters, like a frightened cat, avoiding Ivy, who was unconscious again. The substitute amulet hanging on Ivy's neck also turned into dust, and disappeared without a trace, just like the wind erosion and decay. Although the substitute amulet has an excellent life-saving effect, it is most afraid of being whipped. Its life-saving mechanism imitates the projection of monsters, but it has no movement mechanism after avoiding death, and no invincibility effect. In other words, people with substitute amulets had better run away quickly after being fatally attacked, otherwise they will be stepped on and shot, and no matter how many death exemptions they have, it will not be enough. It's really miserable. She died 3 times in a row. If someone targeted her, it would be fine, but it seems that she has been accidentally injured by her own side. Looking at Ivy, who was going to die in various ways, even Gray took a breath of cold air, and for a while, he didn't dare to get close to Ivy. And Muhua glanced at Tuesday beside him. Ivy was really unlucky. The death misfortune that was entangled with her was probably very powerful. I just don't know if I can continue to work hard. It seems that her substitute amulet has run out. If she dies again while the heat is hot, it will probably be really cold. Muhua's expression changes between concern and anger. He looks at Ivy and glares at Gray. Gray, who was calm in the face of the energy cannon, now has cold sweat on his cheeks. He is not afraid of Muhua, but he is a little afraid of Ivy at this time. Chapter 358. The Demand Hotel called the police again, and this time someone was killed. Bellica and Toby went on duty again because there were many witnesses proving that the guard of the Caesar family was suspected of murder, and the one who killed the guard was a member of the Caesar family, so the Caesar family had its own connection with the security team, and it had nothing to do with Muhua. Bellica should hate the people of the Caesar family. Even though the person who died was a guard, Bellica seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood this time. The storm seemed to have subsided on the surface, but unfortunately Ivy was not killed in the end. The substitute amulet is indeed very troublesome, and I don't know if Ivy has a new amulet. Muhua estimated that if he wanted to kill her, he might have to do it himself. It's hard to say whether it can be considered a dispute. Muhua also got a better understanding of the situation between Gray and Ivy. By the way, Gray followed Ivy to the hotel, but in essence, Gray didn't come to cause trouble for Muhua. The main industry of the Caesar family is the Tiandi Bank, whose name Muhua is not used to. However, perhaps because of the problem of business methods, the Caesar family does not have a good reputation among the Unju people. Some people say that they are behind the gray industry, some people say that they cultivate gangs, and some people say that they are colluding with the devil, etc. If the adventurer circle values strength more, then in the world of Unju people, reputation is particularly important if you want to last long. Therefore, the Caesar family has made a large investment in Odysseus' strategy team, intending to let a brave man come out of their family. The strategy team involves not only fame and reputation, but also the intelligence during the strategy process, and the share of mineral resources after discovery is also very attractive. The Caesar family arranged for the family member Chelson to be the hero candidate of the Otis team, but there were also many people in the Caesar family who wanted to replace Chelson. And Gray, who was hanging out with Ivy, was probably one of them. Perhaps because of the power struggle within the family, Gray had been helping Ivy to apply for the identity of a raider while trying to contact Otis to replace Chelson. At first, Muhua thought that Gray came simply to acquire the hotel under his name and the surrounding land. After understanding the whole story, it seemed that Gray was just a casual thing to do when he was free. Gray was mainly targeting Chelson, so he was unscrupulously causing trouble, and he probably also intended to make Otis dislike Chelson. As for Ivy, she probably climbed up to Gray's line and wanted to use the power of the Caesar family to gain some power and support in the Benson family. For the time being, Ivy did want to obtain some resources and achieve some results in the Kane's courtyard. It's just that her methods were not very good, and she tied herself to Gray, and she was stuck at the first step of applying for a strategist. Her reason for coming to the Demand Hotel was not even as clear as Gray's. Ivy was just Gray's foil, so it's no wonder that Tebesha didn't care much about Ivy. Gray had no reason to go directly to Chelsean for trouble, so he wanted to use Muhua as a raft to make trouble. Unfortunately, his understanding of Muhua was too one-sided. Muhua not only had a close relationship with Odysseus, but also became an inspector who affected all aspects of Odysseus's team review. This also led to Gray's slightly contradictory words and attitudes in front of Muhua from time to time. He wanted to win him over, but couldn't let go of his pride. He wanted to despise him, but was worried about the negative impact on himself. And Chelson was worried that Muhua would have a bad impression of him because of Gray, and in order to avoid Muhua from putting him in a bad light, he directly took over the inexplicable dirty things between Muhua and Gray. After a round, Muhua saved the trouble of confronting Gray, but it seemed that Gray's original purpose was also achieved. Because after a life, Gray had a reason to quarrel with Chelson, and whether actively or passively, Chelson did face Gray head-on. Looking at the overall situation, Muhua felt a little sad that these family members played the role of pretending to be crazy to perfection, and at this time, he did not dare to easily judge whether Gray was generous or scheming. But fortunately, these have nothing to do with him for the time being, and he is now a person of status. Since Gray and Chelson's goals are related to the strategy group, they all have to look at his face. Grasping the key point, Muhua no longer mentioned Benson, and watched Gray's tossing with a high attitude. Moreover, Muhua was not interested in this kind of power struggle. His life was not the same as these people. In 2 days, the Odysseus team delivered a large number of supplies. The team atmosphere was tense and serious. Except for Chelson, no one paid attention to Gray's affairs. Tebesha and several other girls joined the auxiliary team of the strategy team. Clark and Eve brought the logistics personnel of Dandelion to join the logistics team of the strategy team, intending to understand the situation of the formal logistics team from their own perspective. Compared with the Odysseus team, other forces were more active in the King Courtyard. A large amount of weapons and munitions were sent to the King Courtyard through the cross-border teleportation array, but the Empire seemed to have a lot of experience in this regard. The patrol fleet and the Honeycomb mothership of the Adventure Union had already stopped in the high-altitude clouds, and the atmosphere of war did not affect the town. Old Mori's son-in-law, Hobart, found Muhua and received 300 skeleton warriors from Muhua. Since then, 300 skeleton warriors with live ammunition and wearing tactical uniforms have appeared everywhere in the town. Pete wanted to meet Muhua, but was rejected by Muhua. Hobart met Nick several times in private. It is said that the two had a good chat, and Nick was planning to buy a property in the town. Ronald, as a night hunter, stationed in the town, wanted to find Muhua to talk about the skeleton warriors. Muhua sent a message to Old Mori. The townspeople surrounded the night hunter office for a long time, and the matter ended. On a cold night with wind and snow, when the dawn of the morning shone on the silver foothills, a team of hundreds of people including the townspeople, the Odysseus strategy team, and the college teachers and students entered the garrison regiment station, stepped into the cross-border teleportation array, and arrived at the Kane's fortress city that seemed like the front line of Star Wars. The Grand City is nearly 20 kilometers long. There are 3 sides outside the city. 5 kilometers to the south of the city, a chaotic space turbulence can be seen. This is the gathering place of humans, the first main city of humans in the Canaan's courtyard, the Canaan's fortress city. And to its south is the border of this dimensional world. Here is a broken world. Canaan's fortress, a human city located in the southernmost part of the Canaan's courtyard. After a period of blockade, this city, which is far larger than Muhua's imagination, has miraculously risen from the ground in this chaotic land. The red rose petal set off the golden blade on the magic array disc, and the 3 form a pattern like the rising sun. The castle, like a white mountain, stands in the center of the city. On the top of the castle tower, the flag symbolizing the magic empire is hung. Countless airships formed a steel curtain covering the sky above the city. The beautiful magic barrier was like a glazed ceiling, emitting a reassuring soft light. There are surprisingly few magicians here. After walking out of the city wall, where the entrance to the human world was located, Mu Hua said to Odysseus beside him, looking at the busy pedestrians in the city. There are not many people who specialize in magic. Before the end of the Star Patrol conference, if you are not invited, the Canaan's courtyard will only allow adventurers who have completed a certain number of adventurer tasks in this courtyard to enter. Most of those adventurers are not very strong, so it's okay at ordinary times. Now that there is a possibility of encountering a magic tide attacking the city, everyone will more or less take out some magic equipment at the bottom of the box, Odysseus explained. However, even if the people walking in the city are not equipped with a full set of mechanical equipment, many people have mechanical arms or mechanical feet attached to their bodies. And most people also carry some hot weapons such as guns and artillery on their shoulders. This is very different from Mu Hua's original impression that the streets are full of adventurers wearing swords, axes and robes. Listening to Odysseus's explanation, it turns out that among the middle and low-end adventurers, magic is still the mainstream choice for most people. In order to save money, most of the younger adventurers still pragmatically choose magic equipment that can directly improve their combat strength when the war is about to come. However, for the adventurers who can still wander around on the streets at this time, when the Star Patrol conference comes, it is estimated that their mission is to assist the garrison to defend the city. Chapter 359. I'm going to the garrison to arrange personnel deployment. Will you come with me? Entering the courtyard and coming to the Canaan's fortress city, Odysseus asked Mu Hua because he was accompanied by townspeople and people from the Magic Academy. Unlike the outside world, the fortress city is filled with a strong atmosphere of war, mixed elements, strong smells of gun oil, gunpowder, wild beasts, and even corpses and sulfur. Airships, chariots, mechas, warriors, including some warriors carrying monsters that are not sure whether they are summoned beasts or servants, can be seen everywhere. You go, I see how Hobart and the others arrange it first, and I come to find you later, Mu Hua said to Odysseus. Well, then you should come earlier. If you don't need armor, you can also pick a suitable staff. There are still many high-end equipment in the strategy group, Odysseus said. Why don't you use armor? Mu Hua questioned. The strategy team had equipment, but those equipment were useful, and they were just temporarily lent to him. Aren't you a necromancer? Odysseus said. Neither do necromancers wear armor. Do they? I use it if there's something suitable. People say that necromancers never wear armor. Are you sure you're a necromancer? Go away. Don't you never carry a shield? I don't have to be a necromancer. The two joked and chatted, and walked to a fork in the road. Odysseus waved his hand, and took a group of people to say goodbye to Mu Hua and others. After Odysseus left, Tibesha and the others also followed the new boss. Only Tina accompanied Mu Hua, and among the logistics personnel led by Clark, the reborn named Lin Feng also followed the team dejectedly. After the early contact with Lin Feng, Mu Hua found that this guy was temporarily incompetent, his predictions were all unreliable, and as for combat power, Clark didn't need to use brute force to beat him up so badly that his mother couldn't recognize him. He wanted to join the Dandelion Adventure Group. In anticipation of his ability to play with Faith, Mu Hua discussed with Tibesha and let him move into the third-floor suite. For the time being, his relationship with the Samsara Temple was still unclear, and he could only be considered a part-time employee. This guy didn't worship God, and he still had a long way to go to become a competent priest. After a vote by all members, he was assigned to the logistics team. You are so close to Odysseus? Let's make it clear first, the Academy does not accept resignations. Looking at the backs of Odysseus and his group leaving, Caroline said to Mu Hua, Hey, why are you leading the team? Where are you going? Garrison? Mu Hua chuckled. Regarding the job of school tutor, he really wanted to resign. In the past, he held the title of professor mainly for the sake of identity. Now, not to mention the Inspector General of the Strategy Association, he has begun to participate in the mayor's term change. He is a local, and does not need to care too much about the identity of the Academy. Caroline is a hall witch, and the Academy is also an institution with the nature of the imperial government. When they come to the courtyard, they may face war. The Academy will generally join the garrison, and accept the dispatch of the garrison. Originally, Griffith said that he would send a witch to lead the team, but some changes have occurred. Now I have to come, Caroline said to Mu Hua, holding a staff as tall as her. Witch? Mu Hua's pupils contracted. He was a little allergic to this title recently, mainly because Lin Feng mentioned a tough character to him, and reminded him not to contact him. Yes, witch, listen. Caroline was about to reply, but Mu Hua interrupted her. No, don't say it. I don't want to know. By the way, can Griffith assign a witch? Judging from the quality of the students in Sprinkle College, Sprinkle should not be able to reach the level of witches, right? Unlike witches, witches can be said to be monsters in the true sense. Humph! Mu Hua thought silently, and his somewhat disdainful attitude when he interrupted Caroline attracted a cold snort from a witch behind Caroline. Glancing at the witch, Mu Hua shook his head, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. It is normal for witches to dislike necromancers, and the witch may have some misunderstandings about him. Mu Hua was worried that he would hear words like troll witches, and the witch probably thought that he disliked witches. Not to mention the unknown witch, even Caroline rolled her eyes at him because of Mu Hua's attitude. Witches are the superiors among witches. They have completed at least one life transition, and have a natural lifespan far exceeding that of humans. Witches all have double bodies. Their other identity is closer to the undead, shaped like a lich, and their appearance and body are very ugly and terrifying. So although witches are generally stronger than witches, they have a worse reputation than witches in the outside world. Just like many witches don't like necromancers, it is also normal for necromancers to dislike witches. Caroline brought about 100 people. Except for a few witches that Mu Hua didn't know, the vampires and werewolves of the Dusk Courtyard basically came. Most of the remaining people came from the magic department of the academy. Caroline wanted to open a new campus in the fortress city through military exploits. She brought these people to fight monsters. As for the students from other departments in the academy, they are all green hands for the time being. If they are really brought to the battlefield, they might have to collect their bodies. We have to report to the garrison regiment. The garrison regiment also has some weapons that will be allocated to us. If you are interested, you can come over. At another intersection, Caroline said goodbye to Mu Hua, and did not forget to seduce Mu Hua before leaving. Guns, cannons, tanks, warships, mechas, and machine equipment are all considered the garrison regiment's weapons. Under the dispatch of the garrison regiment, the use of these weapons is naturally provided by the garrison regiment. What does this represent? This also represents the level experience. Obviously, Caroline is using the level experience to lure Mu Hua into joining the gang. Hee, be careful. Mu Hua chuckled, and while speaking, he did not forget to explain to Elzak and Jeff. Just kidding, not to mention that he has no experience in dealing with ordinary monsters at his current level. There are piles of magic scrolls waiting for him to tear in Odysseus, and the garrison has strict discipline, but there are many people and eyes. You are obviously a first-class professional, but you are competing with the big-headed soldiers to open the magic cannon. What's the point? It's hard to say what experience you have, and you are embarrassed to be gossiped by a group of soldiers. After saying goodbye to Caroline and others, Mu Hua was left with only his direct troops from the town. Mu Hua, Nick, and Hobart walked in the front, and the old guys like Old Mori and Old Baron became the leaders of the young and strong people in the town, and even Kuna led a team of fully armed warriors. At this time, Pete, who was still the mayor, seemed to be isolated by the crowd, but he was still mixed in with the crowd. Where are we going? Go with you. Mu Hua asked Nick. Go to the main gate, go up the city wall. I was arranged to appear there. There will be special protection. Let them join the city guards there. It will be safer. Nick whispered to Hubert. Although Nick has been a little transparent, he is an imperial official after all. There is a special reception at the fortress near the city gate, and he even needs to be responsible for receiving some representative figures. Nick did not try to steal Hubert's role. After the explanation, Hubert went to convey it to the people in the town. Compared with Odysseus and Caroline, the people in the town are relatively simple soy sauce parties. They entered the courtyard purely to help Bear Pig Town to show their presence. It is also to prove to the world that the townspeople of Bear Pig Town can hold guns, and not just anyone can run to their homes to be the master of the house under the name of protecting them. Walking on the spacious streets of the fortress city, there are many armed groups that meet Mu Hua and his party, but those adventurers who look fierce and capable keep a certain distance from Mu Hua and his party. Even if some people with ferocious war beasts met Mu Hua and his party, they would try to avoid them and restrain those lion and tiger beasts around them. Although they were just here to make a cameo appearance, Hobart still brought 300 skeleton warriors with him. 300 skeletons, 300 guns, and 100 young and strong men whose backgrounds were unclear. Even if the factor of powerful adventurers was not taken into account, with these skeleton warriors equipped with level 5 exorcism bullets, ordinary adventure groups would not be willing to provoke these unruly people. Chapter 360. The train passed through the sky. Each carriage was composed of 3 detachable components of about 10 meters, and the skyrail train with a length of more than 500 meters landed above the wall of the Canaan's fortress city. When the separated carriages were combined with the wall, the deformed carriages instantly brought dozens of strict magic cannons to the wall. The stepped red carpet was laid down from the sky, and the pattern of gold coins and flying squirrels represented the royal flag of a certain country. Thousands of warriors walked out of the train. They were equipped with standard armor, swords, and magic wands, and even the full-cover heavy armor exuded strong magic fluctuations. "Ha ha, Odysseus, it seems that you will not die so soon?" A king wearing a crown and holding a scepter stepped on the red carpet in the air and smiled at Odysseus on the wall with a hearty laugh. Odysseus, the combat staff officer of the garrison, Nick, the branch president of the Adventurers Union of Hymen City, and several representative big men gathered on the spacious city wall. In this special occasion, even Muhua and Caroline could only stand aside and watch this group from afar. The smoke of war has been lit, and a large number of monsters have gathered in groups 70 kilometers away from the fortress city. The Cane's courtyard is vast. According to satellite images, there are monsters moving throughout the courtyard. There are also large numbers of demon troops gathering here from farther away from the fortress city. All forces in the fortress city have entered a state of full preparation for war. At present, this man who seems to be the king, who seems to be commanding the kingdom's imperial guards, is another main force invited to this Star Patrol meeting. The man with the crown is short and fat, and looks to be in his 40s or 50s. There is a kind smile on his chubby face. However, this seemingly kind-hearted being stepped on the red carpet laid in the void, and a team of guards nearby exuding a solemn aura were constantly exaggerating his majesty. "Your Majesty, you are late." Odysseus stepped out of the crowd, with a smile on his face, looking up at the man who was walking down the stairs and said. Tamara, who was lying on Odysseus's shoulder, also looked up and sprayed a wisp of fire at the man, as if to greet him. The man stepped onto the city wall, followed by two people dressed as mages, and a group of black-armored guards watched and guarded behind him. They insisted on reassembling the sky train, saying something about the majesty of the kingdom. "Ha, Tamara has really evolved? How about joining Galaposo? I can make you a duke, and help me lead the Dragon Knight Corps." Walking close to Odysseus, the middle-aged man in the crown ignored the people around him, and smiled at Odysseus alone. "Ha, you are willing to raise a dragon? Don't forget that when she was with you, Tamara couldn't even have a full meal." Odysseus lowered his voice, chuckled, and looked at the two mages beside the man. "Hi, Marcus, Jonathan. Odysseus, in order to support you, His Majesty gave up the plan to eliminate the northern demons of his country this year. You should be more polite to us." The two accompanying mages responded to Odysseus's greeting. "Hey, support me? Don't think I don't know your agreement with the imperial family, you guys who are greedy for money." Facing the accusations of the two, Odysseus pretended to be dissatisfied. Several people stared at each other for a while, but then showed a smile that they hadn't seen for a long time. Speaking of which, Odysseus's status among the people present was not high. Even Nick, at least, represented the official empire. But this seemingly strong middle-aged man in the crown only greeted Odysseus, and almost ignored others, whether they were from the garrison or the adventure guild. Judging from his behavior, this middle-aged man's temperament is not as kind as he looks. It is estimated that he has a special personal relationship with Odysseus. Tennyson Willie, the king of the kingdom of Galaposo, is a legendary figure among adventurers. "I didn't expect that he is so familiar with Odysseus," Caroline said with some emotion beside Muhua, watching a few people. Mr. Odysseus joined the Horde Rat for a period of time when he was young. After His Majesty Willie founded the country, some senior officials of the kingdom of Galaposo still maintained a good intersection with Mr. Odysseus. Alger said proudly. "Legend? Horde Rat?" Muhua was surprised. He had really heard of Horde Rat, but he always thought it was a fabricated story. The Ton Rat Adventure Group, a very ordinary adventure group, just like their team name, the most unusual thing about them is probably the word ton. It is said that this adventure group never accepts dangerous tasks, such as running errands, collecting herbs, guarding, logistics escort, etc. They even rarely organize collective adventures. The members of this team are busy with their own tasks, and always do some miscellaneous tasks. This situation is not uncommon in adventure groups, but the key is that the Ton Rat Adventure Group has been doing it for 10 years. Because they have completed too many tasks, they have piled up all the members with the qualifications of demon hunters just by the task points. This also caused the Ton Rat Adventure Group to become a joke among adventurers for a time, a demon hunting team that looks like a labor dispatch company. But 10 years later, when a magic tide appeared in a courtyard, the Horde Rat Adventure Group suddenly appeared. With the investment of various magic props and magic weapons at all costs, this adventure group burst out with firepower that made all the major brigades feel a little cold, and built a human city in that magic tide. After that battle, the Horde Rat Adventure Group naturally became a demon hunting group recognized by all walks of life, and it was a demon hunting group with a large number of personnel. But just when the Brigade Alliance paid attention to this new demon hunting team, the Horde Rat was down again. It was still the adventure mission without danger, and all the members were still independent. Although it could not be said to have disappeared, the Horde Rat was employed by various teams, and worked as a miscellaneous person for more than 10 or 20 years, when people couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. Cowardly, stingy, and money-hungry, this was the main impression of the outside world on the Horde Rat at that time. As time passed, the Horde Rat gradually became a joke among demon hunters. However, suddenly one day, the members of the Horde Rat disappeared from everyone's sight. Accordingly, in a newly appeared courtyard, all the members of the Horde Rat gathered and launched a crusade against the Lord of the Courtyard. Without any external support, the Horde Rat demon hunting group dragged the monsters of the entire courtyard with their own strength and fought a full-scale war for 3 years. Rumor has it that a Lord-level demon was killed by them 3 times, and more than a dozen demon generals, who descended in their original form, died. In the end, they found the core of the courtyard. The Horde Rat demon hunting group was promoted to a brigade, controlled a courtyard, and established a neutral country in the courtyard, establishing the kingdom of Galaposo. Then, they lay down again. Speaking of which, the human kingdom in the courtyard is much more chaotic than the kingdom in the human world, and it is not uncommon for them to attack each other. But facing Galaposo and the hoarding rat, no one is willing to provoke them. No one knows how much supplies they have hoarded, and no one is sure what kind of killer weapons they will throw when they go crazy. Galaposo has become a stable country in the courtyard, and the hoarding rat seems to have completely disappeared from the adventurer's sight. This is a team that has not done many big things, but is quite legendary. For young people like Muhua, they are like an inspirational story of grassroots rise. Because of this kind of story, there is even a hoarding rat school among adventurers, and many people want to stay in the nest and grow up, but most teams can't stand the baptism of time and disband after hoarding for a few years. Muhua really didn't expect that the hoarding rat is real, and their leader, the current king, is the short and fat man in front of him. The curious gaze caught Willie's attention, and the slightly unscrupulous gaze made Willie frown slightly. "Oh, that's Muhua, my friend," the Inspector General said by the association this time. Seeing Willie looking at Muhua, Odysseus waved at Muhua and introduced him to him. Inspector General? Do you want me to help you knock him?" Willie frowned. No organization would like a role with supervisory functions. As a king, Willie knew better what the so-called supervisors were doing. "No, Tennyson, Muhua is a friend." Odysseus was surprised, and when he said to Tennyson, he saw Muhua shaking his head at him in the distance. Although Tennyson was quite legendary, Muhua didn't want to get close to him. Just like earlier, even though he was familiar with Nick and Odysseus, he didn't get into the circle of the people in charge of the garrison and the Adventurers Union. His friendship with Odysseus had nothing to do with Tennyson and the others. There was no reason for him to interact with them on an equal footing, and mixing them together would only lead to awkwardness. Chapter 361. The wall of the fortress city is a long line of defense. The city entrance in the middle is particularly thick, and can be regarded as the frontline command post in wartime. At this time, the leaders of many forces in the city gathered here. The combat staff of the garrison regiment seemed dissatisfied with the greetings between Odysseus and Tennyson, but neither of them seemed to care too much about that person. "Hey Odysseus, your friend is quite arrogant." Seeing that Muhua refused Odysseus's introduction, Tennyson smiled, and said that since Odysseus emphasized that Muhua was a friend, Tennyson also put away his hostility towards Muhua. "He doesn't expect you to make a living. This is not your Galaposo." Odysseus smiled, not caring about Muhua's behavior at all. Tamara flew to Muhua's shoulder. When he saw Tamara's closeness to Muhua, Tennyson finally showed some respect in his eyes when he looked at Muhua, and nodded to Muhua from a distance. At this time, Nick and others also joined the greetings between Odysseus and Tennyson. Unlike Odysseus, the communication between others and Tennyson was more formal and more respectful. Although most kingdoms in the courtyard would pay tribute to the human world country where the courtyard entrance was located, it was more like a kind of cooperation and care. The courtyard kingdom exported materials to the human world, and the human world country would also guide its citizens to settle in the courtyard kingdom to a certain extent. Since Tennyson had established a country, There was no difference in his diplomatic status with the emperor and president of the human world country. Those who represented the official power of the government still had to give him the respect he would give to the national leaders. What's more, among the people brought by Tennyson, there were at least more than 1,000 warriors with independent flying ability. These people are all walking tactical missile launchers, and they are super energy saving, super mobile, and can rub ammunition by hand anytime and anywhere. Haha, Mu, you are really smart. Although I don't know other rumors about the big rat, he is really stingy. Not to mention the greetings from Odysseus. Seeing that Mu Hua didn't get close to Tennyson, a middle-aged man next to Mu Hua laughed. Some hippie dressing style, the person who spoke was named L, middle-aged, but because of the influence of physical fitness, his actual age is not easy to judge from his appearance. This person is Odysseus's eyes, and the leader of the filming group in the team. He has very special abilities and training directions. He is a technical talent. Perhaps because he doesn't need to see Mu Hua's face, he is much more casual with Mu Hua than Ajel. Tennyson is stingy? Well, Mu Hua can understand this. He is the sign of hoarding rats. I think he needs to be more worried when he is generous. What are these people gathering here for? The battle line drawn by the demons will probably not be short. Will the battle command be handed over to the patrol fleet? Not paying too much attention to Tennyson's question, as His Majesty the King had no essential connection with him, Mu Hua looked at the satellite image on his personal terminal with some worry. Dozens of kilometers away from the fortress city, countless Hyde demons were approaching the city. The sea tide, the bone armor on the top of the Hyde demon's head brought out a sea tide of different colors. Tens of thousands? Not 10,000 or 20,000, but counting in units of 10,000. Judging from the scene in the satellite image, the number of these demons that looked very much like aliens was no less than 100,000, and there were also a large number of low-level monsters mixed in. This is just the first batch of monsters that are closest to the fortress city. Mu Hua is not surprised at all that they can form a battle line covering the city walls. Facing a war of this scale for the first time, Mu Hua is still a little nervous. He is not sure how the humans will command and dispatch. He is also a little worried about the safety of Tibesha and others. Those Hyde demons are not goblins. They are agile, moving like ghosts. Their claws and cone tails are as hard as swords and guns. They have very strong assault capabilities. They are even more difficult to deal with when they gather together. They can't just act independently and fight randomly, right? No, the General Patrol Fleet will only command their headquarters personnel, and the garrison regiment is responsible for the city defense. This time, the adventurer should probably be commanded and dispatched by the Big Rat. After all, he is also the head of the brigade. 3 more brigades came this time. Since he came, he must have asked for some benefits from the Empire. I think he has to do more work. L explained. 3 more brigades? Mu Hua looked around. Well, the other 2 were already preparing for battle on the east and west sides. The defense of the fortress city is 20 kilometers long, and the demonic tide obviously cannot only come to the area where Mu Hua and his team are. However, even if L explained, Mu Hua still didn't quite understand how they should command and arrange. At this time, a wave of energy wave radiation passed by, and Mu Hua looked into the distance in surprise. Here it comes, electromagnetic pulse, it's time for me to work. As he spoke, L trotted towards where Odysseus was. Standing on the city wall over 20 meters high, Mu Hua saw some engineering vehicles digging trenches, and shelters outside the city suddenly shut down, and some drivers quickly fled the vehicles. Those bulky engineering vehicles seemed to have become messy shelters outside the city. The satellite image on the terminal disappeared. Mu Hua looked up, and saw that the fleet that was originally stationary above the city had already started up. The azure energy halo formed particles around the airships. Mu Hua knew that all the equipment containing electronic components had failed. If nothing unexpected happened, the reconnaissance satellites that humans had dropped into this courtyard might have been destroyed. Although the technology of this world is mainly based on magic, the cheapness of electronic products still prevents humans from completely abandoning them. However, when it comes to war, whether between humans and demons or humans, cheap electronic products are easy to destroy. As for reconnaissance satellites, there is no need for long-range magic sniping. There are many winged demons among the demons. The sky plays a chapter of music. Hell is within reach. The war song has no words. The lyrics of the human beings that incited the warriors to die and sang the praises of death with different emotions were once ridiculed by demons and even orcs. That was the bullying of the powerful and the stupidity of the weak. Humans once became the laughing stock of monsters. Hell is within reach, a war song of mankind that has been passed down since ancient times. It has no lyrics, but the passionate musical notes stir people's hearts, and it sings the praises of every warrior who fights for himself. The sound of hell is within reach represents the arrival of the war between humans and demons. At this time, El, who ran to Odysseus, held an expensive magic crystal in each hand. El looked up and closed his eyes. With the magic power spreading around him, a huge projection screen unfolded in the air. Magic Eye Bird's Eye View. El's Magic Eye has become a substitute for reconnaissance satellites. The picture from high altitude seems to be searching, zooming out, and enlarging. In a moment, a castle rising from the ground was found on the vast land. It seemed like a living demon city, or a growing magic tower. The height of dozens of meters seemed to be still rising. On a platform at the top of the castle, an Arachne with a smile on his face raised his head, as if looking at the people observing the screen. This Arachne was much smaller than expected. His upper body was about 1.5 meters long, his limbs were not fully erected, and his overall height was less than 5 meters. The spider's lower body had 8 slender and powerful limbs with sharp claws at the end. The lower body was gray-black in color, with blue stripes on the surface, which looked very strange. The upper body's skin was pale, and the skin seemed to be woven by countless tiny silk threads, with a trace of spider web texture. On the human-like face, in addition to 2 big eyes, there were 2 pairs of compound eyes on the forehead. Arachne's upper body was just a human-like body, and it was not as beautiful as imagined. When her face showed a human expression, the bird's eye projection screen quickly turned away, but El, who was casting the magic eye, did not dare to look at her. At the same time, he was also afraid that Arachne's sight in the screen would affect the people watching. Demons, especially some upper demons, their influence on creatures is not only from their wrist strength and spellcasting, they themselves are a kind of weird existence, and their existence itself can make unprepared people fall into madness. At this time, the chapter of hell at hand resounded throughout the city, and in the beating of the notes, people seemed to hear a female voice whispering, "The Lord has agreed to your negotiation, come to us. Of course, please accept the gift given to humans first." The demon's whisper is not human language, vague, but people understand the meaning. The demon set up a magic position, like a demon city in the distance, where they waited for talks with humans. But the premise is that humans need to extinguish the incoming demon tide and reach them. The demons in this courtyard also look very bad. This kind of war is not simply capricious, because at this time, not only is the fortress city full of extreme emotions, but the demons that attack are probably also overflowing with crazy emotional energy. Unlike other people's focus, Muhua vaguely discovered that the magician position built by Arachne just now, like a demon city, is more like an altar for collecting emotional energy. The demons here are not simply demonstrating to humans. I am afraid that their purpose from beginning to end is to collect emotional energy. This is a feast for them. Regardless of the life and death of humans, even if a large number of monsters die, even if the monsters are defeated, it is also a feast for them. Boom! 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 The airship passed by at low altitude, and the sound of countless heavy objects falling to the ground gathered. The falling steel torrent made the ground of the fortress city tremble. Mecha, and the mecha warriors surrounding them. Land combat reinforced armor. Countless mecha warriors were dropped by small airships, and they took the lead in building the initial defense line of the human side outside the city. Chapter 362. Perhaps, as some people say, the final development of science will move towards theology. It is impossible for humans who developed magic technology not to understand electronic technology. Electronic products are cheaper and more convenient than magic products. But just like the electromagnetic pulse that hit before the war, the devil can easily destroy all electronic equipment in the space by courtyard, which has also led to magic technology becoming the mainstream technology of human beings today. The bird's eye view of the magic eye is also called the clairvoyance. This is an ability similar to genetic secrets, and it is very difficult to practice. More often, people use organs from some special demons to transform themselves and gain this ability. When the reconnaissance satellite was destroyed, the magic eye rulers, like El, took on the task of remote observation. Titan-class Grim, height 130 meters, direction, mechanical forest, distance, 700 kilometers, expected to arrive in 12 hours. In the direction of the Goblin Kingdom, there are 50,000 elite goblins, 30,000 of which are gathering in the direction of the Demon City, and 20,000 are expected to arrive at the battlefield in 4 hours. A large number of winged demons appeared in the Bloody Hills, and the number is difficult to estimate. It is expected to meet the monster army in the direction of the mechanical forest in 3 hours. Dragon, there is a dragon in the Valley of the Dead. It went to meet Arachne. Hey, the dragon was beaten by Arachne. Statistics of commander-level demons. 1 Arachne, 1 Goblin King, 1 Unknown Monster, 1 Ice Queen, 1 high-level Hide Demon, 1 Unknown Race Lich, and 1 Behemoth. The detailed number of demons is unknown, but it is expected to be more than 8. Arachne, Behemoth, and Unknown Monsters are extremely dangerous, and fighting is not recommended. The Sky City has not moved, and no existence suspected of the Lord of the Courtyard has been found. The ward level is Demon Tide Impact. Notice to all, the ward level is Demon Tide Impact. The sky is constantly sending information about monsters. The Kane's Courtyard is rich and vast. Even if there are monsters everywhere, when it comes to war, the monsters cannot gather together just like that. Demon Tide Impact, Demon Tide Annihilation, Cross-Border Death Battle, and the Demon Tide Impact in front of us is the lowest level of war. The monsters did not go all out. Several commanders did not seem to have the inclination to participate in the attack, and even the Lord of the Courtyard did not show up, so the ward level was defined as Impact. This war may be just a game for those demons. The demons do not care about the life and death of their low-end monsters. For them, life is often just a number. But it must be said that the death brought to humans by this game is extremely real and cruel. The electromagnetic pulse means that the demons have sounded the horn of war. All the equipment related to the circuit structure in the courtyard was paralyzed and scrapped, from reconnaissance satellites to remote-controlled drones. At this time, even if there were active mechanical puppets in the city, these puppets were all magic puppets with independent souls, including those constructed undead, which were essentially ghostly armed forces controlled by the necromancer. Everyone, prepare for battle. Demon hunting. For the Empire. Demon hunting. Tennyson raised the scepter in his hand and shouted loudly, causing the city to respond. The difference between them was that the garrison shouted the slogan of the Empire, while the murderous roar of the adventurers was often just for the purpose of demon hunting. A folding space opened in front of the scepter raised by Tennyson, and a strange-shaped mecha was slowly spit out by the folding space. A mecha that maintained a leaning sitting posture, with a streamlined shape, but with a huge head that occupied more than half of the space of the body. The cabin opened, and Tennyson walked into it. When the cabin door closed, a spiritual wave spread with the mecha as the center. This is not a combat mecha, it should be regarded as an alternative combat command center. With the help of this body, Tennyson can have the ability to communicate with all the personnel of the fortress city. Odysseus called Muhua to leave, and El followed immediately, while another guard with a bird's-eye view magic eye unfolded a bird's-eye view of several interfaces in front of Tennyson's mecha. A spiritual connection signal flashed in Muhua's mind, but probably because he was not taken seriously on this battlefield, he did not receive any instructions from Tennyson. Odysseus seemed to have received special attention from Tennyson. After talking to himself for a while, Odysseus began to order the strategy team and the auxiliary team to move to a certain coordinate location outside the city. Mu, call your people and follow me. 1,000 meters away from the city, Odysseus had already changed into a set of armor, with a horn helmet and visor turned up, and Odysseus's face was full of coldness. Even for warriors and mages, for most people, armor is an indispensable existence on the battlefield. Armor equipment is divided into several types according to function. Heavy armor, thick and tight, overall strict, it is difficult to distinguish between men and women after wearing it, and it is good at dealing with collisions and being surrounded by formations. Armor also attaches importance to defense, but whether it is plate armor, cavalry armor, or composite armor with oriental characteristics, it has more curves and killing edges than heavy armor, and is more suitable for charging and breaking formations, but is more afraid of lasso capture. After that, light armor is no longer a full coverage armor. Usually, it only forms armor protection at the vital joints of the body. In addition to warriors who tend to fight with agility and surprise attacks, most spellcasters also like to equip some light armor parts outside the robe. Heavy armor is mostly made of metal structure, and the material of light armor is more complicated. Unlike the battles between ancient humans in Muhua's previous life, because they are fighting against monsters, there is basically no fighting group composed of uniform light or heavy armor in this world. Both usually cooperate with other combat professionals in battle, and armor may form an army. In armor-type equipment, high-end equipment often appears in the form of armor. Muhua is still wearing a windbreaker, but he is wearing a lot of defensive magic. Bone shield, crystal shield, ice, magic shield, plus the dragon skin windbreaker with enhanced defense, these are all continuous attachment defense magic. He was a necromancer who was very reserved. Tibesha held a huge shield and wore a heavy armor like a tin can. including Vivian, Tina, and Barbara also got a set of armor that covered their heads from the strategy group, and Ikaros borrowed a sheer-type mecha from the strategy group. Following Odysseus's call, several female warriors whose heads and faces could not be seen left the team and followed Mu Hua. Clark wanted to follow, but was stopped by Tibesha, who asked him and Eve to guard the logistics personnel. When Mu Hua saw his group of people fully armed, his face turned red. He felt that he should spend more time on equipment. At the very least, he should equip Tina and Ikaros with a decent set of equipment. It was so embarrassing to always use other people's equipment. Well, the rubbing here is really not a joke. After all, even if it is high-level equipment, the damage rate of weapons and armor on the battlefield is very high. Clang, the dark golden demon gold coins glowed with a dazzling light under the light. Boxes of demon gold coins were poured into the magic transformation arrays. Our mission is to hold this position. Strategy team, you will follow the soldiers of the Patrol Star Guard to charge for a while. Chelson, change the holy sword and cut a beautiful cluster flare for me. Hold their camera for me. Odysseus shouted to the strategy team. Whether it is armor or robes, whether it is wrist guards or necklaces, long swords, scimitars, composite strong bows, all the equipment of the strategy team is inlaid with various magic cores. These are magical equipment that cannot be more magical. Their own defense and attack may not be strong, but they can activate some powerful magic. Whether it is attack or defense, these equipment can burst out powerful attack and defense in a short time. Of course, they can only burst out for a short time. When the magic stored in the equipment is exhausted, they will be useless. It is difficult to recharge them. These are powerful gold equipment. They are not only top-level equipment piled up with real gold and silver, but also top-level equipment that constantly consumes oil. These things are very powerful, but Mu Hua said, I can't afford them. At this time, compared with the golden team of strategy groups, Mu Hua's eyes unconsciously glanced at the piles of demon gold coins in the magic circles. There are so many demon gold coins, 5 magic conversion arrays with a diameter of more than 5 meters, and the logistics staff next to them are still piling boxes of demon gold coins aside for use. These are the energy supplies for the magic scrolls. A year ago, Mu Hua could never imagine that he would step on the demon gold coins to cast magic. The first batch of monsters rushing over are likely to be hired demons. Don't let them get within 300 meters. After explaining the strategy team members in gold suits, Odysseus looked at Mu Hua with a serious face. Who has stronger magic control? These scorching rays are mainly used for emergency support when someone in front is in danger. If you are not sure, give them to others. Odysseus pointed to a magic transformation array and said to Mu Hua, Well, arrange someone you trust. Mu Hua nodded to Odysseus. He would not take on this job. Okay, Irene, come here. You are responsible for defending magic. Remember to obey orders. Odysseus nodded, turned to point to another magic transformation array, and called Irene, who introduced Nick into the group, over. Then you guys, take your positions. Odysseus's expression was still serious, and he assigned Mu Hua and the others to the remaining 3 magic transformation arrays. Although Odysseus acted in a business-like manner, and although the supporting teams were also preparing for battle in their respective positions, Mu Hua always felt that countless eyes were staring at him. Ahem. Odysseus, these magic transformation arrays have array plates, right? Do you want a magic array? Mu Hua coughed dryly and asked Odysseus. Can you make a magic array? Odysseus's eyes condensed. Not bad, how about I try? As the voice fell, Mu Hua walked into a magic transformation array filled with demon gold coins. The earth shook, the earth and rocks roared, and a piece of land with a diameter of nearly 50 meters slowly rose. The raised ground formed a slope with the surrounding land, and the slope extended 100 meters away. Under the change of terrain, the platform that slowly rose nearly 10 meters was not steep, like a larger range of low hills. The stone wall broke through the ground, with bones mixed in, portals, shooting holes, and wizard viewing platforms. After all the changes, the flowing light dyed the crystallized rocks, and the separated magic barrier was looming on the crystallized outer wall. Defense array, magic gathering array, purification array, defense magic integrated into gold and stone, further strengthened the effect, and then used the scroll to throw a protective sky. As the demon gold coins continued to disappear under Mu Hua's feet, within just 3 or 5 minutes, a wizard position with a range of nearly 200 meters suddenly formed where Odysseus's team was. Originally, the auxiliary team, even some people in the strategy group, were secretly watching Odysseus give Mu Hua a special meal. But with the appearance of the wizard position, the noisy battlefield fell into silence. The wizard position. This thing requires many magics to be associated to form a compound magic, and the magic scroll cannot make it. Seeing how Mu Hua built this mage camp so quickly by himself, some magicians in Odysseus's team, who had a lot of complaints about Mu Hua, were also secretly surprised. By the way, didn't Mr. Odysseus say that he was a necromancer? And Clark and Eve, who had just been driven to the logistics team by Tibesha, were called over again. They had a low experience level, so they didn't have to hide in the back, and they also came to tear the scroll. Chapter 363. The monsters, like the wild beasts driven away by ancient humans, were the first creatures to appear in people's sight under the deliberate pursuit of the hired demons and goblins. The magic tide in the Cain's courtyard unfolded in a situation that Mu Hua could not have imagined. Flame dogs, petrified chickens, wind wolves, night blade leopards, armored horned pigs, and even knife-horned tigers and iron-backed demon bears that were not high-level from a distance. There were countless goblins mixed with a large number of panic monsters, and driven by groups of hired demons, they rushed towards the fortress city where humans were. The monsters were very special, just like Mu Hua's blind raven. Even though the raven's attributes were poor, it was born to release the effect of intermediate curses. In addition to the claws and physical fitness of wild beasts, monsters are often born to master some kind of innate magic. Let alone low-level goblins, even ordinary hired demons, if they encounter petrified chickens, night blade leopards and other monsters alone, it is not certain who will live and who will die, not to mention the more ferocious and cunning types such as knife-horned tigers and iron-backed demon bears. But when a large number of hired demons gather, just like ancient humans hunting giant beasts, these monsters that cannot form an absolute defense against the claws and tail spikes of hired demons can only flee in panic under their pursuit and interception. Hired demons are a kind of demons that are large in quantity and full in quantity. Their strength is difficult to determine. They are of the lower demon bloodline, but the span of individual strength in the tribe is very large between low level and high level, and they are one of the few demons that can give birth to multiple children. The first monster that attacked surprised Mu Hua a little. He didn't know that there were so many monsters hidden in this courtyard. These monsters, and the goblins mixed around them, were all driven away by the hired demons. The goblins here were basically wild goblins. They were not even recruited by the Goblin King. Perhaps in the eyes of the Goblin King, these goblins were not their same kind at all, and were no different from edible wild beasts. Monsters, dwarf orcs, goblins, big goblins, including a small number of ogres, they were all cannon fodder driven here. Not to mention, Mu Hua even saw a small number of imps and lizards, but he really didn't see pig-headed people among these cannon fodders. As a model of hard work, pig-headed people are treated well in hell. Compared with cannon fodder, they may be more competent for the role of coolies. And demons usually don't use obedient coolies as cannon fodder. The surging beast tide shook the earth, but the first thing to greet them was indeed the cluster missiles that formed a barrage. Mechanical warriors, patrolling star guards equipped with land-based reinforced mechas, a large number of mecha warriors took heavy steps, the bomb bays on their shoulders opened, and the attack pendants spewed out the burning firepower of the tail wing like a beast tide. Boom, boom! Explosive bombs, spikes, and covering firepower created a line of fire extending for more than 10 kilometers outside the city. Tat, tat, tat. The Vulcan cannon poured out ammunition, and the high-frequency exorcism bullets formed a light net and a light curtain. In the notes of the nearby hell, the splashing blood extinguished the flames, and the wailing and beast roars became the accompaniment of the war song. Faced with the absolute suppression of firepower, the monsters did not retreat, and even the timid goblins did not flee. They still charged at the mecha warriors armed to the teeth with red eyes. The berserk magic. These cannon fodders were also cast with berserk magic, but what was more terrifying was that even in berserk, they were more afraid of the hired demons that drove them than humans and mecha warriors. After the pouring of firepower, the nearly 1,000-meter buffer distance was still broken by the monsters. The harsh chainsaw sounded, and the mecha warriors drew the chainsaw swords from their waists. They were all professional warriors, and the training time was at least 8 hours a day, not including confrontation exercises. Tibesha and Tina had always insisted on this rhythm. Close combat was not just about learning combat skills. The power was fully turned on, the boost system was activated, and the steel warriors with huge power burst into the beast tide. Cutting, the chainsaw blade cut out a cruel and bloody picture, chopping and smashing the monsters that pounced in front of them, the machine guns on the armor, the machine guns on the waist and hips, and even the missiles that had not been fired on the shoulder blades. The Patrol Star Guard Land Warfare Group burst out with destructive combat power in a short time. Unlike the guards in the hotel earlier, although they were all land combat mechas, the mechas of the patrol guards were equipped with combat accessories. Above the battlefield, airships occasionally dropped ammunition supply modules into the battlefield at low altitude. The patrol guards formed groups of 3 or 5, cooperating to resist the beast tide, while some people quickly replaced combat accessories so that they could burst out fierce firepower again. A bloody battlefield, a real bloody battlefield. Some mecha warriors were pounced on by monsters, and some crazy goblins would bite their helmets desperately even if their teeth broke. Claws, daggers, sticks, monsters were like crazy thugs, brazenly facing the ferocious chainsaw blades of the patrol guards. 20 patrol motherships. Each mothership can handle 200 small warships, and there are 10,000 land combat guards as standard. If these mecha warriors with enhanced land combat capabilities were placed on the battlefield of Muhua's previous life, each of them would have the ability to turn the tide of the war. But at this time, facing a larger number of monsters, each of them had to face multiple enemies, and could be knocked over at any time. At the same time, if their defensive stance disappeared, these low-level monsters could still wear down their mecha armor, and the attacks of mid-level monsters could even damage their mecha armor. Monsters, even including monsters, are not wild beasts. They all understand mecha armor, and know where to attack to cause the greatest damage to mecha warriors. As the Marine Guards advanced, small carrier airships continued to drop supply modules behind them, so that they could maintain sufficient output and provide them with necessary energy supplies. This can also be regarded as a weakness of humans in the emerging courtyard. Because of the capacity problem of the courtyard entrance, large ships and war fortresses cannot enter the courtyard at all. And the military factory in the courtyard cannot be built in a short time, let alone produce large warships immediately. This also led to the fact that the warships of the human side could only be equipped with small and lightweight units. Even if Muhua's furnace space was large enough, it was impossible to transport a giant ship over 1,000 meters long like the Star Patrol mothership. The 20-kilometer battle line was further stretched by the collision. Although the monsters were crazy, they also knew that it was difficult to hurt these iron guys. Some agile monsters were good at jumping and breaking through the defense line of the Marine Guards and rushing to the rear. At this time, more adventurers would clear and kill these monsters. But until this time, neither the adventurers, the garrison in the city, nor even the fleet in the sky had supported the Marine Guards. The garrison is mainly for defense, and also has to deal with sudden attacks, so let's not talk about them for now. The adventurers and the patrol Star Guard fleet are indeed ready to attack the Hive demon behind the monster. Hive demons are rare group demons in the demon clan, and they look very much like the aliens in Muhua's impression. Shell-like skin, oval head, relatively slender limbs, sharp claws, tail stings, and can shoot out sharp teeth and bone tongues longer than the body. They are agile and fast, but not very good at casting spells, and their signature ability is acidic body fluids. Both their saliva and blood are very corrosive, so they are basically inedible for most creatures. There is no evolutionary map for this kind of demon, but as they grow, their size will become larger and larger, and their body fluids will become more and more corrosive. It is rumored that they have the blood of Leviathan, which is what people generally call Leviathan, because they often keep their arms bent over the height of ordinary Hive demons, or their body length is generally between 3 and 5 meters. But like the leader of the Hive demons in this courtyard, it is a Hive demon with a body length of more than 30 meters. And because of the characteristics of their own acidic body fluids, when they are killed or injured, the splashing blood will cause serious or even fatal damage to their opponents. This is a very annoying demon. Chapter 364. Strike ships, assault ships, and even some carrier ships, the fleet of the patrol fleet shuttled through the sky above the battlefield like fish. There were a total of 4,000 small airships, of which 3,000 were deployed to block the Hive demons. The bombardment of energy cannons, the dropping of explosive bombs, and the strafing of shipborne machine guns, the fleet used the advantage of flight to ravage the Hive demons behind the beast tide. The demons also don't like Hive demons. Perhaps even if all the Hive demons in this courtyard died, the owner of the courtyard would not feel sorry. Or perhaps, so many Hive demons hiding in the courtyard were originally thrown in by the owner of the courtyard to die. These Hive demons are much more flexible than low-level monsters. Some of the larger Hive demons can even avoid the explosion range of explosive bombs. If they were not too many and crowded, it would be difficult for human airstrikes to accurately hit them in a short time. Hive demons basically cannot master the ability to fly. The attacks of airships are enough to crush them. Even if ordinary Hyde demons can jump up to a height of more than 10 meters, it is still difficult to pose a threat to airships. But the premise of this crushing is that there are no other monsters mixed in with the Hyde demons. Roar! The strange roar seemed to reveal cruelty in the tone. A Hyde demon, with a body size of more than 10 meters, soared into the sky, and its slender but powerful claws slapped a low-altitude airship. At a height of tens of meters, the Hyde demon, whose body length was almost longer than a small airship, climbed onto the flying airship. The Hyde demon was seen sweeping the bone spurs on its elbow towards the cockpit of the airship through the energy field. Boom! The airship fell, and when the giant Hyde demon jumped away, the wreckage of the airship was instantly covered by the demon. There were some larger Hyde demons among the Hyde demons. These giant Hyde demons had strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and if the blood flowing from their bodies was stained on the energy field, it would cause excessive energy consumption. But these were not the most terrifying things. The most terrifying thing was that there were aliens among the Hyde demons. Under the attack of the airship, some Hyde demons threw basin-sized spiders into the sky. Extreme destruction fire. Sea of thunder serpents. Deep diving whale fall. The Hyde demons were about to attack, and with the attack of the airship, a large number of spellcasters joined the battle, and on Odysseus' side, Tina, Barbara, and Ikaros also tore open the magic scrolls in their hands one after another. The violent elemental storm bloomed at the end of people's sight, and lightning, flames, and oppressive waters crushed the Hyde demons into pieces. The airships have withdrawn. There are indeed spider demons. Use the meteor shower. When the observers shouted loudly, the logistics personnel quickly handed over the magic scroll of the meteor shower. The magic raged among the demons, and the splashing blood gathered into a river, and the blood with extremely strong corrosive effects burned the ground with billowing scorched smoke. At the same time, some airships avoided the attack range of magic, but fell inexplicably. When the fleet retreated in a roundabout way, the human side began to cast more chaotic range magic. Spider demons, or the derivatives of spider demons. Spider demons are the darlings of the earth, and they are born apostles of the Silver Realm. The appearance of the hell spider demons is usually a huge spider. They are good at earth magic, but their speed, attack, defense and other aspects are far from comparable to Acra. Even with a certain self-healing ability, the body of the hell spider demon can be said to be fragile. In terms of demon bloodline, the spider demon can only be regarded as a lower-level demon, but even so, the threat level to humans is still judged as a high-level demon. The reason for this judgment, in addition to their proficiency in earth magic, the real key is that the hell spider demon has the unique ability to lay eggs. Some of them are similar to the locusts controlled by the ghost god Taurus. At this time, the spiders mixed among the Hyde demons are all products of the spider demon. The hell spider demon likes to hide themselves in hidden places, and then instruct the spiders they breed to help them hunt. These basin-sized spiders have almost negligible defense, but they can not only spit out tough silk webs, but the jaws that can bite metal are also very powerful in breaking magic. The airship that crashed earlier should have been invaded by this kind of magic spider. This is a kind of existence between biological and magical creations. It is rumored that it is defined as the color domain protozoan, or perhaps it is also a type of ability unique to the color domain original sin. Puff! The sharp long tail pierced the abdomen of the mecha warrior, and a Hyde demon lifted the mecha warrior high with its tail. The marine guards finally fought with the Hyde demons, and those mecha warriors, who did not have enough energy to support their energy positions, were inevitably injured and killed under the crazy attacks of the large group of Hyde demons. The mecha warrior shook off the tail in a roar, and the next moment, the mecha warrior was greeted by more crazy tearing of the tail sting. The Hyde demons moved quickly, like a civet cat wandering on the ground. Under the suppression of absolute numbers, the marine guards on various fronts began to lose personnel. Machine guns and chain knives killed the demons, and the blood of the Hyde demons spurted out wisps of burning smoke on the armored warriors. The demon spiders that were either lurking or hiding under the belly of the Hyde demons sprayed spider webs. Even if the armored warriors who were caught by them could open the spider webs, a moment of slowness was enough to bring them a fatal threat on this battlefield. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom, the larger mechas entered the field. Various mechas with shoulder heights of 5 to 10 meters passed the adventurers and the marine guards and rushed into the group of demons. With stronger power and stronger strength, arcs of electricity spread all over their bodies. The mecha warriors ignored the spiders' webs and waved their huge chain swords to disperse the groups of Hyde demons, until they were blocked by some giant Hyde demons, facing the mecha warriors, who suddenly rose up, The chain swords and machine guns blasted large amounts of acid on these giant Hyde demons. The Marine guards gathered, some blocking the demons trying to break through the front line, and some keeping up with the mechas. When killing the demons, they tried to cover the mechas as much as possible to reduce the attacks on the mechas. At this time, the adventurers in the back also made big moves. Although the mechas broke through and dispersed the groups of Hyde demons, they also made the demons more scattered. The adventurers left the nest, and the airships that had detoured earlier also returned to the battlefield under the protection of the air combat guards. Assistance group, hold the shield. Standing on the high wall of the magic position, Odysseus shouted loudly. On the slope of the magic position, rows of shields had already been placed. Hundreds of melee adventurers in armor followed the order, and picked up a large shield one by one. The sturdy shields were flowing with the halo of magic. In addition to the defense brought by the material, these shields also contained magic shields that were more durable than armor of the same level. Follow the Marine guards. Go! Odysseus gave an order, and a large-scale defense reinforcement was lowered. Dozens of spellcasters followed more than 100 shield-bearing warriors to rush out of the magic position. Not only in Odysseus, facing the Hyde demon that has invaded the adventurers' defense line, flags were raised everywhere on the battle line, shouts of killing suddenly rose, and it seemed that a more rigorous and violent attack than the mecha team was launched. Tina and the other two girls were still casting magic in the distance. Magic does not have any teammate mode, so those range magic can only be released to places far away from their own warriors. Some magic even needs to be warned in advance before it is released, and the person who communicates with both sides and gives warnings to the front warriors is the king of the Horde Rat, Tennyson Willie. The essence of the battle formation is to try to prevent one side from being accidentally injured by the attack of one's own people. Other fancy sayings are nonsense. Under the protection of the auxiliary team, Tibesha and Vivian followed the small group of the strategy group and had already killed their way out. Mu Hua and Odysseus stood on the high wall of the magic camp and looked at the battlefield. Mu Hua didn't step on the gold coins to tear the scroll. Well, it's not that he is selfless, nor is it that he is thin-skinned and afraid of gossip. The main reason is that the levels of these Hyde demons are not too high. Mu Hua can't get any experience from them, so he temporarily leaves the opportunity to those with lower levels. Well, temporarily, although the battlefield is bloody and flesh-splattered, this is probably just the prelude to the war, and the real monster army has not arrived yet. Including Odysseus is also brewing, and Tamara has even maintained a mini-form. Chapter 365. Swish. The sharp arrow passed through the space, and an arrow with an unfolded wing blade penetrated into the head of a Hyde demon. After penetrating, the wing blade of the arrow cut off half of the Hyde demon's skull. This Hyde demon was much larger than ordinary ones, but Mu Hua, who was standing on the high wall, bent his bow and made a gesture, and a heavy arrow with a heavy tip condensed from his hand again. Bows and arrows are all soul weapons. After absorbing the arrows of dragon teeth and dragon claws, when the blood energy brings further strengthening to the bow body, it is almost equivalent to obtaining a bonus to physical fitness. Arrows are more lethal than firearms. To be honest, compared with bows and arrows, Mu Hua still prefers his Jam Sweetheart, but Jam Sweetheart can't hit the power at too far a distance, and facing larger enemies, the flying wing arrows he made have an attack effect far beyond bullet particles. Your ravens are really good. Looking at the battlefield from a distance, Odysseus on the side said to Mu Hua in admiration. You should praise my archery. Mu Hua said casually, as he drew his arrow, and shot his bow again. No, compared to archery, your blind ravens are better. Odysseus shook his head. On the battlefield where the strategy team was, a cloud of crows hovered over the soldiers. Any monster that came into contact with the soldiers would be swooped down and pecked by ravens. After the blind ravens, what remained were a group of blinded Hyde demons, which greatly increased the safety factor of the strategy team in the chaos. It was like having a group of professional blinding necromancers accompanying them. Now the spirit of the blind raven is no longer the original 3 or 5 points. The spirit attribute of 200 plus is enough to blind ordinary Hyde demons for a while. Mu Hua was not a rookie who had never experienced life and death, but the cruelty of a war of this scale still exceeded Mu Hua's expectations, or perhaps Mu Hua underestimated the aggressiveness of the demons. Ordinary Hyde demons can barely enter the category of mid-level monsters, but when they form a demon tide, their tail spikes are almost like a gun array, and the threat of their acidic body fluids is infinitely magnified. With the cooperation of many parties, humans resisted the invasion of Hyde demons, but in the chaos, the Hyde demons, who are very good at leaping, also caused chaos from time to time, and it was inevitable that human warriors wailed and died, including the elite patrol star guards. Warriors turned into iron guards, mages attacked, defended, and healed at close range, and the magic explosions at the command led to the riot of elements. Demon hunting is not a child's play, and only those who can still laugh and joke in daily life after experiencing such battles can be considered true adventurers. The battlefield was divided into one battle zone after another. The intense melee lasted for nearly 2 hours. Looking at the battlefield, after the blood of those hired demons faded from purple and red, the ground was stained with a layer of dark green, like corpse poison. On the giant hired demon had its right arm and tail cut off by the attack of 2 mechas. When it screamed, the gushing blood extinguished the energy stand of the mecha. The waving left arm swept down the head of a mecha, and 2 chain swords piercing the chest ended its life. But the giant hired demon that turned into dust immediately made people secretly hate and annoyed. Even if it dropped a large piece of suspended stone, the humans on the battlefield still had no joy. As the first batch of cannon fodder to fight with humans, there are a large number of entities among the hired demons and goblins here. Some of them were descended from hell, and some may have been bred in this courtyard. The few hired demons that descended during this period mainly dropped suspended stones. It seems that the owner of this courtyard really wants to make suspended stones a specialty here. Not to mention the courtyard, I am afraid that it also occupies the suspended stone veins in hell. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and the humans who fought were replaced one after another. In order to deal with the monsters that will inevitably be more threatening in the future, the human side must ensure sufficient physical strength, as well as firepower, energy, and other supplies. In this battle, the patrol guards fought hard enough, but it must be said that among the nearby adventure teams, it was the strategy team led by Odysseus who fought the most unrestrained. The vertical and horizontal sword energy cut out a violent wind blade. The galloping aurora turned into thunder. The soft barrier blocked the corrosion of the magic blood. After the roaring barrage, the healing light repaired the injuries of the team members. The magic scrolls in the back were smashing desperately, and the gold-clad raiders in the front were rushing recklessly. Without dispelling the targeted attacks, the raiders' explosion really stunned Mu Hua. But just when he suspected that he had an absolute misunderstanding of the brave, the panicked Chelson led the team to retreat to the mage position under the curse of Odysseus. The power was cut off. Fuck Odysseus, when I see you, I always feel that humans are hopeless. Seeing the auxiliary team again, and seeing a group of brave saints and great sages, alternate, retreating in a panic, Mu Hua lowered his voice and said to Odysseus, "Hee, you get used to it. These guys are also novices. But Mu, it's time to start." When Odysseus smiled, his expression suddenly paused, and he frowned and looked into the distance. Monsters, a large number of monsters appeared on the horizon. They are a group of deformed demons. A group of guys who can make people lose their minds just by their appearance and madly reduce the SN value of humans. Their appearances are varied, and it is really difficult to describe them uniformly. Although the SN value is a joke, many of them do have the ability to affect the emotions of living beings. Fear, yearning, excitement, sadness, jealousy, rage, these monsters are the product of bloodline conflicts, but among them, not only can they interfere with human emotions, but there are also some individuals with original sin characteristics. One-legged, blind, full of tentacles, one head sharing several bodies, several heads sharing one body, or simply only a head, or only a certain organ. Most monsters have difficulty in moving because of their deformed bodies, but this also makes them more focused on casting spells. In addition to strengthening their own innate abilities, they must at least learn to float and fly to ensure that they do not become food for other monsters. So monsters are often regarded as spellcasting units among demons. Fuck. Where do so many monsters come from? Mu Hua cursed. Bloody Hill, or maybe they were temporarily thrown in by the lord of the courtyard. Anyway, they have to fight. Odysseus pulled the corner of his mouth, with a fierce temperament on his face. A large number of monsters appeared on the horizon. Through the images projected by the bird's-eye viewers, people also saw staffs and magic scrolls on the limbs of many monsters that symbolized arms. Infinite barrier. Crystal barrier. Broken sky barrier. High-level defensive magic continuously flashed magical light everywhere on the battle line. The appearance of monsters means that a new round of magic attacks is about to begin. Demon Breaker. Be alert. Tennyson's voice rang in everyone's mind. At the same time, colorful magic crossed the boundaries of space and headed straight for the human front. Some were advancing in a straight line, while others were brewing in the sky. The shaking earth seemed to be about to crack at any time, and a large area of muddy swamps appeared on the land between humans and monsters. As if the wind and water were changing, the demons launched a barrage of magic attacks on humans. Dispel. The light of dispelling spread in front of the crowds. Demon Breaker, to put it bluntly, is a spellcaster who studies dispelling. Most spellcasters will learn to dispel, and some teams will specially train people who practice dispelling, but at this time, on the battlefield, as long as they can dispel magic, they can generally be called a Demon Breaker. The barrage of magic dissipated, and most of the remaining magic was also bombarded on the defensive barriers. This wave of terrifying offensive did not cause many casualties on the human side. The magic scroll is magical and powerful, but no matter how many magic scrolls there are, they cannot replace the magician. This is not only a problem of spellcasting skills and magic power consumption, and not only because the magician is environmentally friendly, but the magic recorded in the magic scroll cannot contain the condensation characteristic. In other words, even the lowest level of dispel can counter the magic released by the magic scroll. Not only humans can use magic scrolls and magic props, but the monsters that are thrown into the battlefield again also carry magic scrolls. The human side has temporarily stopped using magic scrolls, because the opponent will also use dispel to offset the spells here. Water explosion warning. Eternal Guardian is ready. Devil Breaker. Tennyson's voice in his mind is more solemn than ever. On! Tamara spread out her huge dragon wings. On the mage position, Mu Hua stared fiercely at a place in the distance where violent magic fluctuations appeared. The looming magic circle was brewing together, as if building a solemn palace. Dispel. Mu Hua's dispel disrupted the palace, and the chaotic magic impact formed a wind and wave that rolled up the corpses in all directions. Fuck. Is your dispel so advanced? Seeing Mu Hua dispel the magic that seemed to be a water explosion alone, Odysseus screamed and turned his head to shout. Eternal Guardian, don't save it for me, unfold. Unfold. Release it. Water explosion, or to use a word that is easier for everyone to understand, hydrogen explosion. Water magic is good at purifying and healing injuries, and also excels in corrosion and dissolution, but it is not without strong attack magic. If anyone thinks that water magic is weak attack magic, then they are totally wrong, because it can create a nuclear explosion. Disperse. The temple-like magic array modules did not appear in only one place. Mages in several locations outside the city were dispersing those magic array modules. Boom! A mushroom cloud exploded in the western part of the defense line, and the violent impact triggered the defense barriers in various parts of the defense line. The fleet in the sky quickly scattered, and the energy position was fully opened, no longer caring about the planned consumption. A water explosion occurred, and the explosion point was 10 kilometers away from Mu Hua's group, but the strong shock wave and heat wave still swept to their side, but it was unknown whether the people over there could withstand the attack. Purification. A large-scale purification magic array spread out with the mage position as the center to eliminate the negative impact of the water explosion on the outside world. This is the effect of the mage position itself, which can be said to be a purification barrier, so Mu Hua does not need to cast a spell separately. The devil is crazy, and the forbidden spells are all thrown randomly. Mu Hua cursed, his heart beating wildly without control. It's a magic scroll after all, Mu, I really should go up. Odysseus glanced at the direction of the explosion, then frowned and stared at the monsters in the distance. You go up? Didn't the strategy team just stay there? Mu Hua questioned. Heh, don't underestimate me. Tamara is a dragon. We can't let those monsters mess around again. Odysseus said with a smile, and Tamara also lowered her ferocious dragon head in front of him. At this time, there seemed to be large-scale abnormal movements in various human groups. What made Mu Hua even more stunned was that he saw a large number of demons summoning arrays emitting red light appear in the nearby battle group and appeared in the human group. Fuck. Those people are hiring demons, and they are still playing like this? Chapter 366. How unscrupulous can a demon be? For example, accepting human employment and helping humans fight other demons. The roar of the demon sounded in the human camp. Wearing armor and holding sharp weapons and staffs, winged demons, horned demons, they are much more realistic than the monsters on the opposite side. Mu Hua is familiar with these existences, just like the demon tokens in Becerra's hand. The demons summoned by humans at this time are not ordinary sacrifice summons, but specific demons summoned with demon tokens. They have obviously become mercenaries on the human side. Are those people connected with the demon merchants? Looking around, Mu Hua saw nearly 100 demons with demon wings and able to fly in the sky within a single line of sight. This kind of demon summoned by tokens has a good reputation. Because they are usually marginalized in hell, they cooperate with demon merchants and profit from the summoners by being employed. This lifestyle allows them to obtain resources more easily than ordinary demons and have a better life. In other words, because demon merchants value the reputation of transactions, these demons also have a good reputation. They will not sign contracts with humans, but they will usually try their best to complete tasks that have been agreed upon at a price. It is not strange to see someone summoning demons with a token, but Mu Hua was surprised that there were so many, and obviously many people from different forces and teams summon them. Although Mu Hua seemed to have bumped into Becerro casually, he always thought that demon merchants were rare. Demon merchants? How can there be so many demon merchants? Do you know about corruption? These are corrupted mercenaries, and their credibility is better than the mercenaries in the hands of demon merchants. Odysseus leaned against Tamara's dragon head and shook his head. Fallen? Mu Hua had heard of it some time ago. It was, well, how should I put it? It was an entertainment group that mainly operated nightclubs. There were some angels in it that obeyed human laws and regulations. They seemed to want to open a store in the town and had some connections with Kuna. According to Odysseus, this Fallen should have mastered a lot of demon tokens. Its reputation was better than that of demon merchants? Perhaps this was another reason why Fallen could gain a foothold in the human world. Ong! A hoarse and unpleasant dragon roar sounded. After the demons, another bone dragon rose into the air in the human camp. Bone dragons, bone fangs, centipede sickles, various bone beast corpses. Constructed undead, a large number of constructed undead launched an attack on the direction of the monsters before the demons. War cavalry, fierce tigers, violent bears, and even multiple flying dragons, all kinds of monsters were mixed with clusters of skeletons. Mu Hua couldn't tell whether they were war beasts or summoned beasts. Fuck, my cousin wants to upgrade the demon hunting team. Dandelion Demon Hunting Group? Don't make trouble, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Adventure Group is good. Mu Hua feels that Adventure Group is good. In addition to demons, adventurers also hide another force. A large number of low-level or high-level non-human combat units rushed out of the battle group and also rushed towards the battle line where the monsters were. In the bird's eye view, accompanied by splashing blood and mud, Mu Hua even saw a dozen headless knights leading the Death Knights assembled into a formation, forming an assault cavalry team with thousands of individuals. Regardless of whether it is a dependent, a summoned beast, or a detained undead, even if the conditions for the creation of summoned beasts are harsh, Mu Hua clearly realized for the first time that they are by no means his patent. The flying dragons gliding at low altitudes could not fly freely at this time, because the sky was already full of floating mines. The airships and the air combat guards with wings spread out were using long-range attacks to detonate the magic traps. The huge bone dragons crawling forward gave people a sensory shock that was no less than their flying in the sky. Roar! Another roar, this time from the monsters. In the battlefield between humans and monsters, large areas of summoning arrays were deployed. Warcraft, orcs, undead, and even demons, large areas of summoned monsters also appeared in the direction of the enemy. Monsters. There are many unlucky ones with inherent movement defects among them. Summoning magic is also very common in them. Those summoned beasts will protect them with a desperate will. TSK. The battle situation in front of him made Mu Hua smack his tongue. Although it was fun to throw summoned beasts, the situation in front of him was probably the most annoying battle. Because those summoned beasts could not be truly destroyed, and there was no drop. It's hard to fight, but there's no benefit. It's really a disgusting existence. The human camp rushed out of the cavalry, beast riders, terrain vehicles, or heavy motorcycles. This is not a wild battlefield. The battlefield where magic and technology coexist has an alternative or weird excitement. And near those knights in armor, there are always some spellcasters with magic wands. Magic, guns, swords, axes, and dispels, all kinds of magic arrays set off wanton strong winds and dust waves on the battlefield. Are there any magicians who cast spells on the back seat of the motorcycle? Why are you driving a terrain vehicle to dispel? Damn, where is the reservedness you promised? Throw the explosive flames properly, don't carry a rocket launcher. Mu, I'm on. Be careful. Alger, don't save your defense scrolls. Odysseus said, pulling off the visor of his helmet. Accompanied by the roar of the fire dragon, Tamara spread her wings and flew into the sky, and the dragon flames and blood that burst detonated the floating mines in the air. Odysseus was highly regarded by the senior leaders of the coalition forces in the fortress city this time. In addition to being a famous brave mentor, the combat power of the dragon and the Dragon Knight should not be underestimated. I go clean up the body of the High Demon. The blood is very dangerous if combined with water magic. We must also be on guard against corpse explosions and poison explosions. Tamara carried Odysseus to the battlefield. Muhua shouted loudly, regardless of whether Odysseus heard it or not, summoned the Purgatory Warhorse, followed closely, and rushed down the mage's position. The speed was so fast that Tina couldn't help shouting. Magic traps were triggered from time to time, and the human-sized war pets, summoned beasts, and demon mercenaries had already collided with the demons summoned by the monsters. Behind them, there were corpses covered in blood and mud. Those were the bodies of high demons and goblins. Even though the high demons were dead, the blood they shed was still corrosive acid. Muhua ran towards the corpses, his battle robe rustling, and he swayed the fire of soul along the way. Accompanied by the light golden light, pieces of corpse blood foam turned into dust and flew away. However, compared with the vast battlefield in front of him, Muhua was like a cleaner sweeping sand and dust in the desert, giving people a sense of sadness and powerlessness everywhere. The sad young man smiled uncontrollably. Well, preventing the corpses from causing chaos is pure nonsense. Muhua's eyes had already lit up when he saw the corpses on the battlefield. Although most of the corpses were seriously damaged and many of them had turned into snow and mud, they were all edible for the burning source furnace. No matter how good the quality was, or how efficient the smelting was, a mosquito was still meat, not to mention that it was a pile of mosquitoes that stretched for more than 10 kilometers. How many skill stones could be melted out? How many hundred refined secret stones could be melted out? Attribute crystals, soul dust, philosopher's stones. Muhua's saliva was secreted vigorously. If he could get rid of all of this, he could go home and get married. The Purgatory Warhorse galloped happily in the chaotic battlefield, and the young alchemist cleaned up the poisonous corpses on the battlefield helplessly and sadly. Well, for this war, and the humans who died in the war, Muhua was also full of palpitations and moved. Of course, being touched is being touched, but who says that being touched doesn't mean you can't get benefits? Muhua was horrified by the war between humans and monsters, and he also respected the sacrificed soldiers, but these didn't seem to conflict with his collecting corpses and making a profit, right? Bite skill stone *1, acidic body fluid skill stone *1, acidic body fluid skill stone *1, acidic body fluid skill stone *1. It was quite bloody. Muhua's eyelids twitched as he was busy collecting corpses on the battlefield. 90% of the skill stones melted by these high demons were acidic body fluids. But Muhua definitely didn't want to learn this. It was a pretty fierce ability, but the so-called acidic body fluids included blood, saliva, and all kinds of liquids. It could turn the body fluids of the ability user into strong acid. Just think about it, and you can understand that few normal people would want this. He got a bunch of weird skill stones, and a bunch of high demon tendons. These tendons didn't seem to be edible, but they could be used as the flesh and blood needed to make high-level dead bones. Soul dust, philosopher's stone, 100 refined secret stone, physical crystal, all have been accounted for. The probability of intelligence crystal is still very low. Muhua also got some high demon blood crystal. Avoiding the war-torn area, Muhua was working hard to wield the soul fire, and suddenly Tennyson's voice sounded in his mind, which scared him. Muhua! What are you doing? Huh? The blood of the high demon is very dangerous. I'm cleaning it. But you also collected the magic stone and magic core. Huh? What do you mean I collected it? The soul fire is not so delicate. It's all decomposed. Tennyson's tone was not good, Muhua said dissatisfiedly. Sure enough, what El said was right. His Majesty the King was very stingy. The elements in front were rioting. The killing sound was deafening. And that guy actually came to stare at him, a garbage collector. Complaining in his heart, Muhua slapped another 100 refined secret stone on the mental stability. He was still waiting to fill up the mental stability to produce the soul tide. Chapter 367. Because of the existence of the brigade in the coalition, Muhua first came into contact with the high-level combat power of the adventurers. At the same time, he finally understood the real reason why the magic technology has developed to the current level, but it still cannot replace the casters and warriors who mainly practice themselves. After clearing the magic traps in the sky, thousands of air combat guards wearing mechas have passed the adventurers fighting the summons, and started a confrontation with the monsters in the rear. But even with the advantage of flying, the mecha warriors of the air combat guards still cannot cause damage to the monsters in a short time. Even though there are many mechanical demon god level machines in the air combat guards, they do not have energy attacks with the characteristics of breaking magic. When facing the defensive magic of the monsters, They can only engage in a war of attrition with the monsters that is almost energy hedging. A new round of fighting began, and at this time, Mu Hua, who was wandering on the edge of the battle, had a nearly bickering conversation with Tennyson in his mind. Mu Hua, there will be someone in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. The spoils need to be distributed uniformly after the war. Now, stop what you are doing. You don't clean up the bodies of the hired demons either? You can clean up the hired demons, but you can't collect the spoils recklessly. Which eye did you see me collect the spoils? You? Your soul fire is too conspicuous, at least restrain it a little. Facing Mu Hua's questioning, Tennyson hesitated a little. Hired demons are indeed troublesome, and their bodies are basically useless. Compared with eliminating hidden dangers, there is no need to pay too much attention to the magic cores on them that are not of high grade. It's just that there are still some items dropped by the projection demons on the battlefield. Wherever Mu Hua's soul fire is sprinkled, that area must be clean, not to mention that there are soldiers fighting in front, which makes it look a bit ugly. Perhaps because of Odysseus, Tennyson was not strong when talking to Mu Hua. He did not resist Mu Hua's decomposition of the hired demon's corpse and blood, and Tennyson showed concession. Why don't you ask me to pick out the magic core of the hired demon again? You want to ask me something? You can't really just talk about some low-level monsters dropping, right? Continuing to wield the soul fire everywhere, Mu Hua asked Tennyson, but he would not collect some messy drops on the ground. Hired demons are troublesome, but their grades are not high. Those goblins used as cannon fodder rarely project their bodies, and more of the weapons left on the battlefield are some low-grade weapons. Even if these weapons are finally collected by someone, they are mostly recycled as waste. However, low-level weapons are also mixed with magic metals. Although Mu Hua's 1G creation cannot make real magic equipment, it can extract the magic metals from these low-level weapons, and even occasionally obtain trace amounts of rare metals from them. As the saying goes, a little bit of effort adds up to a lot. Mu Hua would use a large number of low-level weapons to refine some hard, sharp direct attack weapons. The skeleton warriors under his command used this kind of weapons, which led to Mu Hua not wanting to let go of even those inferior drops. Can these be called drops? These are simply garbage. We didn't touch the ore on the ground, including the demon gold coins, right? Of course, even if Tennyson was stingy, Mu Hua didn't believe that he contacted him for these drops. He needed to command the battle situation, and was not so idle. Don't worry about those hired demons first. Can you create a mage position? A more regular demon army is coming. These monsters are too dangerous. The activation of the city defense attack system may expand the scale of the war. We need to establish a garrison point further forward, Tennyson said. You want to advance the front? Let me build a mage position. Mu Hua questioned. Not only you, all the mages who master the magic of position making will go, Odysseus said. You can build a position independently, Tennyson said. You want me to attack the monster head-on? What a joke, I'm not even 30 years old. Mu Hua shook his head subconsciously. Age, for adventurers, age is often linked to ability and responsibility. The so-called greater ability, greater responsibility, this sentence is nonsense, and those who believe it are either too smart or have a brain defect. The greater the ability, the more benefits you can get, and with benefits, there will be greater responsibilities. And Mu Hua said that he was still young, had no ability, and had never received any benefits. So many brigade leaders were on the scene, and many bone dragons were jumping around on the battlefield like dogs. Don't look for us if you want to risk your life. I will arrange people to protect you. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, Tennyson said angrily. Fuck, I'm not even a demon hunter, I'm from the academy. What are you yelling at me for? Mu Hua was also angry. Not to mention, his current situation is really complicated. Mu Hua is an in-service teacher at the academy, and has the status of a professor. Strictly speaking, he can go to the garrison regiment. Even if he participates in the war, it is the garrison regiment that gives him orders. The Strategy Association is more like a government agency. Tennyson is in charge of the adventurers, and at most he has the authorization of the Adventurers Union. But Mu Hua has only registered as an adventurer, and has not done many tasks. You let a novice adventurer rush into the demon tide. Isn't it a bit too much? Didn't you see that there are a lot of adventurers squatting on the walls of the city fortress acting as city guards? Everyone is pink and tender. Facing Mu Hua's bad attitude, Tennyson in his mind had a busy tone. Go ahead, for Odysseus' sake, what do you want? After a moment of silence, Tennyson's voice was low. In addition to the ability to create positions, Tennyson was actually quite optimistic about the group of ravens above Mu Hua's head. Blinding Curse is a single target magic. The curse effect of those blind ravens is quite good. There are a large number of them, and they are summoned beasts. If used well, they can produce miraculous effects in both chaos and attack. In Tennyson's view, Mu Hua is qualified to occupy a key auxiliary position in the attack team with only these ravens. I want to derive high-level undead. The hired demon can only decompose some useless shells. I need the flesh and blood of those monsters. Mu Hua stopped his warhorse and said to Tennyson tentatively, "Many hired demons died on the battlefield, but the battle line was too long, and it took too much time to collect their bodies. Moreover, compared with the hired demons, Mu Hua was more envious of the monsters over there. Not only are monsters easy to produce intelligence crystals, but it seems that many of them have summoned beasts. Whether it is a corpse or a magic stone, Mu Hua is also looking forward to getting the skill stone of summoning skills from them. The magic core can be dug out from the corpse of a monster, but Mu Hua tried it earlier. If the two are separated, the corpse will only melt into a pile of tendons. It is precisely because of this that Mu Hua will try to find some places with complete hired demon corpses to throw soul fire. As for monsters, Mu Hua will not take the initiative to ask for magic cores. There are very few monsters that have reached a high level. As long as Tennyson agrees to him, he will melt it directly at that time. I think Tennyson will not specifically bring up the magic core. When dealing with officials, unless you want to be his little duck, don't talk nonsense about many things, just do it directly. Officials are generous, and if you talk too much to them, you will be easily bullied. Fuck. No, even if you are given special care, you still speak with strength on the battlefield. What do you think of those soldiers who are with you? Tennyson refused Mu Hua's request. Strength? Then Monday. Thinking in his heart, with Mu Hua's call, a hellhound and a big demon appeared in front of Mu Hua. Tennyson was not in Mu Hua's sight, but he also had a ruler with a bird's eye view of the magic eye beside him. Mu Hua believed that Tennyson could see his situation here. This? You have contracted a big demon? Even so it. Sure enough, Tennyson could see him. Although Monday emerged from Mu Hua's shadow, because Mu Hua deliberately created a summoning array for his followers, Tuesday appeared directly in the array as a great demon, and was not afraid of exposing her identity as a dead person. What about this? Although Tennyson was surprised, he still wanted to refuse, but when Mu Hua waved his hand, dozens of headless knights were summoned again. Hiding strength? Oh, there are not no horror knight summoned beasts on the battlefield. Now this group of adventurers are talking evil, summoning all kinds of flying dragons, thunder eagles, griffins, and Hades wolves. Flying dragons and bone dragons are running around in the sky, and corpse demons over 10 meters tall are wrestling on the ground. The monsters have thrown out forbidden spell-level water explosions. Mu Hua thought that he had nothing to hide. Hiss you. The Purgatory Warhorse was summoned, the Headless Knight was saddled, and the soul-specific weapon was condensed. The sound of Tennyson sucking in a breath came from Mu Hua's mind. Whose unlucky child is this? Where did he come from to cause so many Headless Knights? Tennyson was surprised, and Mu Hua's side was changing again. Death energy, the death energy on the battlefield suddenly gathered to where Mu Hua was, and then exploded from Mu Hua's body. Mu Hua, Monday, and Tuesday all started breathing death. Thunder Dragon. On Tuesday's raised palm, the lightning of the dragon head soared into the sky, dragging out the thick and long body of the sky dragon like a dragon python. The thunder like the roar of a dragon came out from the condensed lightning. The thunder dragon crossed the sky, swooped down, and rushed towards the monsters in the distance, scattering everything along the way. Fuck. Here you go. Take the corpses of the monsters you can, and set up the mage position for me. Don't tell anyone that I agreed. Tennyson shouting, which seemed to be happy and angry, came from Mu Hua's mind. This is not an auxiliary, this guy can be the main force. Chapter 368. Mu Hua's current situation is very interesting. He has a good relationship with Webster and gets along well with Odysseus, although the two do not know Mu Hua's specific strength. But in the eyes of outsiders, it seems that it is not incomprehensible that Mu Hua has some strangeness and some super strength in combat, since he can complement these two people. Mu Hua knows Webster and Odysseus. Now, with the introduction of Odysseus, he also knows Tennyson, the leader of the Hoarding Rats. He has also come into contact with the ghost god Taurus, but these people do not know Mu Hua's details. When it comes to Mu Hua's strength and abnormality, they will unconsciously think of several other people. With these people interspersed in Mu Hua's life, the Benson family seems insignificant. Although Mu Hua's growth has nothing to do with these people in essence, when they find that Mu Hua is super strength in some aspects, people who know Mu Hua will involuntarily think of these people. In short, Mu Hua is a young man with a strong background, sufficient financial resources, super strength, and many magical abilities. He can do this because he has a background, connections, money, and a big boss to look after him. I have it, so I can do it too. Therefore, the perception and opinion of outsiders on Mu Hua is quite interesting. The city builders break through. Brothers, open the way. The shouts of runners appeared in different places at the front line. The so-called city builders are more proficient in earth magic and defensive magic, and are casters, who can quickly build fortifications in an open environment by themselves. The cavalry was running, but Mu Hua was also in the team of these city builders. Boom! Boom! The slash dragged out two violent bloody auras of dozens of meters, slashing the vertical enemies, and opening a charge route for the undead cavalry to break through the blockade in the beast tide. Shooter! Sniper! Compared with the cunning griffin, the irritable thunderbird, and the cruel lion scorpion are more likely to be made into summoned beasts. Regardless of their strength, monsters are despised to varying degrees by demons. They are the failed products of blood fusion, and demons classify them as hybrids, which makes their temperaments more extreme and eccentric than ordinary demons. Monsters like to make some creatures that could have become their dependents into summoned beasts. Even if they want to split their own souls, it is not simply for the immortal characteristics of summoned beasts. Many times, it is just because of pure preference. Arrow rain, barrage, targeted strong attack magic, arrows and exorcism bullets intercepted the flying beasts from the air attack, and there were even some withered skull demons with dry heads and bat wings. Some of the fallen flying beasts also have strong land combat capabilities. The spellcasters always pay attention to replenishing defensive magic for the vanguard warriors, and rows of warriors holding spears also point their spears at the crazy monsters. Boom! Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Magic brings out elements that interfere with reality, and reinforcements also appear on the monster side. Gnolls, lizards, ogres, and a large number of level 3 and 4 monsters rush onto the battlefield. Gnolls shoot stone bullets with soul-specific properties, forming a barrage in front of humans. Kill those gnolls! Accompanied by waves of shouts, Mu Hua also ordered 10 fear riders to leave the team, ignoring the obstruction around them, and rush to the place where the gnolls gathered. These dog-headed men are just low-level monsters, their attributes are not high, and the stone bullets they shoot have very limited lethality. But in this chaotic battlefield, they can still harass the warriors in the fight, and the distraction and rain-like force will also disrupt the battle rhythm of the vanguard. Tat-tat-tat, the Vulcan cannon was brought to the battlefield by the machine gunner, and the more fierce barrage covered the dog-headed group. The reproduction ability of the dog-headed men is off the charts, and they are born in groups. They can grow to adult size in about 2 years. They are easier to melt soul-specific skill stones. Mu Hua also wants to raise some of this type of orcs. Although the fierce sweep suppressed the dog-headed men's earth guns, compared with the consumption of human ammunition, the lives of these dog-headed men seem to be cheaper. The cavalry rushed into the chaotic battlefield, and the flag of the city builder made some warriors holding giant swords and battle axes consciously burst out blood and slash to help the cavalry clear the way. At this time, in addition to dozens of charging terror riders, Mu Hua was also surrounded by dozens of powerful adventurers. Hey Lao Lu, why do I feel that these ravens look familiar? A young man wearing light armor and riding a night blade leopard chased Mu Hua and asked the person next to him. The young man was wearing a black robe with dark patterns, riding a purgatory warhorse, without armor, and surrounded by 3 groups of white-boned souls. The person he asked was also a necromancer. And the 3 groups of white-boned souls around him that seemed like living things seemed to prove his strength. In the eyes of some people, necromancers always have evil nature. This cannot be regarded as prejudice, but because some undead magic is alive. High-level necromancers will absorb the souls of other creatures to transform some magic. Even though they use the ghosts of the dead most of the time, they are still inevitably classified as cruel. Unlike ordinary boned souls, the necromancer in front of him, who was traveling with Mu Hua, had a transformed bone soul. It was a more flexible, more durable, and more strange and difficult bone soul. Blind Raven, the attributes are very high. I am more curious about his death breath, which is just like the Pale Lord. The necromancer called Lao Lu had the same brigade badge as the young man on his chest. Captain! Death Sky Curtain open? After replying to the young man, the necromancer shouted to Mu Hua in front. Ask others, it won't affect me. Turning his head and replying to the necromancer, 2 thunderbolts struck Mu Hua. Mu Hua frowned and looked at the sky, where the 2 thunderbirds had been cut off and dissipated by Tuesday's sickle. Another summoned beast. Mu Hua hates the enemy's summoned beasts. Before the magic power of these thunderbirds is exhausted, they will continue to return to the battlefield. The lightning they spit out is also a fatal threat to most demon hunters, but this attack on Mu Hua only knocks off 2 layers of bone shields. Mu Hua was ordered to raid the monsters, advance the front line, and establish a mage position where the monsters gather. The people accompanying him did not know Mu Hua's true combat power, but because Mu Hua was a city builder, he temporarily became the captain of this team. As soon as Mu Hua finished speaking, great clouds spread over their heads, the death sky, a cloud with strong death erosion ability. It is similar to defensive magic, which can block observation from high altitudes, weaken the magic that invades it to a certain extent, and also allow the creatures covered by it to be harmed by death. This high-level undead magic itself will also spread a strong death aura, but obviously, the necromancer named Lao Lu did not care about its impact on his teammates. When the death sky appeared, 2 adventurers in the group slowed down and left the team, while the others continued to follow the cavalry. Humph! Trash. Lao Lu snorted coldly, as if talking about the 2 people who left the team. Shut up. The light-armored young man scolded with a wry smile. It seems that he has a good relationship with Lao Lu. Mu Hua looked back at Lao Lu again. This guy's mouth is really stinky. He must be unpopular on weekdays. The 2 adventurers who left the team obviously couldn't stand the death aura around them. Necromancers are not likable. Strictly speaking, people with psychic physiques do not account for a large proportion of adventurers. Many members of the brigade also use their own blood to disperse the death aura created by their teammates. For those who do not have psychic physiques, going to the battlefield with necromancers is sometimes a waste. The Fear Riders at the front of the cavalry team burst out with bloody fighting skills from time to time. The blind ravens in the sky are like fish in water in the death sky. They keep drilling out of the death sky, swooping down to peck at the enemy, and then drilling back into the gray fog to find new targets to attack. The death sky, which is the forbidden land for most creatures, can also be regarded as a beautiful place for creatures with close undead attributes. As soon as the undead sky appeared, most of the air interception that Mu Hua and his party encountered was immediately lifted. Only some demon-type skull demons tried to attack Mu Hua and others, but they were either blinded by ravens or shot and killed by archers in the team. Well, demons are demons after all. They may not like death, but they are born with psychic physiques, and the magic of the death sky has no adverse effects on their bodies. Hey Captain, do you know Bone Teeth? The group seemed to be more accustomed to the unruly, bad personality of the necromancer. I don't know if it was to adjust the atmosphere. While running, the young man in light armor asked Mu Hua. Pine cone. As if responding to the young man, Mu Hua threw a pine cone like Bone Tooth at a group of shadow wolves that attacked them diagonally. Damn, it's you, Peepa boss? The exploding Bone Teeth nailed a group of shadow wolves with holes, and the lightly armored young man screamed. Chapter 369. Peepa boss? What a weird name. Mu Hua threw out a Bone Tooth, which caused the young man who was traveling with him to scream. Mu Hua was stunned, and then he seemed to remember something. Ha, I said I was the boss, I am a scout, not a human. The sitting night blade leopard sped up, and the somewhat jumpy young man approached Mu Hua, saying something incoherent. A look of surprise flashed across Mu Hua's face. Scouts are not human. If I remember correctly, this should be the boss he met when he was killing goblins during the live broadcast earlier? Well, the other party thought Mu Hua was a boss, and Mu Hua also thought the other party was a boss. After all, those guys in the live broadcast room seemed to be very impressive. Scout, what's wrong with you again? The necromancer named Lao Lu scolded the young man. Scout Lao Lu should be their code name, or maybe a nickname between teammates. Haha, Lao Lu, look at this Bone Tooth, can you play it? Don't you like to show off your Dragon Tooth soldiers? The captain has quite a few Dragon Tooth soldiers, and your little cats are not good enough. The scout laughed strangely. My name is Mu Hua, just call me Mu, I'm not a big shot. Unexpectedly, there is someone he knows in the team, Mu Hua said with a smile. Faced with the scout's words, Lao Lu's eyes also flashed with surprise. He didn't know how Mu Hua knew the scout, but he looked at Mu Hua's back with a look of looking at a rich man. Your bone shield is very strong, and you have these summon terror riders and death breath. Are you the Pale Lord? Perhaps because they are both necromancers, Lao Lu is not so cold when talking to Mu Hua. Fortunately, Tao Les from Demon Island also asked the same question. How did you figure it out? I don't feel there is anything special. Mu Hua nodded to Lao Lu and said with a smile. Mu Hua didn't know if he was a big shot, But Lao Lu was the Death Sky Curtain and the Soul of Bones, a high-level necromancer. Mu Hua didn't dare to look down on him. He felt that he should carry some banners. Lao Lu and his men received Tennyson's order to join him, but they didn't communicate much before. They seemed to be more accustomed to teaming up with others temporarily. This was the first time Mu Hua and Lao Lu talked. My Soul of Bones resists you. Under normal circumstances, I need to control them from attacking others. But I feel that I need to deliberately control them so that they will attack you. This situation is very abnormal. Lao Lu said to Mu Hua. Ghost God Tao Lu Si. Ordinary adventurers may not know who Tao Lu Si is, but after hearing Mu Hua's words, there are many people with strange expressions in the team around Mu Hua. Speaking of which, no matter how these people look at Mu Hua's perception of them is really that of big shots. These people are probably all members of the brigade, and they are all adventurers with high combat power, as can be seen from the sixth brother, who can play the Bone Soul. And Mu Hua also deliberately brought up the name of Tao Lu Si. He did not have any treatment such as guidance from a famous teacher or guidance from a big boss. Now Mu Hua's positioning of his own strength is relatively vague, especially after the adventurers here suddenly burst out with combat power beyond his expectations. In front of these people, Mu Hua inevitably has a sense of weakness in his subconscious. It can barely be regarded as a clever attack. Carrying the banner of Tao Lu Si, Mu Hua also tried to create some wonderful misunderstandings for them. I don't know how Tao Lu Si judged the Pale Lord, but I guessed. Pale Lord, I don't know if I have the hope of achieving it in this life. As Lao Lu sighed, he waved his hand and pointed at a giant monster that had tripped a purgatory warhorse. The three groups of bone souls around him pounced on the giant monster, biting through the giant monster's magic shield, and shuttled through the giant monster several times like a ghost. When the bone soul returned to Lao Lu again, the giant monster's eyes had turned pale and fell to the ground with a bang. The normal bone soul is an instant magic, which will dissipate in a moment after being released. But Lao Lu merged the bone soul with the ghost. This kind of bone soul is very scary. They can exist for a long time, and if they are not broken up, if they keep devouring souls, they can even exist forever, just like the ghosts in the story. Continuously deepening the understanding of the breath of death can always lead to qualitative changes. Let's communicate more when we have time. Mu Hua also envied Lao Lu's killer bone soul and said to him. However, facing Mu Hua's words, Lao Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. This kind of thing is not so easy to say, but he also found that Monday and Tuesday, who followed Mu Hua, had comprehended the breath of death, and they were looking forward to the communication that Mu Hua mentioned. Peepa boss, which brigade are you from? The scout interrupted the communication between Mu Hua and Lao Lu and asked curiously. I said, can you not call me Peepa? I'm probably from the Dandelion Adventure Group, and I've been hanging out with Odysseus's strategy group recently. Mu Hua smiled bitterly. Because he was wearing a mask, he gave himself an online name not holding Peepa, but covering the face. The scout's name made him a little unacceptable. This guy, is he not an internet addict? Ball of thread? And strategy group? Whose girl are you eyeing? The scout was stunned. Everyone rolled their eyes. A pale lord with 50 or 60 Summon Terror riders went to hang out with the adventure group. Everyone agreed with the scout's statement. It was obviously an ulterior motive. What's wrong? I'm still the Inspector General of the Strategy Association. Feeling the stab of contempt, Mu Hua said again. Oh, as long as you like it. The scout muttered, and everyone rolled their eyes again. As they spoke, the cavalry had already rushed through the line of defense of the chaotic conflict. The surrounding resistance was greatly reduced. The headless knight who opened the way in front threw bone spears from time to intercept the incoming magic. When the iron cavalry shook the ground, a middle-aged man riding a scale horse in the team accelerated and shouted, Captain! Slow down! Mud swamp! The middle-aged man stood out from the crowd, raised the staff in his hand, and threw earth and rocks forward to reinforce, trying to harden the swamp area on the road ahead. Even when facing creatures with brute force like ogres and giants, the horror riders can knock them down and trample them. But when facing a swamp environment, the horror riders will inevitably face the result of being swallowed up if they rush into it. These swamps are traps set by monsters. A large number of trap magics called Sludge Swamp are concentratedly released, but they set up a large area of swamp areas for humans in front of the monsters. No need to slow down. Prepare for battle and welcome the impact. Mu Hua shouted, and as he spoke, a large magic circle spread out with him as the center. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold came. Wide area magic first. Similar to the unorthodox fireball, Mu Hua's inherent ice magic. Mu Hua cannot learn water magic, and the skill stone of water magic will turn into some strange ice magic when he has it. At this time, Mu Hua's frost magic also incorporates a lot of ice magic. Although this magic is only level 11 for the time being, it can create a very large range of low-temperature environment. Under the influence of low-temperature frost, the surface of the silt swamp quickly solidified into ice. If it was placed on the water, it might not be able to support the cavalry's running, but this magic-hardened silt is more convenient and efficient than soil and rock reinforcement. Trampling. 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 The iron hooves crushed the ice and mud, and among the splashing mud and water, everyone was not concerned about the frost that surprised Mu Hua at this time. Countless monsters were in front of them, big or small. These monsters looked really weird, and it was difficult to distinguish their strength and emotions from their appearance. Everyone had a serious expression and held their weapons tightly. People wearing armor took off their visors one after another. The terror cavalry sped up again, and the lance pointed directly at the summoned beasts that were summoned again in the front formation of the monsters to serve as the vanguard. The devil's whisper sounded in the cavalry, and the violent elements gathered. The spellcasters in Mu Hua's team, who had been preparing for a long time, chanted the hymn of magic. The war knife condensed in his hand, and Mu Hua also had a thick staff in his left hand. With a warhorse under his crotch and a sword and staff in his hand, Mu Hua wanted to show off his handsomeness as a white-robed wizard. Unfortunately, his staff was too thick. This thing was the portable staff of the Bam Demon he had forced to contract earlier. It was just that the Bam Demon was accidentally killed by Tuesday, and the staff in Mu Hua's hand was a bit inconsistent with the human model. The thick staff was just like a malnourished totem pole. Mu Hua raised his sword and staff. Lava Lotus. Without releasing the Thor's hammer contained in the staff, facing the defensive magic emitting various colors of halo in front of the monsters, Mu Hua chose the super unorthodox fireball with a larger range and stronger erosion. The falling meteorite that broke through the air followed the magic of other spellcasters in the cavalry, and the reminder to pay attention to the explosive impact was shouted out from Mu Hua's mouth. Destroy the demons. The knight shouted, and several warriors holding huge blades stepped out from the crowd, using magic to attack the monsters farther away. They wanted to carve out a gap for themselves to gain a foothold among the nearby monsters. Chapter 370. If conditions permit, adventurers will never engage in one-on-one battles with monsters. Even if they are trapped in a group of monsters, experienced adventurers prefer to fight each monster with their teammates. Never get close if you can shoot, never fight head-on if you can stab the waist. Perhaps everyone is not surprised by the battle mage who slashes monsters with a knife. But a guardian mage who specializes in defensive magic and is responsible for taking care of teammates takes out 2 magic grenades and throws them around when he has time. A shield axe warrior with heavy armor, after slashing a demon, suddenly pulls out a Vulcan cannon and shoots everywhere. A scout who is good at lurking and has learned shadow attack, after being intercepted by monsters, actually puts on a magic mecha armor and directly transforms into a mechanical demon god, firing at full power. In addition, there are those spellcasters who tear scrolls and throw magic stones from time to time. After looking around, I think the fighting style of the shooters who hid in a safe place and fired cold guns was relatively orthodox. Of course, if we ignore the rocket launchers they took out from time to time. Mu Hua has learned a lot. The adventurers he led are really good at fighting. But their fighting style is still quite different from what Mu Hua imagined. Their own strength is secondary. The key is that these guys have very low moral integrity and have no idea what etiquette is. With the Terror Knight charging, those vanguard warriors don't mind leading the enemy to the Terror Knight after encountering a heavy blow. Seeing the Terror Knight trapped in a siege, they turn around and show off their power in front of the weaker monsters around. The Terror Knight is surrounded, bombs throw them. The Terror Knight is about to be dispersed. Don't come over, I plant a mine first. If you can use magic weapons, you will never use magic scrolls. If you can use magic scrolls, you will never throw magic stones. If you can throw magic stones, you will never use your own magic power to release magic. Especially the wizard who is responsible for casting defensive magic on the combatants in the rear. He is wearing heavy armor, stepping on demon gold coins, and shouting and killing around him. Mu Hua even doubts that his own magic value is still 100%. This is not only a group of powerful adventurers, they should also be very adaptable to protracted wars. What is this called? This is called professionalism. They really don't care about money. Sixth brother, don't use corpse explosion. I want the corpse of the monster. Tennyson promised me. The battle in front of him made Mu Hua tremble with fear. He was really afraid that the necromancer would get excited and throw a corpse explosion on the killed monster. He also sold the king of the Rat King as soon as possible. Bone wall. The disgusting wall of bones rose in the chaos. Captain, set up the position first. Lao Lu shouted. Flames, lightning, and a monster's thick tentacle, all kinds of attacks blew up the bone wall, and bones flew everywhere. Boom! A lightning flash swept across, and the monster attacking the bone wall was scorched. Mu Hua frowned and looked around. Don't panic, these monsters don't seem to be that strong. Indeed, the adventurers who had originally rushed into the enemy's formation gradually retreated to Mu Hua's side. The terror cavalry cleared the monsters within a radius of 100 meters, and expanded this empty area outward. Mu Hua's magician position can cover a larger area, but his position is somewhat complicated, with many related magics and not tight. The dispelling of monsters will also interfere with the formation of the magician position. Mu Hua tried to clear a larger area before casting. No, have you noticed that there are so many demon mercenaries following us? An adventurer holding a shield and guarding Mu Hua asked in confusion. Aren't these hired by you? Mu Hua asked, and everyone shook their heads. When Tuesday returned to Mu Hua, the big demon who was guarding Mu Hua's sky with wings spread made everyone discover some clues. That's right, in addition to Mu Hua's terror riders, ravens, and this team of adventurers, there were actually quite a few demons on the human side who joined their team. The surrounding melee was fierce, but these demons, haha, bastards, tremble under the giant axe of Adland. Hey Baron, what's your name? Get out of here, poor devil. Beautiful big demon, Frederick has a vein of corpse-covered black iron, or you may be its mistress. The demons gathered, and when Tuesday also returned to Mu Hua, outside the battle circle, there was only a group of hard-working headless knights fighting the monsters. Demons with demon wings flew around Tuesday, and demons without demon wings stood on the ground below Tuesday in various poses. Doman Demon, Bassa Demon, Horn Demon General, Baron Demon, Claw Demon, and even Mu Hua saw a Barus Demon known as the Destroyer Demon. Looking at these demons who always set their sights on Tuesday, Mu Hua's eyelids twitched, and a sense of licking dogs came over him. These demons. They seem to be coming for Tuesday. Get out, kill those bastards, don't let them disturb my master. Tuesday scolded the demons, who were posing around her in a hoarse voice. Roar! Kill these bastards! A roaring demon wearing armor and holding a battle axe roared, which scared Mu Hua. As the roaring demon roared, the demons on the ground, who had no ability to fly, rushed to where Tuesday was looking with strange cries. Although the winged demons in the sky could also cast spells from a high place, they were still unwilling to stay away from Tuesday. At the same time, they did not forget to pose in a free and easy posture when casting spells. Even if it was elementary magic, the spells were recited loudly. A group of humans wanted to complain, but they didn't know how to complain. Fairy! Joey ran back to Mu Hua with blood in his mouth, looking up at Tuesday in the sky, muttering softly. These demons were indeed coming for Tuesday. The big demons did not have the charm ability like Medusa and Arachne, but Mu Hua had heard that the attachment of female big demons was regarded as a treasure of all races in hell. Although Mu Hua had always been puzzled by this, now seeing the morals of these demon mercenaries, Mu Hua had to admit that female demons should be quite popular in hell. Is she your servant? Someone beside Mu Hua asked quietly. If I say she is a dependent, what do you think? Mu Hua replied. Then it's better not to let these demons know forever. No, it's better to let them know. Lao Lu had a strange expression, and felt that it was not right for a moment. In Lao Lu's opinion, it seemed to be a problem to take a demon baron, who was easy to provoke male demons, as a dependent. It doesn't matter, these demon mercenaries are all poor ghosts, they dare not do anything to you. The scout turned into a shadow, and emerged from Lao Lu's shadow. When he spoke, he looked at the hellhound beside Mu Hua. Just now, he seemed to have seen that the hellhound beside Mu Hua seemed to be of the same type as him, and seemed to be better at shadow magic than him. Aren't they said that hellhounds are all reckless? This one is quite insidious. Well, Lao Lu was probably worried that the demon mercenaries would cause trouble for Mu Hua in order to show off in front of Tuesday. But as the scout said, most demons who can be mercenaries are unwilling to rely on others. In hell, without the support of a big boss, they are usually not very rich. If they want to cause trouble for Mu Hua, they should think carefully. Master, a group of elite goblins are coming. Looking from a high place, Tuesday suddenly pointed to a higher place, and said to Mu Hua. Smoke and dust, heavy stomping, but saw a brief chaos in the demon group. A goblin general rode a giant wolf, and crossed the demon group. Then a large number of bear goblins wearing platinum armor and holding long-handled swords appeared in everyone's sight. "Human! It's you? Ha, kill him!" The goblin general rushed out suddenly, and when he saw Mu Hua clearly, his eyes flashed red. Before he finished shouting with excitement and anger, he suddenly found a group of winged demons in the sky staring at him with their dark eyes. "Captain, do you know this guy?" the scout asked Mu Hua. "I guess I know him." Mu Hua was not sure. He was not very familiar with monsters, and as for the goblin general, he had met one in this courtyard before. That guy broke his arm, and then ran away. Maybe, it's this guy in front of him? Chapter 371. Elite monsters are different from ordinary monsters, and this difference is not only in terms of equipment. Just like these elite bear goblins in front of us are compared with ordinary bear goblins, they can be said to be young and strong adults and immature children. And if they are placed among these monsters on the battlefield, the comparison between elite bear goblins and monsters here is also like the difference between regular troops and wild animals. The first and absolute standard for the so-called elite monsters is, their own attributes have reached the natural growth limit, and they have the intention to practice. Yes, the intention to practice. Everyone knows that boxers are very strong, and many people also fantasize about becoming strong, but how many people can really endure hardships and persist in training? How many people can really replenish the nutrition they lack from training? Drink a little wine, smoke a little cigarette, let alone other work trivia, drink a meal for 2 hours, smoke each cigarette for 3 minutes, and enjoy it for 5 minutes. Smoke a box of cigarettes a day, beautiful and refreshing. Exercise? Don't make a fuss. As for those who think that they can fight against the sky, the earth, and the air by shouting a few declarations and bursting into passion for 2 minutes, let alone. Similarly, many people always have a misunderstanding. They think that strong people can be born in a living environment where they are hovering between life and death and fighting and hunting. In fact, it is not the case. The battlefield and fighting only bring injuries, including the so-called beast kings among wild animals. Although they sound arrogant, if you count seriously, those beast kings can't live for a few years, and that's when they don't fight if they can. The monsters on the battlefield are like wild animals. Their lives revolve around eating and being eaten, killing and being killed, and saving their lives throughout their lives. You let them meditate, let them learn magic. Again, don't make a fuss, busy, no time. And these newly entered goblin elites generally have no worries about food and clothing. They train hard in a safe place, and occasionally go out for actual combat. They are all fully equipped and coordinated. Compared with the two, I think many people can understand the reason not to go to the professional players. It is also thanks to the absolute racial advantage of monsters over goblins. But despite this, when these bear goblin elites appear in groups, the monsters near them seem to be a little quieter. When the goblin general led a team of bear goblins armed to the teeth, the adventurers around Mu Hua couldn't help but get nervous. Mu Hua looked at the goblin general and pondered. "Master, this guy seems to be called Dadarel." Mu Hua remembered that the goblin general once said his name, but he couldn't remember it for a while. But Monday still remembered it. "Well, are these goblins strong?" Nodding his head to confirm, Mu Hua looked at Lao Lu and the scouts, who were obviously more serious than before. It's hard to say whether they are strong or not, but it's very troublesome. In addition, there are monsters nearby, and we have too few people. If we get entangled, it's easy to get into an accident. Lao Lu frowned and threw out a formation plate while speaking. The crack in the dark space opened, and a strange python with a body diameter of more than 3 meters emerged from it. A moment later, a giant snake like Titanoboa appeared in front of Mu Hua and others, opening its stinking mouth towards the monster and roaring silently. "Corpse demon?" Mu Hua frowned. It didn't like the smell of this giant snake. A properly made corpse demon would not decay, so there would not be too much rotten smell. This smell was inherent in the giant python's body. I haven't gotten the faceless one yet. Although this bone-melting demon snake is a high-level demon beast, ordinary ghosts can't control it for too long. Let's retreat first, at least lead these elite goblins to the rear battlefield. When Lao Lu said this, he glanced around, and his teammates nodded in agreement. The giant snake that Lao Lu got was not a living creature. The corpse demon was similar to the constructed undead. The refined corpse combined with the ghost eventually became a corpse soldier controlled by the necromancer. It can retain the physical fitness of the corpse before death, but it cannot release the magic mastered before death. Because it is not as orthodox as the constructed undead, ordinary ghosts also need to consume energy to control them. The stronger the corpse demon, the more energy it consumes, and it is difficult to keep them active. The fear riders who were scattered to attack the monsters gathered again. Under the command of Muhua's mind, the cavalry took the lead in attacking the goblin general. Muhua could also understand Lao Lu's concerns. Although the monsters nearby were not strong, there were many of them, and there were also those who mastered strange abilities. Before, because they were weak and lacked unified command, a team of adventurers could deal with them safely under the attack of the terror riders. But at this time, the goblin general waved his war hammer and pointed at the cavalry from a distance, and the nearby monsters consciously followed orders and launched a concentrated fire attack on the charging terror riders. Earth walls, mud responsibilities, stone spikes, thunder explosions, and the hands of the armed wizards were interspersed with flesh tentacles of different colors. All kinds of trap magic instantly interfered with the group charge of the terror riders, and various secret arts enveloped the cavalry. Not only that, the summoning array appeared in a concentrated manner, and many summoned beasts were summoned by the monsters to the front of the goblin army, including wolf beasts, dog monsters, violent bears, and skeletons. These summoned beasts became the vanguard cannon fodder of the goblin elite. After blocking the terror riders, seeing that there were many demons on his side, amid the monsters' strange cries, and looking at the demons in the sky, the goblin general straightened his chest again. "Human! You can't run away this time. You will all die. Kill them!" The goblin general shouted loudly, and the monsters did not move, but countless swords rose from the ground. The magician's hand of the monster, although each monster can only use the magician's hand to pick up a weapon, but a large number of magician's hands are used at the same time, and the swords in the sky are pointing at Muhua and his group, creating a shocking and terrifying scene. "Go!" The giant snake came out of the nest, and the huge giant snake corpse demon rushed towards the monster. Lao Lu tried to use the giant snake to attract the attention of the monster so that he could retreat. "Wait!" Muhua pulled back Lao Lu's drag. "Go ahead. Remember, don't get lost easily in the monster battlefield." Lao Lu frowned, serious but not nervous, and said in a tone of education that was heavier than persuasion. Under normal circumstances, the human body is still too fragile, and not only the bone shield, but most defensive magic is taboo to be attacked by concentrated fire. Monsters are not beasts, especially monsters. When they have enough combat power to contain the enemy, they also have many ways to trap and imprison people. Muhua's delay seemed a bit youthful to Lao Lu. Facing these monsters, they are not without the strength to fight, but the reason why they can survive to this day is not because they are stronger than other adventurers. It's because they are more cowardly. They try not to put themselves in a situation where they need to fight hard, and then they are alive and stronger. It's not that they don't dare to fight monsters to the death. They can become the main fighters of the brigade, and none of them have fought monsters to the death. However, their mission this time was not to fight the monsters to death, but to establish a magician position. The most taboo on the battlefield is to be unsure of one's own goals, and to be brave and heroic blindly. Their lives are not so cheap. Lao Lu exchanged glances with the scout. If Muhua insisted on being tough, they would abandon Muhua. They had a brief contact, and their relationship with Muhua was not close enough to accompany Muhua to go crazy. "No, it shouldn't let us fall into the formation. It wasn't me who ran away last time. Moreover, I actually seem to have tentacles." Muhua stared coldly at the swords and knives in the sky, saying inexplicable words. "Mage's hand?" These monsters dared to use the mage's hand in front of him? To be honest, although Muhua knew a lot of magic, he didn't have any killer moves in the past. Even the improper fireball spell could only be regarded as a powerful artillery magic. But now it was different. His mage's hand had undergone a qualitative change. He hadn't even used the touch of jealousy yet, but the opponent actually gave him the mage's hand. The fire mist was surging. Facing the swords and knives all over the sky, Zhou Er did not need Muhua's instructions to spread the fire mist all over the sky. It was not a complete magic. It was just an ordinary fire mist condensed by free casting. Although it could burn ordinary people, it was not even as powerful as the fireball spell. However, with the support of Zhou Er's powerful magic, a large area of fire mist surged towards the hands of the mages holding knives and guns. The swords and knives all over the sky withered in an instant under the erosion of the fire mist. The mage's hand was very convenient, and it was indeed a guarantee for the mage's combat endurance, but the mage's hand itself was not able to withstand a blow. Boom! It was like a heavy artillery attack. Accompanied by the fire mist, the monsters in front of the goblin general on the ground seemed to be attacked by an air cannon, and were inexplicably blown away. Snap! The goblin general was hit by a huge force, and his whole body froze. He twisted his body, but was lifted up by an invisible hand. The hand of the mage, or the touch of Mu Hua's jealousy. Struggling hard, the goblin general's helmet seemed to be whipped, and under the fallen helmet, its dark green head was exposed. Blood burst out, and violent blood burst out from the goblin general's body, but surprisingly, it failed to disperse the mage's hand that was holding it. Goblin General. Not only that, some clever monsters around also tried to use magic to knock off the mage's hand on the Goblin General, but the abnormal mage's hand still dragged the struggling Goblin General in the air towards Mu Hua. The expression was distorted, and the Goblin General's expression gradually distorted, with his fangs and big mouth open, unable to make a sound, and blood had already seeped out of his facial features. Datterall, I told you, it wasn't me who ran away last time. Mu Hua looked at the Goblin General coldly, and spoke softly, not caring whether the Goblin General heard it or not. The next moment, crack, crack, there was a sound of bone friction, and the Goblin General's body and armor twisted and twisted as if squeezed by a huge force. Bang! Blood plasma splashed, and a large amount of blood burst out of the Goblin General's body between his facial features and the gaps in the armor, and even a section of his internal organs came out of his mouth. Pah! The twisted and unrecognizable corpse fell from the air, and the metal armor made a sound of collision with the ground. The Goblin General, who had just come with momentum, was dead, and Mu Hua had a sneer on his lips. The two sides were in silence. It's okay to play something else, but the magician's hand? Ha! Chapter 372. Jealous? The touch of jealousy? Your Majesty? Lao Lu's incredulous tone interrupted the astonishment of his comrades around him. A Goblin General was inexplicably squeezed into a pile of rotten meat. Lao Lu could see the mage's hand, but unlike the normal mage's hand, people without psychic abilities could not see Mu Hua's mage's hand. They only saw the Goblin General being crushed to death in a weird way. Your Majesty? Mu Hua looked at Lao Lu in confusion. Terror Rider summoning. Raven summoning. Although it was unclear why Lao Lu used such an extraordinary honorific for him, Mu Hua was the first to summon a complete lineup of summoned beasts again. Boom! The warhammer fell to the ground, and the bone dragon breaker was still so heavy. Without any movement from Mu Hua, the mage's hand picked up the bone dragon breaker, and the giant hammer whistled strangely, and suddenly rotated and smashed towards the bear goblin standing in formation 100 meters away, who were a little confused. Bang, bang, bang. The roaring hammer knocked down the bear goblins one by one, and a large amount of blood spurted out of the deformed helmet. Roar! Confused, frightened, confused, and many other emotions, the bear goblins roared fiercely. They were the superiors among the goblins and elite warriors. In the chaos, they charged towards Mu Hua at the first time. Bone spears were thrown, and pieces of bone spears were thrown by the Terror Knight. Without the command of the Goblin General, the monsters, including the elite bear goblins, fell into chaos again. The flying hammer had an exaggerated force. Every time the hammer hit, at least one bear goblin was smashed to death. I seem to be quite strong. Mu Hua asked Lao Lu with some uncertainty, while creating a bloody case on the battlefield. The adventurers around him were silent, including the demons flying around Tuesday in the sky. They looked at Mu Hua with vigilance and taboo. Ghosts? Are they human ghosts? A jealous apostle? Stupid, it's the original sin, not the apostle. No, there is no alienation around. You are the fool, not the original sin. A demon muttered softly. At the same time, in the fortress city, Tennyson, who had been paying attention to Mu Hua's situation, was a little confused. Just now, he was preparing to dispatch support to Mu Hua, but in the blink of an eye, Mu Hua crushed the aggressive Goblin General to death. Touch of jealousy. He actually saw the touch of jealousy, a pale lord who mastered the touch of jealousy. Could this really be a ghost? Truman, the Adventurers Guild is really generous now. Such a guy has not even obtained the Demon Hunter certification. The enhanced body that Tennyson was riding rarely made a sound, but it was a joke to the head of the Adventurers Guild next to him. Among the several magic images on the wall, there was one that showed the situation on Mu Hua's side. The man named Truman also saw the sudden change in the fighting style. The flying heavy hammer, the unbreakable magician's hand, the charging terror rider, the raven that disrupted the battlefield, the originally terrifying giant python corpse demon seemed to have become a foil. It seemed that Mu Hua had completely relied on his own strength to disperse the elite bear goblins that invaded the battlefield, and his terrifying giant hammer was still expanding the results of the battle. Behind the broken defense barrier, there must be blood everywhere, and some monsters that dodged in panic could not escape the fatal pursuit of the terror riders. He shouldn't be from Haman's side. Truman twitched his lips. All human factions attach great importance to the absorption of talents. Maybe the strong are difficult to control, but young people with potential need to be closely watched. If an adventurer like Mu Hua doesn't even have a demon hunter certification, then he will probably be retired. Stop talking nonsense. The Goblin General just now obviously has a grudge against him. He has offended the Goblin General in this courtyard, and he is an outsider? Tennyson retorted and said no more. He has too many battles to pay attention to now, and it is impossible for him to stare at Mu Hua for the time being. The situation is similar to Tennyson's side. In the wizard position where the Odysseus team is located, El also showed the situation of Mu Hua to everyone. However, most people here are more impressed by the number of terror riders led by Mu Hua, and they are not sure whether the terrifying giant hammer was made by Mu Hua. El, did you capture the scene of Goblin General's death just now? That must be put in the opening episode. A member of the filming crew said to El obviously, the focus here is somewhat different from Tennyson. The visual effect of this hammer is too poor. Wouldn't it be better if it was replaced with a sword? Ordinary sword should not have such a strong magic-breaking effect. Do we have a dragon-tooth blade? Is this the hand of the wizard? TSK, it's really fierce, but it doesn't match the several people in the strategy group, and it's not easy to edit. Is this made by Mr. Mu Hua? Will he let us use it? Let Mr. Odysseus talk to him. Speaking of which, those horror writers, and the scene of the Goblin General being crushed to death, just now, what do you think of editing these into the villain's appearance? El's bird's eye view is not only for observing the battlefield, but also for some dangerous shooting links of the strategy team. Due to some professional reasons, the direction of their discussion at this time is really a bit problematic. Tabesha, I am more and more optimistic about our adventure team. At least, our logistics manager seems to be very strong. Paying attention to the situation on Mu Hua's side, Vivian said to Tabesha with a strange expression. Tabesha was stunned. Mu Hua had inherited the magician's hand for them some time ago, but what a joke, this is not a real magician's hand at all. At this time, Lin Feng, who was squatting in the logistics team and loading bullets, had an expression of the sky falling and the earth collapsing. Where did this guy come from? It's a mess, it's all messed up. With such a thing, I can't predict it. Lin Feng was crazy in his heart, and smashed a large caliber exorcism bullet into the bullet belt fiercely. There were many people in the coalition who noticed Mu Hua's situation, but the battle situation was uncertain and there were too many aspects to consider, so most people just kept Mu Hua in mind. As for Mu Hua, the adventurers just thought he was teasing him about his uncertainty about his own strength. As the Bone Dragon Breaker became more and more fierce, Mu Hua's temporary captain status was tacitly recognized by everyone. Captain, are you a ghost? The scout asked carefully after looking at Mu Hua. I don't think so. Don't be idle, and quickly clear the position for building the position for me. Mu Hua shook his head. As far as Mu Hua knew, ghosts and gods would have some unconventional effects on the outside world because of their own special powers. Although his jealous touch was strong now, he did not find any effect on the surroundings. That hammer won't hit us, right? The warhammer was thrown into the air by the magician's hand, and flew up within a range of hundreds of meters. The strange whistling sound became louder and louder, and the muffled sound accompanied by the blood mist bursting from the monsters made the melee forwards in the team tremble. No, I control it very well. When Mu Hua said this, the Bone Dragon Breaker finally stopped circling and rushing, but targeted the monsters one by one, smashing the heads of the ones with heads, and shaking the torsos of the ones whose heads and faces could not be distinguished. The magician's hand will convert 2% of the caster's intelligence attribute into power, and increase the conversion rate by 2% for each level, and each point of intelligence increases the reach by 1 meter. With the improvement of the training level, this magic can be said to allow the mage to have the capital to wrestle with the warrior. When the magician's hand becomes the touch of jealousy, the originally fragile magician's hand not only has the defensive ability equivalent to Mu Hua's body, but also his spiritual attributes have entered the scope of the magician's hand power conversion. A little spiritual transformation, a little power, plus 200% intelligence transformation. The touch of jealousy that Mu Hua displayed at this time has a pure power of 1200 plus. You know, earlier he could beat the Goblin General away with a limit power of 400 or 500. Now, even with the limit power, Mu Hua's physical strength is far inferior to his touch of jealousy, and at the same time, this touch of jealousy, which is as powerful as an arm, has become Mu Hua's real secret killer move. It is rumored that ghosts and gods are not necessarily powerful, and people's awe of them mainly comes from the strange power they carry. They are aliens, because they have touched the original sin, so their existence will cause different degrees of distortion to the laws of reality. They are weird, but weirdness is not necessarily powerful. Although it is not clear whether he will really touch the original sin of jealousy, and whether he will become a ghost, but judging from this touch of jealousy, Mu Hua feels that no matter how weak the ghost is, it is probably not weak. Chapter 373. Mu Hua was basically certain that he was already very strong, especially with the touch of jealousy. Even when facing the main battle of the brigade, he was considered to be one of the stronger ones. Well, he was really not sure before, because he had never seen the main battle of the brigade, and Mu Hua had a certain deification of them in his subconscious. Even before the appearance of the Goblin General, Mu Hua still sincerely believed that the guys who teamed up with him were all big guys. Now, Lao Lu and the scouts, who made a team of brigade members sincerely convinced were cautious about him. Mu Hua had a clear assessment of his own strength. Mu Hua's own defense was strong. He absorbed the flesh and blood of the Minotaur, and was immune to low-level impact, water elements, and high-level fire elements. This also made his touch of jealousy more durable. Dude, it seems that he is already very powerful. Flashing, the knife came out, and the knife fell. A monster that seemed to be level 8 was chopped down by Mu Hua. The touch of jealousy blew away the monsters that were gathered together. In a flash that seemed like teleportation, Mu Hua appeared again on the shoulder of a larger monster. Under the gaze of the adventurer, who was fighting with the monster, he cut off half of the monster's head with a knife, and swung the knife to make a shape on the monster's collapsed body. He waved his hand, and condensed dozens of huge fireballs around him, and suddenly blasted them at the screaming monsters around him. Feeling the envious and convinced eyes of the powerful warriors around him, Mu Hua's heart was moved, which seemed to be more comfortable than hooking up with a beautiful girl. My buddy can cut and carry, a battle mage, and he is very fierce. Between the opening and closing, Mu Hua's fighting movements became more and more smooth, and his fighting style became more and more unrestrained. Mu Hua's Night Demon Blade absorbed the dragon teeth and claws. In terms of sharpness and magic-breaking ability, it is not weaker than the Bone Dragon Breaker. Unfortunately, the soul-specific weapon will dissipate in a moment after it is out of contact with Mu Hua's body. Even the touch of jealousy cannot change this situation, which also leads to the Night Demon Blade being held in Mu Hua's hand, and playing the instant body slash with the flash. Although this instant body slash looks very cool, in fact, flash should not be used indiscriminately. If the enemy moves to your landing point while flashing, the two overlap, and the caster will lose half his life if he doesn't die. But at this time, Mu Hua was unprecedentedly inflated. After discovering that he was already very powerful, he couldn't help but get carried away. Moreover, he has been practicing flashing, vomiting again and again, spatial positioning, and so on. Even if Lao Lu's eyelids are twitching, Mu Hua also confidently said that it is stable, and there is no problem. Captain! Set up your position. Standing on the head of the giant snake corpse demon, Lao Lu made himself look like Orochimaru and shouted to Mu Hua. After Mu Hua threw his arms and exploded, Lao Lu and his team were greatly relieved of pressure. And with Mu Hua's explosion, the demons surrounding Tuesday seemed to have restrained themselves a lot, killing enemies hard, and occasionally stealing to pick up something dropped from the battlefield, but Mu Hua pretended not to see it. Tacit understanding, regardless of whether it is human or demon, it is a bit unreasonable to expect the soldiers to be good and beautiful. They are warriors who are fighting for their lives, not soldiers who accept support. Okay, you guys be careful, remember to prevent corpse explosions. The earth has been stained with blood, and the waves are waves. Mu Hua did not forget to remind Lao Lu not to harm his monster corpses, and not to let the nearby monsters harm his corpses. After choosing a suitable spot, Mu Hua once again raised his thick staff. This staff was not easy for Mu Hua to use. The reason why he was obsessed with it was mainly because it had the function of affinity with earth elements, which could improve the efficiency of Mu Hua's magic to a certain extent. Boom! A thunder-like and light-like sky strike came, and a thick beam of light fell from the sky and hit Mu Hua directly. Magic, Sky Strike. A single target locking type high-level magic, characterized by accurate long-distance search for enemies. Mu Hua, who was just full of self-satisfaction, was knocked to the ground by this blow without any suspense. Captain! Master! Sky Strike has the attack effect of lightning and strong pressure. The corrosive lightning and sudden strong pressure instantly broke the dozens of layers of bone shields left on Mu Hua's body. The magic shield has the best resistance to knife slashes and spear stabs, but it is most afraid of the kind of crushing attack that exceeds its own endurance but affects the whole body. After the bone shield, Mu Hua's magic shields were broken one after another. After the magic power was emptied, the residual power of the sky strike still injured Mu Hua's internal organs, while a mouthful of blood spurted out. In the eyes of everyone's fear, Mu Hua's mouth and nose were bleeding. When he got up, he immediately put on another bone shield. Fuck, why are you hitting me? It turns out that the purgatory armor can't be saved. Mu Hua, who got up, cursed in frustration. Everyone looked at Mu Hua, who was wearing only a single piece of clothing but saved his life under the sky strike with lingering fear, and then found that the surrounding death energy was surging, and the super speed regeneration was repairing Mu Hua's injuries. The death breath also made Mu Hua's magic power recover quickly. Monster. A group of adventurers muttered in their hearts. The sky strike was notoriously deadly in terms of sneak attacks, but everyone didn't expect that Mu Hua, who was hit in the face by the sky strike without any preparation, would curse his mother in the blink of an eye as if nothing had happened. Guardian Sky. When Mu Hua was attacked, Zhou Er gave up killing the enemy, and quickly retreated to Mu Hua's side to protect him. The magician in the team, who was responsible for defensive magic, also held up the Guardian Sky above Mu Hua. Broken Sky. Floating Trap Mine. Death Sky Curtain. Several spellcasters, with Mu Hua as the center, launched defensive magic in this area. Guardian Sky Curtain prevented attacks from above, and Broken Sky prevented flash teleportation from external attacks, and also prevented monsters from releasing summoned beasts into the Broken Sky range. Floating Trap Mine prevented flying monsters from destroying the Guardian Sky Curtain, and Lao Lu at the top even released the Death Sky Curtain. Under the cover of dark clouds, the Death Sky Curtain can also weaken magic such as Sky Strike to a certain extent. Originally, these magics were intended to be released after the mage's position was established, but now there is the threat of Sky Strike, and Mu Hua has also determined the range of the position, so everyone ignored it, and deployed all defensive magics. Go away. This level of Sky Strike can't hurt me. Can you find the caster? Mu Hua drove away Tuesday, who tried to protect him, and turned to ask the scout beside him. Mu Hua put on the bone shield again, 40 or 50 layers of bone shields, plus the magic shield and the purgatory arms he mobilized. If the Sky Strike of that level comes again, it will only make him embarrassed at most. Speaking of which, Mu Hua is really weak. On the contrary, although Tuesday has strong offensive ability, her growth time is too short, and her defense is really not outstanding. It is estimated that she can't withstand that kind of attack. It's impossible to determine the source of the attack for the time being, but it should be a collective spell. Don't worry, the garrison regiment should give a counterattack for this kind of attack. The scout kept a sufficient distance from Mu Hua, and shouted to Mu Hua. Well, Mu Hua was locked by Sky Strike. Although it was a single target locking magic, the lightning column of Sky Strike still had a certain range. If you are too close to Mu Hua, and another Sky Strike hits, the people around you will also be affected. Mu Hua didn't mind the avoidance of the scouts and others, but cursed in his heart, hoping that the next one would hit you guys. Scorch the magic cannon fired a blazing white light trajectory, and the bombardment came from the direction of the fortress city. Boom! The explosion exploded in the northeast direction where Mu Hua and others were. It is estimated that there was the source of the Sky Strike that hit Mu Hua. Scorch. Scorch. At the same landing point, the long-range magic cannon fired 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and the roaring explosion was accompanied by the rising of earth clouds. Sky Strike has a long range, but it is difficult for high-level monsters of this level of magic to complete it independently. At this time, there are not many monsters with high-level combat power on the battlefield, and if a powerful monster appears, Tennyson should have issued a warning long ago. The Sky Strike just now should be a joint spell cast by many monsters hiding somewhere. When the fortress city stopped the bombardment, it is estimated that the monster at the casting point has been killed on the spot. Pooh! The bombardment subsided, and Mu Hua spat a mouthful of blood phlegm in the direction of the bombardment. The tension of the adventurers was also slightly relieved. Boom, boom, the earth and rocks rose from the ground, and the barrier appeared. The purification barrier flickered wildly in the dead environment, as if it would break at any time. A magician position finally rose from the ground surrounded by monsters. Several adventurers in Mu Hua's team began to sprinkle money on the ground, tearing scrolls, and smashing all kinds of defensive magic on the position bunkers. Mu Hua didn't know how powerful the brigade was, but they really didn't care about money. Chapter 374. When the mage position was completed, not to mention the mage shooters, the vanguard warriors in Mu Hua's city builder team all took out their guns from their space props. Machine guns that spewed flames were set up on the walls of the position, and some large-scale attack magic with longer casting time was also formed in the brewing of the casters. And the monsters were not stupid. The monsters that attacked again might not have seen Mu Hua's deadly war hammer, but they could see such a large area of mage positions clearly. Faced with the ammunition pouring out of the mage position, the monsters no longer risked their lives to besiege the mage position, but began to gather again and press forward towards the fortress city, trying to isolate Mu Hua and others and cut off the connection between the mage position and the human coalition. Send a signal and ask them to send people to station here. When Mu Hua said this, someone in the team sent a signal to the fortress city that the position was completed. The so-called city building team is not just to build a position, and who knows what kind of monster army will come later. Mu Hua and his team have limited manpower and no logistical support, so it is impossible for them to stay here all the time. The purgatory arms are part of themselves, so there is no need to say more, but the magic storage props are not easy to use frequently and continuously. The focus of the caster is one aspect, and the most important thing is that if the overloaded force casting is carried out too much, the caster's body will leak magic power. After a moment of defense, no monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters from the magician formation are actively approaching, and the adventurers can take a breath and rest, and the demon mercenaries, who have gathered in the city building team also ran to the position to hide. Several adventurers were injured, but simple treatment had little effect. There were fewer demon mercenaries, but no one knew whether they died or fled to other places. Dependent summoning array. When everyone was resting, Mu Hua summoned 300 Dragon 2 soldiers. The appearance of a crystal-clear bone Dragon 2 soldier made the adventurers' eyelids jump. They were all members of the brigade who had seen the world. This time, they were not amazed at Mu Hua's combat power, but more of a feeling of luxury. 300 Dragon 2 soldiers, who had no special features except for being able to withstand beatings, were 300 dragon teeth. With these dragon teeth, how many sophisticated equipment could be made? How many origin bullets could be made? As for the necromancer, it's okay to make a few Dragon 2 soldiers for fun, but you actually piled up 300 of them, and they were all dependents. Is the Pale Lord so great? He is so idle. Regardless of their mentality, everyone was full of complaints about Mu Hua's Dragon 2 soldiers. Old 6, Scout, Dashin, Houseman, clean up the battlefield, pick up the magic scroll, and keep the demon coins as the energy to release the scroll. Mu Hua ordered, and everyone was briefly stunned. In silence, no one said much, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. 300 Dragon 2 soldiers rushed out of the position. Dragon 2 soldiers, Fear Riders, Ravens, and even the Grey Wolf were summoned by Mu Hua. Mu Hua's subordinate summoned beasts began to collect monster corpses and magic stones on the battlefield. Old 6 Giant Snake Corpse Demon has been taken back by him. At this time, several people also left the position and began to collect the demon coins dropped by monsters around the position, and some valuable drops into the position. As for whether these behaviors are in accordance with the rules? The captain is in the front. Whoever wants to talk about the rules can talk about it. Without logistical support, can't we fight to support the war? Some things still need to be explained. If the other party doesn't talk to you, it must not be that the rules are above heaven, but that he simply looks down on you. The battle here was fierce, but the goblin elites were defeated miserably. Some died, some ran away, and basically did not play any role before they were all harmed by Mu Hua's strange tricks. However, the dead goblin elites did not leave a corpse. All of them were projections. Except for the armor and weapons on their bodies, there were only a lot of dropped items left. Except for those born in the courtyard, there are not many goblins above the level of big goblins who descended in person, but among the monsters on the battlefield, there are many who descended in person. In essence, although monsters are more despised by demons, goblins are cheap and monsters are precious. It is estimated that many monsters cannot make up the sacrifices required for the projection to descend. Among Mu Hua's men, ravens were the most efficient in picking up magic stones. Bear goblins were generally between level 5 and 7, and blind ravens were the first to peck at the magic stones and magic cores in the death areas of those bear goblins. As for why there were magic cores, it was because some monsters had been attacked too hard, and their bodies were already in pieces, and it was impossible to tell which part belonged to whom. There were also many bear goblins, whose magic stones were destroyed in the chaos on the battlefield. In addition to the magic stones that were smashed by Mu Hua himself, the killer adventurers in the city building team were not easy to deal with, because the magic cores and magic stones in the monsters' bodies were often in the monsters' vital positions, and destroying the magic stones was also the easiest way to kill the monsters instantly. Therefore, some experienced adventurers will try to attack the location of the monster's magic stone. In the chaos, no one cares about the benefits. Destroying the location of the magic stone is a very efficient way to kill. Mu Hua can do nothing about it even if he feels bad. Probably because of the lack of spellcasting talent, the probability of the bear goblin dropping magic skill stones is not very good, and more of them drop some skill stones of medium and low-level combat skills. However, the probability of the bear goblin's magic stone dropping the 100 refined secret stone is not low. Almost every magic stone can see at least 100 refined secret stone. While Mu Hua was hesitating, he first smashed more than 100 refined secret stones on the bone shield skill, raising the undead bone shield to LV60. There is no way. Just when he wanted to run wild, a sky strike hit Mu Hua's face. Considering the power of the sky strike, Mu Hua decided to hide for a while, and add a few more layers to his bone shield first. The mage position will be used in front of him, so it is necessary to upgrade it. This inherent magic LV1 involves almost all the skills integrated into it. Various defensive magics are closely intertwined with the barrier. The consumption of 100 refining secret stones is loud. It consumes nearly 200 refining secret stones to upgrade to LV10. Mu Hua dared not compete with it anymore. He used 100 refining secret stones to smash the magic shield to LV10. Mu Hua has never put on a magic shield. The improvement of the magic shield level will involve the integration of his own defensive characteristics. But the problem is that the magic shield is the most personal defensive magic. In other words, before the bone shield and various defensive magics are destroyed, the enemy's attack can't touch the magic shield at all. This also caused Mu Hua to not invest much resources in the magic shield of the big magic eater. In order to add some defensive properties to the defenseless magic shield and reduce its appetite for magic, Mu Hua upgraded it to level 10. In this way, with the bone shield and magic shield working together, the sky strike of that level should not cause him to bleed in various ways. After dealing with the magic stones of the bear goblins, it was time for the monsters. The magic stones of the monsters disappointed Mu Hua. There were many kinds of magic skill stones, but there was no summoning skill. The monsters here, even if they were of similar grade to the bear goblins, had a lower probability of producing the 100 refining secret stone than this batch of bear goblins. However, from the corpses of the monsters and some magic cores, whose corpses could not be found, Mu Hua finally saw the summoning skill stone he was looking forward to. The 100 refining secret stone, the sage stone, and the attribute crystal were obtained. Compared to the bull summoning, thunderbird summoning, bladehorn tiger summoning, and even a lion scorpion summoning, Mu Hua was more envious of the goblin summoning and demon summoning skill stones. Because he had discovered some patterns of summoning skills, like the blind raven summoning, the previous skill stones were named, which means that the lion scorpion summoned the lion scorpion, and after the level was upgraded, it was still the lion scorpion, and the number of summoned beasts was increased. However, the undead summoning, goblin summoning, and demon summoning were more specific to the tribe. That is, after the level was upgraded, there might be advanced summoned beasts. The goblin tribe, even if it was the goblin king, was a 9th level monster, so goblin summoning was fine. But demon summoning, TSK. After smashing all the 100 refinement secret stones on the mental stabilization, even though he was a little dizzy, Mu Hua still couldn't help but crypt on the demon summoning skill stone first. In the new summoning space, there was only a weak and skinny little demon lying in the space, but it was just this little demon that made Mu Hua's face flush. Demon summoning is such a high-sounding name. How can it be that it can only summon little demons? Mu Hua's expectations for this skill were instantly full. Expectations are expectations, but mental stability and undead summoning are still in the front queue, so these summoning skills can only be put in the back. Sure, Mu Hua didn't dare to spend money on other summoning skills at this time, because after the skill upgrade, the information instilled in his brain has made him a little dizzy. Although Mu Hua's resistance to brainstorm is already quite high, this is still a battlefield after all, and he doesn't want to stand in such a place. Chapter 375. There are some high-level creatures among the abyss monsters, and now Mu Hua's experience level has reached 300+, and he can hardly gain experience from the monsters on the battlefield. The probability of melting intelligence crystals from monsters is very good, and Mu Hua's intelligence attribute has finally reached 400+. Now Mu Hua's attribute is still relatively ordinary in the brigade echelon, and it can even be said to be relatively low, but with the blessing of his own talents and skills, Mu Hua's actual combat power also makes the brigade members in the city building team respectful and taboo to him. When the personnel sent by the coalition to the position arrived, Mu Hua was sitting cross-legged in the mage position, with a cold attitude and closed his eyes to rest. This is not because he wants to show off. It is because after reaching the intelligence standard, Mu Hua has Krypton another hurricane armor skill stone. At this moment, he is really a little dizzy. Stray bullets, artillery fire, elemental fusion, and the muffled sound of blood bursting out in the shouting and killing. After a long wait, someone finally rushed to the vicinity of the mage position where Mu Hua and his group were. "Captain, they are coming." The scout came to Mu Hua and reminded him softly. Originally, it was just because Mu Hua was idle and would go to the live broadcast to deal with low-level monsters. The scout thought he was quite interesting, but at this time, in the scout's heart, Mu Hua was already a qualified comrade. Especially with Mu Hua's tacit consent, after they all got some benefits from the drops of nearby monsters. Most people in the city-building team didn't care about the drops of some monsters, but attitude was very important. At least, it would be more enjoyable to follow Mu Hua to fight. "How many people are here? Do you need support?" Shaking his head, Mu Hua stood up and asked the scout. "It shouldn't be necessary. The Star Patrol Guard has joined the newcomers. It's better for your Terror Riders to move outside the position to avoid scaring some rookies." The scout grinned. At this time, all the team members in the position looked at Mu Hua, as if waiting for orders. Unlike the imagined cavalry charge, the Air Combat Guard and the Land Combat Guard, in addition to the armored warriors of the Star Patrol fleet, also came with many chariots and tanks with the adventurers. The tracks crushed the ground, the machine guns spewed flames, and the armored vehicles with defensive magic towed various medium and short-range machine guns and heavy artillery. The adventurers holding blades shuttled between the chariots, using those powerful chariots as cover, dispersing the monsters, and also surrounded and killed the roaring monsters. The reason why the Headless Knights are called Terror Riders is because they carry the fear magic pattern that affects the mind of others. In fact, staying with the Dullahan for a long time can be regarded as a way to strengthen the spirit, but the battlefield is definitely not a suitable place for training. Avoiding the death canopy in the sky, a mecha warrior of the Air Combat Guard flew low over the city wall of the position. The wall of earth, stone and bones is more terrifying than the wall of the ordinary mage position, and the strong breath of death nearby also makes the armor of the mecha warrior stretch out the energy field. Compared with the powerful magic mecha, it seems that the physical fitness of these warriors driving mecha is not too ideal. "Hello, Captain, we are ordered to take over here, and we will be stationed here." Following the sight of everyone in the position, the mecha warrior flew close to Mu Hua, carefully staring at the big demon and hellhound guarding Mu Hua, and said to Mu Hua. Following the words of the mecha warriors, more air combat guards arrived at the position, followed by the land combat guards. The tanks did not enter the position, but chose a suitable location outside the position wall to shut down, like a cluster of steel bunkers. These heavy tanks carried the logo of the garrison regiment. The length of the whole vehicle was more than 20 meters, which exceeded the capacity of the courtyard entrance. I think it should be disassembled and transported, and then assembled in the courtyard. The armored vehicles dragging heavy weapons entered the position and observed the strength and thickness of the wall. Some members of the air combat guards moved the short-range machine guns to the wall, and those heavy artillery with a longer range were pulled to various positions in the position. Later, Mu Hua saw Alger commanding some people to use magic scrolls to strengthen the position again. First, taking the breath of death. Mu Hua said to Monday and Tuesday. When the three stopped using the death breath, the purification barrier within the position was briefly brightened, then calmed down. When the death breath in the position faded, the death sky that was still spreading death energy in the sky was highlighted. "Why are you here?" Mu Hua nodded to the mecha warrior, who reported to him, and asked Taibesha, who came to his side. More than 1,000 people were deployed inside and outside the mage position, and all the members of the strategy team seemed to have come, which surprised Mu Hua a little. You know, although the strategy team is also very powerful when it comes to Krypton Gold, they are all very fragile. Unlike the members of the brigade who also Krypton Gold, the members of the brigade Krypton Gold is to explode at a more appropriate time, and Krypton Gold is basically a lifeline for the strategy team. In this unpredictable battlefield, the monsters will not give them any tolerance for mistakes. If they are not careful, all the members will probably lie dead. It would be fine if they were squatting in the back to do some output assistance, but why did they rush to the front line? This group of monsters disrupted the original strategic deployment. We received a notice that the front line needs to move forward comprehensively, Taibesha said to Mu Hua. Lin Feng. Mu Hua waved at Lin Feng, and the reborn who was in the logistics team distributing potions walked up to Mu Hua with a sullen look on his face. Dude, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Pulling Lin Feng over, Mu Hua asked him. Pay attention? You are the one who needs the most attention. I don't have you in my memory, nor Odysseus riding a dragon. I was supposed to help defend on the city wall. Do you understand the butterfly effect? Damn it, don't ask me. What do you want me to say? It's all messed up. Lin Feng grumbled in dissatisfaction, and Taibesha rolled her eyes at the two people who were gathered together. She was also quite curious about the reborn introduced by Mu Hua at first. But after a few days, Taibesha was basically sure that this guy was not reliable at all, and seemed to be a complete fool who was greedy for her body. Mu Hua shook his head. This Lin Feng was useless. Let go of the somewhat broken reborn, and a beautiful figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, and he saw Vivian approaching him. Mu Hua, I also want death breathing. Vivian hugged Mu Hua's arm, almost sticking to Mu Hua, seemingly intimate, but whispered. Huh? Mu Hua was surprised. His arm was pressed on her chest armor by Vivian, and she was a necromancer, a bad review. I said, I also want death breathing. Originally, Taibesha understood the death breathing, but now, not only Monday and Tuesday can breathe death, but even Tina has understood it. Vivian guessed that Mu Hua might have a way to help people comprehend the breath of death. How long has Tina known Mu Hua? She was the first one to come. Let's talk about it later, after the battle is over. Mu Hua was briefly surprised, and pulled out his arm, that was held by Vivian. He was not surprised because Vivian asked him for the breath of death, but because he forgot that he had never taken the breath of death for Vivian. He and Vivian had experienced life and death together. Vivian was very well behaved in front of him. Mu Hua could also feel Vivian's dependence on him. In Mu Hua's heart, Vivian could be regarded as the first friend he could trust. Mu Hua did not even hide the Abyss Island from Vivian. He did not mind taking some skill stones for Vivian. Mr. Mu Hua, there are a large number of undead approaching the battlefield in the northeast. If conditions permit, I hope you can set up positions in that direction. The city building team on the eastern front will also move closer to this side. Please set off as soon as possible. Vivian was surprised by Mu Hua's straightforwardness. She originally only guessed that Mu Hua could help people understand the breath of death. However, this was obviously not the time to chat. The mecha warrior who had met Mu Hua earlier inserted himself between the few people, and said to Mu Hua in a hurry. Undead? I will wait for Tennyson's instructions. Mu Hua replied calmly, nodded to Taibesha and the others, mounted the Purgatory Warhorse, and waved to the city building team to gather. The mecha warriors of the Patrol Star Guard were very polite to Mu Hua, but before the battle, no one except Odysseus gave him special care, and Mu Hua was not prepared to obey anyone's orders. When everyone gathered together, Mu Hua received a contact from Tennyson in his mind, and then he said goodbye to everyone. Under the cover of artillery fire and magic, the cavalry formed a formation, and Mu Hua led Lao Lu and his party to kill eastward. Chapter 376. Boom! The invisible hand slapped a group of monsters away. Bang! The warhammer crushed their skulls. Even with well-equipped armor, those low-level monsters could not resist the heavy blows controlled by Mu Hua. Swish, 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 swish. 5 spears picked up from the ground shuttled through the void, like strong bows and arrows shooting at the vital points of the monsters. When these spears were blocked by some defensive magic from time to time, they should be discarded casually because they were too inefficient in killing the enemy. 5 corpses on the battlefield were lifted in front of Mu Hua's horse. The soul fire ignited, and the 5 corpses turned into dust, drifting away with the bloody wind on the battlefield. Monster, compared with the monsters on the battlefield, Mu Hua at this time is more like a real monster. He did not make any moves, sitting firmly on the Purgatory Warhorse, letting the horse go slowly, and all the monsters that he targeted died under the tentacles of jealousy. Touch of jealousy, alienated wizard's hand. In addition to the main trunk that can exert great power, it also has 5 tentacles that can allow Mu Hua to control through mental power. Just like moving objects with thoughts, when the wizard's hand is transformed into the touch of jealousy, in addition to its main body, Mu Hua can also control 5 mental tentacles, just like having 6 wizard's hands. These 5 mental tentacles come from Mu Hua's 500 plus mental attributes, and 1 tentacle is added for every 100 mental attributes. However, they are much weaker than the main body of the touch of jealousy, because the power they can exert depends only on Mu Hua's mental attributes. In other words, if Mu Hua's mental attributes are 500 plus, the power they can exert is 500 plus, and the soul strength is directly linked to the combat power that these tentacles can exert, but it cannot transform Mu Hua's intelligence into power. However, They are more hidden than the main body of the touch of jealousy. Only those with higher spiritual attributes than Mu Hua can vaguely see the trajectory of their protrusion from Mu Hua's body. If the touch of jealousy performed by Mu Hua is fully displayed, then how can I say that there are many monsters with long tentacles? Just like Mu Hua himself said, he also has tentacles. They can be understood as telekinesis, or the interference of the spirit with reality after materialization. You know, in this world, telekinesis is a very high-end ability. Mu Hua initially controlled several weapons, and almost made his teammates think that he was a cultivator. Well, okay, in this world full of magic wizards, there are really cultivators. However, it is different from Mu Hua's understanding in his previous life. To put it simply, the cultivators in this world are actually a group of alternative priests and believers. The only difference is that the believers of ordinary churches all believe in gods, play with the power of faith, and the source of power is also given by gods. As for those cultivators, they believe in Taoism, or spiritual energy, true energy, etc. In short, they essentially believe in themselves, and then produce and sell it by themselves, using their own beliefs to create energy such as true energy and spiritual energy out of nothing. Then use this energy to realize the performance of various Taoist methods. It can't be said to be abstract, but it is quite strange. Mu Hua also made special efforts to understand cultivators in his early years, but those guys' distortion of reality is more exaggerated than that of church believers. They usually don't contact people outside the cultivation world, because it is easy to go astray. That's right, it is going astray. In essence, their true energy needs to be transformed by faith, and their faith comes from their alternative understanding of Taoism and the world. Regardless of whether this kind of cognition is distorted or not, if someone breaks their inherent cognition, then they question their way, and naturally they can't have faith. Without faith, there is no true qi, and without true qi, it's useless to go astray. The power of faith is magical. It can achieve some power that magic can't achieve, and the same is true for cultivation. But Mu Hua can't even handle the faith of the church, let alone distort the cognition of everything. If it was the world without any mysterious power in the previous life, it would be fine. In this world, there is magic, elements, magic, and magic, plus this power of faith. How can Mu Hua, who is born with the thinking of adults, distort cognition, regardless of whether it is a priest or a cultivator? The reason why it is judged as a belief system is because both have to kneel to something, and both require a completely unreasonable fanaticism, not worship, not firm, and not identifying some sacred and inviolable links. No, this is also the biggest difference between faith and magic. Moreover, compared with priests, cultivators have a key shortcoming that makes Mu Hua's forehead full of black lines. That is, they are too fragile. Yes, fragile, not to say that they have poor resistance to blows, but they are extremely afraid of talking nonsense. Yes, talking nonsense. This is also the reason why cultivators don't like to communicate with people outside the same cultivation system. For cultivators, apart from like-minded people, this world is simply full of foreign demons. Going out for a trip, eating skewers, and listening to a few random gossips may break the defense and disperse the power. Although the signature flying sword of cultivators is very handsome, Mu Hua can't hold back his wisdom or spiritual roots. He can't really get started with this profession, let alone the high-end and classy link of going crazy. Walking in the chaotic battlefield, Lao Lu and his group followed Mu Hua. They felt that Mu Hua was improving his killing efficiency at a speed visible to the naked eye on the battlefield. At this time, they didn't need to cooperate in the charge. Mu Hua's team of summoned terror riders was more and more efficient in killing enemies, and the frequency of fatal strikes in their hands was frightening. However, Mu Hua discovered that Tuesday's Death Doom seemed to match the fatal strike of the Headless Knight. Yes, Death Doom. Since the war started, Tuesday has harvested a large amount of death. If Tuesday now spreads the death he has collected, it is no exaggeration to say that more than 80% of the humans and monsters on the battlefield will lie dead. Of course, although there is a certain coverage range, the death delivery without a designated target is random. Mu Hua naturally dare not let Tuesday mess around with the indiscriminate attack that will harm the human coalition. After Tuesday specifically delivered the death doom to the monsters one by one, although the monsters could not be killed instantly, the dead points on their bodies would be more obvious, and the number of dead points would also increase. When this situation is matched with the fatal strike of the Headless Knight, the efficiency of killing the Headless Knight suddenly rises, especially when multiple terror riders form a formation to fight the enemy. An attack that would have caused minor injuries would have caused the enemy to lose balance and suffer fatal injuries. In the original battle, there might have been a tangle of battles, but the opponent might have directly hit his dead spot on the lance of another Terror Rider while dodging. Horrible and strange battles were staged one after another around Muhua. The summoned Terror Riders under Muhua were like a group of well-coordinated killing machines. They cooperated with each other and responded to each other. All the monsters that could confront them head-on would often die in the hands of another Terror Rider after a few moves. Tactics, in the eyes of outsiders, this was a team of headless knights who had brought cooperation and tactics to the extreme. Tuesday had an evil smile on his face, like a guardian who worked but did not work hard, flying behind Muhua. This situation seemed natural to the accompanying team members. After all, you can't expect a demon to always do its job, especially a big demon. The long fight also made Muhua a little tired, and the sword in his hand was replaced with Jam Sweetheart. There were specially dispatched Terror Riders nearby, and many adventurers in the city-building team also took out sniper weapons to cooperate with Muhua to shoot the monsters encountered along the way. Lao Lu followed Muhua, and 3 or 4 enhanced bone souls kept sneaking up on the enemy under his command. These enhanced bone souls had poor resistance to attacks, were fragile, but deadly. When the Terror Riders and Blind Ravens stirred up chaos, the efficiency of these bone souls in killing enemies was also surprisingly high. After finding the designated location, a teammate handed Muhua a few magic storage crystals. Boom, boom, the magician position rose again. The magic power consumption of the mage position is very high. Although there is death breath to quickly restore magic, Muhua and Lao Lu have also learned to be extravagant. As long as his body can bear it, he will not use his magic lightly unless it is necessary. When his own magic power is full, Muhua will also hit the place where there are more monsters with a super unorthodox fireball spell. But when laying out the mage position, he is also used to using magic storage crystals. Well, the key is that these magic storage crystals are not his. When the mage position is built, Muhua and his group will take a short break, and compared with the previous speed, the speed of the human coalition is also faster. When the garrison arrives, the city construction team will set off again and rush to the preset coordinates of the next position. Chapter 377. In the courtyard of Cain's, the battle between the human coalition and the monsters was still fierce. Although Muhua seemed to be very good at poking monsters now, the huge power of the touch of jealousy, the devil breaking of the bone dragon breaker, the doom of death, the fatal blow, the demon breaking bite of the Monday, which was quite high, and the high-level magic of Tuesday, etc. The efficiency of Muhua and his party in killing enemies was more due to the superposition of multiple powerful abilities. The number of monsters fighting against humans was huge. They might all be relatively young, and their lives might have been more precarious in the past. Although bloodline conflicts usually cause monsters to have physical defects, multiple bloodlines also bring them multiple talents. They also have some life-saving abilities. They are good at casting spells, and many of them have mastered magic shields. It is not easy for ordinary adventurers to kill them quickly. Sometimes, after a barrage of exorcism bullets, they are only injured and embarrassed. Demons are generally good at fire magic, and this is also true for monsters. Fire magic is actually very scary. Muhua has high-level fire element affinity, but it does not mean that element affinity is common among adventurers. Even the fireball spell and low-level magic can ignite the main battle of the brigade. If you don't defend against fire magic, let alone the direct power of magic, if you can't quickly eliminate the effect of ignition, you will be entangled by the flames burning from the inside, and anyone who comes will lose a layer of skin. The magic tide continues, and the minions of magic and monsters continue to cause casualties in the human coalition. Priests are healing in various chaotic places. Some mages who specialize in healing assistance, because they have no power of faith, can only consume excess magic power to cast healing magic developed from divine arts when encountering emergencies. Healing magic scrolls, life potions, treatment potions, and even physical potions, these items are consumed in considerable quantities on the battlefield. The garrison regiment in the city fortress also organized special medical personnel, and light armored vehicles were moving between the front line and the fortress city, quickly transporting those adventurers who took excessive treatment potions back to the city to prevent them from overdrawing their recovery power and getting into crisis. The adventurers' military exploits were accompanied by death. It was hard to say whether it was ironic or realistic. Even in this era, war is still linked to interests. In human society, even if there are some deviations and differences due to the changes of the times, it is probably the problem of the profit-making group and the amount of distribution, right? There are not many adventurers in Muhua's city-building team, but there are indeed many combat units in this team. In addition to the Terror Riders and Ravens, After confirming that there were indeed Dragon 2 soldiers running around on the human coalition side, Mu Hua also summoned his 300 Dragon 2 soldiers to his side. These Dragon 2 soldiers are really tough, and the magic of the monsters can hardly cause any damage to them. Of course, their strength is not enough for the time being. Whenever they are attacked by monsters, they are often knocked away 8 feet away. However, after being thrown in various fancy ways, they will pat their hips and climb up, swinging their big tails, and nothing will happen. The hardness of Mu Hua's Dragon 2 soldiers is comparable to that of the teeth of the evil dragon, and they are also immune to various magic. There is no reason for these monsters fighting with humans to launch attacks such as broken appearance. These monsters can basically not cause substantial damage to them. It is not entirely true to say that they have high defense and low attack, because they use their own bones to plate their swords, which makes their swords not only sharp, but also has a very good destructive effect on defensive magic. For most monsters on the battlefield at this time, these Dragon T soldiers are like a group of weak poisonous ants. Although they can easily repel and knock them away, being chopped by them will also cost blood. The scene of the Dragon T soldiers attacking in groups is bizarre and crazy. Their efficiency in killing enemies is very low, but the harassment effect is unexpectedly good. However, most of the time, they are helping Mu Hua to carry some relatively complete monster corpses. With the help of Death Doom, the Terror Riders and Ravens have completely become the main combat units in Mu Hua's team. Facing Mu Hua, who is obsessed with monster corpses, watching Mu Hua refine corpses one by one into dust, most of the teammates just sighed at the various weird needs of the necromancer. Lao Lu, who is also a necromancer in the team, is quite envious of Mu Hua's alchemy. He specializes in combat, and does not involve potions and alchemy. Even though he didn't lack cultivation resources, Lao Lu still felt jealous when he saw Mu Hua using the soul fire to dismantle the monster's corpse. He even tried to ask Mu Hua if he had any intention of selling soul dust and monster flesh and bones, but unfortunately, Mu Hua just rolled his eyes. Mu Hua had soul dust and monster tendons, but bones? TSK, this is probably a drawback of the burning source furnace. Except for the ashes of the skeleton undead, Mu Hua couldn't see the bones of other monsters. Of course, even soul dust and monster tendons. These are also very important to Mu Hua, so he naturally couldn't sell them to a big shot like Lao Lu. After establishing 4 mage positions along the way, Mu Hua and his team met another city-building team coming from the opposite direction. The two teams met, and Mu Hua finally saw the scene of the mages casting spells together. Unlike Mu Hua, this city-building team was built by 4 mages who worked together to complete the construction of the mage position. Although the walls they built were higher and thicker, and there were more bunker facilities in the position, Mu Hua was still a little complacent. The mage position is not just about building walls and bunkers. The stronger the physical structure is, the better, but it is more like a medium to strengthen defensive magic and protective barriers. At this time, the mage position built by the other city-building team also needs to be strengthened and laid with various defensive magic and protective barriers after completion. For the time being, there is no essential difference from the one built by Mu Hua. I am 1 person, and you are 4 people. Very good, we are still awesome. After the 2 city-building teams joined together, and the mage position was completed, neither side left. They were stationed here, and temporarily carried out the garrison mission. In order to prevent the death breath from causing a bad influence on other adventurers in the magician's camp, Mu Hua, who was breathing death, did not enter the camp, but led his family and summoned beasts to wander around the camp, and continued his plan to collect corpses while killing monsters. With the receipt of the 100 refining secret stones, Mu Hua's mental stability was raised to LV80, and he dared not spend skill stones again. The reason? Dizziness, nausea, and mental confusion. If he spends more, he will probably be lying down, and his mental stability is stable. Ugh. The harvested 100 refining secret stones were saved and spent again when he recovered. Mu Hua led a bunch of evil undeads around the camp, and Lao Lu and the scouts followed him. A few adventurers, who didn't care about the death breath, followed him. In the magician's camp, a group of adventurers were either surprised or envious of Mu Hua, and they kept wondering which brigade released this treasure. The mental stability of LV80 did not make Mu Hua feel calm. On the contrary, his perception of the emotions of the outside world became more real and sensitive. Mental stability has no negative elements, and will not affect Mu Hua's thinking and emotions. It will not be affected by his personal character, nor will it make him become the kind of sensitive person who is easily moved by the emotions of others. After wandering for a period of time, the corpses and blood mud that were originally scattered outside the mage's position were cleared by Mu Hua, But the diffused breath of death could not make people feel the freshness of nature. Tennyson sent a warning that a large number of undead were approaching them, and human reinforcements were about to join them. However, a large number of air combat guards flew across the sky, including those airship clusters lined up in a row and in a horizontal array. These patrolling star forces did not stay near them, but crossed the position defense line and continued to advance to the north of the courtyard. In the north, the direction where the monster leaders in the courtyard were located, from a distance, there seemed to be some black spots in the sky that were confronting the air combat guards. The dark armor, heavy metal wings, and uniform style are like heavy armored golems that walked out of the abyss, exquisite, heavy, and the appearance brings a strong sense of oppression. Mechanical demon god, the mechanical demon god of the monster side. The reason why humans call some high-end armored warriors mechanical demon gods is not for flattery, but the root comes from monsters. There are also monsters that study magic weapons, and the monsters' armors are not as many styles as humans. From ancient times to the present, they have brought panic and anxiety to humans like demons. The monster army from the mechanical forest also appeared. The number is not as large as the air combat guards of the patrol fleet, but they have brought greater anxiety to the coalition than the hive demons and monsters that have already engaged in battle. Lich. The necromancer is coming. A shout came from the mage position. Mu Hua retracted his gaze from afar. They temporarily ignored the situation in the north, because the undead army of the monster side was coming. The human coalition sent a group of necromancers to intercept the undead. No, not only necromancers, but also a group of witches. A group of witches wearing leather and light armor, riding heavy armored shuttles. The sight swept across the flying lich in the air, and the withered necromancers scattered on the ground. The heavy armored shuttles brought out the roar of magic power, stimulating the men's adrenaline. The necromancers are a bit low, and these witches who don't ride brooms look very cool. Chapter 378. Pale, hundreds of pale bone souls swept across the battlefield, and Mu Hua finally realized that perhaps the paleness in the mouths of the undead did not entirely refer to their bones. The bone souls turned into pale curtains, and the position looked far away. A large number of monsters that were eyeing the mage position fell silently, and with strange cries, all the monsters within a radius of more than a kilometer fled. Liches. A group of nearly 300 liches approached the position first. Liches are not scary. Even ordinary necromancers have the opportunity to transform themselves into liches if they prepare the necessary materials. But 300 liches that can fly and throw bone souls are a bit scary. After casting a spell together, some bone souls returned. Among this group of liches, at least 80% of the individuals have enhanced bone souls flying around them. Perhaps if any of the liches here are pulled out, Mu Hua has the confidence to defeat it. But if this group of liches come together to attack him, I'm afraid they will beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself in a minute. These 300 human liches have one thing in common, that is, they all have slave marks on their foreheads. This is a cruel method similar to a slavery contract, and these liches should have voluntarily accepted the slavery of a certain human. Yes, voluntarily. Liches will not completely lose their emotions, but the price of becoming a lich is to lose their sensibility. The remaining rationality makes them non-staff members of the undead clan. But no matter how non-staff, they are also undead. Some liches' feelings for humans come from rational cognition, and they no longer have humanity and emotions. And this group of liches should be the kind of existence mentioned above. In order to avoid persecuting humans, they transformed into liches and accepted the slavery of friends they trusted each other. That's right, it's mutual trust, because slave imprinting is not a slavery contract after all. It allows the master to explore the slave's thoughts and punish the slave. But the person who controls the slave imprint cannot prevent the slave from self-mutilation and suicide. These liches don't want to deny their human identity, so reason makes them stand on the side of humans. But they will still practice and grow, and the remaining reason will not make them willing to simply become tools of others. They have enough means to let death affect their masters when they commit suicide. Without a certain trust and connection, normal people dare not give liches slave imprinting. In order to ensure the lich's heart, slave imprinting is a safety valve set by humans for liches, and it is also the only way for liches to maintain their legal human identity. There is nothing to be proud of in the human identity for the undead. Without spiritual interference, liches who are forcibly imprinted with slaves may explode at any minute. Therefore, these liches are more willing to accept slave imprinting, which belongs to the style of voluntarily insisting on their human identity rationally. 300 liches, and about 100 necromancers. Although these necromancers may have high-level spellcasting abilities, compared to the number of coalition forces, the proportion of necromancers and combat professionals is still very low. The liches in robes lowered their flight altitude. Their dry faces and cold eyes seemed to be emitting cold flames. They were like a group of horrible nightmares. They did not enter the mage camp, but floated several meters above the ground on the periphery of the mage camp. They looked around with cold eyes, but when their eyes fell on Muhua felt obvious emotional fluctuations from them. Bowing and saluting, the liches did not communicate with Muhua, but instead performed a single-handed gesture towards his chest. Muhua had a solemn expression, with no sadness or joy on his face, but he was panicking in his heart. What was going on? What were these guys doing? It was still scary to be treated respectfully by a group of liches, who could beat him so hard that his mother couldn't recognize him. Muhua had never experienced such a scene. It was great, but also very scary. But because it was great, Muhua consciously suppressed his panic. Although he was a little confused about the situation, he had to pretend, right? Riding on the Purgatory Warhorse, Muhua accepted the lich's salute as a matter of course, and he even waved his arms to the liches in a rather generous manner, indicating that there was no need for courtesy. Of course, after waving, he still secretly observed the reactions of the liches, and confirmed that they were not disgusted, and then Muhua continued to sit on the warhorse and pose. With his thoughts spinning wildly, Muhua had already vaguely guessed that the attitude of these liches towards him should be due to his identity as the Pale Lord. It is indeed better to be a lich who is willing to be a human. Even if he is already very powerful, he will still be respectful enough to those who have obtained the Pale Lord status as a human. The wild undead on the Abyss Island either avoid him or treat him as one of their own, and never take the initiative to kowtow to him. Thinking about it, the group of necromancers also came to the vicinity of the mage camp. Some of these necromancers rode infernal warhorses, some rode skeleton warhorses, and some flew by themselves, but none of them rode on constructed undead like Vivian. And they were far away from the mage camp, dismounted, landed, swung their robes, and slammed their staffs on the ground, and walked towards the camp in a very impressive way. When they saw Muhua, who was surrounded by a group of terror riders and dragon teeth soldiers, they were obviously surprised. They saw that one of the old and beardless necromancers quickened his pace, and walked close to Muhua. "Theodore Derek greets you. May I ask, are you from the land of eternal life?" The old wizard asked Muhua. The land of eternal life, or the city of eternal life, should be the territory of the seventh kingship. No, I have only seen ghosts and gods, and I don't know the kingship. Muhua frowned slightly, and looked down at Theodore. Oh no, he was too involved in pretending. Muhua felt that he couldn't come down. He even brought out the name of ghosts and gods to show off. By the way, he and Tao Lisi didn't communicate for a few minutes in total. Is it really good to always talk about ghosts and gods? Muhua felt guilty. He wanted to be polite to this old necromancer, but his expression was not well managed. He put on a more impressive style than the group of high-level necromancers in front of him. Haha, congratulations, young necromancer, I wish you to achieve ghosts and gods as soon as possible and establish the city of the dead. Asado did not seem to be angry at Muhua's arrogance. After hearing that Muhua did not know the seventh person, he looked at Muhua more intimately. Achieve ghosts and gods? The city of the dead? Muhua did not know what Asado was talking about. But since he was pretending, he had to hold on for a while, right? Thank you. Muhua smiled friendly, and nodded to Asado calmly. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. The outside world often has prejudices against necromancers. We are all members of the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association. Have you heard of No Man's Land? It's a relatively loose organization. How about joining a group first? Asado raised his arm, and showed a ring on his left hand. A magic network interface appeared in front of him. Muhua, Look at the headless knights and dragon teeth soldiers under Muhua's command. Look at the big demons around Muhua, and the flocks of ravens also make Asado feel pleasing to the eye. At this time, Asado likes Muhua more and more. When people mention necromancers, they always think of the seventh kingship, but there are also many necromancers who are unwilling to surrender to the seventh and find a boss for themselves inexplicably. Unlike demons and witches, human necromancers are all pure humans. They don't have any psychological barriers, and they don't need any recognition from the devil. Don't even mention seeking recognition. Because they are used to controlling the undead, necromancers generally have some big boss temperament. Willful, unruly, and self-centered, they have not eaten the seventh person's grain all the way. Why should they be controlled and assigned by the seventh person? Because the necromancers of this era are relatively small, and the reputation of necromancers is not very good. Some necromancers also stick together for warmth. This necromancer mutual aid association called No Man's Land is such in existence. It is not a serious organization, but a group of necromancers on the magic network. If they encounter any difficulties, they can chat with everyone in the group. If they find that there is oil and water in which courtyard, they can also call some friends to form a team to do an undead crossing. The tense and serious atmosphere was broken by Asido's grouping behavior, and Mu Hua was somewhat confused and pulled into a communication group by Asido. Observing the situation of Mu Hua and Asido, when they confirmed that Mu Hua had joined the group, many necromancers present gave Mu Hua a kind smile. Nodding to Mu Hua again, Asido was very happy that he had brought an incredible newcomer to the Borderlands. Okay, everyone, let's get started. Don't let those women look down on us. Asido raised his arms and shouted, and the nearby necromancers and liches began to summon their own undead. The women that Asido mentioned probably referred to the group of witches with amazing figures and looks. A group of mages, including liches, responded to Asido with howls. Several ferocious bone dragons crawled out from the gaps between the constructs, and the Terror Knights, Death Knights, Black Armored Generals, Bone Seas, and Corpse Demons, more than 100 necromancers pulled out a terrifying force in a moment. Although Mu Hua also wanted to be shocked, for some reason, he always felt a little powerless. Mutual Aid Exchange Group? No Man's Land? At this moment, there were many people in his group interface greeting him, welcoming him to join, and even asking him to report his gender and measurements. Where is the cold and aloof you promised? Where is the unruly you promised? There's a war going on here, okay? What the hell is going on? Chapter 379. The necromancer has liches following him, and the witches also have their guards. The vampires are closer to the temple witches, and they are more integrated into the human world than the werewolves. The werewolves are closer to the wandering witches. The witch group that came at this time is smaller than the necromancer, but there are many vampires and werewolves accompanying them. Among these witches, Mu Hua saw a few familiar faces, Caroline, Trisha, and even Melinda, who he met at the Webster family. Elzak, Setsuna, Jeff, Benson, and other students from the Dusk Academy followed Caroline. The vampires spread their flesh wings, and the werewolves transformed into demon bodies. There were many vampires and werewolves around them that Mu Hua did not know. There are some differences from Tina and the others. Although the vampires and werewolves are both demons, they often take the initiative to participate in the war between humans and demons, or participate in demon hunting operations. Tina and Barbara are more like waiters, who follow Mu Hua and Tibesha, the contractors. The Allen demons do not advocate the promotion of the demon's combat power, and they generally do not gather in groups to appear on the conspicuous battlefield. The Blood Clan and werewolves of the Blood Moon City believe that humans can rely on their combat power, while the Demon Island believes that the demons do not need to prove themselves from the perspective of combat ability. In this regard, the Demon Island and the Blood Moon City have clear and obvious differences. When the witches and the necromancers gathered together, the atmosphere on the scene was somewhat awkward. The necromancers and liches summoned a large number of skeletons, and the witches began to let their own ghosts attach to the corpse demons. Between the two, many necromancers have their own undead summoned beasts, but there are almost no witches who make summoned beasts. In general, witches are better at casting spells than necromancers. They have high adaptability to magic and cherish their spiritual attributes. Witches do not necessarily have to learn necromancy. Witches have many choices. As for necromancers, how can I say that no one who can be a serious wizard will go to practice necromancy, especially when they are young? The spellcasting ability of many necromancers is somewhat touching. Some loyal and immortal summoned undead will become a necessary choice for necromancers to protect themselves and kill enemies. If there are liches willing to give them summoned beasts, the summoning system of necromancers will also take shape quickly. In comparison, witches can be said to be the most suitable group of humans for casting spells. In addition to magic, perhaps because their talents give them more leisure time, witches actually like to study potion alchemy more than necromancers. At this time, some hall witches carried baskets full of potions and slowly walked to the necromancers, asking them if they need to buy potions. Mu Hua. What the hell? Mu Hua was a little surprised. Yes, because they were wearing slim-fitting clothes, the figures of these witches looked really amazing, and their looks were generally very rare. But when such a group of bright and attractive women gathered together to form a formation, the first thing they did was to sell medicine on the battlefield with a basket, life potions, strength potions, concentration potions, wide area thinking potions, various element resistance potions. My god, There are really necromancers who buy them? Fuck. You actually bought cursed potions? Brother, where is the reserve of necromancers? Isn't this a slap in the face? Where is your moral integrity? Mu Hua felt that his cognition was a little collapsed. It seems that these powerful necromancers focus on improving their own combat power. When they are not practicing, they are either hooking up with the undead or on the way to hook up with the undead. In their tight time, they have no extra time to learn potions and alchemy. Melinda is Webster's assistant. She is also among the potion-selling women. Among these potions, the sales of life potions and elemental resistance potions are very good. Well, if you want to buy life-saving things, just buy them. But the necromancers present seem to be aloof. But Mu Hua clearly sees their smiles when they talk to the witch. Is this still the witch and necromancer who are rumored to start arguing when they disagree? Sure enough, a slim combat suit is very important for women, and many necromancers may have a sultry attribute in their souls. But a buzzing sound came. The witch armor and the wandering hunter are activated. Unlike the hall witches, who always put themselves in the casting and assisting aspects, the wandering witches are more independent and more self-centered. Although the magic armor will limit the casting, the witches equipped with the wandering stalker will prepare magic swords and magic stones. With the powerful firepower output of the wandering stalker, it can bring enough resistance to the wandering witch in most environments. At the same time, when the wandering witch takes off the armor, it is a magic-filled spellcasting unit. The witch's slim combat uniforms are obviously not for flirting, but combat uniforms matched with the wandering stalker. The full covering exoskeleton allows some witches to transform into tall and agile humanoid mechas. In addition to a direct attack blade, they have daggers or short swords on their waists, and one or more magic swords. This magic sword is not suitable for fighting, but it can release some powerful magic. Although it is a consumable with limited use, the price of this magic sword is also not low. However, witches have the tradition of making their own magic swords and magic stones. Mu Hua does not know whether they bought or made these equipment. In short, witches have their own exclusive armor, which they develop themselves. The necromancer does not have it, probably because, poor. Click, click. Trisha, wearing the armor, walked to Mu Hua. You are quite impressive. Trisha's slightly heavy voice came from the steel body. Mu Hua envied the formations of these necromancers and witches, but it must be said that Mu Hua's Terror Riders and Dragon Tea soldiers were also very eye-catching. And Tuesday behind him attracted many witches' attention. It is very rare to see a female demon following a human. Why are you here too? Trisha should have been with Old Mori and the others. Temporary recruitment, the Adventurers Guild gave a good price. Trisha said, and handed Mu Hua a stack of business cards. What is this? Please help me promote it. There are many necromancers and liches here. My corpse mark is quite useful. Putting the business card into Mu Hua's hand, Trisha gave a thumbs up, pointed at Mu Hua's Dragon 2 soldiers, and pointed at the liches in the distance. Well, here comes an advertisement. Corpse mark can restrain the death breath of undead creatures. Mu Hua's group of Dragon 2 soldiers have completed the engraving. But many necromancers don't like this mark, because it makes the undead look less powerful. The war was about to begin. Facing the east, a large number of undead formed a sea of bones, and gathered in the front, followed by liches. Among the scattered necromancers in the back, the Dragon 2 soldiers under Mu Hua distributed business cards everywhere, and gestured with the corpse marks on their bodies from time to promote Trisha's witch hut. Boom, boom, the magic cannon from the direction of the fortress city crossed the sky, and finally landed in the mountain jungle in the north. The surging skeletons were seen on the eastern horizon. The garrison ignored the enemy's undead, and estimated that a more serious war situation had emerged in the north. On the roar of the magic dragon resounded through the sky, and also made the witches and necromancers nervous. I saw a magic dragon that was 2 circles smaller than the magic dragon that Mu Hua had killed earlier, flapping its wings condensed by gray fog and death, and attacking Mu Hua and his group from afar. Boom, boom, a large number of skeletons and undead spirits came, the earth trembled under their trampling, and the ghosts darkened the sky. Mu Hua! Damn human, get out! The human prepared for battle, but the angry roar of the demon came from the opposite side. Mu Hua was a little confused. Most witches didn't know Mu Hua's name, and many necromancers looked at Mu Hua with a weird look. This should be a new courtyard, right? Why are there demons who specifically ask for this kid? The Star Patrol conference hasn't even been held. How come you have already provoked this leading demon? This kid is really a ruthless person. Looking for you again? Finally, he locked his eyes on a barren demon standing on the back of a dragon, and Lao Lu also had a weird expression and asked Mu Hua, He knew more than other necromancers. A goblin general had yelled at Mu Hua earlier, and now there was another one? Lao Lu wondered what Mu Hua had done in this courtyard. Mu Hua's expression was a little fuzzy. He also saw the Balong demon on the dragon. However, Mu Hua was faceblind to demons. He was not sure who this Balong demon was. Did he find the wrong person? In this courtyard, he didn't seem to have been to the Valley of the Dead. Chapter 380. The Valley of the Dead is adjacent to the Forest of Artificiality, spanning the east and west of the courtyard and extending to the northeast of the Kane's courtyard. It is the only way to the Bloody Hills in the north of the courtyard. The long and narrow valley is guarded by the demon General Lich Krepnos. As a capable general under Krepnos, Zambak was once ordered to go to the human world to create chaos, with the intention of deterring humans and deepening their attention to the Kane's courtyard. Zambak was very angry. It was plotted against. Yes, it was plotted against. According to the wishes of the Lord and the arrangement of the commander, Zambak took several Basanama demons to set up an illusion outside the Bear Pig town. According to its original plan, as long as it created some mysterious disappearances there, it would inevitably cause panic among the humans near the courtyard. Then it only needs to let the skeletons and undead spirits that have been restrained for a long time wreak havoc on the human world. A localized undead disaster will surely attract more humans who share the same hatred to the Canaan's courtyard, and more followers who are willing to throw themselves into the arms of the devil. Yes, the Lord's fundamental purpose is to attract more humans to the courtyard. More humans represent prosperity and more emotional energy. At the same time, if it triggers an undead disaster in the human world, hostility, hatred, fear, panic, and anger are all caused by it and rush towards it, it can also harvest a lot of emotional energy. A very simple plan should not be difficult in this remote human gathering place. However, it was plotted against just after the plan was launched. It was plotted against by a human undead mage named Mu Hua, who suddenly summoned a group of headless knights. It was not a battle at all, it was simply a conspiracy. Zambak always thought it was a conspiracy. It didn't even have time to gather the undead in the dimensional space. The damn human didn't even give it time to summon its followers. More importantly, it was killed without even getting any emotional energy. It dropped in level, lost attributes, lost some memories related to its abilities, paid the sacrifice, and presented a valuable dimensional fragment to humans. The Lord and Lord Krepnos didn't want it to invade the human world and achieve any brilliant results, but they definitely didn't allow it to dive back to hell as if it had done nothing. As a punishment, Zambak had one of his demon horns broken off. Damn, his majestic sheep head had a defect, and his handsome face was disfigured, all because of that insidious human. Zambak was very angry. He remembered the soul breath of that insidious human, the soul that disgusted the devil, the breath that disgusted the devil, and he would never forget it in his life. When Lord Krepnos ordered it to attack humans again, Zambak had been looking for Mu Hua. It wanted to extract the soul of that human and train his corpse into a corpse demon. Zambak wanted to make him have no chance to become a lich. Invading the human front, Zambak finally smelled the breath of that bastard again, a young human who became the Pale Lord. Very good, Zambak likes to destroy geniuses, and it is more exciting to strangle such existence. Lord Krepnos gave it power, and the dragon under its feet will become its helper. Bone Dragon? Terror Rider? Ha, Zambak disdains those existences. Urging the sitting dragon to attack Mu Hua, Zambak wants to capture him in the chaos. Human! Zambak said that you will eventually pay the price for your meanness. The nest of 10,000 devourers will be your destination. The one-horned baron demon roared ferociously, and the dragon breathed out. The cold blue flame swept across the sea of bones. Wherever the breath passed, the skeleton warriors, the black-armored generals, and even the death knights, and a large number of skeletons and undead wailed and dissipated. The dragon's spiritual fire decayed the soul, and even the undead were contaminated. They could not escape the end. Flexibly hovering in the air to avoid the bite of the bone dragon, the tail hammer smashed the spine of the bone dragon. The bone dragon is a difficult construct undead. They are like flying heavy chariots. Unfortunately, the equally large dragon is very good at dealing with them. With the oppressive dragon power, the dragon stared at Mu Hua with its evil vertical pupils. The flying lich was ignored by the dragon, and the entangled bone soul was rushed to pieces under the impact of the dragon's blood. Mu Hua still looked at the Barong demon in a daze. He seemed to have guessed the origin of the Barong demon. Well, guess, it is impossible to identify it. With a sheep's head and a ghost face, the Barong demon only looked fat, thin, tall and short in Mu Hua's eyes. Mu Hua was faceblind. He was more suspicious that one of the demon horns of the Barong demon in front of him was broken. If we only look at the demon horns, perhaps his guess may not be correct, because the horns of the Barong demon killed outside the town earlier were quite symmetrical. Looking down at the ant-like Muhua below, Zambak's eyes flashed with the pleasure of revenge. Muhua's expression seemed to be scared silly. Yes, that despicable and tiny human could only tremble in front of the dragon. Zambak was imagining how to torture Muhua after catching him. Suddenly, the sudden pressure enveloped his body. Magic? No, it's the hand of the mage. Zambak's eyes condensed, and then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This stupid human actually used the hand of the mage to catch it? Boom! The blood burst out. Although Zambak did not have the domineering blood of the dragon, the Baron demon was strong. In addition to the necromancer, their tribe also produced many berserkers. The power of the mage's hand was not small, but Zambak believed that he could disperse it in a minute. Muhua's panic resistance made Zambak even more excited. But the next moment, a huge force came, and the undead bone shield broke layer by layer, and the magic shield frantically extracted the magic power from it. The bones made a dull sound, and the pain came. The internal organs seemed to be twisted and squeezed, and Zambak's eyeballs suddenly bulged out. Puff! Blood splashed, and the Baron demon, who was just shouting in the air, was bleeding all over. Yes, the whole body was bleeding, and any hole in the body was bleeding. The sturdy and strong Baron demon was squeezed and deformed, and his twisted body seemed to be promoting abstract art with a dark style. Hanging stones, staffs, jewelry, magic scrolls, and a large number of demon gold coins fell from the sky. Zambak was crushed by Muhua's jealous touch at the first sight, and his body turned into dust, and a large number of dropped items fell from the sky. The Lich was stunned, and the witch and necromancer near Muhua were also a little stunned. The dragon in the sky opened its mouth and held back the breath that was about to be exhaled. Zambak died? The dragon seemed to be unable to react for a while, blinking its cunning and vicious dragon eyes. The dragon, which was emitting gray mist and dust, actually showed a little cuteness for a while. By the way, who is this guy? Muhua turned his face, scratched his head, and asked Lao Lu beside him, and took out his dragon bone breaker from the storage space. There was a huge dragon in the sky, but it didn't look as powerful as the one in the undead courtyard. Muhua had plenty of people on his side, so he thought he should give it a try. As for Lao Lu's state of mind at this moment, it was the hand of the mage again, and it was crushed with one blow. The familiar formula and the familiar taste, Muhua's vicious and cruel attack method made Lao Lu's eyelids jump. If it wasn't necessary, he definitely didn't want to provoke Muhua in the future. Master, he is the Baron demon who set up an illusion outside the town earlier. There was someone in Muhua's team who was not blind to demons, and he said to Muhua on Monday, "TSK, is it really it? It's missing a horn. I almost didn't recognize it." When Muhua said this, the magic stone that Zambak exploded was pinched back by the touch of jealousy. The soul fire ignited, the magic stone dissipated, and a death breath skill stone was found. Well, Vivian's death breath was settled. After melting Zambak's magic stone, the bone dragon breaker thrown on the ground by Muhua was lifted up by the touch of jealousy. The undead on both sides of the ground have come into contact, and the paleness is surging on the ground. The elemental evil spirits in the ghosts are rampant. The battle between the undead has begun, and Muhua has also focused his attention on the dragon that is about to get rid of its cute state. Tuesday quietly gave the dragon a death doom. No matter whether it is useful or not, he will give one if he can. Tuesday has collected countless deaths in this battle, but the dragon is still an undead species after all, and it is estimated that the death doom will not work on it. The Summon Terror riders quietly gathered, waiting for Muhua to smash the dragon from the sky, and then attacked in groups. Of course, although another Baron demon was crushed to death, Muhua was not sure whether the power of the touch of jealousy could smash the dragon now. However, when the dragon came back to its senses, the human liches, necromancers, witches, and even the wizards in the rear positions launched a large number of attack magic and exorcism bullets to cover the dragon in the sky. Ong! The dragon finally roared angrily, flapped its wings, and rushed straight into the sky at a 90-degree angle, avoiding the attacks of humans and the fierce smash of Muhua's war hammer. Various defense barriers rose on the ground. Everyone temporarily ignored the war in the sea of bones, but focused their attention on the dragon. This is a terrifying existence, and it is a fatal threat to everyone present. This dragon must be eliminated because it has the power to turn the tide of the battle. Just as everyone was preparing to deal with the dragon's revenge, A dragon roar that was a little more violent and a little less cold sounded in another direction. On the dark red dragon carried its knight. It seems that they are the fundamental reason why the fortress city ignored this dragon. Odysseus and Tamara are here. Chapter 381. Dragons can be considered the top predators among monsters. Just like the threats of tigers and leopards to humans, dragons have high resistance in all aspects of their bodies. Their dragon teeth and claws have a strong magic-breaking effect. Even in the eyes of demons, they are ferocious beasts full of deadly threats. There are many demons that have the ability to hunt dragons. Even if they can ignore the magic of dragons, those demons will still be bitten by dragons. Any creature facing the upper dragon clan is like ordinary humans facing fighting dogs. You can kill them and roast them, but if you are not careful, you will be bitten to death by them. Dragons are such in existence. As dragons, which can be regarded as different species of dragons to some extent, they have the same deterrent effect as dragons to all races. Lich with life boxes follow me to resist dragons, and others will clear the undead. Tamara came with fire mist, and Odysseus shouted from a high position. The fierce fire dragon spewed out a dragon flame and flew towards the dragon spreading dust. Lich life box. As long as the life box is not destroyed, the lich will not really die. They are like projected monsters. After death, they will drop in level, and the attributes brought by the level will also be reduced. And they need a lot of precious resources to revive again, but it is dangerous to confront the dragon. Since there are a group of liches present, Odysseus does not want others to fight with the dragon unless it is absolutely necessary. Boom! The dragon that avoided human attacks was pounced on by Tamara. The two giants entangled in the air, like two heavy fighters fighting together, dragon roars, bites, dragon claws kicking and hooking the claw bones on the dragon wings. Tamara and the dragon wrestled and fell. More than 100 liches on the ground flew towards where Tamara was, while the rest of the people were on guard against the giant beasts in the air battle and rushed into the sea of bones. Muhua's figure was highlighted again where everyone had gathered. The dragons were almost immune to all curses, and the gray fog on their bodies was very corrosive. The blind ravens could not get close to the dragons at all, and it was impossible to blind them. Ravens, dragon teeth soldiers, and Monday were all sent to the battlefield of the undead by Muhua. Although Monday is not very conspicuous under Muhua now, its highly trained bite is still very deterrent. Combined with the soul-eating ability of the Hellhound, Monday can also be regarded as an undead killer in the battlefield of the undead. As for the dragon teeth soldiers, without the attack strength to break the dragon teeth, don't even think about causing actual damage to them. Putting aside the liches whose strength is difficult to judge, the highest grade of the undead attacking from the opposite side is some headless knights, and they don't look like adult styles. The dragon tooth soldiers entered the battlefield as a group of troublemakers who were hard to beat and hard to bite, but also hard to cause damage to powerful individuals. Muhua was not afraid of any losses to them. As they were about to fall to the ground, the magic dragon and the evil dragon kicked each other with their hind legs, and tacitly shook off each other's entanglement. Under the fierce wind pressure, the magic dragon and Tamara adjusted their bodies, dived and detoured, and flew up again. Throw! Instead of entering the battlefield of the undead according to Odysseus's instructions, Muhua ordered the terror cavalry to throw a group of bone spears at the low-altitude magic dragon. Scorch, burn, burn. In addition to the scattered bone spears, more death rays were shot at the magic dragon through the hands of the lich. Many of the liches held up a gun staff that looked like a sniper rifle. Yes, that's right, many liches did not use a staff, but carried a big gun. Death ray is also a high-level magic, single target, fast firing speed, long range. For this kind of magic, many casters like to use firearms that can be loaded with magic to assist an attack. The so-called gun staff is a firearm that can store magic. The continuous firing and more convenient aiming function are also the reasons why many people choose them. On the huge body flexibly dances and rolls in the sky, and a dark green death ray chases the dragon's butt and shoots into the sky. The dragon is very big, but they are not as cumbersome as imagined in the air. The natural flying ability combined with flying magic makes them more maneuverable than shuttles in the vast sky, which is also an important reason why dragon knights have always been top air combat units. The death ray has a faster attack speed than the bone spear. The dragon evades the death ray, and the bone spear of the terror rider can't hurt it at all. After the cluster attack, a small number of death rays once again pursued the flying dragon, but in the clear sky, under the three-dimensional flight trajectory, the dragon still easily avoided these attacks. Zambak was dead, and the dragon Dio was also very angry. Although Zambak was just a residue that could be easily bitten to death in its eyes, The Baron Demon was more eloquent, more capable of creating momentum, and more able to influence human emotions than it. Through Zambak, Dio can also gain more emotional energy. Zambak was crushed to death by humans at a glance, and then a dragon came out to trouble it. Dio didn't like the current battle, which didn't make much sense to it. Zambak was very good at pleasing the commander. Lord Krepnos had more than one dragon under his command. It did not hesitate to become Zambak's mount just to gain more emotional energy, and even to obtain the Philosopher's Stone rewarded by the Lord, which was a treasure condensed from original sin. Hell is a world where the stronger, and demons especially follow this rule. Demon lords will also allocate more resources to their subordinates. Dio wants to become the strongest dragon in the courtyard. But Zambak is dead, and Dio doesn't know what to say to intimidate humans, nor does he know what to say to guide human emotions. The angry dragon can only make angry dragon roars. These damn humans actually only found a group of liches that have no emotional value to deal with it. Humans! Dragon Dio will tear you apart. The dragon roared in the air, but the direction of its roar was the battlefield of the undead on the earth. Yes, the evil dragon is not easy to deal with, and the human who killed Zambak seems to be difficult to deal with. A group of liches is not worth dealing with. And there are more humans in the battlefield of the undead. Dio has his mission. As long as it does not conflict with the mission, he is more willing to attack more places of humans. It doesn't know how to intimidate and seduce humans, or it thinks it is too lazy to do so. Let humans experience despair, and let more humans die in wailing and despair. The dragon flew in an arc in the sky, turned around, and wanted to rush to the battlefield of the dead with bones surging. Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Tamara entangled the dragon again. In the fight between the evil dragon and the dragon, Odysseus on Tamara's back stabbed out a huge dragon spear over 8 meters long. Ong! The blood dragon spear stabbed the dragon's body fiercely. The dragon, who had no sense of pain, could feel that he was hurt. The dragon roared and struggled, and was bitten on the back by Tamara again. The evil dragon stepped on it fiercely, causing it to fall from the sky. With the wind pressure came suddenly, but there was another strange sound in the whistling wind. The death ripples spreading from the dragon forced Tamara to let go of Dio. Odysseus on Tamara's back also used healing and purification to treat the damage caused by the death wave on Tamara's body. Tamara was not afraid of the gray fog containing death on the dragon's body, but she could not ignore the dragon's undead magic. Dragon riders, like Odysseus, showed their absolute value at this time. The dragon wanted to get rid of Tamara, but Tamara was arrogant and rushed into the dragon regardless of anything. Odysseus not only helped Tamara treat her injuries, but also attacked the dragon fiercely from time to time, like another set of Tamara's claws. The dragon spear pierced the dragon's body with pits and wounds, but the dragon's strong regeneration ability was also reflected at this moment. To be honest, the dragon's physical strength and spellcasting ability are not as good as the evil dragon, but their regeneration ability makes the evil dragon usually hide from the dragon. If there is no absolute strength that can crush the opponent, the evil dragon is generally unwilling to fight with the dragon. Bang! The dragon that got rid of Tamara's entanglement again was hit hard. The warhammer flew out from Tamara's belly and hit the dragon's head. The huge force made the dragon's neck swing to the side, but the dragon's torso did not shake at all, which made Muhua shocked. This dragon was so strong that his full-strength attack of the Touch of Jealousy could not cause any substantial damage to it. However, although he was shocked, Muhua did not intend to let the dragon go. The 5 spiritual tentacles of the Touch of Jealousy grabbed the dragon's body. Under the drag of the Touch of Jealousy, Muhua suddenly stepped on the dragon's back. The Death Ray attacked again, and Tuesday also sent a scorching ray that he was not yet proficient in at the lower abdomen of the dragon. Following Muhua, Tuesday, and a group of liches also rushed towards the dragon. The dragon flame swept over, and dozens of scattered bone spears flew in all directions amid the roar of the dragon, causing everyone to dodge and defend. The soul of bones emerged from the gray fog on the surface of the dragon like a disembodied ghost. The death ripple spread rampantly, and the lich retreated. Muhua burst out with blood and resisted a death ripple, and exploded a vermilion star to disperse the soul of bones that tried to bite him. The magic of the dragon is not much, but the strength is quite high. After the death ripples that scraped the bones, some scattered bone teeth that were more penetrating than high-level exorcism bullets pierced Muhua's body. But Muhua's brute force also came up. To some extent, the soul tide made his soul and body merge into one, or it could be said that his soul was hidden in the body, and attacks against the soul could hardly take effect on him. And the physical injuries? Super speed regeneration, Mu Hua's efficiency in regenerating injuries is higher than that of the dragon. Tamara and Odysseus stayed high to prevent the dragon from flying around, while Mu Hua and his group tried to knock the dragon down from the sky to the ground first. As for the group of Summon Terror riders on the ground, there is nothing much to say. They are out of reach, and they can't fly. Chapter 382. Perhaps because they knew that the human coalition would pay for their resurrection after death. The group of liches besieging the dragon was really crazy. Seeing that the dragon had flexible mobility, a large group of liches reapplied defensive magic, simply flew close to the dragon, and launched a fierce attack on the dragon almost face to face. The dragon's spellcasting ability was not strong, and there were only a few kinds of magic. It was not difficult to deal with it after getting used to it. Its dragon breath was convenient and fast, and the killing effect was not worse than magic. At this time, the liches were more likely to avoid its breath. Bone Soul, Death Ray, Stand Blast, Silence Gun. All kinds of magic bombarded the dragon's body, instantly dispersing a large area of gray fog on the dragon's body, revealing its dry flesh like dead wood and strange rocks. The dragon let out an anxious roar, without pain. Not feeling pain is also a terrible thing about the dragon, but not feeling pain does not mean that the dragon has no perception. The gray fog on their body can convey various tactile information to them. Feeling the threat these attacks brought to it, the dragon fought back frantically, with bone thorns on its wings, dense fangs in its mouth, and a breath as colorful as ghost fire. The speed and attack range were equally important, and liches fell one by one under the dragon's counterattack. Burning souls, cutting off limbs, biting and shattering, every fallen lich died miserably. If a lich wearing a bone shield was held by the dragon's kiss would be torn apart, and the lich itself seemed to become a prop to delay its attack frequency. However, the flesh and blood that was blown away from the dragon's body was recovering quickly, regenerating at an extremely fast speed. This dragon already had a headache-inducing regeneration at an extremely fast speed. If its activities were not restricted, the liches could not concentrate their damage, and it would be difficult to launch attacks of sufficient strength. Without a strong enough attack, this guy can kill all the liches present. Dimension Slash. Zhou Er's fierce Dimension Slash came. Zhou Er was originally a rotten otaku. After being a follower of Mu Hua for a long time, her experience level was only 83. Because she was always in Mu Hua's body, she basically didn't upgrade. After becoming a big demon, as Mu Hua's top thug, Zhou Er gained a lot of experience from the abyss monsters. With free attributes and her own growth, she has now learned the break present that requires 1,200 intelligence points. As a space magic, although it is called slash, its essence is not to break through the defense, but to erase the existence of that line from the perspective of space. Mysterious, weird, and sinister, in addition to using strong magic to interfere with its interference in space to fight against it, the best choice to face this magic is to move and dodge. The landing point of the Dimension Slash was at the root of the dragon's wings, but among a group of liches, Zhou Er's size was too conspicuous. Early when the dragon was hit by the scorching rays, it had been keeping an eye on Tuesday. The death mist that rose again on its body sensitively sensed the abnormality in space, and the dragon twisted its body to receive the landing point of the Dimension Slash with the upper part of its wings. Tuesday's slashing power only cut off the middle part of the dragon's wing bone, and under the repair of super speed regeneration, it only caused the dragon to lose balance to a certain extent. Dimension Slash is not a so-called flying slash. Its weirdness lies in the fact that there is no casting trajectory. It is an attack that requires spatial positioning. Silently, before the spell is completed, the attack position has been determined and cannot be changed. Because of this, when you sense the spatial fluctuations brought by the Dimension Slash, the method to avoid it is also very simple. Just move to another position. It is like a dimensional gap created by humans. As long as you don't touch it, it won't have any impact and can't cause any harm to you. This is a magic suitable for sneak attacks, but it is not invincible. Of course, if you can't sense it, then the problem is a bit big. Magic shield? Mu Hua felt the magic shield on the dragon. Speaking of which, the bone shield will basically be ignored by the Dimension Slash, but the magic shield can also avoid the damage of the Dimension Slash to a certain extent, but the magic power will be lost. There are too many bugs around, and the dragon Dio doesn't want another Dimension Slash to fall on his head and face. Losing magic power is better than losing his life. Facing the threat of Tuesday, even in response to the siege, the dragon finally opened the magic shield. Awing! The dragon flew wildly. The attack of the lich had temporarily made the dragon's wings lose the ability to fly. But the dragon still relied on flying magic to fly in the sky for a while, trying to bite Tuesday. The dragon Dio was more than 20 meters long, which was considered a giant, but Tuesday, as a big demon, was not small either. The dragon bit the big demon, just like a giant lizard biting a human. It was impossible for it to hold Tuesday in its mouth like it bit the lich, but if it bit Tuesday, I'm afraid it would shake and toss him. Bang! Tuesday kicked the dragon's side face, and with the help of the reaction force, Tuesday avoided the dragon's bite. Tuesday also knew flying magic, and had demon wings that were good at flying. Although he might not be proficient in magic, he was not likely to be pounced by the dragon in the air when his wings were disabled, and he was besieged by many parties. Manifesting the soul-specific weapon, Tuesday picked up a death sickle that was more than 10 meters long, and the demon spread its wings. Tuesday and the dragon looked at each other coldly, and both seemed to be looking for an opportunity to give each other a fatal blow. Tuesday's spiritual attribute was 900 plus, and her sickle could cut the dragon. However, the head of this dragon could withstand the hammer of Muhua's jealous touch, and its growth was obviously inclined to physical fitness. Its strength was definitely far greater than that of Tuesday. The dragon race was born with a strong body, and Tuesday was still an underage demon, and it was not easy to compete with this type of dragon. After a brief look, the body structure of the demon was also a weapon. A dragon would tear and fight with it, and the dragon Dio did not want another demon to entangle it. Tuesday did not pick up the knife, but the dragon rationally gave up chasing and biting Tuesday. Acid rain fell from the sky. This was the magic released by the dragon, an intermediate magic. This magic is unlikely to cause any damage to Muhua and his group that would affect the battle, but it should be used to eliminate the undead bone shields on the liches. The undead bone shields are strong and fragile, and any attack can destroy them. The corrosive acid rain fell, and the bone shields on the liches were also useless. When the bone shields were offset by the acid rain, the liches also kept some distance from the dragon. Without the bone shields, the dragon would have been very deadly against them. At this time, Muhua was still on the dragon's back, and the 5 tentacles of the touch of jealousy grabbed the dragon's body, as if fixing Muhua on it. Even when the dragon was flying rapidly, Muhua could walk on its back. Whether it was the breath of death or the burst of blood, the dragon could not destroy the touch of jealousy that was equivalent to Muhua's body, and the acid rain from the sky could not affect the undead bone shield on Muhua's body. That's right, the bone shield is very fragile, and it is located on the outer layer of many defensive magics, but Muhua has just learned hurricane armor. This magic is a bit conspicuous, and it will form a wind field on the surface of Muhua's body that wraps around his body. Its defensive effect is relatively intuitive, and it is even difficult to say whether its nature is considered defensive. Attacks that are not strong enough will be bounced off by the hurricane armor, just like if you throw something into a whirlwind, the object is too light and naturally cannot hit it. This is a very mediocre defensive magic, but perhaps it lacks mysterious characteristics, but it can be placed on the outer layer of the undead bone shield. No matter whether it is rain or acid rain, this kind of attack falls on Muhua, and it will be swept away by the hurricane armor first, and naturally it will not be able to destroy the bone shield behind it. Facing the acid rain, Muhua stood on the dragon's quilt, thinking about how to poke its kidneys, but his demeanor was very stable. Who heavy breathing with coldness and decay. Muhua did ignore the acid rain, but he was still a little panicked when the dragon turned its head 360 degrees and stared at him. The dragon would naturally not forget Muhua on its back. Seeing that it could not get rid of Muhua, the dragon turned its head and seemed to want to bite him. Pa! The explosion sounded. Muhua's mage hand, which represented the body of the touch of jealousy, slapped the dragon's face. His hammer was knocked off by the dragon earlier, but the dragon's claws and fangs could still destroy his touch of jealousy. However, at this time, the huge force of the touch of jealousy still slapped the dragon's head back half a circle, and the dragon's eyes were confused again. Odysseus, who was preparing to support Muhua in the sky, also had a strange expression. The dragon's physique was extraordinary, but Muhua's slap with 1300 plus strength did not seem to be given in vain. Ong! The extremely insulting slap immediately made the dragon furious. The dragon head turned again, the dragon teeth bared, the dragon's lips trembled, and it glared at Muhua. Pa! Okay, the sound of the explosion, the staggering dragon head, and another slap. TSK, dragon, this is the result of going out without a knight. Cough, this is the result of going out without a powerful knight. Chapter 383. Among the 7 extreme emotions that symbolize original sin, jealousy and rage have certain similarities in triggering the intention to attack. But their starting points are completely opposite. Generally speaking, Some of the impulses to attack that are caused by having something and then losing it are mostly from anger. That is, having it and then losing it can be called anger, and the original sin of rage is also a metaphor for the virtue of justice. Jealousy, on the other hand, is never having it and being unable to get it, so people are jealous of those who have it and even want to attack them. That is, never having it and being unable to have it is the root of jealousy, and the original sin of jealousy also represents the virtue of patience. The undead are the apostles of jealousy, and the main reason is that they have hostile and aggressive intentions towards all creatures with flesh and blood. But if the Dullahan is still somewhat rigid, then the dragon with perfect intelligence can hardly touch the ability involving jealousy. Yes, maybe it's because the dragons are naturally strong and have too much, so although they are top-level undead creatures, they rarely have the ability to touch jealousy. Similar to this are ghosts, especially those who once had life. They have more violent personalities, and are more likely to evolve into elemental evil spirits similar to elves. On the contrary, just like the ability of death-breathing, which can be said to be extremely symbolic of the undead, among all the undead, the lower the level of the undead, the easier it is to comprehend. As for the transformed undead like demons and liches, it is not easy to be counted in this category. Paw another slap. Rationality came online, as if calculating a formula related to slaps. The confusion in the heart of the dragon Dio was finally replaced by anger. Dragons don't breathe death, and they disdain pale apostles. Dragons' powerful body functions can catalyze the hand of the mage, and they usually don't delve into this ability. Dragons worship power, and they have more choices. But at this time, in addition to the pain in his face, Dio also calculated endless humiliation from Mu Hua's attack. The dragon is huge, and Mu Hua is like a bug on its body. Originally, Zambak should be responsible for cleaning up Mu Hua, who lay on its back. But Zambak, that waste, was crushed to death by humans as soon as he appeared. After a few slaps, Dio lost his mind a little, and directly fell on his back. His animal nature burst out, and he fell to the ground like a falling meteorite. It wanted to crush Mu Hua on its back. The dragon did not have the blade-like scales of the evil dragon, but the surface of the dragon had fine bone spurs, like sharp teeth. Mu Hua couldn't tell whether this was the changed thorn armor or not. A magic dragon that could cast magic was very troublesome, but Mu Hua didn't dare to use the abyss magic mist on it. Unlike the magic dragon encountered in the undead courtyard, the death mist on the magic dragon would give it a sensitive sense of touch. Although the bottle of magic potion was small, the magic dragon in front of him definitely couldn't chew. If the mutated magic potion was swallowed by the magic dragon, it would be fine, but if it broke and vomited it, the magic dragon would at most be addicted to magic, and the magic mist inside would spread, which would be a big joke. The magic dragon fell from the sky in the posture of a mad beast, and the nearby liches and Tuesday would naturally not miss the opportunity to attack. The upturned abdomen was not afraid that Mu Hua would be accidentally injured. Countless magics bombarded the magic dragon, and even several liches threw the high-grade hell magic chains on the magic dragon. Hell demons are a very bad demon. They are the guards of the prison in hell. They are born with a kind of chain with a restraining effect, which is a kind of body tissue. The stronger the hell demon, the stronger the restraining effect of the chain on their body. Whether it is human or monster, they like to use their chains as a restraining tool. Of course, these chains are not magic weapons in the story. They can unload force and ban magic, but they also need to be fixed or pulled with great force. The hell demon chains thrown by these liches are obviously not strong enough. The dragon claws tore them randomly, but they tore these chains apart. Seeing that the dragon's back was about to touch the ground, Mu Hua extended the touch of jealousy and swung from the dragon's back like a swing, trying to prevent the dragon from grinding him with its body. At this time, the dragon also showed its cunningness. Its body floated in the air and stopped suddenly. The dragon mouth with ghost fire in its throat bared its teeth and bit towards Mu Hua. Yes, cunning, the dragon's emotions are calculated, all its emotions are unreal, anger, but it is restrained very quickly. Boom! The dragon's mouth failed to bite Mu Hua, but it was Odysseus, who had been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Odysseus, holding a dragon spear, fell from the sky with the help of the force of the dive, and the dragon spear fiercely stabbed the dragon's head and neck, and the huge force directly smashed the floating dragon to the ground. At this time, Odysseus's appearance changed drastically, dragon scales appeared on his face, and the human palms also turned into sharp claws, like dragon claws. Mu Hua released the tentacles on the dragon's body, and the touch of jealousy climbed up Tamara's dragon body, and turned over Tamara's dragon neck. Tamara did not resist Mu Hua's riding, and also dived down, cooperating with Odysseus, and stomped the dragon's chest and abdomen with her thick hind legs. Under many forces, the dragon finally fell to the ground. Boom! The giant fell to the ground. Puff! The dragon's spear broke through the magic shield, pierced into the dragon's neck, and nailed the dragon's head to the ground. On the dragon struggled and tore, and roared in grief and anger, but Tamara, who was stepping on it, bit and kicked its chest and abdomen. Charge! The horror riders roared hoarsely, the war horses collided, and a group of horror riders jumped onto the dragon's body. Disperse! The violent fire elements gathered, and Mu-Hua and Odysseus shouted almost at the same time. The difference is that Mu-Hua shouted at the Lich on Tuesday, and Odysseus also shouted at Mu-Hua. The flames broke out, and the changing flames exploded around the dragon. It was not Tamara's magic, but the dragon's fire magic, trying to drive away the enemy, who was doing evil on its body. The dragon's neck was nailed to the ground by the dragon's spear, and the dragon created a fire explosion, like a missile explosion. Low and medium-level magic is used very frequently, even in the hands of those high-level spellcasters. In addition to the rapid release, magic like fire explosion, which is combined with its own attributes and has a certain growth and power, is also the key. The powerful flame impact blasted the ground under the dragon into a crater. Some liches that were closer to the dragon were instantly shattered under the dual effects of flames and impacts, and burned to ashes in an instant. Tamara was shot back, and Odysseus was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and was also shocked away, but Tamara was originally a fire dragon, and the eruption of fire could not hurt it and Odysseus. The summoned terror riders were wiped out. Facing the explosion of the demon dragon at close range, and without affinity with the fire element, the terror riders summoned by Mu-Hua could not withstand the attack of the demon dragon. Mu-Hua was not hurt, but he was blown away much farther than Odysseus. The demon dragon on the ground was not much better. Although this guy had a lot of magic power, and learned fire magic, his resistance to fire was obviously not very good. This kind of attack was like self-destruction to him. Although the demon dragon escaped, a dragon spear was still stuck in its neck, and its bone wings were broken. It was unknown whether it was burned or blown away. The death fog on the surface of the body dissipated in the explosion of the flame impact. The demon dragon seemed to have turned into a skinny and huge ground dragon, and its body was full of holes, burning with unextinguished flames. So, if you don't have elemental affinity, you'd better not think about melee mages, because it hurts others and yourself. The dragon's abdomen was hollow, and a bunch of messy dried internal organs slipped out of it. Although it looked miserable, the dragon was still not dead. It was repairing its body in a visually shocking and terrible form, with super speed regeneration. Mu-Hua dived down and floated in the air, with the help of flying. Those who were paying attention to the dragon's movements near the battlefield did not intend to give up the opportunity to beat the dragon when it was down. Including the people in the nearby mage camp. Just when everyone was ready to attack, Mu-Hua extended his touch of jealousy again. Reach back. Well, there was nothing improper. Mu-Hua saw the huge heart in the dragon's ruptured abdomen. Grab, pull, tear. 100 meters away, the touch of jealousy pulled a huge heart in front of Mu-Hua. What made Mu-Hua's eyelids jump was that even so, the dragon was not dead yet, but stared at Mu-Hua with a horrified look. The night demon knife was sharp enough, but his spiritual attribute was only over 500 for the time being. With the strength of the night demon knife, it was likely to break and shatter when it was chopped on the dragon's body bones. It couldn't cut the dragon bones, but it should be no problem to cut the dragon's heart. Even though the dragon's heart was dry and hard, it was instantly cut by Mu-Hua under the night demon knife. An unpleasant roar came from the dragon's throat, and a volleyball-sized soft frozen object was pulled out of the dragon's heart by Mu-Hua, like a lump of thick plasma. Almost at the moment of taking it out, the soft frozen object turned into a hard magic stone. As the magic stone and the dragon's heart separated, the dragon seemed to have turned into a stiff sculpture, standing on the ground in a mess and decayed state. Puff! Dust suddenly appeared, the magic dragon dissipated, and the sky was full of demon gold coins, among which there was a suspended stone that was as big as an adult's embrace. Ha ha ha! Mu, you should find an evil dragon, or a flying dragon, you will become a powerful dragon rider. Amidst the golden light, Odysseus's hearty laughter came. In a series of battles, Mu-Hua's methods made Odysseus quite surprised. Frowning and twitching his mouth, Mu-Hua put away the magic dragon's magic stone, smiled reluctantly, and waved to Odysseus in the sky. The magic dragon is dead. Although the suspended stone is probably worth a fortune, the mouth full of dragon teeth is gone, and the projected magic dragon still makes Mu-Hua very unhappy. As for the dragon rider mentioned by Odysseus, because Tamara is present, Muhwa can't complain. Compared to riding a dragon, he still wants to dismantle the parts of the dragon. Chapter 384. A battle with the dragon. The rhythm is very fast. It's not that Muhwa and his party are fighting crazy, but when fighting with creatures of this level, it is too easy to have uncertain dangerous factors when delaying. Nearly 30 liches died in the hands of the dragon, and their death is not meaningless. There are too many human battle groups on the large-scale battlefield, and it is not surprising that the dragon rushes to a certain battle group at any time. It can be said that the dragon is in close combat with the dragon, just to prevent the dragon from expanding the battle circle, and to avoid affecting the magic position and the undead battlefield in chaos. At the same time, if there is no group output of these liches, the magic shield of the dragon cannot be forced out, and the offensiveness of the dragon will inevitably increase exponentially. And Odysseus will also find it difficult to force it to use self-destructive magic attacks and subsequent attacks. After the dragon died, some powerful adventurers nearby rushed out of the magic position and killed towards the chaotic undead battlefield. The necromancers and witches outside the battlefield also let go, and various curses and magic broke out on the battlefield. Bone dragons, blood clans, and spellcasters who have mastered the ability to fly all took off. Although the earlier dragon did not get involved in the chaos, it has a powerful flying ability of 100 miles in an instant. With it nearby, the coalition forces dared not fly around in the sky casually, for fear of falling into the dragon's mouth without checking. When the threat of the dragon was lifted, even when facing the terror riders and liches of the monsters, there were many people in the human coalition who dared to attack and kill them. Bone dragons were fighting in the sky. Not only did humans have constructed undead, but the monsters also had undead mages who studied this. Vampires drew red shadows in the sky, and werewolves and those barren demons who specialized in close combat fought like beasts on the land. These are the aliens mixed in with the skeletons. There are more skeletons of various levels with soul fire swaying in their pupils on the battlefield. The ghosts all over the sky are the important reason why Tennyson specially mobilized the necromancers and witches to come here. Although the skeletons are troublesome, they can be seen clearly with or without spiritual vision. These ghosts are at an absolute disadvantage in front of the necromancers and witches, but they are also soul killers that other combat professionals need to be careful of at all times. Odysseus, Muhwa, and a group of surviving liches also joined the battle. The evil dragon Tamara became the air-controlling Tyrannosaurus Rex on the human side. The Terror Knights and Death Knights that rushed like plowing the ground caused bone walls to rise from time to time in the battlefield to restrict their mobility. The cunning and arrogant Monday caused the roar of the undead from time to time, and another hellhound that came out of nowhere was bitten off half of its head by Monday at the first sight. When the hellhound's skull was shattered, it may have just realized Monday's abnormality. Tuesday, who mastered several advanced magics, had an impressive record in the melee. She didn't know when she got together with Tamara. Countless ghosts tried to drown Tamara, who was causing trouble in the sky, but these ghosts didn't need Odysseus to clean them up. The soul chains that formed the sky curtain drilled into the bodies of each ghost. This was Tuesday's soul detention. The exaggerated effect could only be shown when facing ghosts. Unlike witches and necromancers, they had to kill the captured ghosts. A vortex appeared in front of Tuesday's mouth, and a large number of ghosts were dragged in front of her, twisting their spirits into the vortex and swallowed by her. Tuesday's soul detention is quite exaggerated. Normal soul detention can be considered strong if it can wrap up a dozen ghosts, but the chains mimicked by her soul detention are almost like curtains. No one knows that Tuesday is a mutated big demon. Her other identity is death. Demons can also devour ghosts, but Tuesday swallowed too many ghosts at a time. These ghosts help Tuesday's spiritual attributes grow. Soul devouring can strengthen one's own soul. When burning, usually this also needs to consider the quality and digestion of ghosts. When the big demon in front of him swallowed ghosts, his stomach was like a bottomless pit, and it even made people guess that she had received the gift of gluttony. Tuesday ate and drank lavishly, and the ghosts of the monsters were emptied in large numbers. The terrifying power made some faceless people on the battlefield shrink back to the witch, fearing that the demon would not be picky and swallow them together. Facing Tuesday, even the banshee could not escape her disaster. Under Tuesday's natural enemy swallowing, a large number of ghosts escaped from the monsters. After a while, among the ghosts of the monsters, only some strong but lonely elemental evil spirits were left, looking around in confusion, and waiting for them was a group of necromancers and witches with shining eyes. Well, elemental evil spirits are relatively rare ghosts for the undead warriors. Wailing banshees are not easy to provoke, but elemental evil spirits can be. Tuesday's elemental resistance is temporarily insufficient, and she dare not swallow elemental evil spirits, which is why Tuesday and Tamara get together. Do you think she wants to fight side by side with the evil dragon? No, she simply regards Tamara as a meat shield. Compared with the evil dragon comrade, she should prefer to treat the evil dragon as food. That's right, Tuesday is a demon, and she has never been a good thing. The battle on the battlefield of the undead where Mu Hua and his team are his fears. But the battle in the north looks even more terrifying. Waves of energy shocks came from the distant sky, and groups of halos continued to explode in the sky. The patrol fleet and the mechanical demon gods on the monster side have already started a full-scale war. This is just the sky that Mu Hua and his team can observe with the naked eye, and no one knows what has happened on the land in the north. In the direction of the urban fortress, the garrison launched a magical artillery bombardment to cleanse the land. The mountains collapsed, the high mountains turned into low hills, and the forests turned into scorched earth. The originally lush nature was full of fire and thunder, and the covering artillery seemed to turn the complex terrain into a desert plain that could be seen at a glance. Boom! 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 It was as if the footsteps of the earth's heartbeat were faintly heard. The continuous running and fighting made Mu Hua tired, and the new monster in sight made Mu Hua want to drag his family and leave the courtyard immediately. Graham like a stone statue. Graham is a stone demon similar to silicon-based life. Graham has very high physical and elemental resistance, strong strength, but low agility. Their mature bodies are generally only about 5 to 10 meters. Because of their flexibility, Graham is not terrible. But a Graham that is more than 100 meters tall and has complex magic circles all over its rock body is a bit scary. That thing is just like a mountain with Halloween lights on. And it is taking the steps that shake the earth, step by step towards the fortress city. The adventurers in the battles were distracted by the appearance of the giant Graham, and the fortress city seemed to have stopped the bombardment because of the appearance of Graham. On the wall near the main gate of the fortress city, 2 elderly spellcasters flew away from the wall and flew towards where Mu Hua and his group were under the escort of a team of high-end adventurers. They are called high-end adventurers because they are all flying independently. When they arrived near the battlefield of the dead, the battle here was basically over. Some necromancers and witches were still ordering their undead to collect the dead bones with souls in the battlefield. Well, it's a bit weird, but these broken bones, broken skulls, bone armor, and residual limbs, because they hide the souls of the skeleton dead, they still have the possibility of recovery, and they can barely be regarded as a relatively distinctive undead prisoners of war. As the 2 old men approached, Odysseus's action of stepping forward to meet them also attracted the attention of people nearby, and Mu Hua, who was sitting on a piece of skeletal debris, was studying the skull of the bone dragon. Haha, Mr. Mu Hua, if it is not a dragon corpse transformation, the demon-breaking effect of the bone dragon mainly comes from the magic array on its bone thorn claws. Most of the bones of the bone dragon focus more on toughness and confrontation, not real dragon bones. Accompanied by Odysseus, the 2 old men took the initiative to come near Mu Hua and watched for a while. Seeing that Mu Hua showed a disgusted expression towards the remains of the bone dragon under him, one of the old men stepped forward and smiled. Looking at the people coming, Mu Hua recognized that they were the people who followed Tennyson earlier. At this time, they were less arrogant and looked at Mu Hua in a very easygoing manner. Who are you? Mu Hua had no intersection with the 2 people. Seeing that Odysseus did not introduce the 2 to him, Mu Hua raised his eyebrows and kept a distance from the 2 people in his tone. Haha, that guy is a big trouble. We also need to make some big noises for the demons here. The old man pointed to the giant Graham in the distance. At this time, the anti-impact alarm resounded through the sky from the direction of the city fortress. The battle groups of the human coalition were shrouded in the halo of defensive magic. The surging magic power, accompanied by the impact warning, the old man's body was surging with magic fluctuations. Mr. Mu Hua, our country's 3rd princess is at the age of holding a tea party. If you have time, you are welcome to visit Galaposo. The old man handed Mu Hua a courtyard key, and did not care about Mu Hua's surprise. He stepped forward and raised the exquisite staff in his hand. The hidden murmur was mixed with cumbersome demon hymns. Another old man also raised his staff, and cast several blessing magic on the previous old man. Boom! 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 The slight vibration of the earth became more and more obvious. In the uncomfortable chanting, the giant Graham in the north stepped over the horizon, and the head, half of the body, and finally the whole body were fully displayed in people's sight. The old man chanted magic that Mu Hua had never heard of before. The old man chanted magic that Mu Hua did not understand. The surging magic power rippled. As the old man flew up, it seemed that a terrifying elemental breath gathered in the distance. Life returns to the circle of reason. The magic element is in tune with the earth, the same source as the returning river, accompanied by the blazing flames, traced by the thunder, and the flowing wind. The ring of truth of all things. The old man in the sky had not yet finished casting the spell, but he saw that the other old man cast a blessing magic on him that made Mu Hua's scalp tingle. The end of the fire. The old man in the sky pointed his staff in the distance, and everything seemed to be quiet. The end of the fire? Fire forbidden spell? F***K. Mu Hua's eyebrows jumped. This thing is a range magic, right? If you want to make a giant gram, you should throw the spear of plank. Boom! The roar brought out a sea of fire, hundreds of kilometers. A fire ring of hundreds of kilometers exploded in the north. Damn, this is an old man rubbing a little boy with his hands. In the flames that turned from orange to white, Mu Hua couldn't see the situation in the fire ring explosion, not to mention that the mushroom cloud brought by the explosion had already rolled out. Hot wind accompanied by a powerful shock wave swept from afar. Mu Hua was not sure who raised the defense barrier near them. But judging from the doomsday scene in the north, this end of the fire would probably create a lava land with a radius of hundreds of kilometers in the north. Radius. More than 100 kilometers. Mu Hua's heart was scared. Is he going to overturn the table? This kind of battle, but he can't afford it. Chapter 385. Demons pose a far greater threat to humans than other monsters. This threat is not only the difference in absolute power, but also the various abilities they contain that are absolutely mysterious. If banshees and elemental evil spirits can still be considered ghosts, then wailing banshees are already in the demon sequence. In most situations, in terms of melee ability alone, Goblin General can show wailing banshees in 18 different ways. As for spellcasting, the ability of wailing banshees to learn magic can really be called a poor student. But the soul growth of wailing banshees is already high, and any creature with spiritual attributes cannot match them. Facing them is like facing a deadly sonic weapon. Their banshee wailing can cause large-scale biological extinction at any time. They are not good at fighting, but they are extremely proficient in killing. If the charm of Succubus is more about triggering the physiological needs of males, then Arachne only needs to show up on the battlefield to make countless enemies kill each other for her. Most creatures will fight for the right to mate, which is a fragment recorded in the original genes of creatures. In front of Medusa and Arachne, the right to mate is not only for males. The need to eat more than one's own appetite, the anger and annoyance deep in memory, the demands and plundering that blind the mind, etc. These do not require strong wrist strength or surging magic power. These are even the innate characteristics that some demons are born with and are difficult to control. This mysterious phenomenon they create is called mental pollution by people. If certain characteristic conditions are not met, this kind of ability is the source of chaos for most monsters, let alone humans. Therefore, the threat of demons to humans far exceeds that of other monsters, and the threat beyond arm strength and magic is even more troublesome and terrifying. Tennyson's subordinates, the two dukes of the kingdom of Galaposo, the two old men worked together to cast a forbidden spell on the monsters in the Kane's courtyard. The situation of turning the table that Mu Hua imagined did not happen, and the war did not escalate because of this forbidden spell. On the contrary, the human coalition completely withdrew from the Kane's fortress city, and the monsters seemed to have the intention to stop the war. At least, the giant Graham that was not killed by the forbidden spell no longer approached the fortress city, and the human coalition also selected an envoy to meet with the high-level monsters. Just like the old man who threw the forbidden spell said, a forbidden spell seemed to be just to express his attitude to the monsters, just to make some big noise for them to see. After watching it, it seems that everyone should sit down and talk calmly. Deputy head of the Jade Song Court Brigade, Elsop Jeremy. The leader of the Fire Brigade, Cooper Quint. The deputy leader of the Disaster Annihilation Brigade, Sweet Young. The king of the Kingdom of Galaposo, Tennyson. The brave mentor, the Dragon Rider, Odysseus. When the patrol fleet held a frontline position, and the human coalition withdrew to the fortress city, the human side sent 5 representatives. Well, with Mu Hua, it was 6 people. The 6 coalition representatives crossed the position defense line and, along with a 50-man honor guard, set foot on the place where the monsters gathered, preparing to officially hold a patrol meeting with the monsters. Instead of letting the monsters approach the fortress city, the representatives of the major forces of the coalition went deep into the monsters' territory. This was not out of trust in the monsters, but more or less a helpless move. Among the tens of thousands of combat units of the human coalition, only 6 representatives came out in the end. Even if the members of the honor guard were included, the number of people did not exceed 60. The biggest reason for meeting with the high-level monsters in this way was that there was an Archon among the monsters, who was at least at the level of regional commander. Facing such an existence, the number of people could no longer determine the combat power. If they could not resist her mental pollution, no matter how many people came to her, they would only lose their composure and even have a situation of internal fighting among the monsters. Among the crowd, except for Odysseus, Mu Hua was more familiar with the old 6 who changed into exquisite dresses and the scouts. The 2 were members of the fire brigade and temporarily served as the honor guard. If there was any danger, they would also try their best to protect the 6 coalition representatives to retreat. Well, there was no absolute safety guarantee for interviewing the courtyard demon generals, especially when everyone had just finished a few fights. But everyone finally took the risk, because of their responsibilities and enough benefits. Protected garrisons, commercial street buildings, tax exemptions, city building rights, and even official privileges in the fortress city, all these benefits made Mu Hua and others form this delegation to negotiate with the demon general. In addition to Mu Hua, the other 5 representatives in the delegation probably have both fame and strength. As for Mu Hua, it is more because of Odysseus's recommendation. In the earlier battles, Mu Hua did have many bright spots, and there are undead forces among the monsters. Mu Hua, as the Lord of the Pale, is also very symbolic. For Mu Hua, a young man who has shown enough potential, the other representatives also want to make friends with him, especially Tennyson, who is familiar with Odysseus, has shown closeness to Mu Hua. Under a series of influences, several people did not mind giving Mu Hua this opportunity. Well, of course, becoming a negotiating representative is an opportunity to make a name for yourself and make money, but there is also the possibility of being trapped in a desperate situation. However, for adventurers, it is common sense that opportunities and crisis coexist, and Mu Hua, who thinks he is in a stable position, did not let go of this opportunity driven by various interests. Maybe he may not be able to beat the other representatives, but Mu Hua feels that he is still quite tough. If something goes wrong, and he needs to run away, his survival rate will not be much worse than that of the other big guys. Well, he is the king, and the leader of the brigade. He even has guys who can cast forbidden spells. Although the earlier assessment of the old 6 scouts was a bit biased, Mu Hua thought that these guys should be considered real big guys, right? Walking through the area that was bombarded into a rubble desert by magic cannons, the first thing you see is some clever demons flying in the air. About 5 meters tall, it is larger than a human mecha, and its sturdy body is like a human small or medium-sized mecha. The overall appearance is a black metal structure, and the metal wings on the back are like a bunch of heavy hatchets. The joints, muscles, limbs, including the head and face, are delicate and lively when viewed up close, far from being comparable to steel statues. The mechas in Hell are basically of this form, and the specifications are uniform. And unlike human clothing, these mechanical demons are directly implanted with the heads and torsos of some monsters, and they are dressed all their lives. Rather than saying that they are mechas, it is better to say that they are the bodies of a type of monster. Transformed demons. This is also another name for this kind of existence by demons. There are many of them who hold guns and machine guns, and magic technology is not a human monopoly. The groups of mechanical demons gave people a heavy sense of oppression. There were more than 1,000 of them, far less than the number of individuals in the patrol guard. It was difficult to compare the combat power in detail, but the demons could not create mechanical demons out of nothing. These mechanical demons also required a lot of resources to manufacture. From the main body to the firepower equipment, energy modules, etc., they were no different from humans. They were all made with money. They were a group of Krypton gold big spenders. They were probably the most reluctant of all the monsters in the courtyard to fight, because it was easy to get poorer and poorer. They might not be killed, but they might really die of poverty. Under the gaze of the mechanical demons, the delegation continued to move forward. Compared with Mu Hua, the others were more stable. Obviously, they had seen more big scenes than Mu Hua. Death breathing was running at full speed. The sudden breeze brought a strong breath of death. Mu Hua, who was among the crowd, stood out from the crowd. With the guards of honor on both sides, Mu Hua walked in front of the other 5 representatives. The way ahead of the delegation was blocked by a large number of skeletons and undead spirits, but at this time Mu Hua seemed to have become the source of the nearby dead air, and the ground under his feet had a tendency to transform into a burial ground. When Mu Hua walked out, the spiritual fire in the eyes of the indifferent undead spirits in front of him flickered, and silently, the narrow and curved passage between the skeletons and undead spirits became wider and straighter as they retreated. Skeleton guards, skeleton generals, black-armored skeleton generals, grotesque death knights, headless terror knights, and banshees, who were originally laughing and laughing. In the vast sea of undead bones, the lowest level of skeleton undead spirits were also skeleton guards. But when Muhua and his group walked among them, the bones no longer rubbed and collided, and the ghosts no longer whispered. The breath of death was accompanied by silence and stillness, and Muhua and his group continued to move forward. Chapter 386. Puff. Among the well-equipped goblin wolf riders, the spider demon's legs penetrated a big goblin and the giant wolf he was sitting on. The goblin wolf riders, who were originally staring at the human delegation with strange laughter, suddenly fled. The spider demon threw the dying big goblin aside, and used its huge front teeth to chew the giant wolf that was not yet dead, and at the same time did not forget to inject muscle-melting fluid into its body. A spider demon came out from nowhere, with the appearance of a spider, but huge in size. If it folded its claws and lay still, its rough skin would be like a huge rock. The body length is more than 10 meters, and the height of its standing and walking is also 2 feet. Perhaps because of the insect's body shape, the spider demon does not look too strong and powerful, but gives people a feeling of emptiness and fragility. Although there is Arachon in their evolutionary map, the spider demon is a bit similar to the hellhound. They are more numerous among demons, but very few can actually complete the second evolution. Without mentioning the hunting of other monsters, the probability of a spider demon safely evolving into Acra is very low, perhaps also related to the problem of too large a gap in strength, not to mention Niame and Arachne later. However, spider demons are stronger than hellhounds. They can break through their own gross shackles by shedding their skins. Just like this huge guy in front of us, they usually live for a long time and dare not evolve. A powerful spider demon, it killed the goblin wolf rider not to protect Muhua's human delegation. It should just want to eat the big goblin's mount. The living environment of the lower-level monsters is very harsh, especially the demons lack the concept of companions. Even if there is a restriction by the demon general, this kind of cannibalism is not uncommon among monsters. Along the way, the monsters did not deliberately embarrass Muhua and his group. After pretending to be something in front of the undead, Muhua retreated behind Odysseus and his group. Everyone tacitly regarded Tennyson as the core of the delegation. They did not encounter any danger along the way, nor did they receive courtesy. The monsters' attitudes were unclear, but Muhua and his group saw many powerful monsters in the courtyard. Walking through an area that was burned and crystallized by the end of the hellfire, the most conspicuous thing in sight should be the giant Graham that was like a mountain. The body of the animal has human feet, and the rock structure is covered with vines and vegetation. The palm that is like a building is like the claws of the devil. It is not the kind of round stone man. In addition to the body tissue that looks like gold and rock, Graham's body is full of three-dimensional lines. This monster form, that is difficult to see the whole picture from a close distance, is also full of aggressiveness. There were 3 pairs of searchlight-like eyes on the deformed head. The vines and shrubs on the body of this giant Graham seemed to be a mockery of the human coalition. They were not hurt at all by the attack of the end fire. So Muhua said, "There is not even a hellfire. Why bother with the end fire? Just use the spear of Gangplank." Even the attack strength of the forbidden spell is very different from the attack on the opposite side. Of course, it may be that the 2 old men do not know the spear of Gangplank, or they do not want to really annoy the demons. The giant Grim is quite far away from Muhua and the others, but everyone can already see the demon castle in front of it. A castle full of hell style, like a monster's lair, but its essence is a magician's position. Of course, it is much more perfect than the magic camp that Muhua and his team had built. It seems that the demon who built this magic camp is quite particular about architectural art. It is really like a castle that can be used for living. At this time, the giant Grim was guarding the back of the castle. The originally majestic castle seemed to have become a bungalow on the side of the mountain in contrast to the giant Grim. A magic dragon larger than the magic dragon Dio squatted on the shoulder of the giant Grim. The coordination between the two was like Tamara squatting on the shoulder of Odysseus after shrinking. This further highlighted the hugeness of the giant Grim. Approaching the demon city, under the gaze of the giant Grim and the magic dragon, a group of humans came towards Muhua and others. That's right, it was humans standing on the side of the monsters. Even though Muhua had little experience, he knew that they were from the devil, and it was very dangerous to defect to the devil. After all, the devil would kill his subordinates, who were also demons at will. Even if these followers of the devil are not guilty of many crimes, they must be cruel and ruthless. It is hard to say why they were forced to join the devil, but they must have done great damage to the order of human society. At the same time, they should not be considered powerful, and can be simply understood as people with black hearts and ruthless hands and no value. Because human society has never lacked privileges and amnesty. Ha ha ha, welcome to the paradise we built for you. Are you satisfied with this paradise we built for you? Hundreds of followers of the devil lined up on both sides, and 4 or 5 people who seemed to be leaders faced Mu Hua and his group. One of them was a middle-aged blond man in a formal dress, laughing from a distance, and said to Tennyson in the middle, "Paradise?" Tennyson ignored the demons and asked Cooper, the leader of the fire brigade, coldly, "Of course, this is the devil's paradise. Isn't it your paradise too? Adults, don't pretend here. In our eyes, you are no different from the devil, right?" The blond middle-aged man sneered, and waved his hand sideways while speaking, making a courtesy of letting the delegation pass, as if leading the way. It is said that even if humans are sleeping alone, they are always emitting emotional energy, which is a model of large quantity and fullness. And almost all emotional energy can be nurtured by humans. The courtyard is a place where monsters collect evolutionary energy, and it is also a resting place for monsters to temporarily avoid the disputes in hell. It is no problem to say that this is the devil's paradise. But it must be said that although the words of the demon slave were full of sarcasm, for some human high-level people who were sitting firmly in the back and could take full control of the resources of the courtyard was also their paradise. The sarcasm of this middle-aged demon slave was provocative. It was hard to say for Otis and others, but Mu Hua, who lacked self-awareness for the time being, could not help but bring some of his past life experiences into it. Not to mention, he really agreed with the demon slave's words. "Get out. Who allowed you to appear in front of me?" the demon slave said, but Tennyson did not continue to indulge them. The footsteps did not stop. As Tennyson shouted arrogantly, the dragon power of Odysseus burst out. Cooper and Sweet of the Disaster Annihilation Brigade showed their domineering bodies, and the vast magic power of Elsop of the Emerald Song Court surged. The power of several people suddenly rose, their hair flew, and 1 or 2 of them seemed to be transforming into super silence. Mu Hua huddled behind a few people, thinking again and again, forget it, the visual effect of his death breath is really not good enough, so he won't pretend this time. Tennyson was in the lead and majestic, and the demons knelt or fell under the pressure of the men's momentum. Mu Hua saw fear in their eyes, and his extraordinary perception made him discover that these demons did not seem to be afraid of Odysseus and his men. "Ha ha, an interesting human. Oh, Mr. Odysseus, I like your miserable life." In a weird tone, a tall lich appeared in everyone's sight. Ignoring Tennyson, the lich seemed to be more familiar with Odysseus. Because it was wearing a wide robe, Mu Hua could only confirm that its body was humanoid, but it had a dog head that looked like Anubis. It had a demon's left arm and ghost hand, but its right arm was deformed, like the limbs of an arthropod. These signs together seemed to prove its identity as a monster. A demon that turned itself into a lich. This demon life is also exciting. Bang, 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 blood flashed, and with the appearance of the lich, all the demon followers kneeling on the ground had their heads exploded, and blood splattered. Punishment from the lich. Mu Hua couldn't tell whether it was the magic of the Thorn of Silence, or the mental explosion from the devil's contract. Mu Hua was surprised but not surprised. The devil boss has never been harmonious, and it is normal to execute some subordinates, who make them feel embarrassed. The road ahead of Mu Hua and others was stained with blood and brain matter. Tennyson's expression was still indifferent, and several demon followers, who were not punished by the lich, stared at Mu Hua and his group with a resentful look. You should stare at the lich who did it. Chapter 387. Undead spellcaster, we bring order. Where is your general? Or do you want to continue the chaos of hell here? Like the color of old obsidian, outside the wall of the demon city, Tennyson said to the deformed lich, who suddenly appeared and created death. Order? Haha, human, you are too impatient. There are more monsters with treasures here to fight with you. Do you like the hanging stones? Continue the war. If you continue the war, you can even get enough hanging stones to build the Sky City. Unfortunately, your forbidden spell makes the war ugly. I am Krypnos, under the order of Lord Edinos. I command the Valley of the Dead. Let me see your order. The lich laughed strangely. The monsters didn't want to end the war early, and from the tone of the lich Krypnos, they didn't mind humans killing monsters, but because the human coalition cast a forbidden spell, the monsters didn't want the intensity of the war to escalate, so they stopped attacking. Krepnos is the leader of the demons entrenched in the Valley of the Dead. The leader is easy to understand. The so-called demons are some high-level monsters that can easily kill adults, and can be easily killed by the Hell Lords. This level is mostly composed of demons. If they don't surrender to a certain Hell Lord, other races that reach this level will often be attacked by demons. And those demons outside the demon race are usually protected by the Hell Lords, because some aspects or abilities of them can satisfy the interests and hobbies of some Hell Lords. Demon General is a very general definition of the range of individual strength. It represents a level of strength, not necessarily the leader of certain monsters. In other words, because they do not have strong enough subordinates, most of them need to join the Lord of Hell and seek shelter. Most of the demon generals in the courtyard help the Lord of the courtyard to manage the courtyard. The Krepnos in front of him can be simply understood as the general, who commands all the monsters in the Valley of the Dead. Usually, they are stronger than ordinary demon generals. As Krepnos spoke, several more demons surrounded by demons appeared in front of Muhua and his group. Snow Ridge Ranch, Letitia. With a cold voice, the Ice Queen surrounded by several strong snow monsters walked near Krepnos, as if introducing herself to Muhua and his group. The Snow Queen is a beautiful and delicate ice demon with skin like ice color. They are actually female snow monsters in essence. However, unlike the beastly bodies and faces of the snow monsters, they have a body shape and face that is closer to that of humans. It is said that the snow girls among the demons are closely related to them. The appearance of Letitia made Muhua's expression slightly change. He was not blind to the face of demons like the Ice Queen. Muhua knew this demon. The Snow Ridge Ranch she mentioned should be the spider demon Snow Mountain marked by the Adventurers Guild earlier. The Ice Queen in front of him was arrogant and cold, but Muhua swore that the last time he saw her being caught by an Aracone to grind tofu, she looked quite coquettish. Well, in a serious occasion, I shouldn't think about anything. Through Letitia's introduction, Muhua roughly confirmed that she was the leader of the Snow Mountain Range in the west of this courtyard. According to the habits of demons, the ranch? It is either a place to raise monsters or cultivate demons. Aracone, whom Muhua and Taibesha met there earlier, was probably visiting. Goblin King, Goo. Humans, no matter what kind of damn order you bring, 1 year. If the number of humans in the courtyard does not reach 200,000 after 1 year, all agreements will be invalidated, all. After the Ice Queen Letitia, the Goblin King put on a huge show. Groups of goblin wolf riders ran out from the side of the demon city. Hundreds of goblin mages drove giant bats to circle the sky, and heavily armored bear goblins held bloody and filthy battle flags. The Goblin King has a body that is more bloated than the pig-headed man, and is slightly shorter than the Goblin General, but can hold 2 or 3 Goblin Generals horizontally, as if a fat and ugly head is on his shoulders without a neck. Wearing a crown inlaid with various gems, he was ugly and arrogant, like a low-class slave trader. Compared with the playfulness of the Lich and the indifference of the Ice Queen, the Goblin King who came with a large group of elite goblins was arrogant. However, the two commanders looked at the Goblin King with contempt, and Tennyson didn't even look at the Goblin King for a long time, and directly ignored its threat. Agreement? No one would seriously make any agreement with the goblins. They were a group of barbarians, with their heads full of little cleverness. Because every Goblin General will almost certainly take action to seize power, and usurp the throne of the Goblin King. In order to avoid the emergence of Goblin Generals in the tribe, when the Goblin King has a certain number of Goblin Generals, he will usually launch a war against other races. All the courtyards where the Goblin King exists will have Goblin riots called Goblin Parade from time to time. It is called plunder, but in fact, it is more that the Goblin King wants to use the enemy's hands to kill his Goblin Generals, who have the potential to advance. Among the monsters of the same level, the individual combat power of Goblin is very average. If there are fewer, they are monsters that ordinary adventure teams prefer to hunt, and if there are more, there is no way to sneak attack quietly. In addition, there is the Goblin King dragging his feet behind. In fact, whenever there is a massive Goblin Parade, that period is more like a celebration for well-prepared adventurers. Because they will send people a large amount of basic equipment and experience, and some Goblin Generals, who fight to the end, and live and die will eventually come in person. In the process of repeatedly killing them, you can still get some good things. Not to mention the human delegation, even the many demons present ignore the Goblin King's shouting. Among the many goblins worshipping the Goblin King, a strange creature that looked like a puppet slowly walked to the side of the Lich and the Ice Queen, followed by several mechanical demons. Humans, I like order. Bok greets you. If possible, I don't want you to disturb the peace of the mechanical forest. The mechanical demon This slender and petite puppet among a group of monsters is about the same height as an adult human male. It is definitely a petite existence among the upper demons. Yes, the upper demon, the mechanical demon, is very mysterious and rare. People can't even be sure whether they look like this originally, or they are transformed later. The mechanical demons usually have the blood of upper demons, and even the underage ones can generally have the combat power of high-level demons. Unlike the previous ones, Vok does not like to fight with humans. It just wants to squat quietly in the mechanical forest to gain emotional energy. However, this does not mean that the mechanical demons are peaceful. Even Muhua knows why it reacts like this. After all, unlike other monsters, the mechanical forest takes the path of magic, and every attack of them is a consumption of resources. Even if we don't talk about the sacrifices during projection, the magic weapons of the subordinates, the body of the mechanical demon god, including guns, ammunition, etc., these cannot be projected. It's similar to the human side. If it's not necessary, the mechanical demons don't want to fight with humans. To put it bluntly, it doesn't matter to other commanders to get some cannon fodder and catch some monsters to fight with humans. Even their own subordinates, if they die, they die. Reappoint a few managers, and maybe they will receive tributes from the new subordinates. But the subordinates of the mechanical demons fight with humans for money. But also because of this, Tennyson and his men looked at the mechanical demons with the most fiery eyes. In the future, if the courtyard is conquered, they will probably give priority to the mechanical forest to cause trouble. After all, the mechanical forest is the most likely monster force to be dragged down in the tug-of-war. And if they are left alone, they are not consumed at ordinary times, and suddenly burst out, they are a force with considerable offensive capabilities. Compared with the monster forces that can be recruited from hell at any time, you really can't play with magic without money. And the uncertainty of the mechanical forest is also inevitable that humans have to pay priority attention to it. For commanders appeared one after another. They seemed to be the high-level monsters in this courtyard, who were going to contact the human delegation. But not to mention the lord of the courtyard here, even the known Arachon did not show up, and the area they commanded was only the first half of the Kane's courtyard. It's hard to say whether they looked down on Tennyson and his group, or simply looked down on humans. It seems that these 4 commanders are going to represent all the members in the negotiations between monsters and humans. Chapter 388. Tennyson and his group came to negotiate with the demons on behalf of humans, so there were no demons, monsters, demons, or even witches in their team. This was a delegation composed entirely of humans. In the fortress city, Nick, Truman of the Adventurers Union, and the full-time staff of the Garrison Regiment, they were the leaders dispatching the human coalition. Compared with Tennyson and his group, Nick and his group might be more glamorous in the eyes of most human coalitions. If the Star Patrol conference ends smoothly, they will also be the focus of human world propaganda, and there is no need to say more about the twists and turns. Not to mention the situation in the fortress city, Tennyson's side, for demon generals contacted them. Graham has some intellectual defects. Even the giant Graham is the same. When the castle gate under it opened, it was still like a mountain, silently watching its feet. Several monster leaders wanted to invite Muhua and his group to enter the castle, but Tennyson did not obey their wishes. Demons are moody, and being among them is enough to show the courage and integrity of Tennyson and his party. No matter how bold they are, they can't go into the demons' castle again. They came to negotiate with the demons, not to make peace with them. This is not a question of bravery or not. If you want to die, you have to choose a place, right? To put it bluntly, the castle is a magician's position created by the demons. If the demons do something weird after entering, there will be nowhere to run. Tennyson refused to enter the castle. Not to mention Muhua and Otis, the 3 brigade leaders and vice leaders did not have the slightest intention of getting excited. It's hard to say whether these people are arrogant or not, but they can probably be considered old-fashioned. Of course, it may be because of their appropriate slickness that they can survive today in the confrontation with monsters. Several monster leaders sneered and didn't force it, as if they had expected it. Amid the Goblin King's strange laugh and mockery, a team of maids floating out of the castle with tables, chairs and drinks. While floating out, even facing several monster leaders, everyone's expression was calm, but this team of floating maids made Tennyson and others feel nervous. White gauze skirts, like virgins. They carried a heavier chill than the Ice Queen, with a smile on their lips, but only dead gray in their eyes. Wailing banshees. A total of 8 wailing banshees, whose strength was difficult to determine. Muhua is now more sensitive to other people's attributes, but without identification, he can only be sure that he can't withstand the wailing of any of them. Don't look at the Goblin King with a large group of men. But if any of these 8 wailing banshees stand out and shout, those elite goblins will definitely be GG collectively. This kind of mate inevitably made Muhua's calves tighten, and even Tennyson's body seemed to be a little stiffer than before. A group of wailing banshees set up tables and chairs outside the castle, and several monster leaders stood in 2 places with Muhua and others. "Did you bring the substitute amulet?" Otis approached Muhua and asked quietly. "No, can the bone shield resist the banshee's wailing?" Muhua muttered and asked quietly. "The banshee's wailing is to send all creatures to the end of death. Its instant death effect is very terrifying and has a very high degree of mystery, but in terms of pure attack strength, its attack strength can be ignored." At this time, Otis asked, and Muhua realized that the substitute amulet is probably able to resist the banshee's wailing, which is probably a means to restrain the wailing banshee. However, the momentary distraction when the substitute amulet is activated is also fatal in front of the wailing banshee. The momentary distraction may be enough to make the wailing banshee whip the owner of the amulet. Haha, the banshee's wailing is not really an attack through hearing, because it is an instant death at the soul level, and the magic shield will be ignored. As for the undead bone shield, it can barely block the banshee's wailing if it reaches the 30th level. Lucky human, it seems that your knowledge is very scarce. Do you want to join us? If it is you, the Lord may reward you with a wailing banshee to serve you. Muhua and Odysseus' voices were very low, but the lich in the distance still noticed the two. The tone of the lich's strange laughter could not be heard as ridicule, provocation, or solicitation. But it must be said that among the people in the delegation, this lich inexplicably paid more attention to Odysseus and Muhua. Cooper on the side glanced at Muhua and handed him a substitute amulet without saying a word. Muhua was slightly surprised and nodded to thank him, but he did not take Cooper's substitute amulet and waved his hand to indicate that he did not need it. Cooper, the leader of the fire brigade, the leader of the 6th and scouts, if Muhua remembered correctly, he and Cooper should have had a rather unusual communication before. When he started the live broadcast, Cooper seemed to want to pull him into the group, and at that time, the scouts were not human and seemed to be full of resentment towards him as the leader. It is said that the last wizard who was valued by Cooper overcast, and was still treating the magic leakage disease. If it is not necessary, Muhua is reluctant to take Cooper's things. The lich's words also made Muhua feel relieved. The physical strength of the wailing banshees is not high. His bone shield has reached LV 60. If the opponent dares to howl, he is sure that he can crush all the wailing banshees to death with a touch of soul before the bone shield is broken. Muhua did not take Cooper's substitute amulet, but his face deliberately showed a kind of stubbornness, which was not confident, and inevitably gave people a feeling of youthful vigor. At this time, in front of the monster leader, the people around him did not say much, but the busy wailing banshee showed displeasure, and glanced at the lich Krepnos with disgust. It seems that these wailing banshees are not subordinate to the several monster leaders present. Haha, don't stare at him. Look, a courageous necromancer, and he is also a pale lord. I think you should like him. Facing the angry glares of several wailing banshees, Krepnos still laughed strangely. By the way, lucky human, do you have the touch of jealousy? Maybe you have touched the original sin, and the banshee's wailing cannot hurt jealousy. Otherwise, let them try. When Krepnos spoke to Muhua again, several wailing banshees looked at Muhua with dead eyes. Muhua raised his eyebrows. He found that the lich was jealous of him. Yes, it should be jealousy. The lich was jealous of the special ability he mastered, but Krepnos' words made Muhua think more. Banshee's wail can't hurt envy? Pale Lord and touch of envy obviously can't defend against Banshee's wail. Full-level bone shield. It doesn't seem right. Could it be mental stability? Soul tide? Muhua's mind turned quickly, considering several of his own abilities related to jealousy. Banshee's wail is a soul attack, and it has an instant death effect. Soul tide involves self-healing and regeneration, but how can you heal yourself if you die directly? If it's about defense against soul attacks, then mental stability seems to be more reliable. Can the full-level mental stability ignore the Banshee's wailing? Muhua still has the 100 refining secret stone on him, but he is afraid that his LV 80 mental stability will cause him to vomit and faint, so he dare not smash it for the time being. He thought silently in his heart, and silently remembered what Krepnos said, and he would make a plan later. Muhua didn't want to provoke these monster leaders now, but Krepnos seemed to be excited and kept chattering. One moment, he advised him to become a demon, and the next moment he said that he was lucky that he had touched a high-level power despite his low strength. It was obviously only targeting Muhua, and when Tennyson and others frowned, it was difficult to interrupt. Muhua frowned impatiently, and finally looked up at Krepnos, looking at it all over. I'm curious, are all liches transformed from monsters so mean? Unsatisfied? Mu Hua responded coldly. If Mu Hua remained silent in the face of Krepnose's obviously provocative remarks, Tennyson and the others would probably look down on him. You are very good. Human, you are courting death. Mu Hua's seemingly casual remarks touched Krepnose's sore spot. Monsters are regarded as bastards by demons, and liches are regarded as alien undead spirits. Although he is a powerful regional commander, he is despised by the Wailing Banshee. I'm afraid it has something to do with his origin. For Krepnose, anything like being mean and unsatisfied is harmless, but Mu Hua emphasized that monsters and liches, which would be fine if placed in other places, but when it comes to Krepnose, it is really no different from a scoundrel. This is worse than calling it a bastard directly. Krepnose immediately exploded, but a cold rebuke came from the direction of the castle, which made Krepnose's body pause again. Okay, bastard, this is not the place for you to make trouble. Just a naive human, so I hate jealousy. A magnetic female voice. When the female voice scolded Krepnose, Mu Hua was surprised to find that the hair on the necks of Tennyson and others stood up, and Odysseus exuded a strong dragon power. Ong! As if stimulated by the dragon power of Odysseus, the dragon squatting on the giant grim roared in protest in the sky. Arachne, an Arachne walking out of the castle. The devil's horns are woven on the top of the head, the upper body seems to gather all the beauty of human women, and the lower body is a hideous and brutal spider body. Without any pretense, Arachne exudes a charming power that makes people crazy. All members of the human delegation guard their minds, to avoid being mentally polluted by Arachne's mental interference. And Mu Hua scratched his head. Well, the mental stability of LV-80 is really amazing. He was fine, and even secretly commented in his heart, the Loka dress that Arachne was wearing was very beautiful, and he seemed to have seen that breast before. Chapter 389. The Kane's courtyard is generally divided into 3 areas. The Goblin Kingdom, the Clever Forest, the Snow Ridge Pasture and the Valley of the Dead together form the first half of the Kane's courtyard. Behind the barrier of the mountains and valleys is the Bloody Hills in the middle of the Kane's courtyard. Only by crossing the Bloody Hills can you reach the Demon's Nest where the Lord of the Courtyard is located, and there is the residence of the Demon King of the Kane's courtyard. The late-appearing Arachon is the Demon General, who commands the Bloody Hills. As a commander, Arakon's strength is superior to the other 4 commanders. Because Mu Hua has seen this Arachon catch the Ice Queen Letitia, and put her in all kinds of appearances. In front of everyone, she called Krepnose a bastard, and the lich still lowered his head and looked obedient. When Arachon appeared, the other commanders showed her respect and obedience. Arachne is stronger than other monster leaders, probably not just a little bit stronger. Humans, I am very disappointed in you. You should show me more courage and determination. The war ended too early. I only saw cunning in you. You didn't even fight the real goblin army. Walking to the opposite side of the delegation, the Wailing Banshees stood respectfully on both sides. Arachne held an hourglass-shaped object in her hand, and said to Tennyson, Guardian of the Earth, death will only bring fear to humans, and it is not conducive to the long-term development of the courtyard. Of course, if you want war, then give you war. Tennyson politely said standard diplomatic rhetoric. However, a higher intensity war will be beyond our control. If you reevaluate your risk factor, you will no longer face us at that time. Taking a step forward, Tennyson faced the Arachne named Jameen, speaking in a calm tone, but with a hint of threat. Spider demons are not winged demons. They are naturally friendly to the earth. Even if they become Arachne, they only have demon horns, but not natural demon wings. In people's legends, Arachne is always linked to fate and power, but in fact, the ideal evolutionary destination of spider demons is Gaia, who controls the power of the earth. Although it is unclear what direction the Arachne in front of him will grow, Arachne usually likes to be related to the earth. This is why Tennyson calls her the Guardian of the Earth, which is a polite and flattering nickname. Put away your threats, your childish methods are not up to standard. Arachne sneered disdainfully, and her expression was like seeing a little beast showing off in front of her. She was not angry, but gave people an illusion of pampering. You should hope that the situation can be controlled more than we do. This is good for you, isn't it? Change to someone else? Who, your king? Haha, then you will be nothing. The control you mentioned is given by us. This gift allows you to gain power and fame, so you should know. Well, gratitude, yes, gratitude as you humans say. At least, you people, everyone present. You should know how to be grateful. Arachne's eyes swept through the delegation members one by one, including the guards, who avoided her sight, and finally showed a happy smile. Haha, what does it matter if ordinary humans and low-end monsters die more? After all, we are in the same group, aren't we? Arachne said to Tennyson with a smile. Hee. Ha ha ha. Hee. As Arachne spoke, some strange expressions appeared among the guards of the delegation, and several other demon leaders on the demon side laughed in agreement. Mu Hua withdrew his eyes from the hourglass in Arachne's hand, and glanced at Arachne's mature and delicate face with some surprise. This upper demon seemed to be very reasonable. Shut up. Don't substitute the demon's thinking for humans. Some people in the delegation were thoughtful, and some were angry. The strange atmosphere was interrupted by Odysseus, and Odysseus's scolding voice was mixed with a little dragon's awe. To be honest, the first quality of those who can be selected into the delegation is to be able to deal with Arachne's charm ability that has reached the level of mental pollution. Whether it is mental stability or other abilities to stay awake, everyone has their own methods to deal with hypnosis, charm, fear, etc. And Gamin's words may also have a great impact on some young people who are not well versed in the world. No matter whether there are casualties in the war, Tennyson and his gang are still vested interests. But this group of envoys are not from the garrison, they are all adventurers, and they can even be said to be old-fashioned adventurers. They have seen what they should and shouldn't see, and they are no longer people whose cognition can be shaken by words alone. But the words other than mental interference contain rational influences. When Arachne's charm is combined with the slightly extreme, but also stripped of the fig leaf, it still makes some people emotionally unstable. Odysseus's rebuke was not about the difference between the thinking modes of humans and demons, but more about using the dragon's might to disrupt the atmosphere created by Arachne, so that everyone would not think about it at inappropriate times and places. As for the truth, not to mention the king who started his career as an adventurer like Tennyson, even if it was Mu Hua, is this a group of reasonable people? What may affect them more is morality, but it probably has nothing to do with reason. Odysseus, do you know that I will give you enough tolerance? Facing Odysseus's rebuke with dragon's might, Djimane smiled and shook her head. You are very famous among humans. Do you want to come to us? Share the contract, join us, and your contracted dragon is more likely to grow to the level of a giant dragon. How about it? You should not like the fate of reincarnation, right? We can give you stronger power and longer life. Djimane said in a bewitching way. These demon leaders have human demon followers under their command, and these demon followers obviously reveal the information of the members of the delegation to the demons. In other words, the demon can be regarded as a window for demons to deeply understand the human world, and among all the members of the delegation, Djimane seems to value Odysseus more. Come to think of it, if Odysseus, a well-known brave mentor, can be made a demon, once the news spreads, it will be strange if the human world does not explode. By then, it is better not to make the Kane's courtyard too lively. The crowd did not get nervous because of Djimane's instigation. It seems that Odysseus should not have encountered this situation for the first time. They shrank behind Odysseus, and Mu Hua muttered softly. Dragon level? Relying on those philosopher's stones in your hand? Mu Hua's unconscious mumbling attracted Djimane's attention. Oh, I remember you. You are the human who touched my body. Do my breasts look good? As if she was looking at Mu Hua carefully for the first time, Djimane did not care about Mu Hua's ability like Krepnos did, but looked thoughtful, and suddenly brought up a scary topic. Instantly quiet, not to mention the delegation, including several demon generals, and the wailing banshees nearby, everyone's eyes turned to Mu Hua. It was a look like looking at a monster, and Tennyson's eyelids were twitching. Earlier, the goblin general and the Balan demon who controlled the dragon named this kid to cause trouble, but now, he actually touched Arachne's breasts. Everyone really questioned what Mu Hua did in this courtyard. Tennyson stared at Mu Hua with an inquiring expression. Don't look, I didn't touch it. It was just that the raven accidentally bumped into it. Mu Hua felt uncomfortable being stared at, secretly hating himself for being too talkative, and started to explain. Accidentally? Now I regret not catching you back. You have great abilities. If you join us, I might be able to help you replace Krepnos, and you can become the new master of the Valley of the Dead. Not caring about the surprise of others, Djimane did not mention the Philosopher's Stone, looked at Mu Hua carefully, and once again said the words that frightened the Lich Krepnos. The atmosphere changed. Unlike everyone else's focus, Mu Hua suddenly realized that since Djimane appeared, the atmosphere between the delegation and the monster leader had changed in just a few words of communication. A strange harmony, but this kind of harmony that even big guys like Tennyson didn't realize made Mu Hua's eyelids jump. They risked their lives to negotiate with the devil, and the topic they talked about was you kill me, I kill you. Do you really think Arachne is the big sister next door? Is this atmosphere really okay now? The embarrassed and weak expression on Muhua's face gradually disappeared. As Muhua's expression gradually became serious, fortunately, Tennyson and others quickly realized something. Everyone looked at Jiamin indifferently, ignoring her attempts to win over Muhua, and their eyes occasionally swept over the hourglass in her hand. The hourglass was not filled with sand, but with the Philosopher's Stone. Although the colors were a bit messy, compared with the Philosopher's Stone in Muhua's hand, they seemed not very pure, like a piece of cake mixed with gravel, but they should be Philosopher's Stone. This was the first time Muhua saw the Philosopher's Stone in other people's hands. Muhua roughly estimated that there should be 40 or 50 units in it. This is a magic weapon that transforms the Philosopher's Stone. I originally expected to collect more than 100 through this war. What a pity, forget it. Let's talk about the order you brought. I hope you won't let me down again. Seeing that everyone's emotions had recovered, Jiamin's expression gradually became cold. Holding the hourglass in her hand, Jiamin's eyes flashed with a cold light of indifference to life, and motioned everyone to sit down. The big sister next door disappeared, and Arachne's arrogance was re-exposed at this moment. However, facing those Philosopher's Stones that she regarded as treasures, Muhua's mood was rather strange. The hourglass should be a magic weapon that transforms extreme emotions into Philosopher's Stone, but since the war began, Muhua has only collected some tattered monster corpses on the battlefield, and he has already obtained 300 or 400 units of Philosopher's Stone. Even so, we still want to mess with her? If it weren't for the fear that she would steal money and kill people, Muhua would have tried to see if he could hit her, but with the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 390. Demons. No matter how negative people think of them, they are always synonymous with mystery. This was the first time Muhua saw the Philosopher's Stone in the hands of a demon, and for the first time he felt that demons were actually quite low. When Muhua mentioned the Philosopher's Stone earlier, Tennyson and the others did not show any surprise, and it was obvious that they knew about the Philosopher's Stone. And Jiamin was holding the hourglass containing the Philosopher's Stone, and it seemed more like she was showing off. Emotional energy is also different from extreme emotional energy. Extreme emotions mainly refer to those original sins, while the term emotion covers a wider range. There are similar differences in quality between the two, just like the difference between ordinary food and nutritional supplements. The Philosopher's Stone is the crystallization of extreme emotional energy, and perhaps some qualitative factors are involved. The hourglass in Jiamin's hand is a magic weapon that collects extreme emotions to make the Philosopher's Stone. In a huge war between humans and demons, tens of thousands of deaths, and the fierce collision of countless emotions, Arachne only produced dozens of units of Philosopher's Stone. In the past, Muhua heard that demons can strengthen themselves by absorbing emotional energy from the outside world, whether it is to purify blood, enhance potential, or promote evolution. In fact, Muhua thinks it is quite high-end. After all, he can't touch, see, or sense emotional energy, which is indeed very high-end. But at this time, Jiamin took out the hourglass-like magic weapon. Well, after so much effort, he only produced such a small amount of Philosopher's Stone whose purity seems to be a little problematic. Not to mention demons, but also emotional energy, Muhua felt that it seemed quite low. After reevaluating the qualifications of the big boss, Muhua had a new understanding of his wealth. It's hard to say in human society, but if he is placed among demons, he can be regarded as inhumane, right? Walking in the night with brocade clothes. Walking in the night with brocade clothes. If he was not worried about not being able to defeat these demons, Muhua really wanted to catch Arachne and become a boss. Throwing the Philosopher's Stone in his face, he said, "Change yourself, come up, and move yourself." TSK, the idea is beautiful, but unfortunately, Muhua doesn't dare. He guessed that these demons should prefer to rob the rich and help the poor. Jiamin is the ruler of the Bloody Hills. Compared with him, the other 4 commanders are more like gatekeepers. Because if the area where the other 4 demon commanders are stationed is not broken through, it will be difficult for humans to gain a foothold in the Bloody Hills in the middle of the courtyard. With the appearance of Jiamin, when everyone's mood stabilized, the so-called Star Patrol meeting between humans and demons was officially launched. The content of the meeting was not complicated, but in Muhua's opinion, the human side was just like a group of illegal immigrants, constantly bargaining with the commanders of the monsters about their own safety. First of all, before humans arrive at the demon nest area, the unseen courtyard master is not allowed to show up outside the demon nest area, otherwise, the table will be overturned. Regarding this point, several monster commanders have no opinion. This rule is a hard indicator in each courtyard. If the demon king wanders around in the courtyard all day, Even if the resources here are rich, it is definitely not a place suitable for human survival. What adventurers, the strategy team should not come here to hang out. Just mobilize the top human forces to kill the demons. If you feel that the battle is too strenuous, you can just destroy the world and blow up the courtyard directly, so you don't have to worry about the monsters getting out of the courtyard. After the Demon King, it is naturally the turn of several monster leaders, including other monsters at the level of demon generals. In each area, demon generals must also limit their range of activities, and cannot run around. Regarding this point, the demons such as Jaimine had a long argument with Tennyson and other human representatives. Finally, the conclusion was drawn. The leaders must define a range of activities of 150 kilometers in their respective areas. If no human who can independently kill monsters above level 9 is found in the area where the leader belongs, the leader and the monsters with attributes exceeding level 9 must also stay in that range. Here, the attributes that symbolize hard indicators are emphasized, but there is no specific combat power, but the monster leaders and humans are holding back their thoughts. The demons have many strange abilities to increase combat power, and humans will also use various external objects to strengthen their own combat power. Both parties tacitly agreed not to discuss this in depth, and Mu Hua felt that this agreement seemed very friendly to him. Perhaps because of the counsel from the demons, the demon leaders seemed to have already understood the intentions of humans. When the conclusion was reached, the demon leaders directly circled their respective activity areas on the panoramic view of the courtyard that Tennyson called up. Then there was the division of the activity areas of demons of different levels. Naturally, humans could not let the 9th level demons squat in the activity areas of low-level goblins all day to trap adventurers. The division here was a bit vague. The demon leaders only agreed to circle according to the 3 levels of low, medium and high, and it was only valid in the area before the Bloody Hills. That is to say, the 4 areas of Snow Ridge Pasture, Goblin Kingdom, Mechanical Forest, and Undead Valley will have specific activity areas of demons of different levels. But behind the Bloody Hills, there are many monsters. From the moment you step into the Bloody Hills, you need to be prepared to face level 9 monsters, or even demon generals at any time. Tennyson argued with reason, and tried to assimilate the Bloody Hills with the front area. Unfortunately, this time, Jaimine didn't buy it. In Jaimine's words, she was not interested in playing house with low-level creatures like humans. If the demon tide started, she would also turn the table over. This time, it was the human delegation that accepted it with a pinch of the nose. This kind of Star Patrol meeting can be regarded as an eye-opener for Mu Hua. Humans want to poke the kidneys of demons, and demons are quite patient to discuss with humans how to poke more appropriately. They set various restrictions on demons, but demons' requirements for humans are simpler. Within 2 years, if the number of humans in the courtyard does not reach 500,000, there will be irregular demon tides, and the table will be turned over. Within 5 years, if the number of humans in the courtyard does not reach 2 million, there will be irregular demon tides, and the table will be turned over. In 10 years, if the number of humans in the courtyard does not reach 20 million, we will directly turn the tables. If you don't turn the tables, we will. In short, the devil has one word. If there are not enough people, we won't play with you. But before I go back to hell, you must pay the overdue fees. Don't think about living in peace. Tennyson slammed the table and stood up. Mu Hua and others also rolled up their sleeves, and the 6 coalition representatives spitted with the Goblin King and the Lich Krepnos. Population? Don't kill people if you dare. Don't kill people? If you don't kill people, are we called monsters? You kill people, how can there be so many people? Idiots, low-level creatures can't even reproduce at the most basic level. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of us? Fuck, who are you calling inferior creatures? Bastards, I'm talking about you, ha! A lich transformed from a monster, a fat goblin pig, you are wrong, this bastard has no fertility. Human! Are you looking for death? Want to fight? Come on, whoever is afraid is a grandson. Shut up. Stop arguing. 10 years, 20 million, no negotiation. Jam said irritably, it seems that the Goblin King and the Lich Krepnos have a lower status among the several monster leaders, because only the 2 of them are responsible for quarreling with Tennyson and others. 10 years, 2 million. 30 years, 20 million. Humans are not goblins, and it takes time for humans to grow. Tennyson took over Jam's words. 10 years, 20 million. Infants and young children are all included in your count. Jam licked the corner of her mouth, and the slender spider claws scratched the ground. Humans will not put babies in danger. Tennyson glared at Jam. 30 years, 20 million adult humans? Jaimine pondered and calculated. No, humans need to reproduce in the courtyard. Of course we have to count babies and young children," Tennyson said confidently, and Mu Hua, who had been cooperating with him, was stunned for a moment. "Human, do you want to die?" Jiamin was also stunned by what Tennyson said, and an angry look appeared on her face. "No, killing me will not benefit you either," Tennyson said frankly. Mu Hua covered his face, and learned it. As expected, he is worthy of being the king. There is no one else who can lead the delegation except him. Chapter 391. The meeting between the demon general and the coalition representatives focused on the issue of the number of people in the courtyard. The demons want population, but they will not give up killing. Humans want to kill demons, but they also need to gain enough time to consume them in order to completely destroy the demon forces. Although Mu Hua and his group kept saying that they brought order, this negotiation that always carried out killing and death seemed bizarre under the traditional human cognition of order. However, whether it is humans or demons, in the end, what they want is resources. The two sides have different demands, but the essence of seeking resources by killing is the same. This is the first formal meeting and negotiation between the demons in the Kane's courtyard and humans, and it may also be the last formal meeting between them and humans. At this time, although both sides curse their fathers and mothers, they always restrain the urge to fight, but the next time they meet, there may be a fight to the death behind the laughter and charm. Both parties have bargaining chips. In essence, the bargaining chips of human representatives are human lives, and the bargaining chips of demons are the lives of demons and the courtyard itself. It is bizarre and cruel, but this is the negotiation between humans and demons around the courtyard. The demons did not make any progress in the demand for the number of people in the courtyard, and finally reached an agreement that humans could calm the demon tide by paying tribute. But this agreement is more like a way out for the representatives of the coalition forces, because there is no unified standard for the tribute due to time and circumstances, and the demons can ask for anything they want. And the demons themselves may not want tribute. If the number of human population in the courtyard does not meet the standard within the specified time, paying tribute is more to humiliate humans. Demons understand humans. Humiliation can make humans burst out with all kinds of emotions, and make humans do many unconventional behaviors. There are too many courtyards in the Atlanta Federation, and humans don't care about destroying a few courtyards. But it is precisely because there are too many courtyards that humans don't have so much spare energy to destroy courtyards at will if it is not necessary. The Star Patrol Conference restrains both humans and monsters. No matter how they fight to the death in the future, the conference agreement has a certain credibility between both parties. The demon contract signed by both parties may not be necessarily credible, but if the demons breach the contract, humans will destroy the courtyard by any means, and if the demons do not breach the contract, even if there is a demon tide, humans cannot destroy the courtyard itself. Because such behavior may also lead to counterattacks from multiple courtyards. After all, compared with humans, those courtyard masters from hell are also a community of interests to some extent. After the negotiation, the 30-mile radius outside the city of Canaan's fortress was set up as a safe zone for humans. This safe zone is also relative. The monster commanders will restrain the monsters under their command, but they don't care about some wild monsters. However, as long as they are not large-scale organized monsters, wild monsters are not crazy or stupid. The fortress city has 18,000 permanent garrisons, which are enough to ensure the daily safety within the 30-mile range. As the fortress city safety zone was demarcated, Jiamin gave each of the 6 negotiating representatives a courtyard key. For these negotiating representatives, who have a certain amount of human resources behind them, the monster leader still gave a relatively positive affirmation. Except for Vok, the leader of the mechanical forest, other leaders warmly invited several representatives and welcomed them to come to their door. The wailing of humans will be the most wonderful accompaniment when they entertain guests. However, there may be some different people among the 6, such as Mu Hua, and Mu Hua. He really doesn't have much human resources. If he goes to the door, he can only bring a group of undeads, and the main force may be summoned beasts that the monsters are also tired of. Beware of the monsters' attacks. Tennyson and his group returned to the fortress city. The Star Patrol meeting ended. The other monster leaders were okay, but the Goblin King's eyes on the delegation were not very kind. The Goblin King should be considered the weakest among the demon generals, but he also has a kind of arrogance that doesn't know whether to live or die. On the way Mu Hua and others left, it seemed that there was a goblin group following them. However, a group of spider demons that came out of nowhere slaughtered those goblins for the purpose of eating. The goblins near the demon city fled in large numbers, and they didn't look for bad luck with the delegation. Spider demons, rampant spider demons, Jaimin seemed to be returning to the bloody hills, and a large number of spider demons followed her in the wild. These spiders are big and small, with a diameter of less than 2 meters, and a large one that looks like a chariot or airship, and there are even individuals that are as big as dragons. Among the spider-shaped spiders, there are some with human faces. They are Acra, which evolved from spiders. In the spider series, Acra is not specially classified, but they are all called spiders. Acra is a name given to them by humans to distinguish them from lower-level spiders. Because Acra can already pollute the minds of other creatures, they like to abduct other creatures. In the Dark Period, people once classified this kind of demon into the unspeakable sequence, so the name Acra came into being. As people analyze magic, they have a clearer understanding of the concepts of mental interference and mental pollution, and have discovered some means to prevent mental pollution. Nowadays, the name indescribable is rarely used. But one thing is undeniable: this kind of creature can easily cause large-scale harm if it is not checked, and it is a kind of creature that will be marked as high risk regardless of its hard strength. The spider demons that left with Jaimin were very rampant. Their rampant attitude was not towards humans, but towards the monsters that should be considered their accomplices. They attacked the monsters they encountered along the way, eating those monsters as dry food while walking, and their attacks would attract some monsters to counterattack. Jaimin did not pay attention to what these spider demons did, nor would she stop the counterattacks of other monsters. On the road back to the Bloody Hills, Arachne was in chaos, but the chaos had nothing to do with humans. Demons are not hostile to any race. Similarly, when they're in a good mood, they will do anything to anyone. When it was confirmed that Tennyson and others had returned safely, the fortress city had already entered a victory celebration. Yeah, victory. No matter whether the monsters were willing to give in, for the Canaan's courtyard, the war was over, the fortress main city, the monster activity area, etc. were determined, and humans had already won a staged victory. At this time, Tennyson, Mu Hua and others also quietly left the stage, and the protagonists of the fortress city were taken over by Nick, the representative of the Adventurers Union, and the commander of the garrison regiment. This is a tacit understanding between the power classes. Tennyson and others benefited, and the imperial government and the Adventurers Union were named in front of the public. After the war, Nick and others were the protagonists. However, among Mu Hua's group, Odysseus has gained both fame and fortune. Because he will edit the video footage shot by the strategy team during the war, and send it to the Magic Network after being reviewed by the Adventurers Union, the imperial government, and the Strategy Association. That will be the first strategy video in the Kane's courtyard, and also the first show of the Odysseus strategy team in the Kane's courtyard. Of course, in this passage, editing, review and show are probably the key words. How to say it? Humans. Just look at Nick and his passionate speeches standing on the most conspicuous wall of the fortress city at this time. I think everyone will also have an understanding attitude towards some things. The Adventurers Union and the Imperial Garrison will temporarily manage the Kane's fortress city, and the Imperial government will send executive personnel to the fortress city in the near future. All official appointments in the Kane's courtyard are only responsible for the affairs within the courtyard, and the official powers are only valid within the courtyard. As Nick announced the Empire's various plans for the fortress city, this emerging adventurer's courtyard seemed to be a machine injected with power, and entered the official startup operation link. Of course, the Empire, the Adventurers Guild, and the garrison only managed the fortress city. In this courtyard, no matter how the fortress city is developed in the future, they have nothing to do with it. Well, or rather, they have nothing to do with it on the surface. Chapter 392. The monsters retreated, and the management regulations of the Canaan's fortress city were officially promulgated. Outside the fortress city, a number of modified corpse transporters were busy going back and forth, and the garrison sent a large number of people familiar with disassembly technology to dismantle and transport the remaining monster corpses on the battlefield. In simple terms, a group of guys who are good at slaughtering and cutting meat collect valuable parts from monsters on the battlefield. There is no need to say much about magic stones and magic cores. Flesh and blood can be used to make nutrients. Most monsters' teeth and claws can be used to make exorcism bullets, among which demons are the most effective. Because there are a large number of monsters participating in the war, some experienced logistics personnel will also distinguish some body organs on the monsters that can be used to make magic potions and magic props. Relatively complete corpses will also be stored for a short time according to their strength and physical fitness before death. Whether they are used to make corpse demons or alchemy to refine blood essence, they are a kind of goods that necromancers and witches may buy at a high price. Clean the battlefield, collect spoils, money, equipment, materials, union contributions, city contributions, Fortress City native place, development privileges, etc., and then all participants will receive different degrees of post-war rewards. All this will be led by the garrison and the Adventurers Union. Although Mu Hua is no longer a small fish in the coalition, he is not qualified to interfere in the various affairs after the war, including cleaning the battlefield. Mu Hua naturally cannot touch the bodies of monsters, and most monsters, but he has earned some work. For example, the bodies of the high demons on the battlefield are not valuable, and are more troublesome to deal with. The destruction of these bodies requires him to work hard. Outside Fangma City, the battle line was more than 20 kilometers in width. The place where Mu Hua and the strategy team had fought earlier was only a corner of the battlefield. At this time, there were still a large number of high demon corpses on the battlefield. Although most of them were broken, the blood gathered in the acid pool, and there were still a lot of relatively intact corpses. Mu Hua worked tirelessly to carry out his voluntary labor, and he was also very conscientious. In addition to the high demon, he did not touch some of the monsters, equipment, hanging stones, and even demon gold coins mixed in. Some adventurers, especially those necromancers and witches, bargained with the quartermasters of the garrison regiment in various places on the battlefield, taking the opportunity to buy what they needed at a lower price. Mu Hua was like a diligent scavenger, cleaning up the high demons covered with corrosive body fluids all the way. The frequency of the appearance of acidic body fluid skill stones and throat transformation skill stones when smelting high demons is relatively regular. Some low and medium level water magic skill stones can be seen from time to time, and sometimes you can even see tiers of water elements. Looking at those adventurers who were arguing with the quartermaster of the garrison regiment, Mu Hua sighed that life was not easy, and buried his head in the dirty battlefield to sprinkle pieces of soul fire. Mu Hua had not thought about where to use a large amount of acidic body fluid skill stones. Anyway, he would definitely not use them. But the throat transformation skill stone was more interesting. This skill should belong to the genetic secret technique. Although it cannot make humans grow a tongue as aggressive as a bone snake like the high demon, it can increase the length and flexibility of the human tongue. The senses are somewhat bad. Mastering the throat transformation, as the level of practice increases, people with this secret technique will get a tongue coiled in their heads like a woodpecker. Well, although a flexible tongue can do a lot of indescribable fun things in some interactive links between people. But Mu Hua said that he first gave the secret technique to Ikaros, Kuna, and Tuesday, and he definitely had a more serious purpose. As long as you don't stick the tongue out for fun, it will not affect people's appearance and physical signs, and it is basically unnoticeable. This tongue wrapped around the brain and the skull can greatly improve the head's ability to resist impact, just like the head of a woodpecker, which can absorb shock and resist impact, and provide great protection for the head in terms of impact resistance, and the effect is great. At the same time, the flexibility of the tongue can also greatly improve the ability to express language, and the most obvious performance is the complex spell chanting in high-level magic. Protecting the brain and improving the efficiency of magic chanting, after leaving the special body structure of the high demon, this is the true value of the throat and tongue transformation secret technique. It must be emphasized here that this ability is very serious. Really, Mu Hua himself has spent a lot of skill stones on the transformation of the mouthpiece, and the training level is very high. The brain is shock-absorbing and injury-proof, and the level of extreme chanting is extremely practical. It is definitely not for, well, forget it, let's get back to the point, and stop talking nonsense. The flesh and blood of the high demon cannot be eaten, cannot be refined, and it is not easy to obtain by normal means. Mu Hua did obtain a large number of high demon tendons. Fortunately, high-level dead bones are not particular. As long as it is flesh and blood, anything is fine, which allows Mu Hua to reserve a large number of flesh and blood for making high-level dead bones. Compared with these high demon tendons, the high demon blood crystals seem to be completely useless. Soul dust is steadily coming in, and then there are things that make Mu Hua more excited. After cleaning up a small part of the battlefield, Mu Hua has already obtained more than 200 physical crystals, and this is when most of the corpses are really broken. The high demons seem to have no intention of producing intelligence and spiritual crystals, but if the entire battlefield is cleaned up, Mu Hua's physical strength seems to be over 1,000. It may be because most high demons rely on physical talents and do not practice magic combat skills. The shipment of Balian Secret Stone is relatively small, but Mu Hua has also harvested hundreds of them one after another. After that, more than 1,000 units of Philosopher's Stone are the highlight. No matter whether it is to evolve his own subordinates, or to find demon merchants to exchange for other resources, the role of Philosopher's Stone in Mu Hua's hands is no longer single. Thinking of Arachne showing off with dozens of philosopher's stones, Muhua's sense of superiority instantly reached the maximum. Riding the Purgatory Warhorse, Muhua kept running around in this dirty battlefield after the war. Well, the time for smelting corpses is very tight. The corpses are exposed in the wilderness, and there is not even a space prop to store them. The longer they die, the worse the smelting effect of the corpses, especially the broken corpses. Compared with skill stones, Muhua wants attribute crystals, Balian's secret stone and philosopher's stone more. If he really can't melt anything else, he will never dig out the magic core of the high demon to smelt it alone. Boss, several agents from Benson Economics and Trade contacted me and asked how we plan to use the land in the commercial area. Muhua rode the Purgatory Warhorse, and Tina rode Monday and followed Muhua. There is a specially planned commercial area in the fortress city. Because of participating in the negotiations with the monster leader, Muhua obtained a planned shopping mall land there. As the contractor's personal assistant, the demon was handled by Tina. Muhua was preoccupied with breaking through the 1,000 attribute and had no time to care about this matter for the time being. If anyone wanted to cooperate with Muhua on the business district, they could only contact Tina to discuss. Benson? What did Betha say? Muhua asked while smelting the demon corpses gathered by the horror riders. Tabitha asked her family, and they seemed to say that they should try not to get involved with the Benson family. Tina replied. Why? Muhua frowned. This piece of commercial land in the fortress city was barely worth his life. Even if he left the land uncultivated, the fortress city had no right to take it back. It could be regarded as Muhua's real private property, and he didn't want to get involved with the Benson family. But was Samantha too accommodating to his wishes? Muhua was a little confused. It is said that because of the illegitimate children, the factional struggles within the Benson family are quite fierce, and they don't want us to be involved. Tina explained, and Muhua frowned even deeper. Another illegitimate child. Although he has not come into contact with the other two, based on his contact with Ivy, Muhua is very skeptical. Do those illegitimate children really have such a big influence? Cousin Muhua, I have something to tell you. In addition to Tina, Lin Feng, who was supposed to be doing odd jobs in the Odysseus team, rode a motorcycle and came to Muhua for fun. The cousin title made Muhua's eyelids jump. Call me Muhua. I don't care if you want to pursue Betha or not. If you call me cousin again, I will beat you. No matter whether it is a reborn or a prophet, Muhua now has no awe of Lin Feng. Muhua has tried very hard to find some bright spots in Lin Feng, but this guy is like a dogskin plaster clinging to Taibesha, and he doesn't have the protagonist fate that Muhua imagined. It's also a good thing that Muhua didn't feel any bad emotions from him. He is grateful, close, and attached to Taibesha. As for the occasional pornographic things, Muhua can understand them. He has no bad intentions towards Taibesha, and he doesn't act pretentiously in front of Muhua. Muhua doesn't object to Lin Feng, but he can't accept the cousin he calls him. Not to mention that he has been hitting a wall everywhere with Taibesha for the time being. Even if he really has something with Taibesha, Muhua is not interested in having another cousin of this type. Chapter 393. Brother Hua, I want to tell you about Taibesha. Driving a hoverbike and following Muhua, Lin Feng put away his smirk and looked serious. You are not younger than me. Oh, forget it. What's wrong? Glancing at Lin Feng, Muhua, who was in a good mood, wanted to make a joke, but seeing Lin Feng's serious face, he sighed and said, This guy predicted all kinds of distortions in front of Taibesha. After exhausting his mystery, he almost turned into a licking dog. Muhua planned to keep some morals and treat it as a good deed, and occasionally act as a caring big brother. Do you remember that I told you that Taibesha would be in danger? Lin Feng hesitated and said, Well, but in your prediction, Taibesha didn't have me, Tina, Vivian, Clark, Eve, and she didn't join Odysseus' strategy team. What are you going to say? Don't talk about prophecies. Muhua shook his head. His singularity seems to be a bit big, because his existence directly messed up Lin Feng's memory before rebirth. Not to mention the friends around him. In Lin Feng's memory, Taibesha also does not have death breath and no elemental affinity. This guy is basically useless. Well, at least in terms of predicting Taibesha's fate, this guy is useless. In fact, the key reason why Taibesha is in danger is still in the family. Although I can't be sure of her future situation, the crisis has not been resolved. Lin Feng said seriously, as if he had made up his mind. Well, you can go and talk to Betha about this. Muhua frowned, then shook his head again. He has never cared much about the situation of the Benson family, and has no idea about the Benson family. Tabitha has too little contact with family affairs, and Mrs. Samantha is too confident. She is too permissive with her illegitimate children. Before I was reborn, because of the connection with the illegitimate children, the Caesar family and the Naden group jointly seized the Benson family's property. Mrs. Samantha lost power, and Tabitha's danger may also be planned by Vic Lin Feng's eyes flashed with hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said. Mu Hua was silent, not because of any complicated emotions. He didn't know what to say. He basically listened to Lin Feng's words as a story. Tabitha's own affairs have been distorted, and now family affairs involve illegitimate children. Samantha is permissive with illegitimate children? Don't make a fuss. Samantha has already planned it, and he is thinking about where to bury the illegitimate children. What is the way of the Naden group? Mu Hua asked. Anyway, he didn't spend any time melting the hide bone demon, and he was idle anyway. Didn't he see that Tina beside him had an expression of listening to a storyteller? Tina is a demon. Although her main job is to help Mu Hua manage the industry and handle miscellaneous matters, she is much more ruthless than Barbara from the production department. Even if Mu Hua is not there, if there are factors that threaten Taibesha, she will help Barbara if she asks her for help. Judging from the ivy she has seen, it seems that it is not difficult to stab the illegitimate children who collude with outsiders. The Naden group has a certain military background in the Magic Empire, and the heirs of the Naden family are all arms dealers who smuggle arms. Mu Xian should have had an intersection with a descendant of the Naden family. In the future, she will use the Naden family to divide and win over a large part of the brokers of Benson Economics and Trade. Lin Feng explained. Ivy contacted Caesar, Mu Xian contacted Naden, but Vic went to harm Taibesha. What is Vic's way? Mu Hua was curious. They are the Tiandi Bank and arms dealers. These illegitimate children are quite wild. Vic should have had an intersection with a certain brigade now. I am sending someone to investigate. I don't know the specific situation. I only know that Ivy and Mu Xian will die in the future, and Vic will eventually control Benson. Lin Feng frowned and said. You send someone? Mu Hua twitched his mouth. It seems that this Vic is much luckier than the Vic mentor in the academy. Dandelion Adventure Group? Oh no, it should be the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group in a few days. The guy in charge of bullets in the logistics team of the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group claimed to have sent someone to investigate a certain brigade. TSK, Mu Hua's mood is a little subtle. It seems that the team of Taibesha is very complicated. Well, the people of the Samsara Temple, you know. Because of me, the Samsara Temple has also joined the plan to ambush the Troll Witch. If the plan is completed, the status of the Samsara Temple in the religious community will be improved, and I will sign a formal contract with them and become their son of God. Originally, I planned to use the power of the Samsara Temple to kill the 3 Wick brothers and sisters. But your appearance made me change some of my ideas. Before rebirth, I was an ordinary adventurer. Even if I became a son of God, I would be more of a mascot like a decoration. In fact, my biggest wish in this life is to protect Taibesha. I don't want to go to the Samsara Temple to be a son of God. Lin Feng stared at Mu Hua with his eyes, and the expectant look made Mu Hua want to roll his eyes. Contract? The amount of information is a bit too much. Let me take it slowly. However, your love brain is more like a protagonist style. Mu Hua sighed. The Hall of Samsara intends to ambush witches, who may cause trouble, and use the means of quelling the witches' chaos to enhance their religious status in the human world. Lin Feng, who predicted this kind of thing, will also be assigned a position as a saint's son by the Hall of Samsara. The most important thing is that in order to reverse the fate of Taibesha, Lin Feng actually wanted to steal his business. This guy came here early to kill a few illegitimate children. This older reborn little brother is good. So? You want to kill a few illegitimate children before the internal strife of Benson? To prevent the Caesar family and the Naden family from having an excuse to interfere in the affairs of the Benson family. Mu Hua asked Lin Feng. Yes, Brother Hua, you can see it clearly. Lin Feng nodded, with an unprofessional admiration expression on his face. With this expression, it would be difficult for him to fool anyone even if he was the son of God. No problem, you can do it with confidence, I support you. Mu Hua encouraged and supported Lin Feng's idea. Hey, Brother Hua, you also know that if I don't use the power of the Samsara Palace, my ability is limited for the time being, and I may not be able to kill them. Facing Mu Hua's expression of encouragement in his heart, Lin Feng coughed dryly. Then go and borrow it. Mu Hua said, as a matter of course. I don't want to be a saint anymore. Lin Feng was entangled and agreed. You said you don't want to be one? Mu Hua curled his lips. Of course, I haven't signed a contract with them yet. Lin Feng said naturally. Mu Hua was stunned. In this day and age, saints are also contractual. Are they protected by the labor law? Then what do you want? You come. Kill them. I stab them, and you take the blame? Hey, Brother Hua, I can't take anything with my small body. Then what have you been telling me for so long? I do the work and I take the blame. What do you need me to do? Haha, brother, I've explained to you the harm of those illegitimate children. You should pay more attention to them. Lin Feng, your shameless look touched me a little. Hee, Brother Hua, you don't want to see anything happen to Taibesha, do you? Besides, it won't be good for you if the Benson family lets them take her away, right? Just tell me what you can do. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. It seems that being in love is not the same as being a fool. Being in love is only a fool in front of girls, and he may be even more shameless when it comes to cheating other people, especially those who are reborn. I'm not bad at sharpening knives. Can I help you sharpen them? Lin Feng had a correct attitude and consciously put himself in the position of a younger brother. As the logistics director of the Dandelion Adventure Group, I must remind you that if a member of the Dandelion Adventure Group dares to mess with the leader, he may be beaten to death by the logistics director. Mu Hua gritted his teeth. He began to hate Lin Feng's teammates. Don't, brother. I really can't do it. Even if I borrow the power of the Samsara Palace, I'm worried that there will be too many people, and there is no guarantee that they won't use this to threaten me. I don't trust them. Lin Feng said with a bitter face. You were trustworthy before? You didn't exist before. Get out of here. You didn't tell me anything, I don't know anything. Get out of here. Mu Hua cursed and drove him away. Okay. Brother, you're busy, I go first. Lin Feng responded straightforwardly, without a word of nonsense, turned the car around, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Mu Hua couldn't help but grit his teeth and hate secretly. Although he was going to stab the illegitimate child, and although he didn't take the illegitimate child seriously now, he was actually fooled by this guy. I must take him to have fun with the succubus a few more times, take more photos, and give them to Taibesha to appreciate. Although Mu Hua didn't know what happened between Lin Feng and Taibesha in his previous life, this reborn person was doomed to be in trouble. Chapter 394. Even if humans stop the war, they will never stop celebrating. This does not mean that humans are a cheerful race, but because celebrations are a profitable business. After a series of fighting and wrangling, the Star Tour conference ended successfully. In memory of the dead, the celebration of the fortress city cannot be left behind. After the indulgence and release of singing and dancing, the business of restaurants, hotels, and small hotels will also be fully launched, and the economic index will rise sharply. After the war, the soldiers need rest and peace? Bullshit. Except for those who were dragged to the hospital to lie dead. After the adrenaline, hormones, and endorphins exploded, what the soldiers need is not rest, but to go out. Drinking, eating meat, singing, dancing, gambling, having sex. Hot girls, handsome men, handsome old men, everyone washed off the gunpowder and blood on their bodies, and in the atmosphere of the celebration, no matter whether it was elegant or rough, as long as they were healthy, they basically went to bed to breathe heavily. It must be said that sometimes, having sex is a good medicine to regulate physical and mental health and relieve mental stress. Well, maybe it can make some contributions to the new population of the courtyard. The grassroots were happy, and the management also held a cocktail party. Because it was led by the garrison group representing the imperial government, most representatives of the adventure team were busy with their own affairs and did not go. And Mu Hua also wandered around the cocktail party to show his support for Nick. Perhaps because of his overly close relationship with Odysseus and Nick, by some strange coincidence, Mu Hua, who actually didn't know many people, seemed to have some connection with all the bigwigs of the coalition in the eyes of everyone at the cocktail party. Many people tried to test Mu Hua with respect. Mu Hua said, I won't talk much. I smile implicitly, look deeply, and pose. You can think whatever you want. After a banquet, Mu Hua felt that he had really become a character, regardless of his strength and fighting power. In a remote part of the garden, a man and a woman embraced each other intimately, and their whispers penetrated into the sound of the fountain not far away. The brightness of the moonlight grass added a little excitement to the two of them, which might be spied on. Avoiding the annoying greetings at the party, Mu Hua pulled Tina into the garden. During Tina's slightly resistant push, Mu Hua embraced the pretty demon whose snake pupils were gradually fading, and touched her all over. Soft lips, the small tongue behind the pearly teeth entangled, and the clever tongue transformed by the throat and tongue was very interesting. Tina was wearing a professional woman's dress, her legs were very slender, and she was wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes with fine stockings on her feet. At this time, because she was sitting on Muhua's legs, one of her high-heeled shoes fell off, and the other was half hanging on her foot. The stockings wrapped her attractive feet, and the occasional push and bend of her legs added a bit of charm that seemed to be powerless. "Stop, don't, boss, if you mess around again, I won't be polite." With a slightly heavy breath, she got rid of the harassment of Muhua's lips. At first, she cooperated and hugged Muhua's neck, but seeing that Muhua's palm extended up her calf, Tina pushed Muhua's chest with both hands to stop Muhua from taking further actions. "Oh, you're welcome. Use what? Strengthen the throat and tongue? I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste, but don't forget, my skill is more advanced." Holding Tina's waist, Muhua leaned his head to the side of Tina's neck and teased softly. Regardless of the practical value of the tongue modification obtained from the high demon in other aspects, it has become a strange flirting thing between the man and woman at this time. "Bah, you have a heavy taste, stop it, you are breaking the rules." Tina shuddered at the touch of lips and tongue on her neck. The lights in the distance and the faint noise of the banquet still made Tina shake her silver hair and resist Muhua's flirting. Although the demon's followers also signed a slavery contract, they have a maternal family. If you want to get whatever you want from the demon's followers, you still need to spend some time. Muhua doesn't have any bad habits, but he has a lot of mysteries. Tina doesn't object to being intimate with Muhua, but the demon is always abiding by himself, and Tina is really not the same as some coquettish young woman. Although the demons are crazy, they don't really seek excitement. In this outdoor environment where people may spy on them at any time, Tina really can't cooperate with Muhua's nonsense. "Let's talk business. Should the store on the commercial street really be called Mistaken Life?" Tina asked Muhua, pulling up Muhua's hand that was playing tricks between her buttocks and legs and pressing Muhua's arm in her arms. Seeing that Tina's resistance was obvious, Muhua relaxed and stopped being tough. "Mistaken Life is good, simple, and easy to understand. You can tell what it does by just listening to the name," Muhua said indifferently. "No need to renovate the shopping mall or attract investment," Tina confirmed. "Not for the time being, we still have a lot of things to do, and it saves you from taking care of those trivial matters. I can make potions in batches. When I learn Thunder Beasts, I can also make some Thunder Beast magic stones. I will make 2 tubes of youth potion and put them in the store. I am not afraid of not being famous. Well, I can sell some direct attack swords in the future," Muhua calculatedly replied. "Magic potions and magic stones can be quickly refined through the burning source furnace, and the formula of the Thunder Beast magic stone also comes from the pages of alchemy records given to him by Tao Lucy. Although the magic stone is more convenient and practical than the magic scroll, it is also more troublesome to refine than the magic scroll. The alchemist needs to have the ability to cast a certain magic before refining the magic stone of that magic. It has strict requirements on the production materials. The magic core of the corresponding level is a necessary material. Muhua may also make the Thunder Beast magic stone. As for the End Fire magic stone, hey, don't make a fuss, the carrier of that thing needs magic yuan. As for the swords and weapons, they come from the creation of 10,000 elements. Collecting enough garbage equipment, Muhua can also condense a high-quality war sword in a short time. But just like the name of the creation of 10,000 elements, in terms of forging, it can only decompose and innovate lifeless substances, but it does not have the ability to grant magic. Therefore, Muhua could only make some direct attack weapons with the characteristics of the materials themselves. This kind of weapon is suitable for high-intensity confrontation, but the requirements for the ability of the blade holder are absolute. Just like the dragon tooth blade that Muhua made for Tina, it is sharp, tough, blood-sucking to restore physical strength, and also contains the characteristics of breaking magic. Even if you chop a high-level monster, you can draw blood with every strike. But the premise of drawing blood with every strike is not only that you have to be able to chop, but also that you have to be able to withstand the confrontation. If that thing falls into the hands of the strategy team, it is most likely that they will hardly walk off the battlefield alive. The weapons they use are often enchanted in various ways, and ordinary swings can produce magic swords with various magic effects. Most of those weapons that raise their swords and send out blessings, strengthen flying slashes at any time, and occasionally swing out fire and thunder swords of 20 to 30 meters are magic swords. In terms of appearance and applicability, magic swords are far ahead of direct attack weapons. So-called direct attack weapons, are they good? Good. Are they expensive? Expensive. Are there many people who buy them? Not many. The reason why there is no market is not because they are expensive, but because there are not many people who can use them. And those who really use direct attack weapons as their main weapons are often more picky, and will never buy those mediocre products that are neither high nor low. Mu Hua has been refining weapons with most of the equipment minerals he got from monsters, and those weapons are temporarily distributed to his skeletons and undead. If they are sold later, they are probably targeted at customers who use them as auxiliary weapons. The mainstream weapons on the market are still magic swords. The store is still under the name of Ikaros? Tina did not refute Mu Hua's statement that he did not intend to let her handle chores, and confirmed again. Everyone knows that demons have a growth far beyond that of ordinary humans, and demons do not need to prove their fighting talents to the outside world. In the demon kingdom, Alan positions his demons more as servants, which can also largely avoid the problem of competing with the master for growth resources. Standing by the master's side, and helping the master handle trivial matters is their entry into the world. However, Mu Hua has been beating Tina for inheritance too much during this period. Now whatever Mu Hua says is what she means. Even if she wants to save resources, it is estimated that the savings will be passed on to Mu Hua's other followers. As for the purpose and policy of the Alan demons, Tina said, let it go to hell. Well, put it under Ikaros' name. After all, I still have to take action against the illegitimate children. What if? A Basanamo demon signed a contract? I go to the Abyss Island, you go find Tibesha and the others. When Mu Hua explained, his expression suddenly changed. Although Mu Hua even confronted the dragon, he has never done anything like murder so far. Killing a few illegitimate children is definitely against the law. I'm not sure what the consequences will be. For his own private property, Mu Hua is still planning to transfer it to Ikaros, who is more trusted and not his family. As for the Basanamo family member, who appeared inexplicably, it was one of the Basanamo demons that Mu Hua caught on the Abyss Island earlier. Because he couldn't sign a slavery contract, Mu Hua threw the signed contract to them and tied them to the edge of the abyss. Because he couldn't squeeze out their surplus value after death, he also let them fend for themselves. At this time, a Basanamo completed the signing of the contract. Mu Hua immediately sensed something, but at the same time, he sensed that this new follower was frantically sending him a message for help. Tuesday was tickling in his body, and Monday was hiding in his shadow. Both followers were not on the Abyss Island. Mu Hua wondered, in addition to these two guys, could it be that the skeletons on the island also learned to do something to his new followers? After telling Tina, he hurriedly found a remote place and started the cross-border teleportation. Mu Hua wanted to see who was tossing around. Chapter 395. Mu Hua miscalculated. None of his men left on the Abyss Island could cause any trouble for the Basanamo demons, at least none of his skeletons. The contractor led a group of skeletons to annihilate the wild undead on the island, and could also upgrade their levels. On the edge of the abyss, two black-armored skeleton generals who replaced the contractor to supervise fishing were squatting near several groups of Basanamo demons, watching the screaming black smoke with indifference and interest. Master! Save me! Amid the clanging of chains, Mu Hua appeared, and a cry for help came from the black smoke. Mu Hua was a little confused. For a demon-face blindness patient, there was no possibility of identifying Basanamo demons, especially when several Basanamo demons were entangled together. Mu Hua heard the cry for help, and could sense the individuals, who became his followers from his soul, but several Basanamo were mixed together, and they looked like a big mass of black smoke in Mu Hua's eyes. Not to mention their appearance, even the number of individuals was not distinguishable for a while. What are you looking at? Why don't you separate them? Walking closer, Mu Hua caught two black-armored skeleton generals, and kicked them each. These two black-armored skeleton generals were recently derived by Mu Hua, because several Basanamo demons had never been inclined to accept slavery, and Mu Hua really forgot to tell them to guard and take care of them. As skeletons, it was good enough for them not to stab the fight between the living beings. If Mu Hua hadn't told them, they would have wanted to enjoy the coming of death. The black-armored skeleton generals were kicked over by Mu Hua. Although they were also Mu Hua's followers, they were born not long ago, and had rigid and ruthless personalities. After receiving Mu Hua's order, they got up and stepped forward to grab the black smoke. Under the tearing of the black-armored skeleton general, accompanied by the clanking sound of the held demon chain, a large mass of black smoke was divided into several parts, and Mu Hua was able to identify the location of his new followers through perception. What's going on? Walking close to a black smoke that made a strange humming sound, Mu Hua untied the held demon chain that was wrapped around it. These bastards want to kill me, master. They see that I have become your follower, and want to kill me. Freed from the shackles of the chain, the black smoke floated around Mu Hua, shouting to Mu Hua with anger and a little panic. Through the explanation of the black smoke, Mu Hua understood the reason why they were entangled together. Trapped on the Abyss Island, they surrendered to Mu Hua and were captured. After a period of entrapment, especially after witnessing Tuesday's evolution into a great demon, several Basanama demons basically had the idea of accepting Mu Hua's enslavement. However, ideas are ideas, and when it comes to implementation, they can't sign a slavery contract. When one of the Basanama demons finally showed enough awareness, and finally completed the signing of the contract, the other Basanama demons were probably worried about the comparison, and that they would be dealt with by Mu Hua. They wanted to kill this Basanama demon while Mu Hua was away. Maybe they could sign the contract in 2 days. Demons are cunning and cruel, and selfishness has long been engraved in their bones. Mu Hua was not surprised by the behavior of several Basanama demons, but it was unexpected that they were tied up by the hell demon chains, and could not live peacefully. You will be called Wednesday from now on. What about these ones? Do you want to try to subdue them? After finding out the reason, Mu Hua first gave Wednesday a few Philosopher's Stones as a reward for joining the group. Through Monday and Tuesday, Mu Hua had a clear understanding of the possessiveness of demons. Even if they worshipped the master as slaves, they did not like the master to have their own people under his command. Compared with their colleagues, they preferred the subordinates under their control. Not wanting to cause trouble, and not wanting to be bothered by them in the future, after having Wednesday, Mu Hua intended to bring the other Basanamu under Wednesday's command. Of course, for the time being, accepting slavery is the premise for Mu Hua to bring the demons under his command, whether it is him or his followers. As for who they are willing to accept slavery, Mu Hua does not care much. Surrender, we are willing to surrender. Stud, we are willing to accept your control. As Mu Hua asked, several other black smoke shouted in panic. Master, kill these bastards. I want these bastards to die. I want to eat these bastards. Wednesday screamed, facing several of his kind who just wanted to kill him. It was obvious that Wednesday's heart was full of revenge. Eat them? It's up to you. Can you get magic cores from them? Mu Hua did not interfere with Wednesday's revenge. Given the nature of demons, even if he ordered Wednesday to take them now, Wednesday would probably find a way to kill them later. To avoid unnecessary accidents, let him eat them if he wants. Mu Hua had killed Basanamu before, but these guys had nothing after death. He was also curious about how these black smokes were eaten. With Mu Hua's approval, Wednesday, like a column of smoke, laughed and pounced on the other black smokes. Without the restraint of the hell demon chains, when Wednesday entangled with those Basanamu again, the screams of those Basanamu were heard on the edge of the abyss. Monday emerged from Mu Hua's shadow, and Tuesday also emerged behind Mu Hua. The two admired the cannibalization between Basanamu. Mu Hua's eyes were still filled with black smoke, and he couldn't tell the difference at all. For these troublesome demons, Mu Hua no longer emphasized the precaution of not being allowed to mess with your own people, but changed the code of conduct to not deliberately harming the interests of the master. Whoever dares to mess around again will die directly, no discussion. The shrill screams were endless. Probably because of the swallowing, the entangled black smoke gradually shrank until only the smoke column of Wednesday's body remained. Not to mention, a level 4 magic core and 2 level 5 magic cores were spit out from the smoke column, which also indicated that the other Basanamu were completely GG. The 3 magic cores melted into 2 soul parasitic skill stones, and 1 illusion skill stone that Mu Hua expected. As a result, Mu Hua was disappointed to find that he could not use these skill stones. Soul parasitism is an ability that only spirits can use. It is different from the possession of ghosts or faceless men. It can only allow spirits to possess living creatures. Soul parasitism itself will not cause harm to creatures, and to a certain extent will not affect the personality of the parasite itself. Just like humans whose bodies are occupied by Basanamu demons, they are more like suffering from multiple personalities. Their original consciousness falls into a deep sleep, and Basanamu replaces the original consciousness to control the body of the parasite. Because the eyes of humans parasitized by Basanamu demons will become pure-colored demon pupils, this ability is more concealed on demons. Strong concealment can exert the full strength of the parasite, and can also exert its own abilities, and subjectively will not affect the health of the possessed. These are probably the advantages of soul parasitism. Its disadvantage is that it is less safe than the ghost's possession. If it encounters danger, the spirit must escape from the body of the parasite before the parasite dies, otherwise the parasite will also die. At the same time, because it only makes the consciousness of the parasite fall asleep, this ability requires a relatively high soul strength of the parasite. If the soul of the parasite cannot be suppressed, it is likely to be devoured by the other party. An ability with both advantages and disadvantages. As for these skill stones, there is no point in saying more. Anyway, this ability is only for spirits, and Muhua can't Krypton. And illusion creation is also a unique ability of Bisanamu. Muhua is not absolutely unable to Krypton this skill stone, but it requires the caster to have the life characteristics of the phantom species. In other words, demons like Bisanamu, dream demons, and nightmares can learn it, but unless they obtain the life characteristics of the phantom species, humans basically have no chance of having this ability. Muhua probably doesn't have the magic to create a phantom species directly, but performing keratinized skin on the Abyss Island should be able to obtain the life characteristics of the corresponding species. I can try it if I get the corpse of a dream demon or a nightmare. As for using the Bisanima demon, there is something wrong with the life form of this thing. There is not even a corpse after death, and there is no hope for keratinized skin. After dealing with the problem on Wednesday, Muhua did not stay on the Abyss Island for long. He entered the Abyss Island from the grove outside the Fortress City Administrative Mansion. Now he needs to go back and wait until the banquet is over. He can return to his own land before doing anything else. Chapter 396. Humans have a wide range of hobbies, and most of the time, humans actually play quite crazy. Muhua returned to the administrative mansion where the banquet was held. Tina had already gone to meet up with Tibesha and others. The fortress city was in full celebration, and Ikaros had been following Tibesha to experience all kinds of things in this world. Although Ikaros was instilled with the cognition of this world by Muhua when he was born, that kind of indoctrination was false after all. The name of the Universal Entertainment Angel is more of Muhua's bad taste. Although Ikaros' body was designed by him to be very swaying, he did not treat Ikaros as a plaything, and also encouraged Ikaros to contact the outside world more. As a magical life that was born not long ago, this kind of contact can make Ikaros more like a normal life. Returning alone to the banquet hall, there were drinks, singing and dancing, and intimate whispers. There were no absurd scenes in the banquet, but it must be said that these people who attended the banquet really played very crazy. Because Muhua saw Debbie casting charm magic on some people who needed it. Yes, that's right, forbidden charm magic. Natural charm ability may turn a person into an out-of-control stallion, but charm magic is different from that natural charm ability. Charm magic brings more love and attachment. Although it also affects the physiological level, it focuses more on the psychological level. How to say it? In the second half of the cocktail party, these people who usually have some status actually use charm magic to play heartbeats. Yes, heartbeats. People who can come here to attend the cocktail party usually have no shortage of various regular entertainments, but at this time, they actually use charm magic to play a pure love game. Of course, if the spell is only cast on men, this kind of play will basically not cause absurd and unruly scenes on the scene. It is said that men are indeed very cheap in some aspects, rude, arrogant, lustful, and low-handed. Most men may have received similar comments from women. But most men tend to beautify the emotions between the two sexes infinitely when facing their beloved women, whether it is to take into account the other party's emotions or to worry about harming the other party's body. Even if it involves some games that are inconvenient to explain in detail, men often do not play too crazy. Casting charm magic on specific men and women, men experience the throbbing of the soul, and women enjoy the love of men. At this time, many people at the party actually played this game. And under the various sympathy and care of men, there will also be some women who quietly take their male companions away and take them to a secluded place. Well, no matter how women claim to the outside world, many women often have an inextricable emotion towards those who torment them more unscrupulously. This is a kind of contradictory complex that is close to irreversible. In the endless concealment and reserve of most women, men who pity women usually don't have a good result. However, since it is a game, after the cocktail party, everyone will remove the charm magic they have been subjected to. There is basically no freshness among those who can participate in this banquet. These people just experience the strange feeling brought by attachment during the cocktail party. A short and real love situation drama, well, maybe it should be added with some satisfaction and aftertaste that goes far beyond simple sex. Hey Muhua, where is your female companion? Or did you accept someone's invitation? Do you want a charm? Seeing Muhua approaching, Debbie asked Muhua with a smirk on her lips. Absurd game, Muhua found that the people present had a habitual tacit understanding. Without communication, when seeing some men with bauhinia flowers on their chests, Debbie would directly cast charm magic between them and the female companions beside them. The game here is obviously universal. Charm magic can make people lose their normal mind to a large extent. Maybe it's a bad taste, or maybe she can get emotional energy from it. Debbie also seems to like watching the emotional interaction between the two objects. Do they often do this? Taking the champagne handed by Nick, Muhua looked at the dance floor and asked Nick and Debbie. The band played chords, and the atmosphere in the dance floor was sweet and greasy. The women were proud and elegant, and the men's steady expressions occasionally revealed a gentle and somewhat shameless smile. Of course, so they all like me. Debbie is a professional, Nick said with a smile, and Muhua's eyelids twitched. How about it? Do you want to try it? If it's you, I can accompany you. Debbie approached Muhua, her sexy long skirt half covering her attractive cleavage. Nick shrugged at Muhua from behind Debbie, his eyes showing an interested look, and he didn't seem to care about Debbie's flirting with Muhua. Heh, your charm magic doesn't work on me. Taking a step back, Muhua was temporarily unable to accept this kind of gameplay, or he might never be able to accept it in the future. Ancient scam? Debbie suddenly thought of something, and the smile on her face seemed to be a little more joyful. Why can't it be mental stability? Muhua twitched his mouth. Charm magic is a curse of the same type as the ancient scam, but the level of the ancient scam is much higher than the charm magic, which is no longer a gap that can be offset by training. The effectiveness of the so-called ancient scam is almost equivalent to Cupid's arrow and the red string of the matchmaker. It must be said that Muhua is immune to the charm magic after being hit by that thing. Ha! Debbie laughed strangely, and her laughter was full of ridicule. Whether it was revenge or something else, she liked to tease Muhua, and also liked to see Muhua entangled in the ancient scam. Okay, are you really not going to invite foreign investment for the land in your commercial street? Seeing that Muhua was a little angry, Nick pulled Debbie away and changed the subject to save Muhua from embarrassment. Are you interested? Of course, I am also a businessman, otherwise how much income do you think an acting mayor can have? Nick spread his hands. Investment still needs a display cabinet. If you are willing to manage it, the land can be handed over to you for operation. Muhua said seriously. In a relatively good social environment, doing business is still quite troublesome. In the Magic Empire, the privileged comprador said at least cannot appear in the open. It's fine to open a small store with self-production and self-sales, but if it involves a serious business building operation, without a decent manager to watch over it, it may be swallowed up by other business groups in a minute. If you want to play with power or fists, then what awaits? You may no longer be a businessman or business partner, but another group of guys who are better at power and fists, and your fate will no longer be noticed by businessmen. Because you are not a businessman in essence, but a rogue bully with resources in your hands. Such people don't talk about doing business. Going to hunt demons, or at least robbing may make fewer enemies and be more successful. No, I only do some trading, but I don't have time to participate in management. What are you going to do with that piece of land? If you want to rent it out, I can help you contact some more reliable people. Nick shook his head, not knowing whether he was used to being idle or he looked down on Muhua's stuff. Don't rent it. Build it according to the specifications of the manor. Sell some potions and magic stones, Alan's weapons, and the enchanted products from the Robin should also be able to get some. Muhua thought. Have you contacted the channel? Nick frowned. Robin is a brand created by Patty. When he was at the Demand Hotel, Nick had already discovered that Muhua and Patty were ambiguous. Alan is a demon country, and the cold weapons produced by Alan have a good reputation. However, being ambiguous with women and having a demon family member, Nick believes that it cannot guarantee the stability of the supply channel. It's okay to be a middleman occasionally, but it's not appropriate to treat them as your own products. Does the ghost god Taoles know? The alchemy record he gave me contains several high-level magic potions. I can already make the youth potion. Without much explanation, Muhua mentioned Taoles's name again. Nick's eyes flashed with a strange color. Although he didn't know much about Taoles, Nick was more surprised that the ghost god actually gave Muhua such a high-end product as the alchemy record, and the youth potion is a timeless luxury product. As long as humans have not become extinct, that thing will never fall from the altar of top luxury goods. Can you contact the demon merchant? Nick asked subconsciously in a low voice. Yes, it has promised to help me collect a batch of materials for refining the youth potion. Muhua smiled, and Nick fell into deep thought. Let's not talk about other products. With the youth potion as a signboard, even if it is purchased from other potion companies, it is enough to support a magic potion business. A rare serious look appeared on Nick's face. Calculating the gains and losses, Nick couldn't help muttering in his heart that if he had the youth potion, it seemed that it would be a good idea to help Muhua manage some business affairs. Chapter 397. Mu Hua has a lot of time, but it is in the Abyss Island. When he leaves the Abyss Island, his time in the outside world is still very tight. The Abyss Island has a very high cultivation efficiency, but the Abyss Island still lacks the vitality of the outside world. The efficiency of fishing in the Abyss is limited. Even if Mu Hua has no shortage of fishing rods now, the number of monsters he can get on the Abyss Island is far from comparable to the outside world. With more fishing rods, there are more skeletons participating in fishing. At the same time, there are more big guys who take the bait, and the frequency of throwing fishing rods is far more than before. With the improvement of Mu Hua's strength, including his moving some heavy firearms to the Abyss Island, the risk of killing Abyss monsters has been greatly reduced. But when it comes to the smelting of corpses in the burning source furnace, for the time being, some courtyards in the outside world with a large number of low-level monsters can still bring greater benefits to Mu Hua. In addition to Yongye territory, Mu Hua has identified 2 courtyards suitable for him to go to. One is mainly swampy terrain, where a large number of lizards live. The other is mainly volcanic lava terrain, where there are a large number of little ghosts. A large number of physical monsters will definitely allow Mu Hua to gain a lot of benefits. He went to Yongye to kill the little demons when he was free earlier, but because he didn't have the courtyard keys of the 2 courtyards, he hadn't taken the time to go to the 2 courtyards that Mu Hua had investigated for a long time. In addition, Taibesha has the key to the monster courtyard, and Mu Hua also wants to go there to catch some monsters and raise them on the Abyss Island. Of course, even if he thought a lot, these things still have to be put aside, because he still needs to hurry up to kill Ivy. Especially after Lin Feng predicted that several illegitimate children would eventually take charge of the Benson family. Perhaps because Lin Feng believed him, Mu Hua also believed what Lin Feng said. The so-called liar sees everyone as a liar, and judging others by oneself is the normal psychology of human beings, because they don't believe in sincerity at all. Don't talk about friendship with people who are only interested in profit, not because their friendship has a price, but because they must firmly believe that your friendship has other intentions. Similarly, people who are cautious and never trust others easily are not trustworthy, because in their minds, deception and betrayal are a matter of course. Mu Hua has his own rather rough understanding of how to deal with people and things. Guys like Lin Feng who are careless, and come to hook up with Tabitha and rush to Mu Hua to talk and ask for help, although they don't seem to be very successful, they are not bad at all. Lin Feng said that several illegitimate children of the Benson family will collude with external forces in the future to harm Samantha, and as far as Mu Hua knows about the current situation, Ivy has already had a subtle comparison. Mu Hua didn't believe that Samantha didn't know the current situation of the illegitimate children. He didn't know whether Samantha was confident or arrogant, and actually let the illegitimate children have relationships everywhere. Maybe Samantha had any other preparations besides him, but no matter what, since he had accepted Samantha's task earlier, it would be better to bury the illegitimate children as soon as possible. His family members were a bit eye-catching, and it was inevitable that they would cause trouble if they were released independently. Tina was mainly responsible for the purchase of magic stones, and Ikaros could not take charge of it for the time being, so Mu Hua's time was still insufficient. Mu Hua couldn't even take care of hunting demons, so he naturally didn't have so much energy to manage the long-term business. Odysseus and Webster had a good relationship with him, so there was no need to deepen the relationship for the time being. Mu Hua really wanted Nick to help him run his business, but even though he offered the youth potion, Nick still gave the answer that he needed to think about it, perhaps because he hadn't seen the real thing. The administrative mansion is the White Castle in the middle of the fortress city. The cocktail party here is hosted by the garrison, and most of the people who attend the cocktail party are from the political and business circles. There is no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women at the cocktail party. After all, the garrison also has a department responsible for publicity and reception. Don't underestimate the military system. They are not only good at training and killing, this system is still very professional in many fields. There is no point in saying more. Those who should understand it all understand. However, Mu Hua attended the cocktail party because of Nick's invitation, while Odysseus, Tennyson, Fuhua, Suayut Songting, Disaster Annihilation and other high-level brigades, who had contact with Mu Hua, did not attend the cocktail party. When the negotiations with the monster leader ended, they quietly handed over the dominance of the fortress city to the imperial government. They all have their own affairs to worry about. Of course, it can also be said that they disdain to participate in such a cocktail party that is more inclined to politicians socializing. After all, the lifestyle is different from the social circle, and the guests at such a cocktail party will always ask more from them than give. Even Mu Hua only communicated with Nick and Debbie throughout the cocktail party, and nodded and smiled to others, keeping a distance. He nodded to many people at the cocktail party, but he didn't even say a word of self-introduction. In the second half of the cocktail party, everyone gathered together and mixed together. Mu Hua said hello to Nick and left the administrative mansion. The Star Patrol conference ended successfully. The fortress city has become a city that never sleeps. Old Mori and his fellow townspeople have left the courtyard and returned home. Mu Hua did not go to find Tabitha, but looked for Ivy's trace in the fortress city. The Caesar family may be more famous in the Magic Empire, but after entering the courtyard, at least Gray had no face in this Star Patrol meeting. Ivy was hard to find, but Gray, who wanted to find his brother, was followed by many people. He released blind ravens to search in the city. Finally, Mu Hua found Gray's followers near a tavern. He followed them, and found Ivy, who was with Gray. Hiding his whereabouts, Mu Hua followed Ivy all the way. To say that Gray was not idle, his business was quite busy. He would go around everywhere where adventurers gathered, and it seemed that he wanted to recruit adventurers. During this period, they also went to the station of the Disaster Annihilation Brigade in the city. Mu Hua did not see the leader sweetmeat Gray. Judging from Gray's not very good face, he probably did not see the senior management of the Disaster Annihilation Brigade. Earlier at the Demand Hotel, Tuesday's death misfortune did not kill Ivy. Now that she followed Gray and did not encounter any bad luck, it seemed that she had completely avoided the death misfortune. Mu Hua wanted to stab Ivy in the back, but he could not do it in the courtyard. After all, the evidence of killing adventurers in the courtyard would be judged as good or evil. If someone went through the Adventurer Guild to investigate, it would be easy to find out the clues of his attack. While following Ivy, Mu Hua was waiting for her to leave the courtyard and return to the human world. The human world was not the territory of the goddess of justice, especially since Mu Hua had just accepted a Basanima follower. As long as Ivy returned to the Demand Hotel, Mu Hua was confident that he could bury her without anyone noticing. When Gray and his party, who had been wandering for a long time, went to a hotel in the fortress city, Mu Hua frowned secretly. However, after the war, even though the patrol fleet had evacuated immediately, there were still a large number of adventurers staying in the fortress city. Perhaps the hotel did not have enough vacancies, so Ivy followed Gray and left the Kane's courtyard. Mu Hua followed the group back to the town. Ivy did not return to the Demand Hotel as Mu Hua imagined, but left with Gray towards the development zone. Cursing in his heart, Mu Hua was more familiar with the environment of the town. There should be a hotel under Gray's name in the development zone. It still made Mu Hua a little uneasy to take action there. But Mu Hua was worried that Gray would stay in the courtyard for a long time in the future, and the other two illegitimate children would also come here. It might be more troublesome for Ivy to meet them. The sooner Ivy was buried, the better. The town was already late at night. Mu Hua even used shadow stealth to follow all the way, trying to find an opportunity to avoid Gray. While Mu Hua was thinking about how to poke the pretty girl's waist, in a palace far away, a piece of information about Mu Hua was reported to a king who looked like a demon. The War King, the first kingship, codenamed Azazel, led many demons and wanted to turn the battlefield between humans and demons into hell. Because of some special reasons, Mu Hua, who was still carefully following the girl, his name appeared in the meeting place of the kings for the first time. Chapter 398. Azazel is not a very positive name. The essence of combat skills and fighting techniques lies in confrontation, and magic is also confrontation, so their creation and development also have elements of mutual promotion and mutual restraint. When the mystery reaches a certain level, it is difficult to determine the outcome of the battle with a rigid standard. The ranking of the kings is not divided according to strength, but according to the order of birth of the throne. The first kingship is the earliest kingship class among humans. Because the kings are also involved in replacement and seizure of the throne, more mention is made of the throne and class, rather than the kings themselves. As the first kingship, Azazel is a code name, which originated from human legends. This code name represents nobility and strength, and also contains the meaning of degeneration and betrayal. Because the first one is committed to studying the feasibility of human evolution towards monsters, he has always advocated that the high-end combat power of mankind go to hell, and push the human demon front into hell. The positioning of the first one, by the top leaders of the Federation, has always been vague, which has created the codename Azazel, which is difficult to determine good and evil. There are many ways for demons to reach the human world from hell, and the key lies in dimensional positioning. There are fewer ways for demons and orcs in hell to reach the human world, and the most feasible solution is to use the courtyard as a transit station. As for the way for humans to go to hell, it is not without, but the method is harsh and single, which requires humans to become demons' followers, and then the demons will summon humans as followers in hell. Of course, the first person will definitely not simply advocate this approach that is almost equivalent to making humans slaves of demons. If so, then he is not a king, but a powerful demon follower. Azazel advocates that the process of attacking hell is a bit complicated, so let's slow down for now, but it has to be said that in the judgment of most people, going to hell to fight demons is not a rational decision. Demons coming to the human world can be equivalent to lions and tigers breaking into the ordinary crowd. They are dangerous and cruel. It is not difficult for them to choose people to eat, so people will try their best to kill them. But don't forget, whether it is because of the so-called pattern, the overall situation, or what situation, the bloody plot of humans protecting man-eating beasts should not be surprising to everyone, right? Although the wildlife protection regulations in this world are far less bloody than Muhua's previous life. But if humans run to hell, then we really have to compare it with the wildlife protection regulations in Muhua's previous life. There are weak monsters in hell, and humans who can safely reach hell from the human world are actually equivalent to lions and tigers. According to the rare animal protection regulations, many demons above the Lord level in hell will also give humans certain protection. Unfortunately, if we use Muhua's previous life as an analogy, the protection regulations made by the demons are Western, not Eastern. In other words, if you are given a piece of land, you stay there quietly and act cute when you have nothing to do. No matter how rare you are, you go to the demon's house to scare the demon. I will beat you to death. And Azazel obviously does not want to be a quiet demon follower. He advocates not only to scare the demon, but also to go to hell to fight the demons and demolish the demon's house. Don't care if the demons are entangled or not, anyway, the federal high-level officials are entangled first. You are called the War King because you can fight, but you can't fight blindly. Isn't it good to build a few more super courtyards for humans? Why go to hell for no reason? Is hell so easy to get into? Didn't you see that the Warcraft and the orcs were all turned into demons? Let's take a step back. If we lose the battle, we will lose human combat power. If we win the battle, we still have to worry about the demons getting angry. What if the demons push the demon tide in each courtyard? It's also because the top leaders of the Federation dare not fight with the first one, and it's because the first one's views are recognized by some upper-level adventurers. Otherwise, there would be no first kingship. I'm afraid the Federation would have launched a holy war against Azazel long ago. In the solemn and glorious throne room, Azazel sat on the gem throne, with horns, ghost hands, magic feet, and a thick tail. Even when sitting, he was more than 3 meters tall. Like gold but not gold, like armor but not armor, Azazel's external signs are no longer in the category of humans. He is like a majestic and ferocious demon. If Muhua saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize the source of his signs, the purgatory armor. King, 3 demon wardens, and 2 demons in the Demon Legion have recently entered the stage of life exhaustion, and 5 jump potions need to be called. Under the throne, among the people standing like ministers, one person stood up to report. The Demon Legion is a war group under the First Kingship, and it is also the main army that has set foot in hell. Demons have an adaptability that other races cannot match in terms of dimensional crossing. Without the participation of demons, the high-level dimensional turbulence will strangle humans into nothingness before they reach hell. Human demon wardens enslave demons, and then select human warriors to become demons' followers. Demons are sent back to hell through the courtyard, and then demons summon human warriors in hell as followers. Through this series of operations, it is possible for humans to enter hell. Because of the characteristics of the slavery contract, the master dies, and the servant dies, so the survival of the demon wardens is very important. The death of a demon keeper often involves a series of combat power losses, so the demon keepers under Azazel often do not participate in battles. Their duty is to control their demon followers. Azazel created a peaceful and stable living environment for the demon keepers. The main direction of their cultivation is to prolong their lives. When they age to the stage of life exhaustion, using the jump potion to jump life becomes a more conventional way to prolong their lives. 5 more. Do you think the jump potion is cabbage? The reserve is not enough. King, I still suggest taking down the Blood Moon City and subduing the vampires to serve as demon keeper. Facing the former's report, another person stood up with an unhappy face. Are you going to destroy the Elder Council of the Blood Clan? The Blood Clan is here to defend against the Allen demons, but the main target they choose to serve is the aristocracy. If you attack them, the Unju people and I guess the second one won't give up if you train the Blood Clan. Boss, do you want to fight? As for the second one, I've wanted to try it for a long time. Unlike the respect of the first 2, the person who stood up again looked like a lazy young man. He would speak to the king in this tone, so he should be the shadow guard of the king, and he should be a member of the crown shadow who is close to the first one. You, don't make trouble for me, step down. If there is not enough transition potion, hurry up and make it. Don't mention the Blood Clan anymore. Do you really want to change the name of the War King territory to the Demon King territory? Azazel knocked on the armrest of the throne with his fingers with sharp cone-shaped nails. He glared at the lazy young man and turned to the people who attacked. Oh, with your appearance, just ask any resident and see if they will say you are a War King or a Demon King. There was a light teasing among the crowd, but the speaker deliberately hid it and shrank among the crowd. Azazel seemed to be used to it. Everyone ignored it and pretended not to hear it. King, we need to recruit some vampires. The immortal species can greatly reduce the consumption of the jump potion, and if the quality is not enough, the jump potion is limited. Or, can we increase the number of followers of most demons appropriately? Someone suggested. Focus on training new demon controllers, and I will consider other things. I don't need your advice. You just need to deal with the problems that arise for me. Azazel waved his hand impatiently to interrupt the discussion in the hall. His tone was indifferent, but his words were also extremely arrogant. The pressure spread, and with Azazel's impatience, the air in the hall seemed to become a little thicker. The noise subsided, and everyone lowered their heads and kept silent. Even the lazy young man put away the cynical expression on his face. The first one usually didn't care about the details, but some of his careless behavior when he was impatient was not something that everyone could bear. King, as for the Demon Lord, I received news that a new courtyard in the Magic Empire held a Star Patrol meeting. During the battle with the monsters, a young man named Muhua had a big demon subordinate. After a short silence, someone in the hall spoke again. Young man? Azazel's rigid expression loosened a little. Chapter 399. Yes, the age in the data is a little different from the actual age, but from observation, he is no more than 30 years old. He has the status of the Pale Lord and is suspected to have mastered the touch of jealousy. His main job should be a necromancer. He has dabbled in alchemy. At the same time, he is suspected to have the ability to create magical life. War King Territory, Throne Hall, the first King Azazel's subordinates reported to him about Muhua's general situation. War King Territory is located in a courtyard in the southern hemisphere of Loren. It is called a courtyard, but this courtyard is a planet comparable to Loren in size. The king usually does not move in the human world. This place can be said to belong to Azazel's world. And Bear Pig Town is just a relatively remote area in the Magic Empire. Even if it is because of the Star Patrol Conference that War King Territory obtained the situation of Canaan's courtyard at the first time, it is not difficult to find that Azazel's intelligence network pays a lot of attention to the human world. Oh! Isn't that about to touch jealousy? Facing the report from his subordinates, Azazel showed an interested look in his eyes. Well, if given enough training, it is expected that he may enter the Ghost sequence within 50 years. Relying on the transition potion, the probability that he can complete the life transition will be relatively high. When the person reporting the analysis, there were many curious people in the hall, but everyone showed more curiosity, and did not have too many emotions such as surprise and exclamation towards ghosts and gods. This is also an outlier. The great demon's followers, can we recruit him? The foundation of the demon army is the demon tamer, and Muhua, who has a demon's followers, is a natural demon tamer. For Azazel, demons are tools that help human warriors to go to hell. Among the demon army, the ones Azazel relies on and trusts are still human warriors. But the strength of demons also determines the safety of the humans who become their followers to a certain extent. And Azazel has not trained many demons of the level of great demons. There is no doubt about the intelligence of his subordinates. Compared with Muhua's other abilities, Azazel seems to care more about the existence of Tuesday. This Muhua has a position in the Magic Empire Strategy Association. He has a close relationship with the brave mentor Odysseus. Well, he should also teach in a lower-level magic academy. Whether to recruit him or not, you still need to make a decision. There is no mention of Muhua's origin, nor the situation of Samantha and the Benson family, including Muhua's past, family situation, and background. These seem to be irrelevant to Azazel's subordinates. On the contrary, when the other party mentioned the relationship between Muhua and Odysseus, Azazel frowned slightly. Teacher at a lower-level magic academy? Is he related to Lilitu? Azazel asked. Probably not. He teaches at the Magic Academy, but I didn't find any connection between him and the second one. Should we take him to the War King territory first? The subordinate answered the question with a bad look in his eyes. Oh, the shackles again? Eden, so you can only do some intelligence work. Glancing at the person reporting, Azazel shook his head and chuckled. You need to understand that the person who controls the slave collar is not the master. Only the feeder can make people return to their hearts. What I need is a demon tamer who works with me, not making enemies everywhere. Muhua. That kid is not my enemy, at least for the time being. Don't do something meaningless. Odysseus and the Raiders Association have a great influence among the Unju people, so I hate public opinion. Pay attention to his intelligence and observe him first. A pale lord who is less than 30 years old and has mastered the touch of jealousy, I am not sure what to feed him. Also pay attention to the situation of the 6th and 7th. If the shadows there have a conflict with him, notify me as soon as possible. Azazel said slowly and thoughtfully. Do you want to incite? Although he did not refute, Eden looked at Azazel on the throne and asked for advice according to his own thinking habits. Incite? With the conditions of that kid, do you need to incite? Azazel curled his lips slightly, and a playful smile flashed in his eyes. The great demon is unruly and violent, and he is not a quiet person. Even if you become his followers, you will cause trouble for him sooner or later if you follow him, Azazel said with experience. Of course, if you ignore Tuesday's other identity, his statement is not wrong. He should not touch the original sin so soon. As long as the pale lord with the great demon is still walking around in the human world, are you still afraid that those night hunters will not jump up and down with him? Pay attention to his situation first, don't rush. Find an opportunity to contact him first. I don't know if he is obsessed with ghosts and gods, and jealous of ghosts and gods. That is a troublesome existence. If you give him some support at the right time, you can get a lot of his favor, right? Azazel chuckled. Many people in the hall were thinking. They still knew too little about Muhua, especially his character. Seeing that Azazel seemed to value Muhua, they were not sure about Muhua. Just when Azazel temporarily put Muhua's affairs aside, in the distant magic empire, in the city of Canes, Ivy and Gray entered a luxury hotel, and Muhua, who was annoyed that he could not do anything, entered the Abyss Island again. The 100 refining secret stones accumulated in the battlefield were randomly shot at the mental stability, the jealous bite was completed, and the soul tide was obtained. Experiencing waves of brainstorming, Muhua sighed, his own undead summoning can finally be improved this time. The qualitative change of mental stability has become the jealous bite, which did not give Muhua any active attack ability. But if someone intends to touch Muhua's sea of consciousness with mental interference, Muhua's jealous touch will be stimulated, and it will transform into a monster snake of nothingness to counterattack the opponent. And that kind of counterattack will no longer be a physical attack, but will follow the opponent's mental fluctuations that come into contact with itself to gnaw at the opponent's soul, just like a counterattack storm at the soul level. Intuitively speaking, whoever curses Muhua in the future will be unlucky. Not only will those curses be swallowed by the jealous bite, but the soul of the person who casts the curse will inevitably be bitten by Muhua's tentacles, and it is even possible that the soul will be bitten directly to death. And those races that are born with the ability to charm probably hate Muhua the most. The essence of charm is a kind of mental interference that affects the outside world all the time. The jealous bite is like a passive skill that strengthens the jealous touch. Faced with the mental fluctuations that are in contact with Muhua all the time, the jealous touch simply turns into a means to bite the opponent's soul. Originally a gifted charm that made people pity and obsessed, it has now become an unobstructed window that exposes the soul to Muhua. Just like the existence of succubus, spider demon, and Medusa, they must always guard against Muhua's soul tentacles. It's a miracle that they like Muhua's style. The completion of the jealous bite is relatively harmonious, and it has no adverse effects on Muhua's body. But when the super speed regeneration enters the level of soul tide, Muhua's body and soul simultaneously experience a painful cycle of being sliced, crushed, sliced again, and crushed again. The clear boundary between the soul and the body gradually disappeared, and the fusion of the body and the soul brought Muhua indescribable pain. The touch of jealousy is sometimes clear and sometimes hazy. The main body of the magician's hand and the 5 slender tentacles dance on Muhua's body. Tuesday, in the form of a spirit, was thrown out of Muhua's body, looking confused. Monday, who had escaped from Muhua's shadow early, had no idea what he was thinking. He held Tuesday's head in his mouth, held Tuesday's head, turned around and ran away, trying to stay away from Muhua. On the edge of the abyss, 2 skeleton warriors wandering near Muhua were swept by the touch of jealousy on Muhua's body. The skeleton warriors, who were still alive and kicking, were hit by a huge force on the protective wall at the edge of the island. Although they would not fall into the abyss, the two skeleton warriors instantly turned into a pile of bones, and at the same time, the soul fire in their skulls had been extinguished. This scene was also witnessed by a nearby black-armored skeleton general. The silent and dull black-armored skeleton general turned around and fled, and while running, he did not forget to shout to the nearby skeleton warriors to take shelter. Wednesday, who was already floating under the wall of the island, was in an awkward position. He shrank by the wall, and stared at the dancing tentacles and trembled. The indescribable pain seemed to turn into eternal torture. Muhua's eyes turned white, and he finally fainted from happiness. At the same time when Muhua fainted, the soul tide and the devouring of jealousy merged with the touch of jealousy in his talent again. The three abilities disappeared, and finally the word jealousy was left in Muhua's talent. Unlike talents such as Blood of Rage, Lord of Paleness, and Touch of Jealousy, this talent is simple but also vague. Jealousy. Original sin talent? Ghosts and gods? In the coma, Muhua seemed to have some unknown changes. Chapter 400. The undead are not demons. Although there are some mutant demons with undead characteristics, ordinary ghosts, skeletons, and dragons are not demons. Although the undead are called the apostles of jealousy, it is because the undead population is huge, and more likely refers to the close relationship between the Pale Lord and the undead are not involved in the abilities derived from jealousy. Originally, Muhua thought that the Blood of Rage he first obtained was the original sin talent. It was not until the perfection of jealousy that he realized that the Blood of Rage was only a part of the ability of the original sin of rage. Even if Muhua obtained jealousy at this time, the ability he possessed at this time did not seem to be the full picture of jealousy. It was more like a certain degree of accumulation under the convergence of certain abilities, which forcibly catalyzed the configuration of jealousy. There was no experience to guide, and no specific plan. He caught the 100 Refinements Secret Stone and Krypton. After the pain of the fusion of soul and flesh, Muhua suddenly seemed to have become a new ghost. Ghosts and gods. They are thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness. They are the gods of a land, but they disrupt the inherent order of mankind and distort the normal laws of nature. People regard them as ghosts and fear them as gods, that is, ghosts and gods. When Muhua truly acquired the gift of jealousy, he also had a more specific understanding of the term ghosts and gods. Whether ordinary ghosts and gods are powerful or not is not discussed for the time being. Even if they are not necessarily powerful, but, well, it seems that they are really a bit of a disaster, because they have touched the original sin. Ghosts and gods may have some mysterious abilities, but the name of ghosts and gods is not to highlight their power, but to represent that they will distort the normal natural order. Muhua is not clear about the other original sins for the time being, but as for jealousy, how to say it, things seem to be a bit big. After embracing jealousy, Muhua did not gain any new abilities that could specifically increase his combat power. But his existence itself is already a disaster. Yes, a disaster. The death of a creature means that their souls will die simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, when a creature dies, even after the death of a demon, there will not be so-called ghosts. In very rare cases, some people will have their souls leave their bodies before they die and become independent ghosts. But that situation is a very low probability mutation event. Most ghosts are born in the gaps between dimensions. They are the undead in the gaps, not the ghosts that people become after death in the story. But when the jealous ghost appears, the natural law that people die and their souls disappear becomes distorted. This is an ability that Muhua himself cannot control. With him as the center, all creatures that die within a certain range around him will give birth to ghosts that retain their memories before their death. He is like a ghost maker. He will not cause any direct damage to the outside world when he walks outside, but where he lives, as long as there is death, there must be ghosts floating all over the sky. To say that people become ghosts after death and still retain their memories before death, this is also a continuation of life for some people, and it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. But the problem is that the dead are empty. Whether it is the emptiness of the soul or the nothingness of the body, these are very deadly. People who have just become ghosts may still be able to rely on their memories before death to remain normal, but don't forget that the growth path of ghosts is evil spirits and evil spirits. Under the torture of emptiness, ghosts will gradually become anxious and even crazy, and the ghosts of your neighbors will gradually change from coming to talk to you to harass you endlessly. After that, it is probably because of jealousy of everything that living beings have that they have the intention to attack. Especially human ghosts may grow into faceless ones. It can be said that in the future, wherever Muhua passes by, there will be ghost parades and demons dancing. If he dares to stay near the hospital for a long time, the hospital will probably become a pure haunted house. It is said that when the 7th goes out, there will be a large number of night hunters who gather near him to accompany him. Originally, Mu Hua did not know the specific reason. Now it seems that the big boss is probably embracing jealousy. Those night hunters probably follow not because of their worship of the 7th kingship. The rumor that he is wiping his ass is probably not because he will attract the dead, but to clean up the ghosts born because of him along the way, so the matter is a bit serious. Mu Hua has inexplicably become a disaster and ghost walking in the world. Boom! On the edge of the abyss, Mu Hua started to struggle again. The wall created by magic on the edge of the island cracked and collapsed under the impact of power again and again. This time it was not because of the runaway touch of jealousy, because the impact at this time was stronger than the touch of jealousy. Mu Hua seemed to have turned into a monster with tentacles on his back, but the blood and energy, like a whip, broke out of his body and whipped everything around him in disorder. Blood and energy mimicry, a blood and energy state that can only be practiced after completing critical transformation, a symbolic ability of high-level warriors, and a prerequisite for condensing a dominant body. Based on the basic moves of slashing and stabbing, and using combat skills such as Thunder Shock, Diamond Combo, and Fortress Collapse as templates, use the powerful blood and energy that can be detached from the body to create your own combat skills. Stronger destructive power, larger attack range, more sudden burst attack effect. This is a high-level warrior in the conventional sense. Combining the practice of Death Breath and Purgatory Armor, Mu Hua completed the critical transformation early. He has been looking for the skill stone of blood mimicry, but unfortunately, he has not been able to melt it. In the battlefield of the Star Patrol Conference, Mu Hua not only obtained the 100 Refinement Secret Stone, but also a large number of high demons gave him a lot of physical crystals. The Soul Tide made Mu Hua's soul and body produce a nearly fusion change, just like adding activity to the nothingness of the soul, so that Mu Hua's soul has the ability to regenerate and heal itself. After enduring the pain of the qualitative change of ability, Mu Hua was a little scared of smashing the 100 Refinement Secret Stone for the time being, so he simply Krypton the physical crystals in his hand. 500 or 600 physical crystals. Krypton. I am afraid that Mu Hua's physical fitness will double on the existing basis, and this kind of growth will also be very painful. But fortunately, excessive attribute growth is a torment during sleep. Mu Hua planned to let Tuesday knock him out after he finished Krypton. But he never expected that when his physical fitness broke through the 1000 mark, he did not wait for him to sleep, and suddenly increased to a certain limit of physical fitness, forcibly catalyzing the blood mimicry, and his blood chi went out of control. Blood chi is very violent, but its growth is very gentle. When the physical fitness of people who activate their own blood chi grows, blood chi will slowly erode people's bodies, like the reproduction of bacteria, slowly grow, and gently transform people's bodies until the blood chi is full. But Mu Hua wanted to curse at this time. Shit gentle slowly. Now he can only feel the violence from his own blood chi, which is surging like fission. Even with the blood of rage, Mu Hua feels that his body seems to be burst by the crazy surge of blood chi at any time. Yes, the blood of rage. It is because of the blood of rage that can withstand all kinds of enhancements that Mu Hua dares to do all kinds of cruel things to his attributes. But now, every internal organ, every bone, every inch of skin, including every cell, is like forcibly inflating a broken tire. Expansion, leakage, contraction, condensation, and continued filling, another damn and painful cycle. The blood and chi rushed out of the body uncontrollably, and Mu Hua also showed the shape of explosion. The blood and chi condensed into a whip is a very inefficient application of blood and chi mimicry. High consumption, low impact, and destructive power is only basic strength. This is an unrealistic way of attack, but Mu Hua can't care so much. This blood and chi mimicry is not Krypton from the skill stone. Without inheritance, how can he use it efficiently? He only knows that releasing it in this way can make him feel more comfortable. The bloody chi seemed to threaten Mu Hua's life at any time. Although his self-healing ability had reached the stage of soul tide, Mu Hua estimated that if he exploded like this, even if his soul and body had super speed regeneration at the same time, he would not be able to save his life. He persisted in regret. As time passed, Mu Hua found that, except for the pain of fainting, it seemed that this thing was not going to kill him. The bloody chi gradually calmed down, and his body was conveying sleepiness and fatigue. Mu Hua took a step, endured the pain of muscle tearing, and walked towards the arena that had been abandoned for a while. Rest, find a safe place to rest, nothing to say, lying dead at this time may be the greatest enjoyment for Mu Hua. Bang! Falling from a high place, too lazy to walk again, With a physique of thousands of people and extreme self-healing, Mu Hua would not die anyway, so he plunged into the arena more than 10 meters above the ground. Face down on the ground. The whole world is peaceful.